Synopsis. A young Uchiha boy's life changes when a mysterious system awakens the potent bloodline of his clan's legendary ancestor, Indra. Now blessed with unparalleled talent that grows without the usual drawbacks, he must rapidly master his new powers. With a looming clan catastrophe on the horizon, he trains relentlessly, graduates from the ninja academy early, and navigates the dangerous politics of Konoha. His journey is one of immense growth, fierce battles, and a desperate race to gain the strength needed to protect his loved ones from a tragic fate. Capítulo 1, Indra Bloodline. God-level talent analysis system starts. Detecting host's ability talent. Detected that host has talent, Uchiha Bloodline. Amplification is being initiated. The amplification is completed. Congratulations to the host for getting talent, Indra Bloodline. Yuta's mind was confused for a while, but he quickly got out of his stupor. After 7 years living in the world of Naruto, his cheat had finally arrived. You know, the world of Naruto is a world dominated by bloodlines. Without a strong enough talent or bloodline, it would be difficult to even become a Jonin, let alone a cage-level powerhouse. And although he had transmigrated to become an Uchiha clansman, his talent was not outstanding. Even if he practiced diligently every day, his grades in the ninja school were only above average. According to his knowledge of the plot, his fellow classmate Uchiha Itachi will graduate early in the near future. Without enough strength, how would he be able to deal with the future genocide crisis? Furthermore, since he has arrived in the Naruto world, why would he not want to stand on the top and overlook the scenery of the ninja world? Yuta immediately opened the system panel. Host Uchiha Yuta. Age 7 years old. Comprehensive strength, Genin weak. Sharingan pupil power, LV1 050. Chakra, LV1 1550. Chakra attribute, fire. Talent, Indra Bloodline. Ninjutsu, 3 basic techniques. Indra Bloodline. Your pupil power will grow naturally with time and exercise, and it doesn't have the defects of the Manjikayo Sharingan. Pupil power equals energy source of pupil techniques. The greater the pupil power, the more powerful the pupil technique, Genjutsu's Sharingan. Remarks: every time the overall strength of the host increases by 1 stage, the system will analyze a new talent. He had hit the jackpot. Yuta's breathing became a little short, and his heart started beating wildly in his chest, and an uncontrollable excitement swept through his entire body. Who is Indra? He is the eldest son of the Sage of 6 Paths, the ancestor of the Uchiha, and the source of the Sharingan bloodline limit. According to legend, he could use the full body Susanoo with just the 3 Tamo Sharingan. According to the description of the system, his ordinary Uchiha bloodline had now been increased to the level of his ancestor Indra. As for the defects of the Manjikayo Sharingan mentioned by the system, it is naturally the problem of blindness and the need to transplant a close relative's Manjikayo Sharingan to awaken the eternal Manjikayo Sharingan. His parents had died early in this life, and he was basically raised by the parents of Uchiha Izumi, who lived next door. Where would he be able to find a relative for a pair of Manjikayo Sharingan? But since the power of his bloodline had been increased to the level of Indra, this problem would naturally disappear. After his Sharingan reaches the level of 3 Tamo, his pupil power will continue to grow to the level of Manjikayo and Eternal Manjikayo without any problems. No flaws, no bottlenecks. Just like Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha, he will have the same level of pupil power as the Eternal Manjikayo with just a 3 Tamo Sharingan. Come to think of it, Manjikayo Sharingan should be a result of the lack of purity of bloodline of the Uchiha. Because the power of the bloodline is insufficient, the 3 Tamo Sharingan can only be mutated through violent emotional fluctuations, thereby increasing the pupil power. But this mutation comes at a cost. It overdraws future potential. Yuta calmed down and experienced the changes brought about by Indra's bloodline. First, the most obvious was the increase in his amount of chakra. According to his estimation, his current chakra is now 3 times as much as before. Although Indra did not inherit the sage body, he is a genius after all. Even if he didn't have as much chakra as Asura, he still had a lot more chakra than normal ninjas. Secondly, his physical attributes, reaction speed, insight, understanding of ninjutsu, etc. had changed from the inside out. Although it didn't look like anything had happened from the outside, Yuta could feel the drastic changes in himself. He threw out 4 shurikens at will, and a crisp metal clash sounded in the air. The 4 shurikens collided and changed direction, hitting the trees in the courtyard with a few thuds. It worked. A look of joy appeared on Yuta's face. He had never been able to master the Uchiha-style shuriken throwing technique before. After all, it was not easy. To use it properly, one has to throw multiple shuriken at the same time, let them collide with each other in the air, and attack the target from multiple angles and directions. He had originally thought that he would only be able to do it after awakening the Sharingan. But in fact, as long as someone has enough talent, can they do it without activating the Sharingan? According to the timeline of the original work, Uchiha Itachi killed his clansmen at the age of 13. I am the same age as him. That is to say, there are still 6 years left before the extermination of the clan. Yuta pondered in his heart and felt a sense of urgency. At the age of 13, facing the crisis of genocide, Uchiha Sasuke, the reincarnation of Indra, had just defected at the age of 13 and awakened the 3 Tamo Sharingan. The system has given him talent, but he still needs to rely on himself to make the most use of his talent. First of all, he must graduate from the ninja school as soon as possible, and depend on the guidance of the Jonin assigned to him to quickly improve his strength. Otherwise, he would be like Sasuke, who became only a genin at the age of 12, and could only use a great fireball technique when it comes to ninjutsu. He had no problem with the 3 basic techniques before. With Indra's bloodline, the 3 basic techniques are even less of a problem. However, if he wants to graduate early at the age of 7, he still needs to show some level of strength. And there is another reason he wants to graduate early. He has had enough of listening to the bullshit will of fire every day. Why should he believe in that will of fire? Konoha is clearly a large-scale, semi-autonomous military organization, and ninjas are clearly committed to killing people. In addition to this, there is a course on the history of Konoha, which is almost entirely devoted to the glorious exploits of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. It says that under the leadership of the 3rd Hokage, Konoha has gradually developed to the peak. Someone like him, who knew the plot, almost burst out laughing when he first found out about it. But someone like Uchiha Itachi takes the course of Will of Fire very seriously. In Yuta's opinion, Uchiha Itachi was a typical example of thinking without learning. Even though he didn't learn anything and didn't understand anything, he started thinking about the village and the Uchiha. And this thinking was based on the premise of him being brainwashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Isn't that obviously harmful? No wonder he didn't hesitate to kill his parents and wipe out his entire clan. And what a filial son. Feelings of disgust surged in Yuta's heart, and he couldn't help but complain. Suddenly, a cold chakra flooded into his eyes. As soon as he noticed it, Yuta immediately went to look in the mirror. In the mirror, he noticed that his black pupils had turned scarlet, and a comma-like jet black thing had appeared in each of his eyes. Capitulo 2, feeling of becoming a genius. This, he just awakened his eyes. He just had a little mood swing just now, right? Yuta became stunned, as expected of Indra's bloodline. Sharingan is called the eye that portrays the soul. Not just the Manjikayo, but every stage of Sharingan requires some emotional stimulation to be awakened. In the original story, Itachi's genin teammates died at Obaido's hands to protect him when he was 8 years old. This caused him to awaken his Sharingan. Sasuke awakened his Sharingan when his big brother killed his parents. Obaido awakened his Sharingan when Kakashi became injured to protect him, and he even directly awakened the 2 Tamo Sharingan. And what about Yuta? Just because he hated Itachi and made a rant, he awakened the Sharingan. So this is the power of a terrifying bloodline. As long as the power of the bloodline is strong enough, when the pupil power reaches the critical point, only a simple emotional stimulation will be needed to advance. Yuta verified his conjecture about Manjikayo. Sure enough, the Uchiha's need for major emotional instability to awaken the Mangekaios is because of their inferior level of bloodline. While Yuta was learning about the Sharingan's abilities, in the yard of the neighbor's house next door, a petite figure climbed up the ladder and stuck her head out on the wall. Yuta, the rice is ready. It was his neighbor and childhood sweetheart who had grown up with him, Uchiha Izumi. When his parents were still around, the two families had always been on good terms. After his parents died, Izumi's parents basically always took care of him. On the night of Nine Tails' rebellion a year ago, he had warned Izumi's family to escape in advance. Since then, Izumi's parents have raised him like their own child. Yuta deactivated his Sharingan, took a deep breath, and calmed down. However, Yuta found that he couldn't calm down at all. It's like you have an interesting game in front of you, but your parents are calling you to do chores. Yuta's mood was excited and high, almost impatient. So when he was eating, he couldn't calm down. Then, he was beaten on the head several times by Izumi's mother. After that, he barely restrained himself. After eating, he couldn't wait to pull Izumi to the yard to practice. Izumi's grades at the ninja school were even better than his. Her body is especially strong, and he has never been able to reach her level in terms of physique. Even when she just occasionally threw some punches and kicks blindly, she was able to beat him effortlessly. On Izumi's side, she prepared a set of healing items in a leisurely manner: ice towels, bandages, and so on. Then she tied her long black hair into a single ponytail behind her head. Her normally soft and gentle appearance was now a little more dashing. "I'll try my best not to hit you," Izumi said softly. "There's no need today. No, there will be no need from now on." Yuta twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "It's a bit embarrassing to hear a girl of the same age as him say something like this to him." The two quickly fought each other. When he really started to move, Yuta deeply realized the changes that had taken place in him. His strength and speed had been greatly improved. His insight had also been greatly enhanced. Even when he didn't use the Sharingan, he could quickly see the other party's movements, and his brain could quickly judge and respond sensitively. Is this what being a genius feels like? Every move requires little thought and can be handled with ease. The subtle sound of a punch resounded in his ears. Without needing to look with his eyes, Yuta reacted directly, ducking slightly to one side. He grabbed Izumi's arm at the same time, pressing it behind her and holding it against her back. Izumi was restrained before she could react, and a dull and surprised look appeared on her pretty face. Yuta, when did he become so strong? Coincidence or something else? Recalling that she had heard Yuta say that she didn't need to hold back before, Izumi blinked and became serious. However, after a few more rounds of fighting, Izumi found herself losing more and more quickly. From her own moves being easily resolved, to gradually being unable to keep up with Yuta's rhythm, and even being subdued in just 3 or 2 moves. Stop for a moment, stop for a while, take a rest first. In the end, Izumi couldn't take it anymore and was the first to stop. "Yuta, how did you become so powerful?" Izumi gasped slightly, looking very curious. What she is best at is taijutsu. In the past, even if she held back, Yuta was no match for her. Now the situation had completely reversed. Recalling Yuta's unconcealed excitement during his meal, Izumi asked tentatively, "Could it be that you have awakened the Sharingan?" But during the training just now, Yuta's eyes didn't change. "That's right." The corners of Yuta's mouth twitched slightly. Chakra converged in his eye, and the single Tamo Sharingan appeared in his eyes. "Amazing!" Izumi exclaimed from the bottom of her heart. At the age of 7 to 8 years old, not many people in the entire Uchiha clan can awake the Sharingan right. In her perception, even Uchiha Itachi, who has been number 1 in all aspects since entering school, has not awakened the Sharingan yet. It feels, after awakening the Sharingan, the whole world has become different. Yuta looked around in the yard and said, "The texture of trees, the swaying of leaves in the wind, and the flapping movements of mosquitoes were all visible, and were automatically captured, analyzed, and transmitted to his brain by the Sharingan. If we talk about the insight of ordinary eyes, they actively observe the information and then transmit it to the brain. But Sharingan automatically observes, analyzes, and directly transmits the results to the brain. Even if it's just a one-tamo Sharingan, the improvement in insight is not low. Sharingan is worthy of being one of the most well-known bloodline succession limits in the ninja world. Naruto, also being known as the Legend of the Eyes, is really right. After a short rest, Izumi was pulled up by Yuta to practice again. He hadn't used the Sharingan in any of the previous battles. He was about to experience the power of Sharingan in battle for the first time. With Sharingan's insight, Yuta felt that Izumi's moves were slowed down and turned into slow motion. Of course, this was just an illusion. This was so that the brain could have more time to deal with the Sharingan's improved insight. Yuta easily pushed aside the punch from Izumi, and he punched her in the opposite direction. Seeing that his fist was getting closer and closer to Izumi's eye socket, and the other party hadn't responded yet, Yuta felt bad for a while. Oops. However, the brain didn't have time to react, and the fist couldn't stop, and a punch hit Izumi's left eye. What? A crisp cry of pain sounded. Capítulo 3, Ninjutsus Without Hand Signs. I was wrong. I'll treat you to 3 rice balls later. Yuta apologized while putting the ice towel that was prepared earlier on Izumi's eye. Izumi hummed in dissatisfaction, and she felt depressed for a while. She had clearly prepared it for Yuta before, but it was used on herself in the end. Is the improvement after awakening the Sharingan so great? Just now, mainly because I haven't adapted to the improvement in insight after awakening the Sharingan, my brain could react, but my body couldn't. Yuta explained while thinking. And the way to solve this problem is also very simple. Just get used to it gradually in the battle. In order to graduate early, he needs to adapt to his current strength as soon as possible. For this, he will still need to trouble Izumi to practice with himself on a daily basis. Thinking like this, Yuta said his request to Izumi. Why do you always think about improving your strength? Izumi asked curiously. Yuta usually pulls her to practice when he has time, and his daily training routine is also very serious and hard. He seems to be very eager for strength. If I don't get stronger, how can I protect you, uncle and aunt? Yuta said with a firm look in his eyes. In the original book, Izumi was the only female friend that Itachi had a good relationship with. But even so, she was killed on the night of the genocide. At that time, Obito did not need to take action on the night of the genocide. The one who took action and killed Izumi's family was Itachi. Izumi didn't know what Yuta was thinking. Her face turned slightly red and she hummed softly, I don't need your protection. I will try my best to protect my parents. But recalling what happened on the Nine-Tails night, Izumi felt a little scared in her heart. Fortunately, Yuta had taken her family away from home that night, and they happened to be near a shelter when Nine-Tails appeared in the village. When she returned home the next day, she found that her home had been crushed by the boulders that Nine-Tails had knocked away. If it weren't for Yuta, someone might be missing in her family now. I plan to get familiar with the improvement in my strength as soon as possible, and then apply for an early graduation. After thinking about it in his heart, Yuta said. Izumi was stunned for a moment, then said reluctantly, why? Even if he wants to become stronger, he doesn't need to be so anxious, right? She was still thinking about spending 6 years at the ninja school with Yuta. Yuta didn't say anything about the night of the extermination, but instead said, after getting familiar with the Sharingan, the teachers at the ninja school will have a hard time teaching me anything. Only by graduating as soon as possible, and then getting a Jonin's guidance can I become stronger as soon as possible. For example, Itachi, whose father was the clan leader, and Shisui, who was his teacher and friend, had taught him since childhood. And look at Yuta, his parents died early, and neither of Izumi's parents were ninjas. Usually, he only had a little girl like Izumi to ask for guidance. He didn't want to waste 6 years at the ninja school like Sasuke, and only become a genin at the age of 12. 12-year-old Itachi was almost an Anbu sub-captain. All right. Izumi didn't ask any more questions. She touched the towel in her eye sockets. Her face was filled with grief and anger, and she spoke in a very determined tone, I'll try my best to help you get used to your current strength. However, in terms of ninjutsu, it's not that easy to graduate early, right? To graduate from ninja school normally, one only needs to master the 3 basic techniques. But if you want to graduate early at the age of 7, there may be higher requirements. Ninjutsu. Yuta's heart moved. After getting the talent of Indra, he hadn't had time to check his progress in the ninjutsu department. The 3 basic techniques are naturally not a problem. But what about elemental ninjutsus? Such as the Uchiha clan's signature fire release, Great Fireball technique. Ninjas of the Uchiha clan can apply to learn the Great Fireball technique after becoming a genin. That's the advantage of being part of a big clan. A ninja born in a civilian family has no ninjutsu resources to learn even if they want to learn some ninjutsu. But although he got the scroll of the Great Fireball technique, Yuta has not been able to really display the full power of the Great Fireball technique. At most, he can only spew a small flame. But now, with the bonus of Indra's bloodline talent, the situation should be different, right? Yuta stood up and walked to the middle of the yard. He recalled the chakra flow and the hand seals of the Great Fireball technique with anticipation in his heart, and slowly made the hand signs. Serpent, ram, monkey, boar, hori, tiger. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Boom! A fiery chakra surged up from his throat and spewed out, forming a huge fireball. It worked. The light of the fire reflected on his face. Yuta was excited, but he felt that something was wrong. You can use it. Izumi was a little surprised, but she was very happy for Yuta. Not only can he use it, but it looked like he could even use it effortlessly. Is the improvement really that big after awakening the Sharingan? Izumi couldn't help but think so. Even if she didn't care much about the improvement of her strength, she was a little envious at this moment. She just wanted to celebrate with Yuta, but she saw the latter standing in the yard, frowning, wondering what he was thinking. He didn't know why, but Yuta felt that the ninjutsu just now seemed a bit redundant. Write the hand signs. Suddenly, Yuta recalled one thing. The system of hand signs seemed to have been created by Indra. He did that in order to make it easier for people to use ninjutsu. In other words, the hand signs are just a means of assisting in chakra control. On the scroll containing the Great Fireball technique, there is not only the hand seals, but also the direction of chakra flow in various acupoints and meridians. So, as long as the level of chakra control is sufficient, there is no need for unnecessary things like hand seals. Thinking of this, Yuta immediately started to try it. He mobilized the chakra in his body again, but this time he didn't make any hand signs. He just put his fingers together in front of his mouth. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. With a bang, a fireball that was exactly the same size as before suddenly appeared. As the creator of the hand sign system, Indra does not need hand signs to use ninjutsu. And since Yuta had Indra's talent, naturally he could do it too. How did you do it? Izumi was completely stunned. She could hardly believe her eyes. Just now, Yuta used the Great Fireball technique without making a hand sign. A high-level ninja doesn't need hand signs to use a ninjutsu, Yuta said seriously. From today, he can also be regarded as a high-level ninja. Capítulo 4, Actual Combat Assessment. Time flew, and more than a month passed in a flash. During this period of time, Yuta took Izumi's help to practice almost every day. And every time he thrashed Izumi to the point where she couldn't stop complaining. At the same time, his mastery of Sharingan's insight also rapidly improved. From the initial incoordination of the brain and the body, to the ability to easily predict the opponent's next movements. Now, it basically only takes him 1 or 2 moves to restrain Izumi without injury. Such an improvement made Yuta feel a burst of emotion in his heart. The words of the past are indeed true. Genius is 1% talent and 99% hard work. But that 1% talent is often more important than 99% hard work. Before he used to practice more seriously than Izumi, but he was still no match for Izumi. Now with Indra's talent, the situation had been completely reversed. In the past month or so, Yuta's comprehensive strength has also increased from genin weak, when he first got Indra's bloodline to genin strong. After a short while, his comprehensive strength will soon reach the level of chunin. At that time, the system will analyze another talent. Thinking of this, Yuta was full of expectations for the future. But with the improvement of his strength, the effect of his training against Izumi also declined rapidly. How can he improve by practicing with a person that he can subdue with 1 or 2 moves? Well, Izumi can't satisfy him now, so he needs to go outside to find someone else. Preferably a jonin. Everyone gather on the practice ground. Today we will have a practical assessment. In the ninja school, Tamura from Yuta's class said. It was done once last semester, and everyone should remember that in the actual combat assessment, all means such as ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, shurikenjutsu, poison, etc. are allowed. The results of the actual combat assessment will account for a considerable proportion of your grades in this academic year. I hope everyone will take it seriously. At ninja school, there is an actual combat assessment every semester. Students are allowed to use all kinds of dangerous means, and several chunin teachers monitor them to prevent accidents. Here we go again. It's annoying, it's an actual combat assessment again. Anyway, the first place must be Itachi. What else is there to compare? A group of 7 or 8-year-old kids began making a fuss. In the actual combat assessment last semester, Itachi won the first place with his absolutely overwhelming strength. And Itachi's last opponent, who was the second in the actual combat assessment, couldn't even last a few moves at all and was easily defeated. Yuta was thinking in his heart as he walked towards the practice ground. He was not sure how his current strength compared to Itachi. When it comes to talent, he is not inferior to Itachi and is even much better than him now. But the other party has Uchiha Shisui as a daily guide. He was not very clear about Itachi's strength at this time. In the actual combat assessment last semester, the second-place student was not able to force out Itachi's true strength. What's more, that was already last semester. And after an entire semester, Itachi's strength had surely improved by a lot. The examination begins. Soon it was Yuta's turn to fight. Uchiha Yuta versus Takakura Ken, Tamura shouted. A person whose name didn't ring any bells in Yuta's heart was called up. He was probably a character who had not appeared in the original work. With no effort at all, Yuta easily defeated the other party in seconds. His strength has improved by a lot, Tamura said with approval. In his impression, Yuta usually practiced very hard, but his grades were not the best. This time, he was able to deal with his opponent in an almost instant fashion. It could be seen that his strength had improved by a lot recently. The other side. Under the shade of the trees around the practice field, Itachi watched everything on the field with a bored expression. He went up from time to compete, and it was very easy for him to deal with these level of opponents. How boring. In the clan, the arrogant clansmen complained about the village every day, and in the school, he had to play a boring ninja game with a group of childish students. Rather than wasting time here, he might as well practice with Shisui. Sure enough, it's better to let a shadow clone go to school instead as usual. Today, because of the actual combat assessment, he had decided to come in person. Although he looked down on the strength of his peers, he did not care too much, so he chose to come over. Looking around, Itachi set his eyes on Yuta. Uchiha Yuta. Recalling the name, Itachi felt no ups and downs in his heart. Although they were both members of the Uchiha clan, in his heart he was no different from the others. The two had nothing to do with each other. The other party usually hung out with a little girl of the same Uchiha clan named Uchiha Izumi. As for strength, well, he didn't have an impression. To be precise, he didn't care much about the strength of everyone in the class. There wasn't even a single person who could interest him a little. It's so boring. With another sigh in his heart, Itachi raised his hand to cover the sunlight shining through the pores of the green leaves. If it is still easy to get the first place this time, should I apply for an early graduation? On the field. In Yuzuka Hana versus Uchiha Yuta. A little girl walked to the stage. It's a pity that you have met me now. It seems that your test results will not be very good this time. Inuzuka Hana said confidently. She has good grades in all aspects and is at the top of her class. Yuta's usual grades are only at the upper middle level. This is something that can be achieved with just daily hard work. It can be seen that the talent of the other party can only be said to be mediocre. Yuta walked to the stage without saying a word. Inuzuka Hana. It seemed that he had some impression of her. Wasn't she the sister of Inuzuka Kiba of the Konoha 12? Forget it, she's not an important person anyway. After simply forming a seal of opposition, Hana lowered her head slightly and charged forward with a great momentum. She used her claw to grab Yuta, but suddenly a flower appeared in front of her. The figure in front of her disappeared, and she was pushed on the back, and her body staggered forward, almost falling. So fast. Tamura's eyes lit up. Hana's speed was already very fast, but Yuta's speed was even faster. He easily dodged and appeared behind the former. He thought Yuta's strength had improved a lot compared to before, and he was right. However, soon, Tamura found that he was still being conservative. He saw that Hana couldn't make a single blow. She was serious, but she was not a match for Yuta at all. On the premise that the latter could only defend and not attack, she was quickly defeated. The winner, Uchiha Yuta. Seeing that Hana had given up her resistance in despair, Tamura simply announced. Among the students below, there was a little commotion. Many people were a little surprised to see Yuta, whose grades were not particularly outstanding, beat the top students who were at the top of the class. The battle continued quickly. Before long, there were only 2 people left. The last match, Uchiha Itachi, against Uchiha Yuta. Capitulo 5, Yuta vs Itachi. The second place is actually Yuta. Yuta's strength has increased so much. Sure enough, Itachi will still be the first. There really is no surprise. The first and second are both from the Uchiha clan, which is really enviable. There was a murmur among the students watching the battle. Regarding the first place, basically everyone had no dispute. Since Itachi had won the first place with absolute strength in the actual combat assessment last semester, the status of this year's chief student had not been controversial. What everyone was curious about was who could compete for the second place and how they would fare against Itachi. But, no matter what they had guessed, they hadn't expected that the one who would reach the end would not be the top performers in the class, but Uchiha Yuta, who was not particularly conspicuous. Seeing the discussions of the students, Tamura showed a satisfied smile on his face. I told you a long time ago that only hard work will never fail you. As long as you practice seriously like Yuta, your strength will definitely improve. However, the students didn't care. Even though Yuta's strength has improved a lot, he still can't match Itachi. I wonder how long Yuta can hold on against Itachi, 3 minutes or 5 minutes. You look down on Yuta too much, don't you? The second place in the last semester was defeated by Itachi in less than 2 minutes. I bet Yuta will be defeated by Itachi in 1 minute. Ignoring the discussions of his peers at this time, Yuta quietly walked to the stage. As Itachi came to the stage, a bunch of little fans below bursted out with a frenzy of cheers. On the other hand, at Yuta's side, besides Izumi, only some boys who usually didn't like Itachi cheered him on. Your strength seems to have improved very quickly recently, Itachi said. Regarding Yuta's achievements, he had heard the comments from others. It's all thanks to you. Yuta's expression was a little weird, and he said something that Itachi didn't understand. If it weren't for knowing that Itachi would exterminate the clan in the future, would he be so anxious to improve his strength? On the night of the genocide, if he is not strong enough, he and Izumi, as well as Izumi's parents, will be slashed with a sword, and then Obaido or Danzo will poach their Sharingan. With a serious expression, he made the seal of opposition, and the battle soon began. The figures of the two quickly disappeared. They collided and quickly separated. For a while, the arena was full of the sound of fists colliding. Tamura's expression changed from dull at first, to serious, and then dignified again. The high-speed physical battle on the field lasted for more than 5 minutes, but the two still had no intention of stopping. It turns out that Itachi is so strong when he fights seriously. And Yuta. Tamura recalled his previous judgment and couldn't help but be speechless. How much has this child's strength improved recently? If it wasn't for the black pupils in Yuta's eyes, he would think that Yuta's strength had increased because he had awakened the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. In all fairness, Tamura thought to himself that although he was a Chunin, if faced with the physical attack of either of the two at the moment, he would be in a lot of trouble. These two children, they're only 7-year-old students who have just entered the ninja school for a year, right? Monsters, they are really monsters. Seeing the fan emblem on the two students' clothes, Tamura once again sighed that they were indeed from the Uchiha clan. On the field, the two people who continued to fight with high-speed taijutsu retreated at this moment. Itachi gasped violently. At this moment, he was completely serious, and he became solemn. The strength of the Oth party was actually comparable to himself. Fortunately, he came himself. If a shadow clone had come instead, it would have probably already been blown up by the other party, right? Looking towards the opposite side, Itachi's eyes suddenly narrowed. Opposite him, although Yuta was also panting, his breathing was much lighter than his. I read that right. How could Yuta be able to fight Itachi for so long? Both of them move so fast, my eyes can't keep up. Damn, only one Itachi was enough, but now there is another Yuta who can compete with Itachi. I'm afraid they're not evenly matched. You see, it's clear that Itachi's panting is more intense. The students were suddenly startled and hurriedly looked towards the two on stage. Sure enough, they saw the two people panting for a while, but Yuta was obviously in a better state. How is this possible? Yuta is even stronger than Itachi. A group of people looked at each other, unable to believe the conclusion. They thought that Yuta's ability to climb up to the second place in the class was enough to surprise them, but they didn't expect that Yuta could achieve this level. On the field, Itachi barely calmed down and said seriously, "You're good." In terms of physique alone, if it weren't for me having more combat experience, I would have already lost. Having said that, Itachi became even more solemn in his heart. His own combat experience comes from the guidance of his father, and from the daily teaching of the renowned genius Shisui. And the other party does not have these resources. Under this premise, the other party can actually train his taijutsu to this level by himself, which is undoubtedly very impressive. But Itachi didn't feel much frustration in his heart. Everyone is good at something, and he doesn't need to be number one in everything. According to the strength characteristics of the opponent, analyzing the most suitable fighting method is also a kind of strength. The strength he possesses is not limited to taijutsu. After calming down, he took out several shuriken and threw them out in random directions. The shuriken in the air collided with each other, making a crisp sound. Accompanied by the exclamations of the surrounding students, their direction changed rapidly, attacking Yuta in the middle from all directions. Tamura's eyes moved, and while he was surprised, he was ready to go on the field to save Yuta. However, the next moment, he saw that Yuta also threw several shuriken, controlled the direction in the same way, and shot down the shuriken in the air. Tamura was stunned. This way of throwing shurikens, these two children, are both masters. This is something that even a chunin like him can't do. Capítulo 6, Applying for Early Graduation. On Itachi's side, seeing his shuriken being shot down, he was a little surprised, but he didn't think much of it. Taking advantage of the gap between Yuta's shurikens, he ran over and quickly formed seals with his hand. Serpent, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Taking a deep breath, his chest bulged. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters completely blocked the vision between the two and speeded up in the direction of Yuta. There should be no way to avoid in this distance, Itachi thought to himself. The opponent's taijutsu and shuriken jutsu are not inferior to him. Even if he can rely on his ninjutsu to win in the end, for him, this match is considered a loss. He decided in his heart that after this battle, he would go to Shisui for special training. Tamura next to him didn't have time to be surprised by Itachi knowing elemental ninjutsu. Just as he was about to rescue Yuta, he saw that Yuta's left index finger and middle finger were closed together, and standing in front of his mouth. His hands weren't making any seals at all, but he directly spit out a huge great fireball. In terms of size, it was much larger than Itachi's great fireball. Almost at the exact moment when Itachi's hand seal was completed, Yuta displayed the great fireball technique at the same time. Itachi, who was thinking about whether to apply for an early graduation first or train with Shisui for a while, stared blankly at his fireball being dispersed. Then a fireball came from the opposite side, with the remaining power towards him. Boom! The scorching flames scorched his skin, and Tamura next to him changed his direction in an emergency, barely saving Itachi from the fireball. The medical ninja, who had been on standby for a long time, quickly stepped forward to treat Itachi's burned skin. "It's the winner, Uchiha Yuta," Tamura announced with shock on his face. Actually, it was Yuta who won. Both of them have mastered fire release ninjutsu, damn it. Is there such a big gap between us? We are obviously the same age. Did you see that? When Yuta used his ninjutsu just now, it seemed that there was no hand seal. How is that possible? You read it wrong. How can it be possible to use ninjutsu without a hand seal? The battle was going on too fast, plus most of the eyes were on Itachi, and there was a cover of flames. So, many people were not sure whether Yuta had made some hand seals when he had performed ninjutsu just now. But Tamura, as well as the other Chunin sensei around, could see clearly. This kid, who didn't use a hand seal just now, used the same great fireball technique as Itachi, and it was even stronger. On Itachi's side, he was being treated by a medical ninja, and his face was dazed. Lost. He actually lost. Taijutsu, Shurikenjutsu, ninjutsu, he had already used most of his methods, but he still lost. Looking back on his previous inner activities, he felt a little ridiculous, and at the same time, his heart was a little tingling. Looking up at Yuta, the other party seemed to be looking at him as well. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Itachi felt that he seemed to see an emotion called disappointment in the eyes of the other party. In an instant, Itachi's heart stinged deeper, and he couldn't help clenching his fists, but he was reprimanded by the medical ninja beside him. Yuta took his eyes away from Itachi, and seeing that the other party was not in a good state at the moment, he didn't make the seal of reconciliation. Instead, he reached out and touched his eye socket. He won without relying on the Sharingan. He also has his own pride in his heart. Since Itachi hasn't awakened his Sharingan yet, he didn't want to use his Sharingan in battle at all. However, since he won in this way, then there really isn't much to learn at the ninja school. Tamura-sensei, I want to apply for early graduation, Yuta said calmly. It's fine, but I can't control this kind of thing. I need to report it to Lord Hokage first. Tamura was not too surprised by this. The strength that Yuta had shown before was already at the level of a genin. If the other party continues to stay in the ninja school, he will have nothing to teach him. Not only Yuta, but also Itachi. Although Itachi lost, in his opinion, he also had the ability to apply for early graduation. Wu tilde. Tamura let out a long sigh. This year, he really had two geniuses in his class. Hokage building. Third Hokage Saruto by Hiruzen received 2 applications for early graduation from ninja school. That's right too. Itachi also applied to graduate early. After losing to Yuta, his inner thoughts of quickly graduating were instead SDRNG then. He didn't want to waste any more time at ninja school. Participating in those boring games between children wouldn't do anything to improve his strength. Uchiha Itachi, the son of Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, has been the first in all aspects since he entered the school. He has excellent taijutsu, excellent shurikenjutsu, and has even successfully learned a C-rank fire release ninjutsu. Uchiha Yuta, whose parents died in battle, only has a good grade in the ninja school, but he has always worked hard in training. In the previous actual combat assessment, he showed excellent taijutsu and shurikenjutsu. He has also mastered the great fireball technique. Even, he can use the great fireball technique without hand seals. Saruto by Hiruzen stared at one of the applications and muttered to himself. This was confirmed by several Chunin teachers who were present at the time. Mastery of fire release. The Uchiha clan have two geniuses. Tobi Hiruzen sighed and flipped through the other two documents. Those were two exam papers, which contained questions from the previous exam of the ninja school. The question was to write out their own understanding of a ninja and the will of fire. The central idea of Itachi was that ninjas are people who can endure, and ninjas should carry their missions with the utmost importance for the sake of the village and for the sake of peace. The central idea of Yuta's answer was that ninjas are people who have mastered a power that is beyond the grasp of ordinary people, and this power should be used to protect family, partners, and friends. Tobi Hiruzen's carefully judged the answer of the two. The latter's answer was a bit narrow and not like the former. Beyond the limitations of himself and his family, his understanding of the will of fire was not enough. Thinking of this, Tobi Hiruzen couldn't help but have a headache. In his opinion, Yuta should stay at the ninja school and receive more education on the will of fire. On the contrary, Itachi, who lost in the actual test, should be allowed to graduate early. But how can he allow the second place to graduate and force the first place to stay in school? After thinking for a moment, Tobi Hiruzen had an idea. Go ahead and arrange 2 assessments later. If they pass, they will be allowed to graduate early. Capítulo 7, Graduation Assessment. The summer sun shines on the ninja school, making it unbearably hot. But at this moment, a group of people in the ninja school were in a more restless mood. A group of people with different costumes, but basically all wearing the family emblem of a fan, were walking towards the practice ground of the ninja school. Previously, they all had heard that 2 first-year students of their family had applied for early graduation at the same time. There were 2 geniuses in the family, so naturally everyone was happy. After hearing that there would be a special graduation assessment today, a group of people came to watch it. Itachi from the clan leader's family, and there is another one as well. Is it named Yuta? He is planning to graduate at the age of 7. 2 geniuses like Shisui have emerged. Itachi often trains with Shisui. It's normal to be stronger. It's that kid named Yuta that surprised me. I heard that he had defeated Itachi in the actual combat test. The Uchiha clansmen were naturally familiar with the eldest son of their clan leader. They also knew that despite the other party's young age, he had already learned the great fireball technique after watching his father perform it once. As an orphan, Yuta was mostly unknown. Little Yuta usually practices very hard. A gentle voice with some unconvincing tone sounded. It was Izumi's mother, Uchiha Heizuki. Because Yuta's parents had died early, Izumi's parents acted as Yuta's guardians. In the middle of the crowd, Uchiha Fugaku, who was mostly expressionless, said, "Yuta did beat Itachi. Both of them have learned the great fireball technique, and it is said that Yuta even performed it without making a hand seal." Whoa! There was a sudden uproar in the crowd. Using the great fireball technique without a hand seal. At this moment, the Uchiha clansmen tried to use the great fireball technique without hand seals on the spot, but at most a small flame was sprayed out, causing a burst of laughter. This level of fire release cannot be applied in battle at all. A Jonin from a police unit next to Uchiha Fugaku also spoke up. Speaking of which, I've tried to use ninjutsu without hand seals before, but I couldn't do it at all. Me too. Except for the special ninjutsu called Raikiri developed by the 4th Hokage, I have basically never heard of any ninjutsu that does not need a hand seal. I don't know how that kid did it, but it's amazing. While walking and talking, a group of people quickly arrived at the exercise field. Almost all the students and teachers of the ninja school had arrived. Sitting right in front of the practice ground was 3rd Hokage Tobi Hiruzen. Seeing the arrival of Uchiha Fugaku and others, Tobi Hiruzen said hello and congratulated him. And 2 genins were standing beside Tobi Hiruzen. One of them was more relaxed, while the other was a lot more serious. Tobi Ayaki's eyes swept across Yuta not far away from time to time, recalling what the head of the family and Lord Hokage had previously explained to him. In the subsequent assessment, he would have to face Yuta. And Tobi Hiruzen asked him to go all out and let Yuta fail the test. This would give Sarutobi Hiruzen a reason to force Yuta to stay at the ninja school to receive a few more years of education on the will of fire. With a special task in hand, he reluctantly became serious. But he would most likely not have to go all out. After all, in Sarutobi Ayaki's view, his opponent was just a 7-year-old child. Even if his talent is top tier and he is very strong, how can he be stronger than him? He has already become strong enough to prepare for the Chunin exam. Can he still be unable to deal with a child? What a joke. Even against a real Chunin, he has the power to fight. In the shade of 2 trees. Yuta and Itachi closed their eyes to rest, turning a deaf ear to the restlessness beside them, waiting for the next battle. The students on the other side were very excited and made a lot of gossip. It was as if they were the ones who were graduating early. Damn, these 2 guys are so cool, I want to be like them as well. Even though there are only first graders, they want to graduate early. We 4th graders don't even dare to think about such a thing. Are the 2 of them nervous? They may be worrying about making mistakes later. Nonsense, Yuta and Itachi are so powerful, how could they be nervous? Looking at Yuta now, he's so handsome, why didn't I notice it before? You usually only have Itachi in your eyes, nympho. Yuta is mine. Izumi, who was also in the crowd, moved her eyes. She glanced at the crowd with alertness, and her brain was beeping like an antenna. Who is talking about Yuta? After seeing a few girls in the same class talking about Yuta, Izumi's little face became a little resentful. Nymphomaniacs. After seeing that Yuta and Itachi's guardians had arrived, Tamura came out and announced, Lord Hawkage has accepted Yuta and Itachi's graduation applications, but they still need to pass the assessment. Lord Hawkage has always taken geniuses seriously, but geniuses also need to be protected from premature death. So, Yuta, Itachi, you 2 need to fight against 2 genins. As long as you can last 10 minutes without losing, you will pass the test and graduate to become a genin. In response, Yuta turned his eyes to the 2 genins who came out from the opposite side. One was a little more relaxed, while the other was a little more serious. The latter looked much stronger. He wondered who his opponent would be. But it didn't matter who he had to face. He took a look at his system panel. Comprehensive strength, genin strong. Sharingan pupil power, LV1 3550. Chakra, LV1 4550. LV1 of chakra should correspond to the chakra amount of a genin ninja. As far as the amount of chakra is concerned, he is already close to Chunin. Coupled with his Sharingan and great fireball technique, it should be no problem to deal with a genin and only fight for 10 minutes. Capitulo 8, different treatment. The first to be assessed was Itachi. Come on, Itachi. A smile appeared on Uchiha Fugaku's face, and he encouraged Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the other side also gave Itachi a gentle look. Itachi nodded earnestly. Lord Hawkage and his father were watching him. He can't lose this game. The young genin across from him, who had just stepped onto the stage, couldn't help but be startled. Why does this kid seem to suddenly have an intense fighting spirit? Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it. After all, he was a genin who had graduated 2 years ago. And the other party was just a first-year kid at a ninja school. Even if his talent is good, what can he do at such a young age? Itachi's eyes narrowed, and he held a few shurikens in his hand, and used his extremely skillful Shuriken jutsu. What a beautiful technique of throwing shurikens. An astonishing look flashed in the young genin's eyes, and he casually knocked off the shurikens flying towards him with a kunai. However, don't underestimate a genin. However, when he knocked out the last shuriken, he discovered that there was a small ball tied to it. What is this? Before he had time to think, the small ball exploded with a bang, and a burst of purple smoke enveloped him. Seeing that the smoke bomb was successfully used, Itachi quickly made a hand seal. A clone was formed with a bang, and it rushed directly into the smoke. If that smoke is poisonous, that guy has already lost. It's naive to think that such a boring trick as the clone technique can do the job. No, look carefully, it's a shadow clone. Suddenly startled, many Uchihas quickly activated their Sharingan. They carefully observed and distinguished, and confirmed that Itachi had indeed made a real shadow clone. The clone technique taught by the ninja school only has a form but no substance. Anyone with a little combat experience will not be deceived by a mere clone. But shadow clone is different, and it is very useful in battle. Just look at the ranks of the two ninjutsus. One is E rank and one is B rank. This child Itachi has actually learned the shadow clone technique. Did Shisui teach him? It's too messy. Although Fugaku said this, he still had a smile on his face. After all, even a chunin may not be able to use the shadow clone technique, but his 7-year-old son was already pretty proficient in it. How can this not make him happy as a father? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the bunch of scarlet eyes on the side and frowned secretly. The power of the Uchiha clan is too strong. Looking at Itachi, who was already pressing down on his opponent, and Yuta beside him, he felt even more worried in his heart. Not only is their strength strong, but they also have excellent descendants. After a short while, Tamura walked into the field and shouted loudly, "10 minutes are up, the battle is over." Itachi backed away regretfully. If he could be given a little more time, he would have been able to beat the opponent. On the other hand, the young genin looked aggrieved at the moment. He even needed to be thankful that this assessment had a time limit. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to be defeated on the spot by a 7-year-old child. Obviously, his age, strength, and speed are greater the opponent, and his experience is also not bad, but he was still directly pressed and beaten by the other party. He could only barely parry with his stronger strength and combat experience. Seeing the end of the battle, Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed the many thoughts in his heart. He got up and with a kind smile on his face, he personally handed the forehead protector to Itachi, who was moved and at a loss. Tamura congratulated with envy. "Itachi, congratulations on becoming a genin." At the age of 7, Itachi graduated early as a first year in ninja school. Without needing to think about it, Tamura knew that this matter would spread to Konoha after today. And what made him even more envious was that Itachi had even learned the shadow clone technique, a B-rank ninjutsu that even he had failed to successfully learn. In the previous battle between Itachi and Yuta, Itachi was defeated by Yuta's fire release, and he didn't even have the chance to use the shadow clone technique. This was also because Itachi had underestimated Yuta's strength. If he had gone all out from the beginning, the outcome would be unknown. The next test was about to start. Yuta walked up to the stage without saying a word and looked at the ninja opposite, who had become even more serious than before. After seeing the battle just now, Sarutobi Ayaki took a more serious attitude. He believed that his strength is higher than that of the previous genin, and he could also defeat that genin easily. But after seeing Itachi's strength, he naturally wouldn't underestimate Yuta, who could defeat Itachi. Although he didn't think he would be crushed and beaten like the man before, he still had to fulfill the task handed by his own clan leader. It was necessary to defeat the other party within 10 minutes, so that the other party couldn't pass the assessment. "I'll say it first," Sarutobi Ayaki said with a cold face. "I'll make a serious move next, so be mentally prepared. You too may have good talents, but you are still too young. The world of ninjas is much more cruel than you think. I advise you to stay in the ninja school for a few more years." Yuta held a kunai in front of him and looked at Ayaki vigilantly. "Sorry, I still choose to graduate early." If he only relies on the natural growth of pupil power over time, he will not be able to have enough strength to protect himself and Izumi's family on the night of Uchiha's annihilation in the future. With a Jonin's guidance, he can not only improve his strength faster, but he can also get more talents through the system faster. The corner of Sarutobi Ayaki's mouth twitched, and he scolded Yuta secretly in his heart. Then he rushed forward. Clang! The kunais collided and let out a loud bang. Yuta's arms trembled slightly, and he frowned. In terms of pure strength, he was not a match for the other party. The other party's age was twice his own, and in terms of physical condition, he was still much worse than the other party. When he fought against Itachi in the past, Thea was also the same case. He was obviously better in taijutsu skills and mastery of ninjutsu. But because of the other party's physical fitness and combat experience, he couldn't defeat the other party for a long time. Never mind. With my talent, I will sooner or later leave all these people in the dust. Thinking like this, Yuta tried his best to block Saruto by Ayaki and started to fight him with Taijutsu. At the same time, his eyes flashed red. This is not only Saruto by Ayaki, who was facing Yuta, but the Uchiha clansmen who were watching were also suddenly shocked. An idea popped up in their hearts, and their eyes turned to Yuta's eyes. Yuta's were scarlet, and one tama was slowly rotating in his pupils. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan looked at each other in surprise. This kid has already awakened the Sharingan. How old is he? Capitulo 9, hold on for 10 minutes, victory. It is indeed the Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku activated his Sharingan, looked at it carefully, and said, "Whoa." At this time, not only the ninjas of the Uchiha clan, but everyone present was agitated. He awakened the Sharingan at just 7 years old. I did that when I was 12. Has anyone in the clan ever awakened their Sharingan so early? I haven't heard of it. Maybe there were before, but definitely not many. Looking at his appearance, he should have awakened his Sharingan a while ago. I saw Itachi's shadow clone before, and I thought Itachi lost a bit unfairly. Now it seems that Yuta didn't even use his Sharingan in the previous battle. Itachi's complexion became slightly pale. There was a sense of humiliation in his heart. The other party had clearly awakened his Sharingan, but he didn't use it to fight him before. What does it mean? On the other side, the students were also whispering. What is a Sharingan? It's the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit that Guy Yuta has awakened the Sharingan. So, Yuta's strength has improved so quickly because of this. Yes, no wonder Yuta suddenly became so powerful. Hearing this, the adults next to them were suddenly stunned. They knew about Yuta's usual grades before. Although he practiced very hard, his grades were only at the upper middle level. If it wasn't for the fact that he had suddenly defeated Itachi in the actual combat test, Yuta would have always been a little transparent in the Uchiha clan. Now that they heard the words of the children, they reacted. No wonder Yuta's strength had suddenly increased so much. It was because he had awakened his Sharingan. If you say that, maybe Itachi is stronger. Yes, Itachi is such a genius even without awakening his Sharingan, and his strength will be greatly improved when he awakens his Sharingan in the future. Wait until these two kids awaken their Sharingan and have a fight. I wonder how Yuta will perform then. On the contrary, some people valued Yuta more, and thought that Yuta awakening his Sharingan earlier was also a kind of strength. But more people still thought that Itachi, who had still not awakened his Sharingan, was more talented. Hearing these remarks, Itachi also had a fire in his heart. He had a sudden desire to awaken his Sharingan. Thirst for power. If he also awakened his Sharingan, Yuta shouldn't be his opponent, right? That's right. Thinking like this, Itachi regained his confidence. When he gets back, he will ask his father and Shisui on advice about how to awaken his Sharingan. The center of the battlefield. Yuta and Saruto by Ayaki were tightly entangled. Punches and kicks were thrown and received. Saruto by Ayaki felt irritated in his heart. It had been 3 minutes, and he still hadn't been able to defeat Yuta, and he hadn't even caused any damage to Yuta. Instead, Yuta successfully dealt some damage to him from time to time. He kept attacking with a heavy punch, but Yuta subtly avoided it in advance and counterattacked, but he repeatedly failed to respond. This Sharingan is such a cheat. Saruto by Ayaki was very angry and cursed inwardly. Saruto by Ayaki glanced at the head of his own clan. Saruto by Hiruzen was frowning slightly, as if he was a little dissatisfied with Ayaki taking this long to defeat Yuta. Ayaki was out of breath for a while. He pulled away and quickly formed a hand seal. Fire release, flame bomb. However, the flame had just been spit out when he saw a larger fireball on the opposite side, already rushing towards him. Damn it! In a hurry, he had forgotten that Yuta also knew fire release, and he could even use it without hand seals. Ayaki jumped away from the great fireball's attack range and was about to attack again. But when he saw Yuta on the opposite side, he realized that he was in big trouble. He became ready to move in another direction, to retreat, when he saw Yuta use the great fireball technique again. But Yuta's attack was unavoidable for him. The fireball hit him head-on. He coughed violently in a puff of smoke. His arm was burned by the flames, and he felt a sharp pain. He jumped out of the smoke, but then he saw a few shurikens swish through the smoke and hit him directly. Fuck. Ayaki cursed inwardly. He was obviously in the smoke, so how did the other party determine his position? Raising his painful arm, he managed to knock down a few shurikens. He was watching the front when suddenly, a swish sounded behind him. He was kicked on the back and he staggered forward. A small palm grabbed his arm, turned it over and pressed it behind him. Then a kunai was pressed on his neck in front of him. You lose. A dull voice came from behind. After the smoke cleared, Ayaki was still stunned and motionless. He lost. It's been less than 5 minutes since the battle started. The outcome has been determined, and the assessment is over. Temura's voice brought his mind back. The pain in the arm was transmitted to the brain again, and he screamed in pain. The medical ninja on the side rushed forward. Ayaki looked at Yuta and opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Whoa! The crowd watching around fell silent for a long time. Then, as if a boulder had fallen into a calm lake, the crowd exploded at once. Win, didn't he just need to hold on for 10 minutes? Who noticed how much time has passed? It should be less than 5 minutes. 5 minutes? A group of people were speechless. Before, in Itachi's fight, they thought Itachi's performance was already good enough. A first-year student at a ninja school, a 7-year-old child, was winning against a genin who had graduated 2 years ago from beginning to end. However, Yuta was even more exaggerated. Against a significantly stronger opponent, he not only won, but also won so fast. Even they, who were watching the battle, couldn't react. How did he win just now? Someone spoke in confusion. He only saw that both of them used ninjutsu. Yuta used fire release twice, and then that genin was in smoke all the time. It wasn't until the smoke cleared just now that he realized that the battle was over. How it ended was completely unclear to him. Fugaku considered for a moment and said, there are 2 main reasons for Yuta winning so quickly. First, his ninjutsu does not require a hand seal and can be performed in an instant, so he can catch the opponent by surprise. Secondly, he has awakened the Sharingan, which gives him the capital to use taijutsu to fight. And after using the first great fireball, he can also rely on Sharingan to predict the opponent's position and accurately use the second great fireball. As for using shuriken to confirm the opponent's position in the smoke, it also relies on Sharingan's insight. In the end, he seizes this opportunity and defeated his opponent in one fell swoop. Having said that, Fugaku looked appreciative and summed up. Overall, a good tactic, although simple, but it gave full play to his own advantages. The others slowly pondered and understood Yuta's tactics, and nodded in a complicated mood. His tactics were not complicated, but Sharingan and fire release ninjutsu were the most important in his strategy. He originally just needed to last 10 minutes to pass, but they didn't expect that this kid would defeat his opponent directly. Capítulo 10, Becoming a Genin. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yuta, whose face was calm and expressionless even after the victory, and he sighed in his heart. He originally wanted to let Yuta study for a few more years at the ninja school to increase his understanding of the will of fire. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, from Yuta's answers in past exams, it could be seen that he was more like most Uchihas. Compared with the village, he considered his family more important. And Itachi, on the other hand, was more like Shisui and had a wider field of vision. After all, Itachi was taught by Shisui on a daily basis. It was normal for him to be more like Shisui. For an Uchiha like Itachi, he could allow them to graduate early. But for Uchihas like Yuta, he still needed to educate them more, so that they could be used by him and the village. But it was a good plan, but in the end it failed because of his misjudgment of Yuta's strength. Relying on his mastery of gyre release ninjutsu, plus Sharingan, Yuta actually easily defeated an excellent senior genin. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Later, Yuta can be guided by the will of fire in other ways. A Jonin will be assigned to guide Yuta later, and some arrangements can be made on this. Standing up and arranging his expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked towards Yuta with a warm face. He stretched out his hand and handed the ninja forehead protector to him, exhorting him in a hopeful tone. Yuta endured the discomfort in his heart and responded one by one. Why would he, a transmigrator, believe in the will of fire? What's more, it's Sarutobi Hiruzen who said that. Is he so stupid as to believe his bullshit? After enduring for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally stopped talking and left. Immediately afterwards, Izumi, Heizuki, and Tamura came to congratulate him on becoming a genin. Oh, I'll be the only one going to school in the future. Izumi's face revealed reluctance, but there was a look of relief on her face as well. She was reluctant because Yuta won't go to school with her after becoming a genin. And she was relieved because Yuta had finally graduated, and there was no need for him to drag her to practice together every day. Although with Yuta's proficiency of Sharingan, he will no longer accidentally hit her. It's not fun to be easily beat up every time they practice. However, her strength has increased rapidly due to this. In the previous actual combat assessment, Izumi's performance had also improved a lot. Boom! Feeling a finger flick on Het forehead, Izumi covered her forehead with tears in her eyes. She glared at Yuta, the culprit. Yuta didn't care at all, and he tapped Izumi's forehead. Don't think that you will be free when I am gone. I will also often make time to train you in the future. Now that both Itachi and I have graduated, you must strive to be the first in your class. I object. Invalid objection. Izumi's talent was good, and it needed to be carefully tuned. At least, he had to let Izumi have enough strength to protect herself. Heizuki smiled and watched the two children fight. Aside, Fugaku also came over. While taking out a lot of scrolls, he said, "First of all, congratulations on your graduation as a genin. These are the ninjutsus and genjutsus that you can apply to learn after becoming a genin. I will give them to you directly now. I thought that even if you failed the assessment, I would give it to you directly. But I didn't expect you to not only pass, but also win so easily." Yuta took over the scroll while thanking him and looked at it briefly. Flame Bullet Technique, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique. They were all fire release ninjutsu, which were commonly used by the Uchiha clan. Basically, except for the ninjutsu of very high level, all of them were here. In addition, he also saw a pile of genjutsu scrolls. Sly Mind Affect Technique, Hell Viewing Technique, False Surroundings Technique. The Shadow Clone Technique was also included. The students and teachers of the ninja school on the side were full of envy. This was the advantage of being born in the great ninja clan. As long as you have enough talent, you will never lack ninjutsu. Before, when Yuta was only a student at the ninja school, he could only apply for the great fireball technique from the clan. Once you become a genin, you will be able to apply for a lot of ninjutsu and genjutsu techniques. These are the things to learn for the genin period. If you are proficient with these things, you can basically have the strength of an elite chunin. After becoming a chunin, the clan will give you access to all regular ninjutsus. If you want to learn other types of ninjutsu, the Uchiha clan also has them. A Sharingan wielder can easily copy ninjutsu. The most indispensable thing in the Uchiha family is ninjutsu. Fugaku continued, "One more thing, the village will arrange jonin to guide you in your daily practice. The clan will also arrange a jonin to guide you, but most of the jonin in the clan work in the police force, and there is no way to provide daily guidance." Saying that, Fugaku said to a young man with medium-length hair beside him, "Tekka, I'll leave it to you." "No problem." Uchiha Tekka nodded confidently, "You can come to me for any training-related matters in the future. As long as I have time, I will assist you." Tekka had the position of an officer in the police force, and it was impossible for him to give instructions daily like a normal jonin. Yuta nodded and felt the benefits of being born in a great ninja clan again in his heart. He said, "In the future, please give me more advice, Senior Tekka." Hawkage Building. Saruto by Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo sat opposite each other. I heard that Uchiha's 2 7-year-olds have graduated early to become a genin. Danzo opened his squinted eyes as he spoke. And one of them has even awakened the Sharingan. That's right, Saruto by Hiruzen said, while flipping through the list of jonins in his hand. I wonder how you're going to arrange a jonin for them. Danzo tried to see it directly. Saruto by Hiruzen was also a little worried and clenched a pipe in his mouth. 2 children had graduated early at the age of 7 at the same time, and they could only be in the same class as older people. Also, there are not enough people to form a genin team. What's more, both of them are Uchiha. They need to be guided by the will of fire. In this case, it is important to choose a suitable jonin. That jonin should have the village in their heart, and they must believe in the will of fire. Uchiha Itachi can join Jonin Mizuki's class. There is just one person missing. As for Uchiha Yuta. Or you can send a jonin from the root to guide him, Danzo said. Saruto by Hiruzen glanced at Danzo and said indifferently, as long as the Uchiha claw agrees, you can try. Do you have any idea about Shimura Danzo's reputation in the Uchiha clan? If Yuta's mentor jonin is a root ninja, the Uchiha will never agree to it. Danzo also knew this, and he had just said it casually before. But although it is impossible to dispatch a root jonin to guide Yuta, it does not prevent him from making contact with the other party at a suitable time. If he can attract the other party to join the root to work for him, the Uchiha clan will have nothing to say. He could feel that Yuta and Itachi, despite their different personalities, both shared the same desire for power. This desire will produce darkness, and they have a possibility of joining the root. Which jonin are you planning to arrange for Uchiha Yuta? Danzo asked curiously. Saruto by Hiruzen struggled for a long time and handed over a profile of a ninja. Seeing a figure in a green tights above the portrait, Danzo couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth. This guy is someone the root would not want. Capitulo 11, Young Guy. Hello, I'm Might Guy, and I'll be your mentor jonin from today. Wearing green tights, Might Guy revealed his white teeth, showed a thumbs up, and said with a grin. Yuta's expression was sluggish for a moment, but he quickly reacted and greeted, Mr. Guy, please give me more advice in the future. Yuta didn't expect his mentor jonin to be Might Guy, a man who was honored as King Guy in his previous life. The person who succeeded in tearing a hole in the iron barrier, formed by bloodline limits in the Naruto world, through hard work day after day. Yuta looked at the person in front of him. The current Might Guy is only 16 years old and has just become a jonin. His current strength is nowhere near that of during the Fourth Ninja World War. Although I'm not very old, I still have some experience in taijutsu. I am totally fit to give you pointers on taijutsu. Seeing Yuta's gaze, Might Guy seemed to feel questioned and said with some lack of confidence. On the one hand, he was indeed a little young, and it had not been long since he had become a jonin. On the other hand, he was only good at taijutsu, and in terms of ninjutsu and genjutsu, that he was basically clueless. I didn't question Mr. Guy's strength, Yuta said seriously. I once heard of Mr. Guy's father's record. With the power of a genin, he blocked Kirigakir's 7 ninja swordsmen and killed 4 of them in the battle. I think Mr. Guy's strength is definitely not be bad. Well, it's so touching. Might Guy seemed to have tears in his eyes because of the rare approval, and he wanted to hug Yuta and cry on the spot. Yuta. He was hesitant to speak, so he just stopped talking. Hey. Might Guy is very powerful and admirable, but his character is really unbearable for ordinary people. In general, Yuta was still very satisfied with Might Guy as his mentor jonin. In terms of strength, Might Guy normally has the strength of a jonin, and he can even open the 8 inner gates in a critical situation. His sense of security when going out to perform tasks was greatly improved. In terms of guiding himself, there was nothing wrong about Might Guy's taijutsu. After all, even Uchiha Madara had declared Might Guy the strongest in terms of taijutsu. As for ninjutsu and genjutsu, with Indra's talent, just self-studying was enough. On the contrary, he required the guidance of people with sufficient strength and experience for taijutsu. In Yuta's heart, the importance of taijutsu was no less than ninjutsu and genjutsu, and it might even be higher to some extent. In the world of Naruto. In Genin-2 to cage-level battles, ninjutsu, taijutsu and genjutsu are all useful. But in super cage-level battles, genjutsus don't have much effect, but ninjutsu and taijutsu are still useful. In the battle at the 6 paths level, the effect of ninjutsu is greatly weakened, but taijutsu is still extremely useful. Yuta first set a small stage goal for himself. He wanted to be able to dance with Uchiha Madara by just relying on pure taijutsu. Looking around, seeing that no one else came over, Yuta expressed some doubts in his heart. "Guy-sensei, don't we have any other members in our team?" "Oh, Lord Hawkage told me before that because you graduated early. It was difficult to find teammates to form a team." Guy struggled to recall and said, "The one who graduated early with you is called Itachi or something? He was just added to a 2-person team since that team had just lost a member earlier. As for you, because a suitable team wasn't found, you are the only one in the team." Hearing the name Itachi, Yuta couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He wondered how Itachi would feel after listening to it. Yuta didn't care too much about having no teammates. 2 Genin-level teammates were just optional for him. But he felt that this team was a bit strange. This team only contained a recently promoted Jonin, and there was only 1 student. Yuta felt that something was off. It may be true that Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't find a team to throw him in, but why did he choose Guy to be his mentor Jonin? However, if he wants to choose a Jonin who can guide Yuta about the will of fire, there are not many candidates. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose Guy. Now that both Yuta and Guy had gotten familiar with each other, it was natural to start the teaching session. Yuta was eager and excited to know about the real strength of a Jonin. Knowing that there must be a huge gap between himself and a Jonin, Yuta used his Sharingan from the very beginning. On the opposite side, Guy lowered his eyes slightly, staring at the movements in Yuta's eyes. "Although I don't have a Sharingan, I also have a wealth of fighting experience against a Sharingan user, and I have a good understanding of Sharingan's abilities and its user's fighting style." Seeing Yuta on the opposite side punch him, Guy did not take advantage of his strength to directly tank it, but instead dodged. So fast. With a secret thought in his heart, Yuta was prepared to change the direction of his fist and hit the place he had predicted Guy was in. However, what Guy did was just a feint. He jumped to another direction, stretched out his hand and pushed Yuta lightly. Yuta felt startled in his heart. His body rushed forward a few steps uncontrollably, barely stopping. Was his prediction wrong? Sharingan predicts the opponent's movements by observing the movement of the opponent's muscles, and I can use this to deceive Sharingan's insight and make your prediction wrong. Guy grinned and explained to Yuta. This is the valuable experience that he had accumulated by fighting against Kakashi over the years. I'll teach you how to distinguish your opponent's fake moves later, and what to do if you fail to predict their movements. And these were the experiences Kakashi had accumulated by fighting against him. With their daily battles, the two also helped each other improve in this way. "I see, thank you Guy-sensei," Yuta said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. With Guy as a teacher, along with Kakashi's experience with the Sharingan, this was basically a buy one get one free offer. Capítulo 12, Might Guy's Talent. In the next half a month, Yuta was constantly on the verge of death. This was Guy's first time as a mentor Jonin, and he didn't intend to hold back on any teaching material. He even intended to teach Yuta the 8 inner gates. But mastering the 8 inner gates requires the user to have an extremely high level of physique, as well as years of exercise. The user has to gradually make their body stronger through exercise in order to adapt to the strength after opening the 8 gates. Take Guy himself, his body can easily handle the opening of the 6th gate now. But if he tries to open the 7th gate, he may die on the spot. In order to teach Yuta the 8 inner gates, Guy first gave Yuta some adaptive training. For the past half month, he let Yuta do about 1/10 of his own exercise every day together with him. But even so, Yuta was always very exhausted. He even complained about Guy for a while in his heart. Can ordinary people bear that amount of exercise? Ordinary people just run a few dozen laps to exercise, but Guy asked him to run thousands of laps. What's more, he is not even 8 years old. Now, Yuta understood that people like Guy and Rock Lee might have a special talent for taijutsu. There was a saying in his previous life, don't use the word genius to obliterate others' efforts. But in Yuta's view, another sentence was also very important in reverse. A person may be a genius just because he works hard. Someone like Guy. Now, Yuta had just finished a day's worth of hellish exercise. He forcibly moved his body back home and fell straight down. He felt severely dizzy, and gold stars flashed in his eyes, and his body ached constantly. Well, how about I just give up on the 8 inner gates? Yuta felt depressed and lost hope for a while. Seeing his miserable appearance recently, Izumi had been distressingly persuading him to relax. The Uchiha-style taijutsu is based on Sharingan's insight and is more technical. Guy's fighting style, on the other hand, focuses more on strength and speed. After opening the 8 inner gates, the main increase is in terms of power and speed. Regarding the 8 inner gates, a life-saving magical skill, it was impossible for Yuta to not want it. Just when Yuta was tangled in his heart. Congratulations, host's comprehensive strength has been improved to Chunin weak. The overall strength of the host has been improved by a stage, and the system is analyzing new talents. Analyzing Might Guy's physique talent. The analysis has been completed, and it is increasing. The increase has been completed. Congratulations to host for obtaining the monster physique talent. Yuta directly sat up in shock. He checked out the following system panels. Comprehensive strength, Chunin weak. Sharingan pupil power, LV1 4550. Chakra, LV2 5500. Monster physique. Your physique is unique, and you can master all kinds of taijutsu techniques with just a glance, and in all matters related to the body, you can get twice the result with half the effort. Seeing the improvement in overall strength, Yuta wasn't much surprised. During this time, with Guy's daily exercise, his pupil power and chakra volume were gradually increasing. His comprehensive strength, reaching the level of a Chunin, could be regarded as a matter of course. But there was still some emotion in his heart. A month ago, he was even weaker than the weakest genin. He couldn't even beat a little girl, Izumi, in their daily duels. Now a month had passed, and he had graduated early to become a genin. He could now easily use the great fireball technique, and he had even awakened one Tomi Sharingan, and it was even not far away from a 2 Tomo Sharingan. His comprehensive strength had even reached the level of a Chunin. It seemed that in the Naruto world, talent was very important. Yuta quickly calmed down and felt his newly acquired monster physique talent. What? Yuta became startled, and he stood up directly. He moved his body and even jumped twice. His body was still sore before. It had become completely fine now. And that wasn't the only change. Yuta threw a punch, and his fist rubbed violently against the air, making a sound similar to a sonic boom. My speed has improved a lot. Yuta tried some of the taijutsu moves that he had recently learned from Guy. Konoha whirlwind. A high-speed cyclone slammed into a stone in the courtyard, smashing the stone with a bang. Seeing this, Yuta nodded with satisfaction. His strength had increased a lot, and his moves were more precise. In the yard next door, hearing the movement, a small head protruded from the wall. Yuta, have a good rest, stop messing around, Izumi said loudly. How could this person not love his body so much? He exerts himself every day until he can't even walk steadily, and now he doesn't have a good rest at night, and he's still training in the yard. Understood. Yuta responded with a smile on his face and went back to sleep contentedly. He had a dream in which Guy was on my feet, and he discussed the will of fire with Naruto by Hiruzen. The next day, Yuta and Guy reunited. You have been training for half a month. Today, let's check your progress and see how good your potential is. Guy grinned and said with a guilty conscience, when I was your age, I exercised with my father, and the amount of exercise I did at that time was just 1/3 of what I do now. This was a lie. When he was 8, he was only exercising about 1/5 as much as he does now. The reason he said this was because he wanted to arouse Yuta's competitive spirit as much as possible and stimulate more of his potential. Okay. Yuta clenched his fists with anticipation in his eyes. He also wanted to know what level his talent in taijutsu had reached after the system granted him the enhanced version of Gai's physique talent. Okay, youth should never end. Gai gave a thumbs up and ran forward first. Let's warm up with 500 laps first, let's start. After starting to run, Yuta realized the changes in his body. He felt much more relaxed when running than before, and his pace and breathing were more stable. When he ran this amount in the past, he would already be exhausted and almost collapse. Now he was just a little short of breath, and he was still full of energy. Very good, now let's do 1,000 squats, start now. The anticipation in Gai's eyes grew stronger, and he increased Yuta's training volume. However, soon as the amount of exercise gradually increased, Gai realized that something was wrong. The amount of exercise Yuta was doing now had reached 1/5 of his daily routine. Yuta already achieved this level at such a young age. Gai gulped and looked at Yuta, who clearly had some energy left. Gai-sensei, go ahead, I'm fine. Yuta calmed down and said. Capítulo 13, opening 2 gates in 1 day. Gai is aware of the difficulty of his own training volume. Kakashi occasionally trains with him, but even Kakashi can't handle his training regimen at all. Not to mention, he remembered that his father had said that he was much more gifted than him when he was a child. This could be noticed from their ninja ranks. His father had been a genin all his life, and at this age, he had already become a jonin with only taijutsu. So, he also knew that it would be difficult to find someone to pass on his 8 inner gates. But after hearing that Yuta, who he was in charge of, was a genius, he couldn't help but want to try it. But he didn't have much expectation at that time. Gai looked at Yuta, who was still keeping up with his exercise, and his heart shook. Yuta's performance completely exceeded his expectations. That, if your body can't handle it, don't force it, don't damage your body, Gai stammered. Yuta had now completed 1/3 of his own daily training regimen. What level is this? Even he couldn't do this level of exercise at Yuta's age. Yuta frowned. He felt that his body was reaching the limit, and after doing a few more sets of movements with struggle, he stopped reluctantly. This should not be the case, right? Isn't the physique talent given by the system the augmented version of Gai's talent? Why can he only reach the level of Gai when he was just a child? I was a little flustered before. Gai coughed lightly, his face a little embarrassed. I could only do about 1/5 as much exercise as I do now at your age. The reason why I said more was to motivate you, but I didn't expect you to directly exceed the level I was at during my childhood. Saying this, Gai couldn't help but feel a little envious. Taijutsu is the only field he is good at. But now Yuta seemed to be even more talented than him in that aspect as well. This level of talent is really unreasonable. Yuta suddenly realized what the case was. It was a little unexpected. Gai, you have such thick eyebrows and big eyes, but you still have such a dishonest mind. I thought it would take a while before I could teach you the 8 inner gates, but now it seems that I can do it today. Fixing his mood, Gai became firm again. Subsequently, Gai began by explaining the essentials of the 8 inner gates. Opening, rest, life, pain, closing, joy, shock, and death. The 8 gates are basically 8 pressure points of the human body. Under normal circumstances, the 8 gates exist to protect the human body and prevent ninjas from overusing their physical potential. But after the 8 gates are opened, the restrictions are lifted. Then, a huge amount of chakra will erupt, and the strength and speed will be greatly increased, and a huge amount of power will be obtained in a short time. In other words, the 8 inner gates is a life-saving measure. This is also one of the reasons why Yuta wants to learn the 8 inner gates. He will still be too young, only 13 years old when the night of extermination arrives in the future. Mastering the 8 inner gates will give him an extra life-saving method. Firstly, you have to open the first gate, opening gate, which is located on the head. After that, You will be able to fully exert your physical abilities, and your strength and speed will drastically increase in a short time. Guy said while giving a live demonstration. With a light shout, Guy's chakra skyrocketed. Swish, swish. Several difficult physical movements were easily completed, and his body was incredibly flexible. Yuta activated the Sharingan and watched carefully. How is it? It's amazing, right? According to my estimation, with your talent, it will take at most a few months for you to open the first gate. Guy gave a thumbs up and laughed. However, the next moment, he saw that Yuta also snorted, then his chakra also soared. He had obviously opened the first gate. Guy opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. How long did it take him to open the first gate? 2 months or 3 months? However, Yuta opened the first gate on the spot. Yuta made a few moves and carefully felt the changes in his body. The amount of chakra in his body had nearly doubled, and his strength and speed had become much higher than usual. However, he also experienced fatigue very quickly. Looking up, seeing Guy's skeptical expression, Yuta humbly said, "It's all due to Guy-sensei's wonderful teachings." Actually, the most important reason why he could learn the 8 inner gates so quickly was of course the physique talent that he had just recently acquired. On the one hand, he could now easily master various taijutsu techniques. On the other hand, the physique talent also brought him an understanding of various taijutsu techniques. The combination of the two allowed Yuta to open a gate on the spot. You geniuses are too unreasonable. Guy couldn't help but sigh. However, Yuta hurriedly urged, "Guy-sensei, please explain the second gate as well." Guy choked and became even more speechless. In such a hurry. Do you want to open all 8 inner gates in one day? He didn't believe that Yuta could open the second gate as well today. Afterwards, Guy began to explain the theory and way to open the second gate, and demonstrated it on the spot. This time, Yuta failed to open the second gate on the first try. Instead, he stood there frowning and thinking. Seeing this, Guy wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking that this was reasonable. Learning 8 inner gates and opening the first gate on the first day already shows that Yuta is extremely talented. Next, get familiar with the feeling of the first gate, and then try more. You should be able to open the second gate soon. As he was talking, Guy suddenly stopped. His eyes were about to pop out, and his mind went blank. Without him noticing, after a period of exploration, Yuta had successfully opened the second gate, the Gate of Rest. Feeling the rising power, Yuta was in a happy mood. "Guy-sensei, can you go ahead and tell me how to open the third gate?" Guy opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say once more. Capítulo 14, Izumi awakens the Sharingan. Yuta couldn't open the third gate that day. It wasn't until the sun went down that Guy became relieved. With the momentum before, he thought Yuta could completely master the 8 inner gates in just one day. But Yuta was still too young. The first 2 gates of the 8 inner gates just allow people to fully make use of their physical potential. The side effects are just fatigue after a while. After reaching the third gate, there is a possibility of causing damage to the body. Sure enough, the 8 inner gates is not easy to master. Yuta sighed with exhaustion. "Of course," Guy said as a matter of course, "I have practiced so many more years than you, and now I can only open the 6th gate at most. But with your talent, Yuta, you should be able to open the third gate in a month at most." Having said that, Guy's expression became serious and he warned, "Remember, when using the 8 inner gates, you should always pay attention to your physical condition and do not forcefully open the gate." With Yuta's talent, he would likely go further than him in terms of mastery of the 8 inner gates. It would be a pity if he died prematurely because of forcefully opening a gate. But 7 days later, Guy became speechless again when he saw Yuta open the third gate. Yuta was not surprised, and instead he frowned secretly. After opening the third gate, he could see the high-speed flow of blood under his skin, and his whole body was becoming congested and turning red. After only 1 minute, Yuta closed the third gate and felt an extremely strong sense of exhaustion. This should be the limit that he can achieve at his age. If he wants to continue to open the 4th gate and more, he will need to wait for the development of his body. Next, Yuta continued doing daily high-intensity workouts with Guy, and he occasionally practiced some taijutsu techniques. His strength was growing day by day. Occasionally, he would take a C-rank task of going out to clear up some bandits, and they were all completed without any trouble. Sometimes he even got emotional. Bandits in the Land of Fire are like leaks. They quickly emerge again after being destroyed once. Yuta, who took a human life for the first time, didn't feel any major turmoil in his heart. He had long been aware of the cruelty of the ninja world. The crisis of the Uchiha genocide was still hanging over his head. However, after committing the murder, his pupil power increased by a little. It had reached the limit of a 1 Tamo Sharingan. His Sharingan was not far from being promoted to the 2 Tamo level. On the training ground of the Uchiha clan. Fire release, fire dragon bullet technique. A huge fire dragon spewed out of Yuta's mouth, knocking down the target easily and burning the ground black. Yuta's expression didn't fluctuate at all. Sure enough, even the B-rank fire dragon bullet technique could be easily used after just reading the scroll once and memorizing the direction of chakra flow. And it could also be cast without a hand seal. It can only be said that it is indeed worthy of Indra's talent. Before my strength reaches the level of a Jonin, this level of ninjutsu is probably enough, but genjutsu? Yuta frowned slightly. Ninjutsu can be trained alone. But for genjutsu, a living target is needed. A certain long black-haired figure appeared in his mind. Yuta suppressed his slightly tingling conscience and walked towards Izumi's house. "Did you do something to hurt me recently?" Izumi stared at Yuta vigilantly. In front of her there was a row of rice balls, pancakes, bean soup, and so on. All her favorite food were here. "What are you talking about?" Yuta said with some guilty conscience. "I just want to ask you for help in training genjutsu." "Really?" "Naturally." Izumi picked up a rice ball and took a small bite, feeling the sweet and savory taste in het mouth. With a little sadness, she said, "I feel like I'm just a tool for your training, Yuta." Yuta felt more guilty when he heard this, but he still denied it. He took out a few scrolls in his hand. These were the genjutsu scrolls that Fugaku had given him before. Sly mind effect technique, false surroundings technique here, hell viewing technique. Some techniques would cause great pain to the target, so he would not try it on Izumi. False surroundings technique. Yuta activated the genjutsu according to the chakra flow on the scroll, and he still didn't need any hand seals. Yuta looked at Izumi with some curiosity, wondering if the genjutsu was successful. "What?" A little doubt appeared on Izumi's face. She rubbed her eyes and looked at a tree in the courtyard. "Yuta, why did you suddenly go there?" Seeing this, Yuta naturally understood that his genjutsu was successfully activated. The effect of the false surroundings technique was to change the view in the eyes of the target. For example, in Izumi's field of vision now, the tree in the yard was him. The effect is not bad. Yuta nodded with satisfaction. Although he did not intend to use genjutsu as his main means of combat, the genjutsu talent obtained from the Indra bloodline was very good, and he didn't plan to waste it. Next, he tried the sly mind effect technique, which made Izumi mistakenly think that she had entered a maze, and she wandered around the yard for a while. The last one, hell viewing technique. Seeing the description of this genjutsu, Yuta hesitated. The effect of this genjutsu is to let the target see the most feared scene in their heart. Wouldn't it be bad for this to be used on Izumi? Suddenly thinking of some possibility, Yuta secretly said sorry in his heart, but still decided to give it a try. The next genjutsu may make you see some bad things. Remember, everything you see later will be fake. Yuta reminded seriously. He wanted to try and see if he could help Izumi awaken her Sharingan through a genjutsu. If Izumi awaken her Sharingan and then trains more seriously, she would be able to somewhat protect herself in this dangerous world. At least, he didn't want her to easily get killed by Abaido like in the original. However, Izumi's well-being is much more important than these. He can't let anything go wrong with Izumi just for the sake of testing his genjutsu. Izumi nodded earnestly, and when she saw Yuta on the opposite side activate a genjutsu, the scene in front of her suddenly changed. A full moon hung high, and an ominous atmosphere permeated the village. The huge body of Nine Tails easily smashed all the buildings it touched, and boulders splashed around. The flying stones knocked down both her and Yuta's home. Blood flowed out from under the wall. She was the only one left, facing the collapsed home. "Dad, Mom." Yuta. Completely forgetting that this was a genjutsu, Izumi's mind went blank as she rushed towards the ruins in front of her. Her body suddenly stopped. Pointing her finger on her forehead, she injected chakra, and the scene in front of her changed again. A cold chakra poured into her eyes. Opening her eyes, she saw Yuta alive, surrounded by his own home, and the surrounding atmosphere was peaceful and natural. She couldn't help but put her hand towards Yuta, and she rubbed the other's face. "Yuta, you're still alive, it's great." "Well, I'm here, and uncle and aunt are also all right. What you saw before was fake." "Great." Seeing Izumi falling asleep directly, Yuta's mood was very complicated. He wondered if this was really good for Izumi. Looking at the little girl sleeping in his arms, Yuta sighed in his heart. This ninja world is really not gentle. Capítulo 15, To Tamo Sharingan. The key to awakening the Sharingan is emotion. In the end, the reason why Izumi was able to awaken her Sharingan was not because the genjutsu was so realistic, but because the heart-wrenching emotions of Izumi at that time were real. "So you've been scared all this time?" Yuta looked at the little girl, who was sleeping in his arms. Izumi's petite body shrunk into a ball, looking very insecure. In the original book, Izumi's father died on the night of Nine Tails, and Izumi awakened her Sharingan at a young age. However, Izumi's family avoided the catastrophe on the night of Nine Tails because of his interference. But when she saw her home in ruins the next day, Izumi became afraid. She even occasionally had nightmares, dreaming that both her parents and Yuta died on the night of Nine Tails, leaving her alone. It is precisely because of this fearful worry, coupled with the hell viewing technique, that caused Izumi to recall the night of Nine Tails, that Izumi had such an eye-opening emotional stimulation. In the future, a catastrophe awaits the Uchiha. If he doesn't have the strength, how can he survive? Why does he practice so hard day after day? Isn't it because he is worried that he will be killed by Itachi in the future? Not only must he improve his strength and fight to survive the night of extermination, but he must also find a way to keep Izumi's family safe. When Izumi woke up, Yuta warned her seriously, asking her to not reveal her awakening of the Sharingan to others. It would be bad if Danzo set his eyes on Izumi. After Izumi awakened her Sharingan, Yuta's daily training for Izumi increased by a lot. And Izumi seemed to have taken the daily training a lot more seriously, because she saw the most frightening scene in the genjutsu. Outside the Hokage building, Guy jumped out and he found Yuta waiting outside. He said excitedly, "I received an escort mission to the capital of the Land of Rain. How about it? Are you looking forward to it? This is the first time you are about to leave the Land of Fire." However, contrary to Guy's expectations, Yuta instead frowned. Land of Rain. This can be said to be the most dangerous place in the current ninja world. The demigod Hanzo in Aimgakure, Pain outside Aimgakure, and possibly a Baido. He might even run into Akatsuki's moneymaker, Kakuzu. Or Sasori looking for puppet materials. Both were early members of the Akatsuki organization. The first three can basically be said to be the most difficult people to mess with in the current ninja world. The latter two are also cage-level powerhouses. "Guy-sensei, can you change this mission?" Yuta said somewhat reluctantly. "The Land of Rain is too dangerous, so let's just perform a normal B rank or C rank mission in the Land of Fire." "How could that be?" Guy flatly refused. "Youth is not allowed to retreat in spite of difficulties. Besides, Lord Hokage must have fully considered the difficulty of the task and our ability when assigning us this task." After persuading him with a few more words, he still failed to persuade Guy, so Yuta just gave up. Never mind. Thinking about it, Hanzo and Pain won't care about him, who is currently a nobody. Guy and Yuta went outside Konoha and met up with a caravan. Their client was a fat businessman and the leader of the caravan. The rank of the task I entrusted is B rank. Seeing Guy and Yuta, the caravan leader frowned and said. Obviously, because of their appearance and age, he felt that they were a little unreliable. A young guy in green tights and a 7 or 8 year-old kid. He spent enough money for a B rank mission, and Konoha sent these 2 people. Guy-sensei, you forgot to wear your Jonin vest again, Yuta said helplessly. With the combination of the 2 of them, it was inevitable for the other party to be uneasy. Hey, sorry, I forgot again. How about I go back and pick it up? I'll be back soon. Guy shook his head a little embarrassedly and smiled. It turned out to be Lord Jonin. The leader of the caravan immediately changed his face and said in a pleasant manner. No, since you are Konoha's Jonin, I can trust your strength. He had also entrusted ninjas as escorts many times, and now he roughly understood the situation of this group of ninjas. Apparently, some Jonins usually lead newly graduated genins to perform a mission. This combination is most welcome by the client. Although the Jonin will usually let the genin team members deal with the enemy, if there really is something serious, the Jonin will still take action. Spending the money to hire an ordinary ninja team, but having a Jonin in the lineup is undoubtedly very profitable. The caravan departed soon. During the chat on the road, Yuta learned that this caravan was delivering supplies to the daimyo of the Land of Rain. After arriving in the Land of Rain, what enemies will we likely face? Yuta asked. The other party often travels to and from the Land of Fire to the Land of Rain, and he knows this even better than some ninjas. Mainly some bandits, there may also be an attack by wandering ninjas, and maybe even ninjas from Aimgakure. The caravan leader replied. Aimgakure ninjas? Yuta and Guy looked at each other. The ninjas of Aimgakure may attack the caravans in the Land of Rain. Isn't this a gift to the daimyo of the Land of Rain? As long as you say it, the Aimgakure ninjas won't give us trouble, right? Yuta asked inexplicably. It might have been so before. The caravan leader said with some emotion. In the past, Lord Hanzo could restrain his subordinates, but now, I have heard that Lord Hanzo is staying in his residence in Aimgakure all year round, and he has lost control of his subordinates. And those Aimgakure ninjas, as long as they kill everyone, who will know that they attacked the caravan sending supplies to the daimyo. Yuta and Guy shook their heads with a look of understanding. In the Land of Rain. It was already late autumn, but there was still a lot of rain in the Land of Rain. The icy rain hit Yuta, and it was chilling. And many bandits even came out to rob the caravan. There are too many bandits in the Land of Rain, right? There are more than in the Land of Fire. Yuta easily defeated these gang of thieves. He dumped their bodies aside and said speechlessly. He thought that there were already many bandits in the Land of Fire. Unexpectedly, compared with the Land of Rain, it was completely insignificant. If you don't have food to eat, won't you try to grab anything you find? The caravan leader tightened his clothes and said. Furthermore, Aimgakure is perfunctory when it comes to the daimyo's request to clear the thieves. But even if they are serious, they will not be able to completely clean up these bandits. Yuta looked at the large amount of food and playthings in the delivered materials. He sneered. The people in the country are so poor that they have to become thieves, but the daimyo is living such a good life. The voice fell, but no one dared to agree. Even the caravan leader remained silent. Seeing this, Yuta became more and more disgusted with the daimyo. Suddenly, cold chakra poured into his eyes. Without needing to look in the mirror, Yuta knew that his Sharingan had been upgraded to 2 Tamo. Just as he was about to deactivate his Sharingan, he saw 2 vague chakras not far away. In a low voice, he reminded everyone in the caravan, someone is approaching, it's a ninja. Capítulo 16, easily defeating Chunins. The entire caravan was in a commotion. Many people looked around in panic. The battle of ninjas, even if it is just the aftermath of kunai and ninjutsu, may cost them their lives. Yuta pouted and sighed inwardly at this group of noob teammates. With such a big reaction, the enemy must now know that they had been exposed. Without any hesitation at the moment, he used the great fireball technique towards the woods not far away. Boom! Under the weakening of the rain, the great fireball failed to do much damage, and the two ninjas hiding in the dark easily dodged it. One tall and one short, two ninjas came out of the woods. Facing them, Yuta realized that the two men were Aimgakure ninjas, from the forehead protector of Aimgakure in their head. In other words, what the caravan leader said before was true. In the Land of Rain, the caravan that was sending supplies to the daimyo of the Land of Rain was being intercepted by Aimgakure ninjas. Really, speechless. Tusk, to know ninjutsu at such a young age, it seems that he is a genius of Konoha. It's just a pity that geniuses are most likely to die early. The two Aimgakure ninjas looked relaxed and didn't pay any attention to Yuta and Guy. The two of them were Chunin. And as for the opposite two Konoha ninjas, one is a weirdo in green tights who looks like a turtle. He looks like he's still young, and he doesn't look very strong at first glance. The other one is more of a brat. Even if he knows fire release ninjutsu, in a place like the Land of Rain, the power of fire release is greatly reduced. We want these supplies. If you give up, we can give you a quicker death. The tall Aimgakure ninja said with greedy eyes. So many things, how much would it sell for on the black market? The leader of the caravan used the name of the daimyo of the Land of Rain to intimidate them, but the other party didn't care. Helpless, he could only say to Guy, "Lord Jonin, you may need to take action. I see their outfits, they should be Chunins of Aimgakure." He didn't think Yuta could beat a Chunin. It's just these two random dudes. I don't think Guy-sensei's help will be needed. Yuta reached out and stroked his eyes lightly. He can also use these two people to test the ability of two Tamo Sharingan. A two Tamo Sharingan greatly enhances the ability of genjutsu. At the moment, he held a kunai and charged towards the two Aimgakure ninjas as if he was launching a decisive charge. The caravan leader was impatient for a while, but seeing that Guy was indifferent, he was helpless. The two Aimgakure ninjas sneered. "He's quite brave. Then I will teach you a lesson before you die. In the ninja world, bravery is useless." With that said, the tall ninja rushed up first. The short sword in his hand broke through the rain droplets and slashed straight at Yuta's neck. The Scarlet Sharingan was activated, and a genjutsu was performed silently. The tall ninja slashed the open space beside him, then suddenly turned around and slashed at his comrade. Swish! The short sword tore open the short ninja's chest. The short ninja received this blow out of nowhere, and at this time, he was completely confused. Genjutsu, false surroundings technique. In the sight of the tall ninja, his companion was now Yuta. After abruptly slashing the opponent, the tall ninja smirked and slashed at his teammate again and again. "Hey, are you crazy? Damn, is it a genjutsu?" The short ninja was in a hurry and wanted to help his teammate remove the genjutsu. But he didn't have any chance to do so under the crazy offensive. With ruthlessness in his heart, he avoided his teammate's sword and slashed directly at his chest with a cold look in his eyes. Taking advantage of the other party's severe pain, he finally found an opportunity to help him lift the genjutsu. Clap, clap, clap. A burst of applause came from not far away. With a smile on his face, Yuta said calmly, "Not bad, the two of you really taught me a good lesson." The entire caravan behind him was dumbfounded at this moment. From their point of view, the two Aimgakure ninjas fought against each other for no particular reason. Now no one dared to underestimate Yuta, a young ninja. "You bloody bastard." The tall ninja gritted his teeth and said angrily, enduring the severe pain in his chest. He was actually controlled by a little kid who was less than 10 years old with a genjutsu. "Let's go together and kill them as soon as possible," the short ninja said in a deep voice. There was a burst of anger in his chest. Another older Konoha ninja on the other side hadn't made a move yet, and just a kid made them both so helpless. Yuta pulled out the short sword on his back and stood in front of them. The shiny blade reflected his face, which had a grin. "Then let me teach you a lesson too. There is an old saying in the ninja world, facing an Uchiha, 1-on-1 you must escape, 2-on-1 you might stand a chance. Of course, if you are so weak, it won't work even if it is a 2-on-1. Uchiha." The two ninjas looked at each other with an ominous premonition in their hearts. They looked up and saw Yuta's scarlet pupils. Those scarlet pupils contained 2 pitch-black tomos. 2 Tomo Sharingan. Who did they bump into? When did the Uchiha have such a young genius? There was some remorse in their hearts, but they knew that they had no way out. So they endured the severe pain and attacked Yuta from 2 directions, one in front and the other behind. Didn't I just say it? You two don't stand a chance. Yuta easily used his taijutsu to fight against them, and it didn't take long for the 2 ninjas, who were already injured, to be defeated. Just now, I've been wanting to find someone to try some painful genjutsus. You two are a good target. The corners of his mouth twitched and formed a smile, and his voice was like the whisper of a demon. Don't worry, it'll just be a little painful. Capítulo 17, Orochimaru's Defection Event. Having easily dealt with 2 chunins from Aimgakure, Yuta didn't feel any surprise. On the one hand, it was because the 2 of them were already seriously injured by his genjutsu. On the other hand, his taijutsu practiced with Guy and Sharingan's insight played a big role on the battle. He could easily deal with 2 injured chunins. But in the eyes of the caravan gang, it was naturally completely different. A child less than 10 years old defeated 2 chunins alone. How could he defeat them so easily? That's 2 chunins. How old is he? As expected of Konoha's genius, it's just different. The caravan leader became even more cautious, for fear that he would be hated by Konoha's genius ninja because of his previous contempt. It was Guy who had the least reaction. After all, he had long recognized the talent of Yuta. However, after seeing Yuta use the 2 Tomo Sharingan, he couldn't help but be shocked. As for the reason for Sharingan's upgrade, Guy didn't exactly know it. Guy thought it was a breakthrough in the fight. Only Yuta knew that his Sharingan was upgraded to 2 Tomo because of his disgust for the daimyo. The daimyo does various things just for the sake of his own pleasure. Unbridled, unrestrained Aimgakure ninjas. Poor people. Hordes of thieves. No wonder pain can be bred on this land. The caravan continued to rush towards the capital of the Land of Rain. And here by the woods where the brief battle took place, an invisible vortex appeared in the air, and a figure wearing a spiral mask appeared out of thin air. There was also a strange creature that was half black and half white growing on the ground. Aren't we going to get in touch with him? Aren't we trying to attract potential Uchihas to join us to enrich our strength? White Zetsu on the left half said with a smile. Well, I don't need him for now. Abaido said as he looked at the passing team. Originally, I was more interested in Itachi, who graduated early. Now it seems that this Yuta, who has awakened the 2 Tomo Sharingan, is also a genius. Saying this, Abaido's figure disappeared in the vortex again. Let's go and get in touch with Itachi first. It's time to give him a little stimulation so that he can awaken his Sharingan. I finally left the Land of Rain. Once again stepping into the Land of Fire, Yuta couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of security in his heart. The mission had been completed. After the daimyo's supplies were escorted in place, he and Guy were even received by the daimyo. They even stayed in the capital of the Land of Rain for a few days. Compared to the rest of the dilapidated Land of Rain, the capital was very prosperous. In particular, a special service industry could be seen everywhere. But after seeing so many impoverished people and killing so many bandits on the way, Yuta didn't want to stay in the Land of Rain any longer. He feared that he wouldn't be able to control himself, and he might cut off the daimyo's head. Also, the Land of Rain is indeed too dangerous. Hanzo, Pain Abaido, Kakuzu Sasori. All of these people are beyond his league right now. Fortunately, none of them were encountered, and the mission ended safely. Yuta, you are too careful. Guy laughed and patted Yuta on the shoulder and said, It's just a B-rank escort mission. The Land of Rain is not a big country. What dangerous enemies can we encounter? Yuta rolled his eyes and said nothing. He was most likely the one with the deepest knowledge of the ninja world at present. The Land of Rain is definitely one of the most dangerous places in the current ninja world, and considering the number of powerhouse there, it is not much inferior to the 5 major hidden villages. However, fortunately, he had returned to the Land of Fire and was mostly safe now. Not only that, this trip also allowed him to successfully awaken the 2 Tomo Sharingan, and his strength had improved a lot. From this point of view, he would like to thank the daimyo of the Land of Rain. He took a look at the system panel. Comprehensive strength, Chunin middle. Sharingan pupil power, LV2, 55,500. Chakra, LV2, 100,500. After awakening the 2 Tamo Sharingan, his amount of chakra nearly doubled. Coupled with his arsenal of so many fire-release ninjutsus, genjutsus, as well as his rapidly improving taijutsu with the help of daily sparring with Guy, his current overall strength was not bad among Chunin-level ninjas. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, he can now barely open Upto the 3rd gate. Even against a Jonin, with the 8 inner gates, he can last for a while. At 8 years old, this level of strength. Compared to when the system was not activated half a year ago, his strength had seen some drastic changes. But in this dangerous ninja world, a Chunin is nothing. He still needs to grow for a period of time. At least with the strength of a Jonin, he can barely protect himself in the ninja world. However, he had been worried that he might encounter danger in the Land of Rain, but he didn't. After entering the Land of Fire, he encountered an emergency. In a wood, Yuta and Guy met several Anbu wearing animal masks. One of the Anbu was wearing a wolf face mask, and he saw Yuta and Guy. He came directly and ordered, "As Chief Anbu, I am enlisting a Konoha ninja who is currently not undertaking a mission to join me in pursuit of the rebel Orochimaru." Capitulo 18, Blocking Orochimaru. Yuta and Guy looked at each other. Lord Orochimaru defected. This was Might thought. Orochimaru just defected now. This was Yuta's thought. Orochimaru has remained largely unknown since the 4th Hokage's campaign. After the Nine Tails Rebellion, almost nothing was heard about Orochimaru. So much so that Yuta forgot that Orochimaru was a Konoha ninja until now. Lord Anbu, did you make a mistake? Guy was incoherent and found it unbelievable. How could Lord Orochimaru defect? Isn't he a disciple of Lord Hokage? Exactly. Orochimaru is someone who once even ran for the position of the 4th Hokage. Orochimaru would be the 4th Hokage if it weren't for the rise of Minato. Even without becoming the Hokage. In the current Konoha, Orochimaru is a figure second only to Sarutobi Hiruzen and several counselor elders. Orochimaru could be said to be an absolute higher-up. This kind of person actually defected. Orochimaru used the villagers and ninjas of the village to conduct human experiments. After this was revealed that he was forced to rebel. You will hear about it when you return to Konoha. The wolf-face masked Konoha Anbu, the eldest son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sarutobi Shinosuke said coldly. Regarding Orochimaru's defection, his father was probably heartbroken, and he might even have let Orochimaru run away because he couldn't bear to kill him. But for him, this was a good thing. In the Konoha power level, now there was one less person with a higher position than him. There was also one less contender for the Hokage position. And this time, if he succeeds in taking down Orochimaru, his prestige in the village will be greatly enhanced. He will be one step closer to becoming the 5th Hokage in the future. I don't have time to say more. Let's go to stop Orochimaru now. We can't let the other party leave the Land of Fire, Sarutobi Shinosuke said coldly. Seeing that Guy wanted to obey the order, Yuta became anxious and said quickly, "Orochimaru is one of the Sannin. How can we deal with him? Also, I have never heard that the Chief Anbu has the power to recruit Konoha ninjas. Is Guy crazy? That's Orochimaru. Is he someone that the 2 of them can handle with their current strength? Even if Guy opens 6th gate, he can only stall Orochimaru for a while at most. Orochimaru has been seriously injured, and his strength is not inexhaustible," Sarutobi Shinosuke said, looking at Yuta with killing intent in his eyes. "As for whether I have the power to recruit you, what do you know? Will you too take responsibility if a dangerous rebel like Orochimaru escapes? The Chief Anbu is not the Hokage, and has no power to recruit idle Konoha ninjas. But in the face of the great feat of killing Orochimaru, Sarutobi Shinosuke couldn't care less. Not to mention, who would dare not listen to him? If the other party still refused, and the pursuit of Orochimaru fails in the future, the responsibility for the failure will be shared. Yuta, if we really meet Orochimaru, you can leave the battle to me and you can just step aside. Guy grinned. Although he has just been promoted to Jonin, he wants to fulfill his share of responsibilities. On one side was Sarutobi Shinosuke's murderous gaze, and on the other side Guy said so. Although Yuta was full of reluctance, there was nothing he could do. While scolding Sarutobi Shinosuke for being insane, he complained about Guy's rash decision. Subsequently, the Anbus were divided into two groups. Sarutobi Shinosuke led one team. Yuta and Guy followed the other team, and went in two directions to flank a secret stronghold ahead. Ahead, at a secret base underground. A team of Anbu had already bursted in. The following two teams were lurking in two directions around the stronghold, waiting for the result. Suddenly, there was a burst of explosions in the underground stronghold. The ground collapsed, and smoke flew everywhere. A figure covered in blood rushed out of the underground stronghold and fled in the direction where Sarutobi Shinosuke's team was lurking. Chase! An Anbu on Yuta's side gave an order and immediately chased forward. Yuta, you stay here. I'll come back to you when the battle is over. Guy gave a quick command. The other Anbus didn't care either. For them, the strength of a Jonin Guy was important. And Yuta, a child, was dispensable to them, and it didn't matter even if he didn't follow them. Soon, the Anbus on Yuta's side, and Guy chased towards the depths of the woods ahead. Yuta was left alone, waiting in place. Just when the figures of a group of people disappeared from sight. In the collapsed underground stronghold, the figure of Orochimaru suddenly came out. Even though he was seriously injured and his left shoulder was still bleeding, Orochimaru still retained his demeanor. Seeing the Anbu who was thrown away by him, Orochimaru laughed. Before he was hit by the Anbu, he had used the Orochimaru-style substitution technique. And his body remained in the debris. In addition, he had made an earth clone, which was disguised as the main body. It climbed out and then escaped from the stronghold, attracting all the Anbu who were chasing him. With a little trick, this group of idiots were lured away. Just when Orochimaru was about to flee in the other direction, Yuta, who was waiting on the spot, and Orochimaru's eyes met. The air seemed to be frozen. Capítulo 19. Using 8 inner gates for the first time in real combat. What sin did I commit in my past life? Why is this happening? For a while, only this thought remained in Yuta's mind. Obviously, he had gone to the dangerous land of rain, and nothing happened. On the contrary, after returning to the land of fire, he met the rebel Orochimaru. He was also forcibly pulled by Sarutobi Shinosuke to block Orochimaru together. It might have been better if the Anbu had just fought Orochimaru directly here. He's just a genin after all. If he hid, almost no one would care. However, Orochimaru led the group of Anbu and Guy away. He's the only one left here. Ho 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 ho, what a poor child. Orochimaru took out a kunai unhurriedly. He licked it with his long tongue and stared at Yuta with a stern gaze. According to his expectations, the previous Earth clone should be able to buy him about 2 or 3 minutes. It's only been a while now. What's more, the opponent was just a child, and it wouldn't take much effort to deal with him. Let me guess why a kid like you appeared here. You should have bumped into that guy Sarutobi Shinosuke, and you were probably forcefully pulled over. Turning his head, Orochimaru understood the situation. That fellow Shinosuke, I'm afraid his eyes have turned red. He probably wants to kill me and get some merit, right? Looks like he doesn't have a brain. Even if he kills me and makes a great contribution, how can he be the Hokage with his meager strength? He spoke in a leisurely manner, ignoring Yuta, who was on the opposite side. Never mind. Orochimaru shook his head, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. How can a brat like you understand what I am saying? I do understand. While his mind was racing, Yuta opened his mouth. He just wants to kill Senior and make great achievements, thereby enhancing his prestige and paving the way for becoming the Hokage. Oh. Orochimaru became interested. He took a closer look at Yuta's appearance and suddenly recalled something. I remember that about half a year ago, there were 2 first-year little guys of the Uchiha clan who graduated early and became a genin. One named Uchiha Yuta and the other named Uchiha Itachi. I wonder which one you are. I am Uchiha Yuta. Yuta spoke slowly, stalling for as much time as possible. I have some interesting news on my side. Senior should be interested in this piece of news. I went to the Land of Rain on a mission before and heard a rumor by chance. Some people say that a mercenary organization named Akatsuki in the Land of Rain has a leader who possesses the legendary Rinnegan. As the words fell, and Orochimaru's pupils shrank. Rinnegan, the eyes of the legendary sage of 6 paths. Does such a thing really exist? No, this news was just said by the kid across from him. That's not right, why would he tell him this? With Orochimaru's cleverness, he reacted immediately. You're telling me this to delay for time and let those Anbu come back. Well, let me think about it. You seem to be thinking more than that. You're worried that if you just let me go, or if you run away, you will be blamed by that guy Saruto by Shinosuke. So you can't escape, and you can't just let me go. You can only delay for time here. Thinking of this, Orochimaru's eyes revealed a surprised look. What a smart kid. I'm very interested in you. How about it? Are you interested in defecting with me? Being told the truth, cold sweat dripped down Yuta's forehead. Senior is joking. Really, what a pity. Orochimaru sighed, and his eyes instantly became sharp. There's still a minute left, and since that's the case, I can only kill you. Countless alarm bells sounded in Yuta's heart, and a sense of crisis swelled in his mind like a huge red exclamation mark. He used the 8 inner gates without hesitation. The first gate, opening gate, open. The second gate, gate of rest, open. The third gate, gate of life, open. His body immediately turned red, his chakra soared, and an invisible wave of air swept around. 8 inner gates. Orochimaru lost his voice. Regarding this forbidden technique, after the death of Might Dai in battle, all well-informed ninjas of Konoha knew about it. With the power of a genin, after the 8 gates were fully opened, Dai confronted Kirigakir's 7 ninja swordsmen alone, and he even killed some of them. You have actually learned the 8 inner gates, and looking at you, you should have opened the 3rd gate. Orochimaru revealed a fiery look in his eyes. I've changed my mind, I'm going to leave with you. If such an excellent genius stays in Konoha, it would be a pity. After he takes this kid away and trains him a little, when the forbidden technique of living corpse reincarnation is completed, this kid will be the best vessel for him. Yuta even opened the 3rd gate and activated the 2 Tamo Sharingan at the start. With his current body, he could probably only keep the 3rd gate open for a minute. As long as Gai-sensei and those Ambus come back, he will be safe. Putting 2 fingers together in front of the mouth, a large amount of chakra spewed out. A huge fire dragon slammed directly towards Orochimaru. Fire release, fire dragon bullet technique. It seems that what you can use without a hand seal is not just the great fireball technique. Orochimaru unhurriedly formed some hand seals, and he used an earth release to block the fire dragon. The ferocious fire dragon slammed into the wall made by earth release. The wall collapsed, and the fire burst into the sky. It turns out that you are still thinking of using ninjutsu to provide hints to those idiots, so that they can come this way immediately. Orochimaru looked at the firelight, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Not only is he talented, he is also very smart, and he is not panicking in the face of a life and death crisis. It would be a pity for such a genius to be the material for the living corpse reincarnation technique. For a time, Orochimaru even had some admiration for Yuta's talent in his heart. But knowing that the time was running out, Orochimaru didn't delay any longer. He rushed towards Yuta like a cannonball. So fast. Yuta's pupils trembled. Relying on Sharingan's prediction and the speed of 8 inner gates 3rd gate, he managed to barely dodge. This is a seriously injured Orochimaru. If Orochimaru was in good condition, he would have been killed in seconds with just that one blow. 2 Tamo Sharingan, 8 years old. Orochimaru staggered towards Yuta, and he saw Yuta's Sharingan clearly. The fiery color in his eyes almost overflowed. 8 years old, 2 Tamo Sharingan, master of fire release, 8 inner gates. Such a genius. Whether he has made a sacrifice to living corpse reincarnation or taken as a subordinate, he must be taken away. Capitulo 20, Shocked Anbu. Damn it! Orochimaru cursed inwardly, gradually becoming anxious. Half a minute had passed, and he still hadn't captured this 8-year-old kid. Even if the other party is a genius, and his methods are great, he is still only 8 years old. Only half a year had passed since he had become a genin. But after Yuta opened the third gate, his speed and strength soared to the Jonin level in a short time. Coupled with the insight of the 2 Tamo Sharingan, he could predict Orochimaru's attacks in advance. And Orochimaru was already seriously injured before, and his strength was not as good as before. After all these things were added up, the result was that even though the difference in strength was obviously great, Orochimaru couldn't defeat Yuta in a short while. If the situation dragged on like this, and the Anbu rushed back to surround Orochimaru, the situation would be troublesome for him. Feeling anxious for a while, he used his uninjured right arm to punch Yuta. Hit! No, this touch. Orochimaru immediately realized that something was wrong and disturbed his chakra flow. Then he realized that he had just hit a tree. Genjutsu. When did that kid perform the genjutsu? He didn't even see him make any hand seals. This kid doesn't need a hand seal to use genjutsu as well. Wrong. The point is, he actually fell into a genjutsu. Orochimaru was horrified, not knowing what was wrong with him. An 8-year-old kid, even if he had the 2 Tamo Sharingan, shouldn't have been able to make him fall into a genjutsu. Yuta was also surprised, like Orochimaru. Seeing that the genjutsu, false surroundings technique was in effect, he was also a little stunned. He knew that Orochimaru's genjutsu resistance would become weaker in the future, but that was the case in the future. And he only had a 2 Tamo Sharingan. He was not Itachi, who has the main Jikaio Sharingan in the future. But Yuta still tried to use a genjutsu. Anyway, he didn't need a hand seal to cast it, and it was an instant thing. Unexpectedly, it was a success. Although Orochimaru quickly noticed the genjutsu and cracked it, it was still a success. Is Orochimaru's genjutsu resistance getting worse now? Yuta was puzzled. The other party was just defecting from Konoha, so the living corpse reincarnation technique had not been completed yet, right? Suddenly, Yuta thought of something. Before Orochimaru defected, he had left a curse mark on his disciple Mitarashi Anko, and that curse mark contained Orochimaru's soul fragment. That is to say, Orochimaru had already started to study souls before he defected, and he had even manipulated his own soul. He was indeed worthy of being a scientist. As Yuta thought so, his offensive did not stop at all, and he punched Orochimaru's left shoulder that had been injured before. Click! The sound of something cracking was heard. Feeling that the touch in his hand was wrong, Yuta immediately pulled back. Only then did he find that the part that was hit before had turned brown at this moment. It turned out that Orochimaru had used Earth Release, hardening in advance to defend against his attack. You little bastard! Orochimaru was annoyed for a while that he was actually caught in the genjutsu of an 8-year-old kid. If he hadn't been prepared the Earth Release in advance, he would have been unable to bear the punch he received just now. Just as he was about to rush forward, he heard some sound coming from behind. Turning his head to look, he saw that 2 kunai with detonating talismans tied to them had appeared behind him at some point. While scolding in his heart, he quickly used wind release to blow away the kunais. Turning back, he noticed that something hot was rushing to his face, and a fierce fire dragon slammed into him directly. Damn it! Orochimaru, who didn't want to be charred, relied on Earth Release to harden his whole body and rushed out of the fire dragon's range. His love and admiration of Yuta's talent that had arisen before was left behind, and Orochimaru's heart was filled with killing intent. Because of him being hit by a genjutsu, this kid caught the momentary gap and used such a combo. Before Yuta hit him with a punch, he threw kunais with detonating talismans behind him. When he was in a hurry to deal with it, Yuta used the fire dragon bullet technique and hit him directly. Even Orochimaru had to admit that Yuta's combo was beautiful. His condition was very miserable as of now. This was the first time he was being played around with so much by someone so young. Why should I fight you in close quarters? Orochimaru shook his head and smiled. He quickly formed a hand seal, and a huge water dragon rose from the ground and blasted towards Yuta. A simplified version of the water dragon bullet technique of the second Hokage. And when Yuta resisted with the fire dragon bullet technique, Orochimaru kept making hand seals. Earth release, earth flow river technique. The surrounding ground instantly turned into a turbulent mudslide. Yuta frowned and hurriedly jumped to the surrounding trees. The trees were knocked down and boulders were pulled, and he had to keep jumping away again. Orochimaru's arsenal of ninjutsu was definitely not small. If he competes in ninjutsu, his only advantage is that he does not need a hand seal, and his casting speed is faster. Jumping up and down the trees quickly, and dodging the mudslides under his feet, Yuta mobilized his chakra, wildly unleashing ninjutsus. One by one, the fire dragon bullet techniques sprayed towards Orochimaru. Bastard! It was only then that Orochimaru realized that there was a problem. He was on the run, and he couldn't afford to splurge his chakra. And Yuta only needs to hold him for a while, and there is no need for Yuta to be stingy with chakra when it comes to ninjutsu. Estimating the time in his heart, Orochimaru realized that by this time those Anbu should be back soon. No. He must leave quickly. Orochimaru's eyes widened, and his heart exploded with anger. He couldn't even take down an 8-year-old kid in 1 minute. This kind of thing is even more humiliating than being given the title of Sannin after being defeated in the hands of Hanzo. But at this time, he didn't have time to care about anything else, and Orochimaru immediately planned to leave. Not far away, a figure with white hair rushed over first, and electric light wrapped around his body. He rushed straight towards Orochimaru. Hadate Kakashi. Immediately behind him was Guy, who had already opened the 6th gate and was covered in green light. It's safe. Seeing Kakashi and Guy arrive, Yuta finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, the time limit for the 8 inner gates had also been reached. The skyrocketing chakra disappeared, the enormous power and speed disappeared, and only extreme exhaustion remained. Soon, in the woods, a large group of Anbu arrived. Looking at the messy ground here, they noticed that there were mostly burning marks of fire release here. They looked up again and saw Yuta, who had just exited the 8 inner gates state. A group of Anbu were amazed and found it hard to understand. This battlefield was this kid fighting with Orochimaru. This 8-year-old kid actually managed to hold Orochimaru back. Isn't he actually an 8-year-old genin who just graduated half a year ago? Capítulo 21, Yuta becomes famous. Facing the combination of Kakashi and Guy, plus a large number of Anbu assisting, even Orochimaru was no match for them. What's more, Orochimaru was already injured. The previous battle with Yuta also consumed a lot of his chakra. Even Yuta doubted whether Orochimaru could escape this wave. But Orochimaru is Orochimaru after all. He summoned multiple snakes and left a clone to attract the firepower, and he escaped quietly through earth release. Uchiha Yuta, I will remember you. The clone left by Orochimaru left such a sentence before it was destroyed. His voice was cold and majestic, but there was some playfulness in it as well. Yuta's face was expressionless. In his heart, he cursed his bad luck. He stumbled upon this disastrous situation unexpectedly. But he didn't regret taking the chance to intercept Orochimaru. At that time, he had no other choice. He could either let Orochimaru leave or just run away. If he had run away, he might have easily been killed by Orochimaru. Or maybe he would later be punished by Sarutobi Shinosuke. Yuta, sorry. After the battle was over, Guy stopped using the 8 inner gates and said apologetically, I was too hasty on my side. I was led away by Orochimaru, and I put you in danger. Yuta rolled his eyes weakly. The aftermath of the 8 inner gates hadn't been resolved yet, and he didn't even want to move now. In his opinion, he and Gut shouldn't have been involved in blocking Orochimaru. It's not their job. It's that old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen who let Orochimaru go, and it's the Anbu's job to chase Orochimaru. Hearing Guy's words, the Anbus on the side were embarrassed. They were distracted by Orochimaru's little tricks, and a group of Anbu, were toyed with by Orochimaru. Instead, Yuta, an 8-year-old kid, stopped Orochimaru abruptly until they hurried back. However, even so, they couldn't keep Orochimaru. With this comparison, they felt even more embarrassed. Sarutobi Shinnosuke even had a dark face. After Orochimaru ran through Earth Release, he was now completely missing. The great credit for chasing down Orochimaru could be regarded as just slipping through his hands. The responsibility for the failure of the pursuit will most likely rest on him. For a while, he felt resentful, thinking that it would be fine if Yuta had let Orochimaru leave. In this case, there would be someone who could carry the responsibility off his shoulders. But now, not only is there no way to blame Yuta, the other party even blocked Orochimaru with all his strength until they came back. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Shinnosuke felt a little tired. When he looked at Yuta, his expression turned even worse. Kakashi tried to get a ninja dog to track Orochimaru's scent, but after failing, he gave up the attempt. He turned around and came to Yuta's side with a curious look on his face. At your age, you can actually stop Orochimaru for so long. How did you do it? I mainly delayed by talking for a long time, and then relied on the 8 inner gates to hold on. Yuta moved his body reluctantly and found that his whole body was sore, so he simply lied down. Thank you, Kakashi-senpai. If you had arrived a little later, the time of the 8 inner gates would be over. As a student of Guy, he and Kakashi had dealt with each other many times, and they were familiar with each other. 8 inner gates. Kakashi was a little surprised. He knew that Yuta followed Guy for high-intensity workouts every day. But he didn't know that Yuta had learned the 8 inner gates. Yuta is now able to last more than a minute with the 3rd gate open. Guy showed his thumbs and proudly said, after opening the 3rd gate, Yuta is even able to fight a Jonin for a short time. Whoa! These words were like boulders thrown into the calm lake of the Anbu's heart. They all knew about the forbidden 8 inner gates, the strength of this forbidden technique, and the difficulty of learning it. It takes day after day of exercise to be able to use this technique and gain the excess explosive strength at the critical moment. Some people in the Anbu had also tried to learn the 8 inner gates before, but they basically all failed. Even Kakashi could only open the first 2 gates at most. And Yuta, an 8-year-old kid, can actually open the 3rd gate. Not to mention, according to Guy, this kid can match a Jonin after opening the 3rd gate. Doesn't that mean that the other party basically already has the strength of a Jonin? A group of Anbu looked at each other. Many people felt ashamed. To be able to last against a Jonin for a short period of time, many Anbu do not have this ability. Many Anbu are just Chunin. Well, it looks like you will be famous after returning to Konoha, Kakashi said. Indeed. After returning to Konoha, and after the Anbu hand in the pursuit report, the news of the battle will spread quickly. Uchiha Yuta stopped Orochimaru for more than a minute. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so shocked that he could barely hold the pipe in his mouth. He looked at his eldest son in front of him. Indeed. Sarutobi Shinnosuke said reluctantly. His Sharingan has already reached the 2 Tamo stage, and he has a bunch of fire release and genjutsus up his sleeve. He can even open the 3rd gate, and Orochimaru was even already injured. However, Orochimaru probably didn't take him seriously at first, so Yuta was able to delay for enough time. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slowly. He got up and walked to the window. Looking at Konoha outside the window, the light and shadow in his eyes changed. Root base. He stalled Orochimaru for over a minute. 8 years old, Chunin level, 8 inner gates. Shimura Danzo's only left eye became sharp, and he pressed the subordinate in front of him. After getting another affirmative answer from his subordinate, Danzo finally believed it. Uchiha Yuta, and that Uchiha Itachi, the Uchiha clan is getting stronger and stronger. Similar scenes occurred in various places in Konoha. Many ninja clans leaders were full of emotion after learning about this record. Some of them even said Yuta's talent was almost not weaker than that of Kakashi, who was a 6-year-old Chunin. At the gate of Konoha village, Itachi walked in with a dazed face. He had awakened his Sharingan, but he was not as happy as he thought he would be. When going out on a mission, his team was attacked by a masked monster. To protect him, one of his teammates died in front of him. And he also successfully awakened a one-tamo Sharingan. Uchiha Sharingan. Itachi stroked his eyes, and a feeling of hatred arose in his heart. Really, the power of evil. Suddenly, he thought of something. There was some expression on his face. He hurried back to the Uchiha clan land and ran in the direction of Yuta's house without even going home. Capítulo 22, Embarrassed Itachi. Regarding the discussion about him in Konoha, Yuta didn't pay attention to it at all. Now he just wanted to stay in Konoha, at least until he had the strength of a Jonin. The ninja world is too dangerous. He thought he would encounter pain, Hanzo, Abido, etc., but he didn't. But encountering Orochimaru, who had just rebelled, was a surprise for him. Regarding the encounter with Orochimaru, Yuta wanted to keep it a secret from Izumi's family, as he didn't want them to worry. But he was helpless as the news spread from Fugaku to the ears of other clansmen, and then Izumi's family knew about it. They didn't feel proud, but rather scared for a while. Especially Izumi. She grabbed Yuta and turned him over and over for a while to check his body for injuries. Then she finally felt relieved, after confirming that there was nothing missing. I finally understand why, Yuta, you always say that the ninja world is too dangerous, Izumi said with lingering fears. It was obviously just a B rank mission, with no difficulty, but Yuta inexplicably had to block Orochimaru. That Mr. Anbu is too unreasonable, forcing Yuta to do such a dangerous thing. After listening to Yuta's entire experience, Izumi said angrily. That's indeed the case. Yuta said so in his heart, but he still coughed twice. Be careful, you can say this kind of thing at home, but don't say it outside. Also, now, you should obey me obediently, don't think about graduating early. I can guide you to improve your strength. I'll strive to make you reach the level of a Jonin by the time you graduate at the age of 12, and then you will barely have the strength to protect yourself. Izumi opened her mouth and seemed startled. 12-year-old Jonin, how can I do it? The Hadate Kakashi that her ninja school's teachers often talked about became a Jonin at the age of 12. I believe in your potential, Yuta said seriously. On the night of genocide in the original book, the 13-year-old Izumi's Sharingan had reached the 3-tamo level. It can be seen that Izumi's talent is very good. Coupled with his daily training, having Jonin-level strength at the age of 12 should be doable. Just when Izumi said with a bitter face that she couldn't do it, there was a knock on Yuta's door suddenly. When Yuta went out, he saw a little red face, and that person was slightly panting. It seemed that it was Itachi, who had come running over. Yuta, please have a spar with me. As he spoke, Itachi activated his Sharingan, which he had just awakened. After he previously lost to Yuta in ninja school, he had been thinking about a rematch every day. He wanted to fight Yuta again after awakening the Sharingan. But while he was waiting excitedly, Yuta shook his head and refused. I'm sorry, I already have a 2-tamo Sharingan. As he spoke, he used his Sharingan. Itachi opened his mouth wide and looked at the 2 tomos in Yuta's right and left eyes respectively. He felt like a basin of cold water was being poured on his head. The restlessness before was instantly extinguished. Without saying a word, he left in despair, not even noticing the Izumi who was peeking out of Yuta's house. Back home, when Itachi saw Hiya's lovely younger brother who was rushing towards him, he came back to his senses, and his mood became much better. Big brother, I heard that big brother Yuta who graduated with you seems to have had a fight with some kind of snake. Sasuke, who was less than 3 years old, said what he had heard from his father. Snake. Itachi was a little surprised. What snake? When you were not in the village, Orochimaru rebelled because his human experiments were brought to light. Fugaku came out and said. As for what Sasuke said about Yuta, Yuta participated in the operation to block Orochimaru. I heard that he also blocked Orochimaru for a few minutes and successfully dragged the battle until the Anbu arrived. Although he relied on a forbidden technique, many people say that he still has the strength of a Chunin without relying on the forbidden technique. As the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, he was proud of such a genius emerging among his people. Intercept Orochimaru, Chunin's strength. Itachi's expression froze again. The joy that he had firmly suppressed from awakening his Sharingan before had completely disappeared at this moment. After the Orochimaru incident, Yuta resumed his day-to-day practice. And he also told Guy that he hoped to take missions that were in the Land of Fire as much as possible in the future. Perhaps because of the guilt of the past, Guy directly agreed. On the contrary, Itachi awakening the Sharingan at the age of 8 was also spread. In Konoha, there was another small stir. Some people even called Yuta and Itachi together as the Uchiha twins. But this had no effect on Yuta. After this, Yuta's life became monotonous. He trained daily, guided Izumi in training daily, and occasionally went out to do a mission. However, he never encountered such a troublesome thing as the Orochimaru incident again. Yuta was also relieved a lot. This day, Yuta was on the training ground of the Uchiha clan, guiding Izumi's daily training. A young man with long black hair and sharp eyebrows walked towards him. Uchiha Yuta. Hearing the sound, Yuta noticed that the tone of the person coming here didn't seem to be very good. Yuta became puzzled as he hadn't done anything recently, right? Turning his head, he found that the person approaching was Uchiha Tekka. When he graduated early, Fugaku said that he would be assigned a mentor jonin from the Uchiha clan as well. He said that if he had any problem in training, he could ask the other party for advice when he had time. But since graduating early, he doesn't seem to have gone to Uchiha Hogan even once at all. Senior Tekka. Yuta greeted politely. There's no need to be so polite. Tekka waved his hand and got to the point directly. The clan leader arranged for me to be your mentor jonin, and I should also fulfill my responsibilities. However, you kid never came to me once, so I could only come to you myself. I heard that the jonin the village arranged for you, Might Guy, is only good at taijutsu. How is your performance in other fields, especially the Sharingan? Seeing this, Yuta felt like he probably understood the other party's intention. Maybe because he hadn't asked him for advice, he was worried that he was wasting his talent. He thought that he might have not focused on the Sharingan right. So, Tekka probably came this time to investigate his progress. Capítulo 23, Senior Tekka, what can you teach me? On the training field. If I find out that you are not good at using the Sharingan, I will train you harshly in the future. Tekka activated his 3 Tomo Sharingan and said. In his opinion, the Uchiha clan, who have the Sharingan, should focus on the Sharingan and give full play to the Sharingan's abilities. Specifically in taijutsu, the correct way is to rely on Sharingan's insight and lean towards a technical style of taijutsu. Not like that Might Guy. A rough brute that relies on strength and speed to win. This time, the reason he came to Yuta, specifically, was because he was worried that Yuta would take the wrong path and waste his talent. The talent of the Uchiha clan cannot be buried. Yuta's expression was serious, and he used his Sharingan directly. 2 pitch-black tomos slowly rotated in both of his eyes, and his muscles moved slightly. Is it only to this extent? Tekka was a little disappointed in his heart. He used his Sharingan to easily predict Yuta's actions and dodged to the side. However, in the next second, Yuta's movements were smooth and natural, and he had already predicted where Tekka would dodge to. Then he attacked that place. This! Tekka exclaimed directly, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Seeing Yuta's fists getting closer and closer to him, Tekka relied on the speed of an elite jonin to withdraw at a high speed and retreat. Feeling the fist wind across his cheeks and a burning sensation on his face, he became ashamed. How did you do it just now? With his face flushed red, Tekka asked a little aggrievedly. Just now, if he was just an ordinary jonin, he might not have been able to escape. Yuta explained patiently. Firstly, the fake action was based on Sharingan's insight, which made Seiner make mistakes in prediction. These are the experiences of Gai-sensei. Then, the reason why I could estimate the position of the senior was also due to the experiences taught by Gai-sensei. Tekka looked a little surprised. Oh, does Might Guy also have experience against the Sharingan? This level of experience is impossible to get by fighting Yuta, who just has a 2-tome Sharingan. Guy-sensei often spars against Senior Kakashi, and he has a lot of combat experience against the 3-tomo Sharingan. Yuta explained. So it's Hadate Kakashi. Tekka suddenly nodded. That guy is amazing. As an outsider, he was able to upgrade our Sharingan from 2-tomo to 3-tomo. The corners of Yuta's mouth slightly twitched. Your feelings of admiration for Kakashi is not because he became a Jonin at the age of 12, but because upgraded the Sharingan without being an Uchiha. No wonder there are always people who think Uchiha's ninjas are arrogant. But this arrogance is not a disadvantage. It is normal to be proud of one's own bloodline limit. What followed was another set of simple physical exercises. Tekka controlled his speed and strength, and for a while he had a hard time dealing with Yuta. Okay, let's stop here. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Tekka hurriedly stopped. Overall, it looks like you have learned some fighting techniques from Might Guy, and then you have indirectly learned how to deal with the Sharingan from him, which is good. Tekka nodded with satisfaction. In the beginning, many Uchihas were a little resentful when they learned that Yut's mentor Jonin was a young man who had just become a Jonin and was only good at taijutsu. They felt that the village didn't value their Uchiha's genius. Now it seemed that the Jonin arranged by the village for Yuta was a good choice. Then, let's examine your level of ninjutsu and genjutsu, Tekka said with confidence. In his opinion, Guy was only good at taijutsu, and there should be no way for him to give Yuta any guidance in these 2 aspects. If Yuta wants to improve his attainment in these 2 aspects, he will still have to find him. Suddenly, Tekka found the little girl named Izumi beside him, and she looked at him a little strangely. As if, with a sense of pity. Shaking his head, he dispelled this inexplicable thought. On Izumi's side, she and Yuta were mostly together, and she fully understood Yuta's level of ninjutsu and genjutsu. Every ninjutsu and genjutsu could be learned by Yuta by just reading the scroll once, and he could even perform them without any hand seals. Tekka wants to investigate Yuta's progress. Isn't he just trying to humiliate himself? Next, Izumi saw Yuta directly use fire release and genjutsu without any hand seals. On the other hand, Tekka was speechless, and his mouth was wide open. You can perform these without a hand seal, Tekka stammered. He thought that Yuta was able to use the great fireball technique without any hand seals just because he was too skilled in that particular technique. Well, as I said at the beginning, as long as you can precisely control the flow of chakra in your body when you use a ninjutsu, you don't need a hand seal, Yuta said. When he graduated early, he had already explained why he could use the great fireball technique to Fugaku and the others. Tekka, if it weren't for the fact that so many people had tried and failed, he might have believed it too. Even Shisui couldn't use the simple great fireball technique without hand seals. Senior Tekka, what else needs to be tested? Yuta said politely. Nothing else for the time being. Tekka's face turned hot, and he felt ashamed. He was excited to find Yuta and test his progress, but this was the result. Looking at Yuta's expression, he felt that he was asking him what else he could teach him. Tekka's brain ran fast, thinking frantically. Otherwise, he would have no other choice than to step down today. You still need to learn some skills about the use of Sharingan in taijutsu. After thinking for a while, Tekka straightened his expression and said with a serious face, Hadate Kakashi, after all, only knows some techniques that he pondered by himself, and it can't be compared to the skills handed down by our ancestors from generation to generation. Also, I saw that you were not particularly good at genjutsu, and there is still room for improvement. I will teach you all of these later. Yuta nodded politely and requested for more advice. Capítulo 24, Taking the Chunin Exam Alone. 2 years later. Chunin Exam. Well, Lord Hokage wants you both to take the Chunin exam this time. Fugaku said to Yuta and Itachi in front of him. He wants you to say yes, and he wants to use this to boost Konoha's prestige. Hearing this, Yuta laughed disdainfully. Does Konoha still have such a thing as prestige? Fugaku closed his eyes and became speechless, and Itachi frowned slightly and tried to refute him. They all knew what Yuta was talking about. A few months ago, Kumagakure's ninjas came to Konoha to sign a peace agreement. But the leader of the mission took the opportunity to kidnap Hyuga Hinata. Then he was killed on the spot by Hinata's father, Hyuga Hayashi. After that, Kumagakure said that Konoha had wrongfully killed the leader of the mission and asked Konoha to hand over the murderer. In the end, under the arrangement of the senior officials of Konoha and the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hisashi committed suicide in place of his elder brother, and his body was given to Kumagakure. That's how it ended. But there are no impervious walls in the world. Even though Konoha covered up the matter a lot, it still spread. After that, Konoha's prestige naturally plummeted. They were bullied so miserably, and they even killed their own residents to please the other party. Anyone would look down on Konoha. Anyway, what Lord Hawkage means is that he hopes you too can take the Chunin exam alone and do your best. At that time, many nobles and daimyos will come to watch. This is an opportunity to enhance the prestige of Konoha. Fugaku said with a straight face and made no other comments. Yuta nodded yes, then prepared to leave Fugaku's house with a blank face. Yuta. Suddenly, Itachi in the back stopped Yuta and said, Lord Hawkage also has his own difficulties. If he doesn't do that, the war will break out and more people will die. Compared to war, a person's sacrifice is worth it. HMPH. Yuta activated his Sharingan directly and turned around. He stared at Itachi behind him and said, I was just wondering, does the death of Hyuga Hisashi fit the will of fire? Having said that, he closed his eyes and deactivated the Sharingan. He calmed down his ups and downs and left directly. This guy's pupil power has become stronger again. Itachi sighed at Yuta's pupil power. He didn't care what Yuta said. For him, war was the most tragic thing in the world. To avoid war, Hyuga Hisashi's sacrifice was worth it, and this was the true meaning of the will of fire. Back home, Yuta checked the system panel. Host Uchiha Yuta. Age 10 years old. Comprehensive strength, Chunin strong. Sharingan pupil power, LV2, 480-500. Chakra, LV2, 450-500. Chakra attribute, fire. Talent, Indra bloodline, monster physique. The pupil power has grown a little more. Yuta stroked his eyes. When he saw it before, the pupil power was still 470. Because he was disgusted by what Itachi said before, his pupil power increased by 10 points. Itachi, this person, has become even more crooked. Considering what he said before, it's no wonder that he can kill his father and mother in the future. And Naruto by Hiruzen and the will of fire. In a word, disgusting. Finally I am not far from a Jonin. Yuta shook his head, dispelling the thoughts in his mind. He didn't expect that it would take so long to upgrade from a Chunin to a Jonin. Thinking about it too, Kakashi was a genin at 5 years old, and he became a Chunin at 6 years old. But it took him another 6 years to be promoted to a Jonin at the age of 12. This was because he was dragged down by his physical development. With my current strength that is infinitely close to a Jonin, when the Chunin exam is over, my comprehensive strength should probably be able to upgrade to the level of a Jonin. Yuta couldn't help but look forward to what new talent the system would analyze then. Hyuga clan. We Hyuga must send someone to take the Chunin exam this time. The elder of the Hyuga clan said firmly. He had already heard that the twin stars of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yuta and Uchiha Itachi, were selected by the third Hokage to take the Chunin exam. If they Hyuga can't even come up with a person who can compete with those two, how can they compare with the Uchiha clan? Who are you going to send? Hyuga Hayashi's face was expressionless, as if he didn't care about everything. His brother had died for him not long ago. He didn't care about all this mess now. Wuji, come in. The clan elder called out to the door. A young Hyuga ninja of 13 or 14 years old walked in. The Konoha ninja forehead protector was tied on his forehead, covering the caged bird pattern below. A young ninja named Hyuga Wuji, with a blank face, mechanically saluted the clan leader and clan elder. Wuji has had a reputation as a genius since he was a child. This time, he will take the Chunin exam and try to beat those Uchihas. The clan elder said, as if he had a great determination. For the Chunin exam, I can teach you the revolving heaven that only the main family can learn. This is your supreme honor. I hope you can remember the duty of a branch house member. Wuji's eyes suddenly had some radiance, but when he heard the following words, it quickly disappeared. He just nodded and said yes. Kumagakure. Darui, although you are the only one who will take the Chunin exam this time, you must come in first place. The fourth Raikage entrusted the 13-year-old boy in front of him. Darui was the most outstanding among Kumagakure's younger generation, and the junior he valued most. Darui was even a possible contender for the fifth Raikage's position. Understood, Lord Raikage, Darui replied lazily. His strength was close to that of a Jonin's, and he even had storm release bloodline limit. So, a little Chunin exam was easy for him. He wondered if there would be anyone in Konoha who could interest him. Well, work hard. It's best to win the first place with absolute strength. The fourth Raikage was also very confident in Darui's strength. Before, through the Hyuga incident, Konoha's prestige had been severely reduced. But that was not enough. With the help of this Chunin exam, he would let the whole ninja world have a look at the younger generation of ninjas. He would show them that Kumagakure was the strongest. Capitulo 25, just a warm-up. Konoha is really bustling. Darui, who had just arrived at Konoha, said with emotion. It's just a pity that Konoha's Hokage is a coward. A Kumo ninja next to him scoffed recklessly. He completely ignored the Konoha villagers and ninjas who were glaring at him. Say less. The blonde C reminded with a frown. Although he felt the same way, he couldn't say it directly on Konoha Street. The previous Kumo ninja pouted in disdain. They were Konoha's guests now, who would dare to take action against them. Were they not afraid that the Hyuga incident would repeat itself? See, I'm sorry for needing you to investigate the opponents that I might encounter in the exam. Darui scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly. He was the only one taking the Chunin exam this time. The two teammates were just following along. No problem, leave it to me, C said confidently. This time, Darui, your main opponent should be the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan. C talked about the information he had heard in Konoha. Among the Uchiha, two young ninjas called Twin Stars and a ninja from the Hyuga clan are your biggest competition. What the hell? The Kumo ninja, who had uttered wild words before, looked at the information recorded in his hand with disdain. The so-called Uchiha twins are just two 10-year-old kiddos. Is there no one Elise in the Uchiha clan? From my point of view, the one who deserves a little attention this time is just the ninja from the Hyuga clan. Darui carefully read the information in his hand, and he was relieved. He said lazily, it's boring, nothing to look forward to at all. Two 10-year-old kiddos, totally not worth caring about. As for the Hyuga ninja, with his initial mastery of the lightning release chakra mode, he didn't need to care about him. The first written test passed easily, and the second Death Forest test ended without any disturbance. Although the second game tested the overall strength of the team, with the strength of Yuta and Itachi, they both easily passed alone. By the time of the third exam, nobles and bigwigs from all over the whole ninja world came to watch. The clan leaders of the various ninja clans in Konoha also came to watch. Is there anyone worth paying attention to in this Chunin exam? I heard that there were two ninjas from the Uchiha clan, known collectively as the Twin Stars, and they both have participated. Huh, didn't I hear that those two were 10-year-old kiddos? Hey, what 10-year-old twin star? No wonder Konoha was bullied like that by Kumagakure, but they didn't dare to retaliate. I heard that Kumagakure only sent a ninja named Darui this time. I wonder how strong he is. It is said that Darui fought against a Jonin for a period of time without losing, and he even possesses a bloodline limit called Storm Release. Oh, that's amazing. It seems that the first place this time will be from Kumagakure. If Kumagakure, who only sent one person, wins the first place, I wonder how embarrassed Konoha will be. On the viewing stage, there was a lot of discussion. On the contrary, the clan leaders of the various ninja clans in Konoha sneered. Regarding Itachi, they didn't understand his specific strength. But Yuta. 2 years ago, he fought the injured Orochimaru for over a minute. In comparison, Darui, who was undefeated against a Jonin for a period of time, is nothing, right? On a huge open field. A white-haired Anbu acted as the referee this time. Yuta recognized who the other party was at a glance. That white hair was really recognizable. Kakashi's mask was pretty useless. The first exam, Kumagakure's Darui versus Konoha's Uchiha Yuta. Kakashi announced loudly. Yuta didn't expect that he would be the first to appear on stage. Moreover, he ran into the favorite to win the championship, the future 5th Raikage Darui. As he walked towards the center of the field, he tried to understand the thoughts of the village. Want me to use the 8 inner gates to instantly defeat the other party? Yuta was disdainful in his heart. Saruto by Hiruzen likes to do these silly little things. Since he wanted Kumagakure to be embarrassed, he let Darui fight first and even make the user of the 8 inner gates his opponent. At that time, even if Darui wins, he will be exhausted. After that, the village can naturally arrange for others to defeat Darui. But Yuta walked to the center of the field and stood opposite the lazy Darui. Having practiced with Guy for so long, he doesn't really need to rely on the 8 inner gates. As Kakashi said start, Yuta and Darui's expressions immediately turned sharp. Darui, who despised Yuta before, immediately gave up his contempt after feeling Yuta's chakra. Yuta's momentum was no weaker than his. It seems that this Chunin exam will not be as boring as I thought it would be. Darui moved his muscles and bones, and suddenly abandoned his previous laziness. Boom! The battle began. The two, attacking at full speed, collided with each other. Soon, a sound like a sonic boom was heard. There was an exclamation from the stands. Only the Jonins in the stands could see the movements of the two just now. His speed is very fast, and his strength is also very strong. Darui looked excited. A strong opponent. However, Darui didn't know why, but he felt a little strange when he collided with Yuta's arm just now. He didn't have any time to think about it. Facing Yuta, who was rushing up again, Darui quickly raised his speed to parry. Boom, booms, boom. Continuous explosions sounded in the air. It was very difficult to see the two figures. So fast. It's too fast to see clearly. That 10-year-old kid is so powerful. He is on equal footing with Kumagakure's Darui. Who has the upper hand now? The ordinary people in the stands looked very confused. The speed of Yuta and Darui was too fast, and they were completely unable to see the high-speed taijutsu battle. As expected, Yuta still has the upper hand, as expected of an Uchiha. In the stands, a Jonin from Konoha stared at Yuta for a while, and then he heaved a sigh of relief. He was of course uncomfortable with letting Kumagakure's ninja stand out on his own turf. So even if an Uchiha wins, it's acceptable. On the field, the two, who had been fighting at high speed for a while, temporarily separated. Darui gasped violently, with admiration in his eyes. There are really countless geniuses in Konoha. If you were the same age as me, I am afraid that I would not be your match. In the previous fight, he was actually suppressed by the other party. But if this is your limit, this battle will end now. As Darui said, he mobilized his chakra and used lightning release to stimulate his whole body. I promised Lord Raikage that I would take the first place. The blue lightning release chakra filled his whole body. This is the primary form of lightning release chakra mode. It enables the user to use lightning release chakra to activate and stimulate the whole body to improve strength, speed, and reflexes in all aspects. However, Yuta also grinned. Who told you that I used all my strength just now? As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and trousers, revealing the weight he was carrying underneath. It was just a warm-up just now. The real battle has just begun. Capitulo 26, Jonin level physical strength. What? He's just wearing some weight. I thought that this kid also had some special skills. Darui's teammates breathed a sigh of relief. C also felt relieved and said, however, at this age, he is able to suppress the normal state Darui with just taijutsu. So this Uchiha Yuta is really a genius. Rumble. Suddenly, the earth trembled like an earthquake had arrived. What's the matter? There's an earthquake. Darui's teammates stabilized their bodies and said blankly. No. C looked at the field below, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. It's that guy's weights. How much weight did this guy wear? Kakashi, who was acting as the referee on the field below, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. How the hell did Guy train him? This weight is too exaggerated. This guy. Darui, who had activated the lightning release chakra mode, cried out in astonishment. Only now did he understand why the previous collision felt wrong. It turns out it was because he had hit the other party's weight. On the opposite side, a figure rushed out from the smoke that was caused by the weight falling, and his speed was extremely fast. Boom! A powerful punch hit Darui. Darui raised his arms to block, but his body was still beaten back. What a powerful force! Feeling horrified in his heart, he looked up and saw the other party's scarlet eyes again. Sharingan. Quickly remembering the information about this bloodline limit, and being wary of the opponent's genjutsu, Darui immediately blocked his sight. Don't worry, I don't need genjutsu to win this fight. Yuta grinned and jumped into the air again. Boom! The ground burst. Darui jumped back hastily, his heart beating wildly. If he was hit just now, he probably would have lost his ability to fight again. But thinking of Yuta's words just now, Darui felt a burst of contempt in his heart. Saying that he doesn't need genjutsu this time, does it mean that he can defeat me without using any genjutsu? This kid is severely underestimating me. Darui's chakra surged wildly, and he quickly made some hand seals. Storm release, laser beam. Several streams of lightning blasted out towards Yuta. But Darui immediately saw a fire dragon on the other side, blocking the frontal thunder and lightning. Instant fire release ninjutsu. Darui became shocked again. Such a strong fire release ninjutsu was performed without a hand seal. It stands to reason that the stronger the ninjutsu, the more difficult it is to control the chakra flow, and the more it is necessary to form a hand seal. Without thinking about this, Darui looked at the thunderbolt that circled behind the opponent, and the corners of his mouth twitched. His storm release is a bloodline limit based on the combination of the lightning and water chakra nature transformations. It not only has the destructive power of lightning release, but it can also be easily controlled like water release. However, just when he thought that the lightning was going to hit Yuta, he saw that Yuta simply dodged it, as if he had seen it long ago. Just by listening to the sound of the wind, I can tell the direction and distance of the attack, Yuta said with a chuckle. This was also a teaching from Guy. To deal with high-speed battles, Guy didn't have the insight of the Sharingan, so he created his own method of listening to the wind. The two sides performed several ninjutsu confrontations. Although Darui's storm release was powerful, he was blocked by Yuta's fire release again and again. Darui's heart gradually sank. Ninjutsu, there is no way to suppress the opponent. Genjutsu, he doesn't even need to think about it at all. Taijutsu. Can I only rely on taijutsu to find a way to win? Darui felt a little heavy. Before he had time to think about the strategy of using taijutsu to fight, Yuta on the opposite side had already attacked. Rumbling ground-cracking sound. Dull body banging. Accompanied by the explosion of high-speed physical art breaking the air. In the air, Yuta's figure almost instantly disappeared. What a speed! Jonin is just like that, right? That Uchiha Yuta's taijutsu might not be inferior to me anymore. He's only 10 years old. Has he already opened the 8 inner gates? The Jonins in the stands were taken aback. At this moment, the physical strength of Yuta had completely reached the level of a Jonin. So many people were wondering if Yuta had used the forbidden technique, 8 inner gates. No. In the stands, Hyuga Hayashi activated his Byakugan and observed carefully. His chakra shows no signs of skyrocketing. Whoa! The surrounding Jonins buzzed. It is known that the chakra will skyrocket when the 8 inner gates are opened. And since that wasn't the case with Yuta now, that is to say, Yuta below is fighting in only his base state. He is only 10 years old. Kakashi was 12 years old when he became a Jonin. Although the other party had only reached the level of a Jonin in Taijutsu, he was not much weaker than a real Jonin. As expected of an Uchiha, I am looking forward to Yuta and Itachi's fight. I wonder how their fight will be now. The Uchiha ninjas who watched the battle were full of pride. This is a genius of their Uchiha clan. Moreover, in the Chunin exam, there was another genius who had not taken action yet. This time, the surrounding ninja clan's leaders were full of envy in their hearts. With such a genius, the Uchiha clan will thrive for the next few decades. On the field below, the two figures were fighting at high speed, and lightning and flames collided from time to time. But obviously, Darui was already at a disadvantage. So much so that Darui couldn't help but feel dazed in his heart. How should he defeat such an opponent? The other party suppressed him in almost all aspects. Even Yuta's chakra was not lower than him. Even if he stalls and fights a battle of attrition, he will not be able to win. Sorry, Lord Raikage, I may not be able to live up to your expectations. Thinking bitterly in his heart, Darui looked at Yuta on the opposite side, who knocked him out with a punch. Continuous punches and kicks hit his body. Even if his whole body was covered with lightning chakra, he still felt severe pain. Boom! His body fell to the ground. Yuta finally did not attack again. Looking up at the sky, Darui's mind went blank. The winner, Uchiha Yuta. Kakashi declared the winner. A tsunami-like sound resounded in the stands. Capitulo 27, Will of Fire and Caged Bird. Darui actually lost. Damn, I even bet on him being first place. That young man from the Uchiha clan is so powerful. He even defeated the genius of Kumagakure, who is 3 years older than him. As expected of the Uchiha clan, I wonder how strong the other Uchiha Itachi is. It seems that Konoha is still very powerful. Geniuses are born in large numbers in Konoha. As for Darui's two teammates, they were even more bitter at the moment. Darui was defeated in the first match. The third Hokage Saruto by Hiruzen, who was also in the stands, listened to the discussion from a distance and nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, it was the right choice to arrange Darui and Yuta to compete first. Kumagakure only sent Darui alone to Konoha to take the Chunin exam. He probably wanted to let Darui take the first place and increase Kumagakure's reputation while also decreasing Konoha's prestige. As a result, Darui was defeated in the first match of the third test. This time, Kumagakure will probably become a joke. And that's all thanks to him, the Hokage. With just a few tricks, Konoha's image was easily restored. Instead, what he didn't expect was Yuta's strength. Without opening the 8 inner gates, he defeated the genius ninja Darui, whom Kumagakure had high hopes for. This level of talent is completely comparable to the young Kakashi. Thinking of this, Saruto by Hiruzen secretly frowned. He wondered what this child thought of the Will of Fire now, and whether he could be used by him. If Yuta becomes a Chunin this time, he and Guy's team will be disbanded. It seems that I need to find a way to test him later. Saruto by Hiruzen made up his mind secretly. The test still went on. People showed up one after another. Itachi also fought with his opponent, and he easily defeated his opponent with just genjutsu, which caused a burst of exclamations in the stands. And the various ninja clans leaders of Konoha became more and more envious of the Uchiha clan in their hearts. There are 2 great geniuses in the same clan. After a short while, it was time for Yuta's second match. The next match, Uchiha Yuta versus Hyuga Wuji, Kakashi announced. Yuta stepped off the stage and confronted Wuji. Looking at the face of the other party, he tried to recall this guy, but he couldn't remember Hai at all. He should be a character that didn't appear in the original book. Looking at the other party's forehead protector, he should be from the Hyuga branch house. The ninjas in the Hyuga branch house, basically, all have one thing in common. Regarding the ninja forehead protector, some ninjas tie it around their neck, some tie it around their waist, and some tie it around their arms. But the people of the Hyuga branch house, without exception, wear the ninja forehead protector on their heads. Naturally, the purpose is to block the ugly caged bird. Wuji stared at Yuta opposite with a solemn expression. After watching Yuta's previous battle, he understood that he couldn't defeat Yuta. Even if he has already mastered revolving heaven during this time, he doesn't stand a chance against Yuta. Yuta doesn't even need to use the 8 inner gates to beat him. The two sides are not at the same level at all. Wuji felt another burst of sadness in his heart. He took the Chunin exam this time because he was asked by the clan elders to do his best to get satisfactory results. As others can imagine, even if he fights with all his strength this time, the clan elders will not be satisfied after he loses. Maybe they will even get angry and punish him with the caged bird. This is the fate of a branch house member. Damn fate. Wuji reluctantly lifted his mood and looked towards the opposite side. Suddenly, for some reason, he felt that Yuta seemed to have seen through his mind. Shaking his head and throwing this ridiculous idea behind him, he heard Yuta on the other side speak again. You are obviously a ninja from the branch house. Are you taking the Chunin exam this time to boost Hyuga's reputation? Yuta said with disdain in his expression. With this Chunin exam, not only Konoha, but also the Hyuga clan want to boost their reputation. And the reason is naturally because of the Kumigakure incident a few months ago. But what does Hyuga's fame have to do with a group of branch house ninjas who don't even have freedom? Hyuga Hisashi, the younger brother of the clan leader, had just recently become a scapegoat. I had to do it, Wuji said with no expression on his face. Yeah, I see. Although Yuta had no contact with the Hyugas, he guessed the other party's difficulties. It was nothing more than being forced by the main family to take the Chunin exam to boost their reputation. It was because of scenes like this that Yuta doesn't believe in the will of fire. Within Konoha, the Hyuga branch house members can be said to be the group with the lowest acceptance of the will of fire. A group of people who don't even have freedom and are trampled on by the main family. How can they believe in the will of fire? With the same idea, Yuta could understand their thoughts. I will fight seriously next, so you can have some excuse later. Wuji was in a trance for a while. Does he know why he took the Chunin exam? He didn't know why, but he suddenly had the urge to cry. After a serious battle, Wuji even used the revolving heaven that he had learned not long ago to fully show his strength. However, in the face of Yuta's strength, he finally exhausted all his strength and collapsed. A medical ninja came over with a stretcher. Before being carried away on the stretcher, Wuji turned his head to look in the direction of Yuta with his last bit of strength, and he said with difficulty, "Thanks." Yuta looked up at the sky with 1,000 thoughts. Has the light of the will of fire ever shone into the caged hearts of the Hyuga branch house members? Cold chakra poured into his eyes. Yuta knew that his Sharingan had been upgraded to 3 Tamo. Capitulo 28. Yuta is weaker than Itachi and Genjutsu. The competition quickly neared its end. The last match, Uchiha Yuta versus Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi announced loudly. The crowd on the stands suddenly became excited. I didn't expect the two Uchiha geniuses to fight in the end. The finalists turned out to be two 10-year-old genius ninjas. I heard that both of them passed the second test alone. The Uchiha clan is really amazing. No wonder they are the great ninja clan that have existed for thousands of years. In the previous battle, both Yuta and Itachi showed their respective strengths. One relied on his powerful taijutsu to defeat the opponent with absolute strength. The other relied on genjutsu to easily defeat his opponents. When such two people meet, they wondered what kind of sparks would light up. Even the ninjas of the Uchiha and various other clans also waited for the confrontation between the two with anticipation. When the two of them graduated early, I was thinking what the result would be if they competed with the same stage of Sharingan. Both Yuta and Itachi have awakened the 2 Tamo Sharingan. As far as Sharingan is concerned, there should be no difference. However, Yuta is good at taijutsu, and Itachi is good at genjutsu. I wonder what the battle between them will look like. The Uchiha's ninjas were eagerly awaiting the confrontation between their two geniuses. But on the field, Itachi was less confident than them. Instead, he looked at Yuta opposite with a solemn expression. He understood that when it came to taijutsu, he was not a match for Yuta at all. As for ninjutsu, Yuta does not even need to make a hand seal to use ninjutsu, so he has a huge advantage. In terms of Shuriken Jutsu, both of them have the 2 Tamo Sharingan, and it cannot decide the winner. So if he wants to win, he can only rely on genjutsu that he is best at. Fortunately, with the guidance of Shisui, a genjutsu prodigy, his genjutsu was far beyond the level of ordinary people. The match was about to start soon. However, Yuta on the other side had very little interest at this time. On the one hand, it was because of Hyuga Wuji's matter before. On the other hand, it was because his comprehensive strength had finally risen to the level of a Jonin. After the awakening of the 3 Tamo Sharingan and the accompanying surge of chakra, his comprehensive strength skipped Jonin weak and rose to Jonin middle. This was not only because of the 3 Tamo Sharingan, but also because of his accumulation of strength for 2 years. With his current strength of a Jonin, it really didn't make sense to fight Itachi again. He might as well go home and see what talents would be analyzed later. But on the other hand, Itachi intended to take this fight seriously. Since his defeat at ninja school, he had been constantly training to defeat Yuta. When he first awakened the Sharingan, he wanted spar with Yuta, but Yuta had already awakened the 2 Tamo Sharingan. When he awakened the 2 Tamo Sharingan, he temporarily resisted the urge to go to Yuta for a match. Now, the chance to compete had finally come. "Yuta, I can finally compete with you," Itachi said very seriously, and activated his 2 Tamo Sharingan. Oh. Yuta's interest was raised by a little. This guy wants to beat him. However, today he is going to be disappointed. Yuta rushed forward at high speed and punched Itachi in the abdomen. The figure of Itachi suddenly disappeared, turning into a group of crows croaking. Is it really a genjutsu? Yuta was not surprised. With Itachi's battle IQ, he naturally wouldn't use his own weaknesses to fight against his strengths. Accompanied by the flying crows, a big tree suddenly appeared behind Yuta, and the complicated branches entangled his body. The figure of Itachi poked out of the tree. In the battle of ninjas, you should give full play to your own advantages. Okay. Yuta said calmly, I am indeed not very good at genjutsu. Although I know some basic genjutsus, I am still not very good when it comes to genjutsu. However, my Sharingan has already been upgraded to 3 Tamo. Saying that, the corner of Yuta's mouth raised a mocking arc, and he instantly rebounded the genjutsu. Rotation of heaven and earth. This is the genjutsu that Tekka had taught him before. Use Sharingan to bounce back the genjutsu the opponent applied to you. Itachi felt the scene in front of him change, and he replaced Yuta and was tied up to a tree. He disturbed his chakra flow to try to dispel the genjutsu, but he failed. He stared blankly at the 3 tomos in Yuta's eyes. You have reached a higher level again. Why are you always one step ahead of me? Although his genjutsu mastery was higher than Yuta's, the pupil power of Yuta's 3 Tamo Sharingan was far higher than his. If he had known that the other party had the 3 Tamo Sharingan, he might not have been restrained by the genjutsu rebound. But now, it was too late to say anything. The competition is over, the winner is Uchiha Yuta. Kakashi learned about this genjutsu contest through his Sharingan, and announced the final result with a look of emotion. When he was 10 years old, he had upgraded his Sharingan to the level of 3 Tamo. In the stands, the audience was confused. What happened? Why did it end suddenly? They only saw that Yuta put a kunai on Itachi's neck, and the latter didn't even resist, and the referee announced the result. What is this fake match? If only one person uses genjutsu and the other party stays still for a few seconds, then they could somewhat understand what was going on. Like Itachi's previous match. But if both of them use genjutsu, the competition becomes completely unwatchable. Without any special skills, they didn't know what had happened. In the follow-up, Kakashi explained what had happened, and the audience finally figured out what had happened in this battle. Some people scolded and felt that it was not as good as the previous match between Yuta and Darui. And with the end of the Chunin exam, the results of several battles during this period came out. Yuta's fame completely skyrocketed. He was even remembered by the fourth Raikage. He heard that the fourth Raikage smashed his table in anger. Itachi, Darui, Wuji and others also became famous due to their own performances. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought Kumigakure would become a joke, but it turned out this was just his wishful thinking. Anyone who was not stupid knew that Darui was already very strong, but he just had the bad luck of meeting the stronger Yuta. Yuta's house. Ignoring the chaos outside, Yuta checked his system. Congratulations, host's comprehensive strength has improved to Jonin Middle. The overall strength of the host has been improved by a stage, and the system is analyzing new talents. Analyzing Hadake Kakashi's talent. Analysis completed, increasing. Amplification is complete. Congratulations to host for obtaining the Lightning Release Prodigy talent. Capitulo 29. Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan. Yuta first checked the system panel. Comprehensive strength, Jonin Middle. Sharingan pupil power, LV3, 505,000. Chakra, LV3, 1,002,000. Chakra attributes, fire, lightning. Talents, Indra bloodline, monster physique, lightning release prodigy. Lightning release prodigy. Your lightning release talent is unparalleled in the world. You can easily master, improve, and create various lightning release ninjutsus. My chakra has increased so much. Seeing the chakra column, Yuta couldn't help but be stunned. When his Sharingan had just been upgraded to 3 Tamo, he had noticed that his chakra was skyrocketing. But he didn't expect it to have more than doubled. He still remembered that before the Chunin exam, the chakra points were 450, but now it had reached 1,000. The improvement brought by the 3 Tamo Sharingan is actually so great. But looking at Sharingan's pupil power column, Yuta's mouth twitched. 505,000. This is a bit outrageous, right? A full 10-fold increase. The LV3 of Sharingan pupil power is a 3 Tamo Sharingan, and LV4 should correspond to the Manjikayo Sharingan. That is to say, the pupil power of a newly awakened pair of Manjikayo Sharingan is 10 times greater than that of a newbie 3 Tamo Sharingan. He thought that the gap between a 3 Tamo and a 2 Tamo Sharingan was already very big. But he didn't expect the gap between a Manjikayo and 3 Tomi Sharingan to be so ridiculous. The points required for the upgrade of LV3 Sharingan pupil power and chakra are actually different. Noticing this, Yuta was a little surprised. The upper limit of LV3 Sharingan pupil power is 5,000, while the upper limit of LV3 chakra is only 2,000. It was unclear why this was the case for the time being. Yuta put these matters aside and began to understand the abilities of 3 Tamo Sharingan. Except for the increase in insight and the power of genjutsu, the 3 Tamo Sharingan has another very important ability. It can allow the user see the flow of chakra in the human body. Although it is impossible to see every acupuncture point and every meridian clearly like the Byakugan. But Sharingan can be used to see the chakra flow when the target uses ninjutsu and copy it. Coupled with the Sharingan's ability to copy hand seals, a 3 Tamo Sharingan has the ability to copy ninjutsus. In general, his strength had increased by a lot. In addition, he had already reached Jonin level in terms of taijutsu. So, his strength directly skipped the stage of Jonin weak. He was not far from an elite Jonin. My strength has reached the level of a Jonin. I finally have the power to protect myself. Yuta let out a long breath, full of emotion. What does the strength of a Jonin mean? Even in the face of Uchiha Madara, he can last a moment before his neck is twisted. Moreover, he has also mastered the life-saving 8 inner gates. His sense of security greatly increased. In this dangerous ninja world, if he wants to protect himself, he can only rely on strength, not some ethereal will of fire. The will of fire. It was under this name that Hyuga Hizashi was pushed to his death. After sorting out his current strength, Yuta set his sights on his newly acquired talent. The object of analysis is Kakashi, but is there only this lightning release genius talent? After thinking about it, Yuta probably figured it out. Although Kakashi had mastered 5 chakra nature transformations, he was best at lightning release. At the age of 12, he created an A-level lightning release ninjutsu by himself. Kakashi's talent in lightning release can be seen. Compared with lightning release, Kakashi's talent is a little worse than other attributes. Therefore, the system only took a fancy to Kakashi's lightning release talent. The lightning release Praji talent isn't bad either, though. Among the 5 attributes of water, fire, wind, earth, and lightning, when it comes to lethality, fire release and lightning release are the best. I have just acquired the chakra attribute of lightning release. Now, I will have another method to fight enemies in the future. Yuta was content. Previously, his chakra attribute was only fire. If you want to learn ninjutsu with other attributes, you need to spend some time to master the corresponding nature transformation. It's good now. After the chakra attribute has the thunder attribute, he can directly learn lightning-style ninjutsu. There was no hesitation immediately. He went to Fugaku and applied for a bunch of lightning release ninjutsus. By the way, he also applied for the remaining fire release ninjutsus that could only be applied after becoming a chunin. As long as an Uchiha becomes a chunin, they can get all the normal ninjutsus. But after checking the lightning release ninjutsus recorded in the Uchiha clan, Yuta was a little disappointed. He still didn't find a lightning release ninjutsu that he really liked. The only thing that was barely good in his eyes was a ninjutsu called lightning release, false darkness. Yuta had some impression of this ninjutsu. It is the lightning release ninjutsu that Kakuzu was good at in the original book. It was so powerful that it took Kakashi Raikiri to block it. After easily learning the fire release and lightning release ninjutsus, Yuta was still a little dissatisfied. Looks like I still have to learn Kakashi's Chidori. Chidori is a ninjutsu with great potential for development. After Kakashi taught it to Sasuke in the future, he was easily surpassed by the latter. My relationship with Kakashi is not bad. I wonder if he will mind letting me. Hokage building. Hiruzen, what are your plans for Uchiha Yuta? When Danzo learned the result of the Chunin exam, he couldn't sit still and went straight to Saruto by Hiruzen. At the age of 10, Yuta passed the Chunin exam by himself, with Jonin-level Taijutsu. Without even using the forbidden technique 8 inner gates, he overwhelmed all the geniuses and won the first place in the Chunin exam. This kind of genius even belongs to the Uchiha clan. If it was a commoner or a ninja of a small ninja clan, he would have sent someone directly to invite them over. Or he would simply ask Saruto by Hiruzen for them. I plan to ask Shisui to get in touch with Yuta to test Yuta's understanding of the will of fire. Saruto by Hiruzen said, while handing out a piece of information. It just happens that Kirigakure had a change, so Yuta can come over, and Shisui can take the opportunity to contact and observe him on the battlefield. Danzo frowned. Uchiha Shisui, the strongest genius of the Uchiha clan who had grown up. Although he serves in the police force, he is often ordered by Saruto by Hiruzen to do other things. Shisui was loyal to Saruto by Hiruzen. Thinking of this, Danzo couldn't help but envy the Hokage's position. With the shining image of the Hokage, Saruto by Hiruzen could attract some Uchiha ninjas to serve him. But he himself is hated by the Uchiha clan. After the contact, what are you going to do? Danzo asked Saruto by Hiruzen directly. If he fully understands the will of fire and has the village in his heart, he can be allowed to join the Anbu later. Saruto by Hiruzen said. The Uchiha clan had recently become more and more prejudiced against the village. He must get the geniuses of the new generation of Uchiha in his control as soon as possible. Suddenly realizing something, Saruto by Hiruzen frowned and looked at his old friend. Danzo, don't do anything superfluous. Capitulo 30, Danzo's calculation. Danzo left the Hokage building with a gloomy expression on his face. He returned directly to the root base and called over his confidant, Aburame Torun. Uchiha Shisui is already Hiruzen's subordinate. He wants Uchiha Yuta too, and looking at what Hiruzen said, he doesn't want to let go of Uchiha Itachi as well. Back on his turf, Danzo began to vent his anger unbridled. Why? Just because Hiruzen is the Hokage, he can easily recruit Uchiha's geniuses for his own use. and he can only assume a role of a villain in the Uchiha's eyes. Hiruzen even warned him not to do unnecessary things. If you aren't going to let me get it, I won't let you get anything as well. Ruthlessness flashed in Danzo's eyes, and he ordered, Torun, find a way to kill Uchiha Yuta. Aburame Torun was a little surprised and said, you don't plan to contact him at the right time to see if we can win over us. Danzo sneered. After he is successfully invited, there are only two results, either the side of the village or the side of the Uchiha. Leaving the latter aside for the time being, if Uchiha Yuta joins the village, he will be used by Hiruzen at that time. What good will it be for us? At that time, Hiruzen's force will become stronger, and I will be further away from the position of Hokage. Aburame Torun suddenly realized. In the end, this time Danzo wanted to kill Uchiha Yuta mainly because he wanted to retaliate against the third Hokage, and the Uchiha's problem was secondary. If Yuta leaned towards the third Hokage, he would become the second Shisui. What's in it for their root organization? Understood. After thinking about it, Aburame Torun nodded. Danzo's expression softened, and he said to his confidant, it's not all about competing with Hiruzen. With Yuta's talent, after a few more years, I'm afraid he will really become another Shisui. The Uchiha clan is strong enough, and they can't be allowed to grow any stronger. Dealing with Yuta is also for the good of the village. At the edge of Konoha, next to a waterfall, two figures flashed to and fro on the edge of the cliff, fighting fiercely. After a moment, one of the figures retreated first, panting violently, but there was still a look of unwillingness in his eyes, and he wanted to continue rushing up. Take a rest, Itachi, don't be too hasty about training, Shisui kindly advised. He had said this kind of persuasive words many times recently, but Itachi was indifferent. Although Itachi was reluctant, he also knew that his body had reached its limit. As soon as he relaxed, his body fell down suddenly. He slumped on the ground and touched his eye socket with his hand, only to feel that his eyes were sore and unbearable. He knew that this was a symptom of excessive pupil power consumption. But at this time, that person came to his mind again. One picture after another emerged in his mind. The loss in the ninja school's actual combat assessment. At the graduation assessment, he learned that Yuta had already awakened his Sharingan. After awakening his Sharingan, he wanted to find the other party for a rematch, but he was told that Yuta had already awakened the two Tamo Sharingan. And the Chunin exam not long ago. He was obviously best at Genjutsu, but Yuta used the three Tamo Sharingan to directly bounce back his Genjutsu to him. Itachi, strength is for protection, not for fighting with people. Also, Yuta is not only a partner from the same village, but also from the same clan as you and me. Seeing Itachi's appearance, Shisui looked a little helpless and persuaded. How could he not know why Itachi was so crazy and wanted to become stronger? A person who had been a genius since childhood would obviously not easily accept that he was inferior to a peer of the same age. Speaking of Yuta, I don't have much contact with him. I wonder what kind of person he is. What do you think he is like? Shisui asked. Very strong, and he is also very serious about training. Itachi replied subconsciously. I didn't say that. Shisui looked like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and immediately told Itachi about the mission that Lord Hokage had told him about. It was not a secret mission, and Itachi was not a soft-spoken person, so saying it to him wasn't a big deal. Do you agree with the will of fire? Itachi thought back, remembered one thing, and said, Yuta is very dissatisfied with Lord Hokage's decision about what happened with Kumigakure and Hyuga before, and he seems to think that Lord Hokage's decision is not in line with the will of fire. In his view, what the third Hokage did was undoubtedly the right decision. He successfully stopped the war and prevented a lot of senseless deaths. But Shisui's views on this matter were not exactly the same as his. The Hyuga matter, this thing alas is really not a good evaluation. Shisui scratched his head in annoyance. In his view, it cannot be said that it is correct to sacrifice his own people, who are not at fault, in exchange for peace. But if a war broke out directly, he really wouldn't what decision to make if he were the Hokage. And the third Hokage is also very distressed when he makes a decision like this, right? The two had exchanged views on this matter, and Itachi knew Shisui's views on this matter. Without asking more, he asked curiously, "Why does Lord Hokage want you to contact Yuta, Shisui?" "Lord Hokage wants me to examine Yuta's understanding of the will of fire, and then see if he is suitable to join the Anbu." While speaking, Shisui said with a smile on his face, "I also recommended you to Lord Hokage, and Lord Hokage agreed that you should also join the Anbu." Itachi's expression stiffened. He was not at all happy about this good news. He was thinking in his heart, why was Yuta actively invited to the Anbu by Lord Hokage, but he had to go through Shisui's recommendation? Isn't this another loss to Yuta? Capítulo 31, Improving Chidori. Yuta successfully copied Chidori from Kakashi. Because he was Guy's students, the two have had a lot of contact and have a good relationship. Yuta had also already awakened the 3 Tamo Sharingan, and Kakashi had no need to hide Chidori from him. Not to mention, ninjutsu is not something that can be mastered by just copying with the Sharingan. It requires a lot of practice, and it tests a person's mastery of the corresponding chakra nature transformation. Chidori is an A-rank ninjutsu, and lightning release ninjutsu is generally more difficult to learn. So Chidori is not that easy to master. In the courtyard of Yuta's house. Sure enough, it is easy. Yuta looked at his palm filled with blue arcs, not surprised. The high-density lightning chakra gathered in the palm of his hand. Electric lights flickered, and a sound that was like 1,000 birds chirping broke out. After getting the god-level lightning release talent, and copying the required chakra flow with the Sharingan, this A-rank ninjutsu was easily used for the first time by Yuta. It feels like the power is not enough, and it's too noisy. Yuta scattered the chakra from the palm of his hand, frowned and thought. What is the difference between the current Chidori and the Raikiri that will be used by Kakashi in the future? Are these two the same ninjutsu? The current Chidori has a lot of room for improvement. With the newly acquired lightning release talent, Yuta could feel that this ninjutsu had the potential to become stronger. He recalled the difference between Chidori and Raikiri in his past life memories. The first is the rank, the former is a rank, and the latter is S rank. Second, for the use of Chidori, it needs to be accompanied by a high-speed dash, but Raikiri does not have this problem. Another difference is the sound. Raikiri is much quieter and can be used for sneak attacks. In the original story, Kakashi once used Raikiri to sneak attack, and he crushed Kakuzu's Earth attribute heart with one blow. If Raikiri, like Chidori, needed a sprint, then how could it be used for a sneak attack? According to his own understanding of lightning release, a series of ideas appeared in Yuta's mind. Yuta controlled the flow of lightning chakra in his body, making some minor adjustments based on the original version of Chidori. Ah, it hurts. The lightning chakra went berserk, numbing Yuta's meridians for a while. Shaking his right arm that had been electrocuted, Yuta's expression became a little helpless. Sure enough, creating, improving, and learning ninjutsu is not difficult at all. Creating a ninjutsu requires one to constantly feel and alter the flow of chakra in the body. If you don't control this process well, you can hurt yourself. Yuta sighed in his heart, but fortunately he succeeded. With the chakra control ability thanks to the Indra bloodline talent, and the understanding of lightning release ninjutsu due to the lightning release prodigy talent, it wouldn't take him too long to improve Chidori. At this time, suddenly there was a knock on the door. When Yuta went out to check, he saw a young man with short black hair, a round nose, and a gentle face. Senior Shisui. Yuta quickly recognized the person who had come. Although he and Shisui haven't had any dealings, the two still knew each other. Don't be so polite, just call me Shisui, Shisui said in a kind voice. The clan leader has summoned the clansmen to the Naka shrine. There is some situation on Kirigakura's side. You are also on the expedition list. Kirigakura. A lot of thoughts broke out in Yuta's mind. He didn't know if the 4th Mizukage was in Abaido's control as of now. Is this change in Kirigakura related to Abaido? While thinking, he followed Shisui towards Naka Shrine. In Naka Shrine, Yo, the strongest geniuses of two different generations of our Uchiha clan have arrived together. Seeing Shisui and Yuta coming together, Tekka smiled. He even showed off to Shisui. How is it, Shisui? Although I can't match you, the Yuta I brought is stronger than the Itachi you brought. A short-haired Uchiha ninja next to him sneered and said, You aren't even ashamed. Does Yuta's strength have anything to do with you? Isn't Yuta's taijutsu all taught by Might Guy? Yuta looked up and recognized this man. It was Uchiha Inabai. He has an excellent relationship with Tekka, and was also an officer of the police force. Hearing Inabai's words, Tekka blushed and said, I also gave Yuta a lot of advice. I also have some credit. Just when they were chatting, Fugaku arrived. Fugaku announced the attack by Kirigakura's ninjas and announced the expedition list. We're going to fight Kirigakura again. Are the senior leaders of the village sick? Complained. Obviously, the Uchiha clan is best at fire release, and they are a bad matchup against Kirigakura's ninjas, which are good at water release. Other Uchiha ninjas on the expedition list also complained. All right, everyone. Shisui stood in front of the crowd and comforted. Our Sharingan and fire release are just right to deal with Kirigakura's ninja's water release ninjutsu. Furthermore, Lord Hokage Sarutobi clan will also be there. Isn't there a lot of people on the expedition list this time? What's more, the commander-in-chief this time is the eldest son of Lord Hokage. Seeing Shisui speak, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan reluctantly stopped complaining. However, some people still complained that the people participating in the frontal combat basically did not include a single Sarutobi clansman, and the Uchiha clansmen were the ones who were in charge of desperate efforts. Yuta watched silently from the side without speaking. It could be seen that Shisui had a high prestige in the clan. As the strongest genius of his generation, and with a lenient personality, it was normal for Shisui to have this prestige. The day of expedition soon came. After being told by Izumi's family to be careful, Yuta made adequate preparations and received his first mission on the Kusagakure battlefield. You are Uchiha Yuta, right? The captain of this temporary team, the special jonin of the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Kase said. Sarutobi Kase was about 20 years old. He glanced up and down at Yuta, with a hint of jealousy in his eyes. This should be your first time on the battlefield. After you arrive on the battlefield, the enemy's traps will not care whether you are a genius or not. You may really die. Let's go now. The goal is to retake the supply route occupied by Kirigakura's ninjas. Capítulo 32, First time on battlefield. In the land of fire. In a stronghold, originally garrisoned by Konoha ninjas. At this moment, the Konoha ninjas who were stationed here before had been slaughtered. My lord, we can't rush forward anymore. Now it's very far from the border. A Kirigakure chunin persuaded bitterly. In front of him, there was a ninja with deeply sunken eye sockets and 2 black dots on the center of his eyebrows. With the satisfaction of the battle and killing on his face, this jonin from the Kaguya clan shook off the blood on the bone blade in his hand. Then he said impatiently, You have already said this twice before, right? Kirigakure chunin's face was stagnant, and he inwardly cursed that the jonin still knew how many times he had said it. But this place was really a long way from the border. In case they are surrounded by Konoha ninjas, they will be finished. After reluctantly persuading the jonin with a few more words, he could only give up after getting an increasingly impatient response from the other party. In the end, he had no choice but to set up more traps with his companions to prevent possible attacks. Not far from this stronghold. The stronghold in front is the target, and it is now occupied by the enemy. Although you are pretty strong, the battle and the missions are different from the life and death battles in the battlefield, Sarutobi Kase said in a bad tone. Yuta frowned slightly and didn't speak. In his heart, he wondered if this person was sick. This guy had been targeting him as if he had stolen something from him. Could he speak in a normal tone? On Sarutobi Kase's side, looking at Yuta, he couldn't help but feel jealous. Yuta passed the Chunin exam alone at the age of 10, and he even had such great strength. His talent in the Sarutobi clan is also good, and he is considered a little genius. But now he was 20 years old, and he had just become a special jonin. Look at the others. Kakashi became a real Jonin at the age of 12 or so. How could it not make him jealous? The dark emotions in his heart gradually grew, and he hoped that the other party would die on the battlefield. Before, he wanted to see Yuta make a fool of himself by falling for the traps, because he was on the battlefield for the first time, but he was disappointed. Yuta was very experienced in sensing the traps, and he easily avoided them. After gathering his complicated thoughts, Sarutobi looked at the stronghold in front of him. He turned his head and said to Yuta, "You go and lead the enemy out of the front base. We will wait in ambush and kill them." Yuta looked at his other two Chunin temporary teammates. Both of them were also from the Sarutobi clan, and neither of them expressed any objections at the moment. Seeing this, Yuta felt that he had probably figured out why the Uchiha clan had such a big hatred for the Sarutobi clan. The risks are borne by them, and others take the benefits. And this kind of thing is even said in such a grand manner. It doesn't take that much trouble. Yuta shook his head. Facing the stronghold in front, his chest swelled wildly, and he used a ninjutsu he had just recently learned. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Boom! The overwhelming flames covered the entire stronghold. The wall of the stronghold was directly smashed by the flames, and the traps hidden along the way were all burned in the flames. The Kirigakure ninjas in the strongholds were buried in the sea of fire, and they didn't even have the time to let out a scream. This! Sarutobi eyes were about to pop out of his eye sockets. A fire release with such a wide range. What did he hear just now? Great fire annihilation. Sarutobi clan is also good at fire release, and he also knows about the top fire release ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. No matter how you look at it, a ninjutsu of this level should be performed only by the real elites of the Uchiha clan, right? How could this kid in front of him use it so easily? He didn't even need a hand seal. Sarutobi had heard that this little kid called Uchiha Yuta did not need a hand seal to use ninjutsu. But he never imagined that even a ninjutsu of this level could be used without a hand seal. Don't be stunned, the remaining enemies are coming out. Yuta looked at the temporary captain and temporary teammates with dull expressions and frowned. Only this level. And they still dare to mock him for standing on the battlefield for the first time. Sarutobi came back to his senses, and his face became full of shame and anger. He glared angrily at this temporary subordinate, Yuta. In the sea of fire that gradually disappeared, a vigorous figure, surrounded by pale bones, rushed out. Finally, some powerful characters have arrived. I can finally have a great battle. The Jonin of the Kaguya clan rushed out with a frenzy on his face. He glanced at Yuta and the others, and then he stared at Sarutobi who looked like the leader of the team. Were you the one who used the fire release just now? As he spoke, his body bounced like a cannonball, hitting Sarutobi. Puff! Sarutobi hurriedly used the short sword on his back to parry. But the other party used the bones in front of him to break it, knocking him upside down and flying out. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew out, breaking a tree behind him before stopping. Jonin. A real Jonin. And it's Jonin of the Kaguya clan who are good at taijutsu, and have the bloodline limit of dead bone pulse. Sarutobi realized this, but it was too late. In the dilapidated stronghold on the opposite side, a few Kirigakure ninjas barely escaped burns on their bodies. The other two teammates felt alarm bells ringing in their hearts at this moment, and the idea of retreat immediately appeared in their hearts. The enemy was a Jonin of the Kaguya clan, and their captain, a special Jonin, was crushed in a face-to-face. And there were several other Kirigakure ninjas who were capable of fighting. They were no match for them. It looks like it was not you. The Kaguya clan Jonin twisted his neck and glanced at the remaining few. Your opponent is me. Yuta rushed up and fiercely punched the Kaguya Jonin. The Kaguya Jonin burst out laughing and also punched him. Boom! The two fists collided head-on, creating a storm that swept the surrounding smoke and dust. The Kaguya Jonin's eyes froze for a moment, and he looked down at his body, which was being beaten, and he slowly retreated. In terms of strength, he was actually suppressed by the enemy. Capítulo 33, End of a Farce. Boom, booms, boom. The dull physical collision sound broke out from time to time, and the two figures almost disappeared. The Jonin of Kaguya clan became more and more frightened at this moment. Whether it was strength or speed, he was inferior to the other party. But how is this possible? Looking at the obviously young body of the other party, it was obvious that the other party was in his early tens at most. How could a 10-year-old kid have the upper hand when fighting him a Jonin with taijutsu? He is from the Kaguya clan, who are good at taijutsu. Gurg! The Kaguya Jonin hurriedly retreated after being punched in the abdomen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood under the severe pain. After dealing with an attacking Kirigakure Chunin, Yuta rubbed his fist. What, go on, didn't we have a good time just now? The Kaguya Jonin looked gloomy and cursed in his heart. From which angle does it look like he's having a good time? He's been beaten all the time, okay. What an incredible genius. The Kaguya Jonin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Remember, it was a man from the Kaguya clan with dead bone pulse who killed you. At the same time as he was speaking, his arm raised towards Yuta, and several phalanges like bullets hit Yuta. Clang, clang, clang. Yuta shot down the phalanx missiles one by one without panic, and the sharp collision sound continuously sounded. The bones are really hard. Looking at the kunai which was ripped apart by the phalanx missiles, Yuta threw it and pulled out the short sword on his back. I'm a ninja of the Kaguya clan. The Kaguya Jonin shouted loudly, holding a bone blade in his hand, and he slashed at Yuta head-on. The slender and sharp bone blade cut through the air. With a sharp swish, it was about to collide with Yuta's short sword. The Kaguya Jonin had a mocking look in his eyes, trying to block the bones of the Kaguya clan with an ordinary sword. The bone blade fell, and the Kaguya Jonin looked forward to seeing the image of Yuta's short sword and neck being cut off together. However, sizzle! A sharp screeching sound was heard, and then with a blue arc, lightning chakra poured into the short sword. Chidori blade. This is a form of Chidori that applies Chidori to the weapon. It uses the piercing properties of lightning release to enhance the cutting ability of the short sword. Although the Chidori had not been advanced to Raikiri yet, Yuta was already a master of some simple applications of Chidori. The short sword blessed with lightning chakra immediately cut off the bone blade directly and slashed towards the Kaguya Jonin's neck like it was slashing through butter. Two bones quickly protruded from the position of the Kaguya Jonin's collarbone, blocking the short sword. Taking advantage of the moment, he used the body flicker technique to escape more than 10 meters away. Tick-tock. Touching his neck, he found that his hands were stained with bright red liquid. Although he defended and retreated as fast as he could, he was still cut a little. The Kaguya Jonin stared at the short sword, which was still flashing with lightning arcs, and was terrified. Just now, if he was slow by even a tenth of a second, he would definitely die. Very strong lightning release. The Kaguya Jonin said with a lingering fear. This level of lightning release, are you that Hade Kakashi? No, your age doesn't match. You don't need to know who I am. Yuta flicked the bloodle on the short sword and rushed up again. You won't survive today anyway. Arrogant brat. The Kaguya Jonin was exasperated. It was the first time he had suffered such humiliation. He was even so despised by a child. Camellia dance. Along with the Kaguya Jonin's roar, several extremely sharp bones emerged from his palms, elbows, knees, and back. He seemed to have turned into a sharp hedgehog, and he rushed up with a grim expression. The sharp collision of the short sword and the bone blade erupted from time to time. Each bone blade was slowly cut off by the short sword blessed with Chidori, but gradually, the short sword in Yuta's hand gradually became broken. Yuta pulled back and looked at the short sword with the chipped blade in his hand, frowning. This was just an ordinary standard short sword, and its durability was very average. It couldn't even last a few hits. The Kaguya Jonin breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't stop laughing. I told you a long time ago that I am a ninja of the mighty Kaguya clan. The other Kirigakure ninjas next to him also had a little more joy on their faces at this moment. Before, seeing their strongest combat power being suppressed by a young child, they almost thought that they were in a genjutsu. It's good now. No matter how talented a genius is, they are still weak when they are young. What a pity, the genius of Konoha is going to die here today. Sarutobi Kase and 2 other ninjas from the Sarutobi clan could barely fight before. Now that Yuta's short sword had become useless, they had almost no will to fight in their heart. Even though Sarutobi Kase had all kinds of jealousy towards Yuta before, he also knew that if he wanted to survive today, he could only rely on Yuta. If that's the case, let's end it for today, Yuta said with some regret in his heart. Since this was his first time on a battlefield, he was very serious in every aspect, hoping to accumulate as much experience as possible, especially the real life and death experience. After all, he has to prepare for the night of genocide in the future. It's rare to encounter an opponent with good strength that can be used to enrich my combat experience, but unfortunately, it can only end like this. As he spoke, in Yuta's right hand, high-density lightning chakra gathered crazily, making the sound similar to thousands of birds chirping in unison. Use me to enrich your combat experience, you damn brat. The Kaguya Jonin was shaking with anger. This sentence showed how much this kid didn't care about him. The battle with him just now was only to gain combat experience. This sound, it really is Hade Kakashi's ninjutsu. The Kaguya Jonin quickly recognized this ninjutsu. In the Third Ninja World War, Kakashi had used the Sharingan and this ninjutsu to make a big name for himself. He didn't dare to face this attack, and directly used his strongest defensive technique. Large dance. A large number of bones emerged from his body, covering his whole body, and countless bones formed an absolute defense that wrapped his whole body. I'll just use you to try the power of this technique after I initially improved it. Yuta grinned and simply adjusted the flow of chakra. The buzzing of the Chidori in his hand slightly weakened. But everyone could see that the power of Chidori was definitely stronger now. Yuta used the Sharingan to lock onto the target. His figure disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of the Kaguya Jonin at a speed that was almost invisible, and he stabbed straight. The hard bone defense was almost like nothing. The palm wrapped with lightning directly penetrated the bone and the chest. The Kaguya Jonin had an unwilling look on his face. He looked at Yuta, who was close at hand. He wanted to fight back, but he still finally lost his life. Capítulo 34, Shisui's Genjutsu. After killing the only Jonin, the other Kirigakure ninjas were easily dealt with by Yuta. Sarutobi Kase was full of anger and directly vented. Since you could kill that Jonin so easily, why did you take so long? Just now, he had heard what Yuta had said. It turned out Yuta was just using the other party to improve his combat experience. He didn't believe it at first, but after seeing Yuta use the enhanced version of Chidori to easily penetrate the Kaguya Jonin's defense, he had to believe it. Then, looking at his miserable appearance, he was naturally full of anger. Yuta turned his head to take a look and wanted to laugh out loud. This guy was so disdainful of him before, but now he was accusing him. At the moment, Yuta unceremonious said, "Sorry, I didn't expect that as the captain and a special Jonin, you wouldn't be able to even last 1 second against the other party." You. Sarutobi Kase glared at him. He became so angry that he was speechless. His face was burning hot. But Yuta didn't care about him. His mission had basically already been done, and after the supply route is restored, the mission will be over. Naturally, there is no need to be more polite to the temporary captain, Sarutobi Kase. Next. From time to time, Yuta formed teams with various people to perform the task of blocking Kirigakure's ninjas. He often fought with various Kirigakure ninjas. The various life and death battles rapidly increased his combat experience. As for the rest time, he used it to research Chidori. He could feel that the Chidori would soon upgrade. In Tihei Woods, Yuta, Shisui, and Anabai were waiting in meditation. Later, a small group of Kirigakure ninjas would pass in this direction. Yuta, you teamed up with some Sarutobi clansmen to perform a mission before. How do you feel about them? Inabai had a strange expression on his face, as if he was expecting something. Very bad impression. Yuta didn't hide his intentions at all, and directly stated his evaluation. They are very weak, and their character is very poor. They want the benefits, but want to run when they encounter some risks. Inabai burst into laughter and patted Shisui on the shoulder. Shisui, look, Yuta's comments on the Sarutobi clan's ninjas are the same. Actually, not just Yuta, by all the Uchiha clansmen who had once formed a team with the Sarutobi clansmen, basically did not have a good impression of them. Shisui said with a wry smile, Lord Hawkage is busy with official business, so maybe he has neglected the constraints on the clan. Yuta pouted. He was not surprised that Shisui would answer like this. During this time, he also had a lot of contact with Shisui. How to say? Shisui is a complete fanatic of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He found various excuses to defend Sarutobi Hiruzen for all kinds of unfavorable things that he had done. Yuta could only say that Sarutobi Hiruzen's usual disguise as a kind grandfather was too deceptive. But Yuta remembered one thing. When the original ninja allied forces fought the Ten Tails, Iwagakure had lava release, Kumagakure had storm release, Kirigakure had water release, Sunagakure had magnet release. They all had ninjas with various bloodline limits, and no family was mentioned. But what about Konoha? The Uchiha clan is on the decline, but the Sarutobi clan is on the rise. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been the Hawkage for decades, and he has made his family quite fat. Okay, stop talking, the enemy is coming. Shisui dissuaded the two people beside him from spouting all kinds of complaints about the Sarutobi clan. Inabai snorted softly, then said, Yuta, see Shisui's genjutsu in a moment. This is not something that a normal genjutsu can do. Oh. Yuta's interest was raised. He activated his Sharingan and looked at the Kirigakure ninjas who had already appeared in his field of vision from a distance. It is estimated that the other party is still a few hundred meters away from here. The leader had a blindfold on one of his eyes. Suddenly, someone in that team fell down inexplicably. They had a distorted face, and apparently they had been caught in a genjutsu. So far, how? Yuta couldn't help but be surprised. A few hundred meters away, it's impossible to perform genjutsu at such a distance, right? This is Sharingan, not the Byakugan. Shisui explained, it's my own little trick, a trigger-type genjutsu trap. I set traps in advance on the way, but the content of the traps is only genjutsu. Yuta nodded, looking like he had understood. So, genjutsu can be used like this as well. He had probably understood the principle. Attach chakra to an object. When the other party touches the object, the genjutsu is successful. In the original story, Itachi used his fingers to use genjutsu, but Shisui's genjutsu operation was even more exaggerated. Aren't you going to kill them? Yuta looked at the Kirigakure ninjas, who had already retreated, and said, There is a Kirigakure ninja named Ao, who has the Byakugan among the enemies. He probably saw the famous Shisui and gave up the task directly. No need, just let them leave. Shisui was reluctant to do any unnecessary killings. Suddenly thinking of the task that the third Hawkage had entrusted him, he asked Yuta, What would you do if you were the captain? Yuta said without hesitation, Naturally, I would catch them and kill them. They are already on the battlefield, and they are the enemy that need to be eliminated. Moreover, if we can eliminate the opponent's forces by a lot and make them lose their war potential, won't peace come? Inabai, who was beside him, nodded again and again, agreeing. Yes. Shisui nodded and fell silent. At the rear of the battlefield, the command center for the operation against Kirigakure was located. Sarutobi Kase complained, Why didn't you tell us earlier that Uchiha Yuta was so strong? He hurt me so badly. Sarutobi Shinosuke, who was the commander-in-chief of the Kirigakure operation, looked unhappy. Why do you think he was on the same team with you? Don't I want to use his strength to help you earn some contributions? If you don't have enough contribution, even my father can't promote you to an official jonin. Sarutobi Kase suddenly realized, and then he looked remorseful. He had a grudge with Yuta early. If not, maybe he could earn some contribution with the other party. Suddenly, a root ninja wearing an intricately patterned mask walked in. "I want to check the distribution of frontline ninjas." Tobi Shinosuke frowned, thinking that Danzo had some secret mission, but he did not stop him. The root ninja took over a document. He found the name of Uchiha Yuta, wrote down the relevant content, and left directly. Next, according to Torun's plan, he needed to find a way to provide the above content to Kirigakure. Capitulo 35, Raikiri's completion, Reiga strikes. The border zone of the Land of Fire. In a small base, a green-haired Kirigakure ninja killed the Konoha ninja, who was stationed here with an easy sneak attack. The latter could not even transmit the information that an enemy had attacked. It's a bit shameful to have me, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, kill a child just over 10 years old. Kurisuke Reiga kicked the corpse of the Konoha ninja under his feet with disdain. Konoha's garrison ninja only have this level of strength. Even his ordinary sneak attack could not be noticed. Before, the 4th Mizukage suddenly gave him an assassination mission. The target was a 10-year-old kid. What surprised him was that the 4th Mizukage actually gave him detailed information about the target's capabilities and where the target was stationed. Kurisuke Reiga took out the mission scroll again and looked at it. The target, Uchiha Yuta, should be stationed in the next stronghold. The Uchiha clan, 10 years old, Sharingan has reached the 3 Tamo level, good at taijutsu, fire release, killed many Kirigakure Jonins in the past period of time, and, seeing the content, a hint of malice flashed on the face of Kurisuke Reiga. He knows the forbidden technique, 8 inner gates. When he uttered these words, Kurisuke Reiga grimaced, gnashing his teeth. It was because of this forbidden technique that 7 people from the previous generation of 7 ninja swordsmen were directly crushed, and some were even killed by a mere Konoha genin on the spot. Only Juzo, Faguki, and he were able to flee in embarrassment and save their lives. That Konoha ninja in a green tights had appeared in his nightmares countless times. Who tilde forget it, I don't want to. Reiga shook his head and dispelled the image in his mind. The opponent this time was just a 10-year-old kid, and the Konoha genin who beat them and fled in embarrassment should be almost 40 years old. There was no comparison at all. Even if that kid has learned the 8 inner gates, he can't be as terrifying as that genin. In the small Konoha stronghold, Yuta looked at the blue arc shining in his hand, his face full of relief. "Finally, I have created Raikiri." There was some emotion in his tone. Other researches on morphological changes like Chidori, such as Chidori Spear, Chidori Ryo, had been easily completed long ago. Instead, it was Raikiri that took him a lot of effort. It was very hard to upgrade Chidori from A rank to S rank. Throughout the entire ninja world, there are not many S-rank elemental ninjutsu. Naruto's wind release Raisen Shuriken counts as 1, Kakashi's Raikiri counts as 1, and Sasuke's Kirin counts as 1. The sound is much lower, and the sound of thousands of birds chirping has become a sound similar to electric current, which can be released on the spot without running and sprinting. As for the piercing ability, Yuta was a little uncertain about the power of his improved ninjutsu. Ordinary targets were the same as paper to both Chidori and Raikiri, and there was no difference at all. Suddenly, a fine movement came into his ears. Keenly aware of the invasion, Yuta did not hesitate to release a signal flare to notify the adjacent stronghold. "Looks like I was discovered by you." A cold voice came from nowhere. "However, you don't have to think about the support. The ninjas stationed at the nearby stronghold have already been killed by me, and no one will come to support you in a short time. Let me think about what the best way to kill you is." The sound seemed to be coming from all directions. Yuta had a feeling that he seemed to be surrounded by a large group of Kirigakure ninjas. "You bastard." Yuta pouted and directly used the fire dragon bullet technique, spitting out a huge fire dragon. He hit it in the direction he had seen the enemy was in long ago. Boom! The wall of the stronghold was broken in an instant. The fierce fire dragon rushed outside, but it gradually became smaller and slowly dissipated in the rain. "It's raining." Yuta rushed outside and saw the incoming Kirigakure ninja. He saw a person with green hair and 2 swords on his back. In his mind, he quickly searched for the information of this Kirigakure ninja. He felt that he had seen him before, and he quickly confirmed the identity of the other party. Kurisuke Reiga. Yuta stared at the other party with a solemn expression. "Oh, you actually recognized me. How about it, now that you know who I am, are you still going to resist?" The corners of Reiga's mouth twitched, and even if the previous sneak attack attempt failed, he did not panic. Although the other party also had the experience of killing many Jonin, his enemies were just ordinary Jonins. And he was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and even among elite Jonin, he was an absolute elite. Not to mention, "It's actually raining, your luck is really bad." Reiga looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, looking a little excited. This kind of weather was a good opportunity for his ninja sword to exert its full strength. On the other hand, fire release, which the other party is good at, is much less powerful in rainy days. Yuta activated his Sharingan and adjusted to his best state. The expression on his face remained unchanged, and he quickly analyzed in his heart. "You killed the people in the nearby stronghold in advance, leaving me in a situation of isolation and helplessness, and then came to kill me. In other words, you are here for me, and you knew that I would be at this stronghold at this time." Clap, clap. Reiga applauded, with a mocking smile on his face. "Yes, you guessed right. He, the assassin, can get such detailed information. What does it mean? There is a traitor on Konoha's side, and the information about him was revealed by them. He figured this out when the 4th Mizukage had given him the mission scroll." Yuta wiped the rain on his face, and the scarlet color of the 3 Tamo Sharingan in his pupils became deeper and deeper. The anger in his heart couldn't be suppressed. Since the time he had arrived in the Naruto world, he had never had a death feud with anyone. And this was the first time he had even been on the battlefield. But he was actually betrayed by his own fellow villagers. They sent his information to the enemy and wanted the enemy to kill him. Capítulo 36, Raikiri's Power. Wu tilde. Yuta let out a long sigh. He didn't think about other things, but concentrated on the battle in front of him. Looking at Reiga in front of him, he grinned. "Since you know my detailed information, do you also know about my master's 8 inner gates? I don't know if your information has written it clearly in detail. The teacher who led my team during my genin period happens to be the son of the person who caused the tragedy of the 7 ninja swordsmen." Blue veins jumped wildly in Reiga's forehead. With a cold snort, Reiga thought he understood Yuta's intentions and said, "You want to scare me away by saying this. That greenskin monster is indeed amazing, but at your age, what level have you reached in the 8 inner gates?" Yuta shook his head and said, "I said this just to tell you that you are Gai-sensei's father's killer. And since I met you today, of course I can't let you go." Hearing this, Reiga almost laughed angrily. He doesn't want to find a way to escape or find a way to stall for support, but wants to kill him instead. He really wanted to know where this brat got his confidence from. Just as he was about to say something ironic and go back, he saw several spear-shaped lightning rushing straight towards him. The awe-inspiring power made Reiga startled. He quickly waved the 2 swords in his hand and slammed into the ground. Lightning release, lightning fang. In an instant, lightning flashed above the 2 swords, and a large number of lightning bolts in the shape of branches shot out, blocking the lightning release in front. Reiga jumped high quickly, and at the same time used lightning release to resist Yuta's ninjutsu. Not far away. What a strong lightning release. White Zetsu stuck out half of his body from the ground and secretly peeked at the battle. If I remember correctly, what Uchiha Yuta used just now should be the lightning release, false darkness that Kakuzu is best at, Abaito said in a low voice. This is a long-range offensive lightning release ninjutsu, which is extremely fast and penetrative. Reiga used 2 lightning release ninjutsus in a row and was able to intercept Yuta's lightning release, false darkness. In the information that White Zetsu inquired before, Uchiha Yuta seems to have learned Hadate Kakashi's Chidori. As Black Zetsu spoke, he looked at Uchiha Abaito. The latter did not move, and under the mask, his expression was unknown. "What do you think the outcome of this battle will be? Who will win?" White Zetsu asked curiously. "It's hard to say. It depends on Uchiha Yuda's level in the 8 inner gates. He could briefly open the 3rd gate more than 2 years ago. If he can open the 4th gate now, it should be able to delay enough time until Konoha's support arrives," Abaido said casually. "So Reiga is going to fail this time?" White Zetsu was slightly surprised. Since Reiga was not strong enough, why didn't Abaido control the 4th Mizukage before and choose other stronger people? "Idiot," Abaido said. "Our purpose is not to kill Uchiha Yuda, but to show him the dark side of Konoha and make him join us to increase the probability of Project Infinite Tsukiyomi succeeding." Seeing White Zetsu's sudden realization, Abaido became out of breath again. Why did he have to explain to White Zetsu this brainless thing? Lightning release, falling thunder. The 2 swords in the hands of Reiga raised and swung down suddenly. Accompanying it, 2 lightning bolts fell straight down from the dark clouds in the sky, slashing in the direction of Yuda. Yuda predicted Reiga's movements through his Sharingan and jumped away to dodge. The light of the lightning strike fell on Yuda's face, showing Yuda's solemn expression. Reiga should be the strongest opponent he has ever encountered, perhaps even stronger than the strength shown by the seriously injured Orochimaru. Of course, the latter didn't use all his means when he fought him. 2 more lightning bolts fell, and Yuda dodged again. How long can you hide? How much energy do you have left? In this kind of stormy weather, with the help of lightning fangs, I can directly mobilize the lightning in nature without spending much chakra. And your lightning release, ninjutsu, consumes a lot of chakra. Of course, you can open the 8 inner gates and try to see if you can rush towards me," Reiga said calmly. Although he had a lot of contempt, he also secretly guarded against Yuda's 8 inner gates. So, just in case, he made up his mind to use ninjutsu to kill the other party remotely. Even if this kid is a genius and his chakra reserve is higher than ordinary people, it is impossible to be comparable to him, an elite Jonin. Yuda frowned, thinking quickly in his heart. He was being held back by his age. If he had enough chakra, he could directly fight against the opponent's ninjutsu with his own ninjutsu, and fight a battle of attrition. With his mind made up, Yuda frantically gathered lightning chakra in his hands. "I don't need the 8 inner gates yet." This was a good chance to try out the Raikiri he had just created. With the sound of electric current, lightning chakra condensed. Yuda held Raikiri and rushed towards Reiga. Hadate Kakashi's ninjutsu. Reiga easily recognized this ninjutsu. He waved the lightning fangs in his hand, and 2 lightning strikes fell. Without evading at all, the Raikiri in Yuda's hand slammed into the lightning bolt directly. He cut off the lightning bolt abruptly and rushed towards Reiga again. "What?" Reiga's face changed color, seeing Yuda coming straight at him. He was about to mobilize the lightning to form an armor to protect himself, but it was too late. The lightning release defense that was barely formed was easily penetrated by Yuda. With the high-speed assault, the flashing electric palm directly stabbed into Reiga's chest. Capitulo 37, Abaido, do you want real power? He actually cut off the lightning. White Zetsu's mouth widened in shock, looking at the scene ahead. He had been looking forward to seeing Yuda open the 8 inner gates. But the result was unexpected. With the lightning release ninjutsu, he rushed directly to Reiga. "Is that Kakashi's Chidori? It isn't like it though," Black Zetsu said in a hoarse voice, looking at Abaido next to him. In matters related to Kakashi, Abaido is the guy to ask. "Looks alike but not the same." Abaido thought for a moment and said, "The first is the sound. There is no sharp sound of Chidori. Then there is the power. Kakashi's Chidori shouldn't be able to cut through lightning." White Zetsu speculated, could it be that Kakashi improved Chidori again? It should be possible. After all, he is a lightning release genius who created his own A-rank lightning release ninjutsu at the age of 12. After so many years, it is reasonable for him to further improve this famous ninjutsu. Compared to Kakashi, I think it's more likely that Yuda made these improvements himself. I thought he would have to rely on the 8 inner gates. I didn't expect him to kill Reiga like this. I really underestimated him, Abaido said leisurely. He improved it himself. How is it possible? Isn't he too young? White Zetsu couldn't believe it. Nothing is impossible. The other party is a genius who awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan at the age of 10. We can't speculate about him with common sense, Black Zetsu said. He had been lurking in the ninja world for thousands of years and had seen many Uchihas. A genius who can awaken the 3 Tomo Sharingan at this age is a rare genius. He seems to have sensed us. Interesting, Abaido said with interest when he saw Yuta, who had clearly defeated Reiga, but had not yet relaxed. At this moment, he no longer hid his figure and passed through the woods like a phantom. First meeting, Uchiha Yuta. Yuta took a deep breath and suppressed his fluctuating mood. Since just now, he had always felt that someone was watching him secretly. He was not sure if it was a genjutsu, so he didn't use 8 inner gates against Reiga before. He wanted to guard against possible enemies in the dark. The enemy turned out to be Uchiha Abaido. The moment he saw the other party's one-eyed spiral mask, Yuta realized who he was. Thinking quickly in his heart, he speculated about the other party's intention. Don't be nervous, I have no ill will towards you. Don't you want to know why Reiga came to attack you? Abaido said in a low voice. For Abaido's first sentence, Yuta directly regarded it as nonsense. Abaido has great malice towards the entire Uchiha clan. On the night of genocide, 2 people had a great harvest of the Sharingan. One was Danzo and the other was Abaido. With full vigilance, Yuta opened his mouth and said, "Who sent my information to Kirigakure?" "You are clever," Abaido appreciated Yuta. "It's the people from the root who disclosed your garrison schedule and information about your strength to Kirigakure. Then Kirigakure sent someone to kill you. Kirigakure sent out one of the 7 ninja swordmen. They thought it should be foolproof, but you killed him." As he spoke, Abaido looked at Reiga, who had completely lost his life without regret. Anyway, the entire Kirigakure was just his tool. It is not a pity to lose a ninja. Yuta didn't believe Abaido's intention. However, when he heard the root, it was as if another nail had been hammered to the ground, confirming his previous guess. Sure enough, it's you, Danzo. Throughout the entire Naruto world, Danzo can be said to be the main villain. The genocide of Uchiha led to the tragedy of Sasuke's life. Together with Hanzo, he tried to destroy the Akatsuki and caused Pain to become mid-stage boss of Naruto. The death of Yakushi Nano led to the tragedy of Yakushi Kabuto's life, and Yakushi Kabuto later became one of the initiators of the 4th Ninja World War. Yuta also knew that he might be targeted by Danzo in the future. But he didn't expect Danzo to want to kill him now. To kill him, he didn't even hesitate to send military intelligence to Kirigakure. For a while, Yuta couldn't help but itch with hatred. "Nice mood." Abaido chuckled and said, "The darkness of Konoha is far beyond your imagination. Continue to hate, hatred will give you strength." Yuta's face was expressionless. "What exactly are you trying to say? How dark is Konoha? Do I need you to tell me that? In addition to telling you about the root, this time I also want to tell you a secret knowledge, a secret that was actively buried by the Uchiha clan. As an Uchiha, you should have heard the legend of the Manjikayo Sharingan, right?" Abaido spoke casually, and when he saw Yuta on the opposite side, he seemed to be intrigued, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly under the mask. "If you want to awaken the Manjikayo Sharingan, if you want to get real power, kill the person who matters most to you. That way, you can get the power to take revenge on Danzo. I won't ask if what you said is true or false." Yuta said what he really wanted to ask. "What are you trying to plot by telling me this?" Abaido chuckled, and his figure suddenly became distorted and gradually disappeared. Before leaving, he said, "You'll find out later and look forward to our next meeting." Not far away, a figure arrived at high speed with the body flicker technique. "Yuta, what happened here?" Shisui looked at the messy ground and the corpse of a Kirigakure ninja, and said in amazement. He was on a daily patrol nearby, but noticed signs of lightning release here, and rushed over immediately. "It's finally safe." Yuta was relieved after confirming that Abaido had left, and Shisui had also arrived. Capítulo 38, Sarutobi Hiruzen's Lies. You were attacked by Kurasuke Reiga, and you were able to kill him in a face-to-face confrontation. Shisui checked the body on the ground. After confirming that it was indeed Reiga of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he became even more surprised. As one of the 7 the ninja swordsmen, the strength of the Reiga is naturally not bad. And Yuta, who could kill Reiga in a frontal battle, no matter how he looked, had the combat power of an elite jonin. At such a young age, he has such strength. Shisui thought that at Yuta's age, although he was already famous on the battlefield of the Third Ninja World War, he did not have a record of killing an elite jonin. He came here specifically to kill me. He knew that I would be stationed here today, and he even knew my detailed strength. In addition, the ninjas stationed in the 2 nearby strongholds should have been killed. Yuta said with a serious expression. However, he did not say that Danzo was behind the scenes. After all, this news came from Abido, and it was not a light matter. Hearing Yuta's words, Shisui's face changed immediately. There are only 2 possible reasons for this to happen. Either the people of Konoha sent the information to Kirigakure, or Kirigakure planted a spy in Konoha. The latter is okay, but if it is the former, who would do such a chilling thing? Almost instinctively, Shisui preferred to believe the second reason. It would be better if Kirigakure had installed a spy. After a moment of contemplation, Shisui said, "It just so happens that the invasion operation on Kirigakure's side is basically over. After going back soon, I will report the matter to Lord Hawkage." He believed that Lord Hawkage could give him an explanation. "I hope so." Yuta said so, but he didn't have any hope in his heart. Rear Command Center. After Sarutobi Shinosuke read the report in his hand, his face was not very good. That Uchiha Yuta actually killed one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. This brat is getting stronger and stronger. A genius in the Uchiha clan is not good for the Sarutobi clan. The other 2 people who were stationed in the stronghold were killed, and he was the only one who survived in the 3 adjacent strongholds. Hey, it's really good luck, Sarutobi Kase said with a bitter face. Sarutobi Shinosuke frowned, and suddenly recalled the fact that a ninja had checked the records of the garrison. He felt as though he had noticed something. Could it be that the purpose of Reiga's attack was to kill Yuta, and this assassination was related to the root? He became more and more certain of his conjecture. Sarutobi Shinosuke ordered, "Go to Uchiha's side to inform them and immediately send Reiga's body back to the village, saying them to get the information in his mind as soon as possible." After the command, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. If this matter is really related to the root, that would be bad. Hawkage Building. Lord Hawkage, I wonder how the investigation is going on about the attack of Reiga. Was there some spy in the village who sent my information to Kirigakure? Yuta, who had just returned to the village, asked. There was no expectation in his heart. Even the corpse was transferred in advance by Sarutobi Shinosuke, and it was impossible to investigate and obtain evidence on his own. Now, about the reason, this old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen will just talk nonsense, right? As predicted, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, a spy from Kirigakure got into Konoha. They obtained the information about your strength and planned an attack on you. Don't worry, if the village's own people betray their companions, no matter who they are, I will never tolerate them. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a just and righteous expression, as if he had the determination to even kill his relatives if they were the culprit. If Shisui was here, he would have believed it by now. However, Yuta sneered in his heart. Never tolerate. What a joke. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a few more perfunctory sentences, and then opened his mouth with a warm face. Speaking of which, Yuta, you went directly to the battlefield after you became a chunin, and you haven't decided where to go. How about it, do you want to consider taking a job at Anbu? Hiss. Yuta almost exploded with anger. He couldn't help but be shocked by Sarutobi Hiruzen's thick skin. What is this? He has no shame. It was Danzo who gave the information to Kirigakure, and he didn't believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't found out about this. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't give him a proper explanation, and was just perfunctory. Now he wasn't even embarrassed to recruit him to join the ANBO. "Sorry, Lord Hawkage, I plan to join the police force so that I can spend more time training." Although his inner thoughts were surging, Yuta calmly refused. "Okay." Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't hide the pity on his face, and gave a few words of encouragement. Seeing Yuta leaving the Hawkage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned ugly. "Anbu, tell Danzo to come." In his opinion, the reason why Yuta rejected his solicitation was all Danzo's fault. Although he was sure that Yuta didn't know that Danzo did it, Yuta didn't even get any information about this Kirigakure spy. In this case, it was inevitable that the other party would be dissatisfied. If Danzo hadn't acted on his own, he would now be able to take Yuta and Itachi, the two new Uchiha geniuses, into his hands. It didn't take long for Danzo to arrive. As soon as he saw Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Danzo, look at what you've done." Of course Danzo knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen was talking about. He said indifferently, "Isn't it okay? Even if Reiga's body is handed over to the Uchiha, they won't be able to find anything." Since Iburame Torun was responsible for doing this mission, Danzo was confident that nothing was left behind. The only pity was that Yuta's strength was misestimated. Kirigakure sent one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, but still failed to kill him. Danzo didn't think he had done anything wrong in his heart. His resentment of Yuta even increased a little. "Is it okay?" Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to laugh angrily. "Now Yuta obviously has no trust in the village, is it okay? If you hadn't acted on your own, there would have been one more Uchiha leaning towards the village today." Danzo frowned coldly. "Yuta is not the same as Itachi. Even without this, I don't think he would join the ANBO. Furthermore, the power of the Uchiha clan is too strong. Take Yuta as an example, give him a few more years, and he will be the next Shisui." Now that the Uchiha clan has become more and more dissatisfied with the village, what if they stage a coup? In this case, wouldn't it be a good thing to get rid of one of Uchiha's geniuses early? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He smoked his pipe and did not speak for a long time. Capítulo 39, Kadomatsukami. "Shisui, you have worked hard. You should be the first person to deal such massive damage to those Kirigakure ninjas," Sarutobi Hiruzen said cheerfully. This is true. Many times, when Kirigakure ninjas found that Shisui was blocking the road ahead, they immediately abandoned their mission. In the past, there were only 2 Konoha ninjas who caused the other villages to give the retreat on sight order: Konoha's White Fang, Yellow Flash. Now that the times had changed, and after both of them had passed away, Shisui had emerged to take their place. "Lord Hawkage is wrong, it's the credit of all the comrades on the battlefield," Shisui said modestly. After a few more chats, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked about a special mission that he had previously assigned to Shisui. That is to get close to Yuta and examine his outlook on the will of fire. Shisui considered his language and said, "Yuta gets along well with his mission companions in most cases, and he is also very popular in the Uchiha clan. In terms of war, he tends to kill more enemies for peace, which I don't think is the right way. For the companions that he respects, Yuta works hard to protect them. In general, I think Yuta is a ninja who loves the village and his companions and accepts the will of fire." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded again and again, but he couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. According to Shisui, Yuta was more similar to normal Uchihas than his preferred Uchihas like Shisui and Itachi, who were more village-oriented. For a time, he couldn't help but agree with Danzo's words. Even without Danzo's attack, Yuta probably wouldn't have joined the ANBO. Fortunately, although Shisui was not an ANBO, he was still under his command. The Uchiha's new generation's genius, Itachi, was also at his disposal. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a warm face, "I believe that Yuta, like Shisui and Itachi, is also an excellent ninja who loves the village. Now that Yuta intends to serve in the police force, he will be placed under you. At that time, you will need to guide him with the will of fire." Shisui nodded again and again. There was some hesitation in his heart, not knowing whether he should persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen to restrain the Sarutobi clan. He was still hesitating in his heart when he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly say, "Shisui, now the Uchiha clan's prejudice against the village is getting deeper and deeper. Alas, it's all due to my incompetence as the Hokage." While talking, he took off the Hokage hat, revealing his white hair. He turned and looked up at the Hokage rock, as if he was about to shed some tears. Seeing this, Shisui couldn't help feeling sour. Lord Hokage is already an old man in his 60s, but he still has to worry about the future of the village. With a heavy heart, he forgot the words of persuasion in his heart and blurted out, "Lord Hokage, I will try my best to change the people's distrust of the village." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned with his back to Shisui. Everything about this kid Shisui is fine, but he's just too childish. The grievances accumulated over the years or even decades by a whole clan can't be changed so easily. The Uchiha's grievances against the village are not only due to being isolated from the real power center of the village for a long time. To be more specific, it was because of the village suspecting the Uchiha for the Nine Tails incident and the subsequent forced removal of Uchiha's clan land, as well as the Anbu's surveillance of the Uchiha's new clan land. How could all the grievances that had been constantly added up be resolved by just Shisui, a young man? However, on the surface, Sarutobi Hiruzen still had a relieved expression. "In that case, I will arrange a special task for you. The time interval of the mission is uncertain, and the content is to restore the Uchiha clan's trust in the village. It's just that if your efforts fail and the Uchiha clan eventually launches a coup, what will you do then?" Shisui's body trembled, as if thinking of something that he didn't want to recall. After struggling for a long time, he looked up, and the three Tamo Sharingan pattern in his eyes began to change. "This is..." Sarutobi Hiruzen became startled and looked at the Sharingan that had been connected to the 4 Yi Fengkar pattern. Manjikao Sharingan. Shisui's Sharingan has been upgraded to Manjikao. If the Uchiha plan a coup in the future, I will use my pupil technique Kato Matsukami to control the clan leader Fugaku and dispel the clan's coup attempt. Immediately, Shisui also explained the effects of his Kato Matsukami. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body almost froze, and he couldn't help but look away from Shisui. Kato Matsukami, a genjutsu that can silently modify the will of others. This kind of power that can completely change or even control a person quietly is really terrifying. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief when he thought that Shisui had even told him this. After asking again and confirming that Shisui had not informed anyone about Kato Matsukami, Sarutobi Hiruzen became even more relieved. He felt proud of himself. Thanks to his education of the will of fire day after day, year after year, Shisui can now be fully used by him. And Shisui can control Uchiha Fugaku with the Kato Matsukami. And at that time, the entire Uchiha clan will be at his disposal. His Hokage position will also be more solid. Thinking of a bright future, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a gentle expression, "If that's the case, go ahead and try to change the people of the Uchiha clan." Seeing Shisui leaving, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no hope for this mission at all. His heart had long been flying to the future, where the Uchiha clan is completely controlled by him. Capitulo 40, joining the police force. You actually killed 5 Jonin. Tekka just learned about Yuta's record on the Kage battlefield and couldn't help but be stunned. A total of 5 Jonins were killed, of which only 1 was killed with a companion and the other 4 were single kills. Among them, there was even one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. For a moment, Tekka looked at Yuta like he had seen a ghost. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Reiga is so powerful that even if he were to deal with him, he would have to seriously fight hard. Doesn't this mean that Yuta's current strength is no less than his? How long has it been since he met Yuta? Before the Chunin exam a few months ago, he would still teach Yuta occasionally. It's really amazing. When it comes to talent, you're no worse than Shisui. Fugaku also nodded with a look of relief. Although Yuta's talent and strength had always overwhelmed his son Itachi, Yuta was still his own family after all. Yuta is more talented than me. Shisui said modestly, I grew up during the war, and I had been on the battlefield since I was 7 years old. Naturally, my strength improved faster. And Yuta basically grew up in peacetime, but he was able to awaken the 3 Tamo Sharingan at the same age as me. Also, at Yuta's age, I couldn't kill an elite Jonin. Hearing this, Inabai on the side couldn't help but complain, "Shisui, don't be humble. At least, you have a record of killing a Jonin at Yuta's age." On the other hand, if I and Hogan met a Jonin at this age, we would only be able to run for our lives. Tekka also nodded and suddenly thought of something. He said, speaking of which, with Yuta's record, this time he should be able to become a Jonin, right? Suddenly, everyone became serious. Jonin. This not only represents a ninja's strength, but it also means that a ninja has become a core member of the village. After becoming a Jonin, it is possible to hold leadership positions in various departments of the village. However, there is no Jonin exam like the Chunin exam. To become a Jonin, the Hokage must conduct a comprehensive assessment of the ninja. Those who are assessed by the Hokage to have met the Jonin standard are granted Jonin status. Fugaku looked a little embarrassed and took out a document. It's a pity that Yuta's promotion to Jonin may have to be delayed for a while. The document was a list of this year's newest Jonins. Yuta took it to take a look, and sure enough, he didn't find his name. Glancing around, he found another name. Sarutobi. That guy actually became a Jonin, hee. Yuta couldn't help sneering. Sarutobi was a special Jonin before. Now he had become an official Jonin. He took a closer look at the list and saw that there were quite a few people from the Sarutobi clan above. Now Yuta understood something. This was how the 3,000 ninja army of the Sarutobi clan in the original 4th Ninja World War came into existence. Their strength is not enough, but they were given Jonin status in advance and the corresponding resources anyway. Then those ninjas would take these resources to accelerate their training. Sarutobi Hiruzen really takes care of his family. Tekka and Inabai, who were aside, were not surprised by this list. They had seen the same situation many times. However, they could do nothing but sneer at the Sarutobi clan. Shisui said with a slightly embarrassed expression, "The ninjas of the Sarutobi clan have also made a lot of contributions on the battlefield." Yuta wasn't surprised that Shisui would say this. What contribution did the Sarutobi clansmen make? Basically, they were only doing simple tasks, such as escorting supplies in the rear, without much risk. Just based on these qualifications, they were promoted to a Jonin, so it was no wonder that the Uchihas resented them. Seeing Yuta, who seemed a little dissatisfied, Fugaku was prepared to comfort him. According to your strength, if you became a Jonin this time, you could become a captain on the police force. However, although you didn't get promoted to a Jonin this time, I can make an exception and let you become a captain in the police force directly. Yuta nodded and thanked him. Previously, the reason why he refused to join the Anbo and chose the police force was because he wanted more time to train. On the other hand, it was also out of consideration for the night of genocide in the future. The night of the genocide is not only his business, so it is necessary to get the help of as many Uchihas as possible. Besides, he also needs to develop a force containing his people. Danzo has already attacked him once before. What if he does it again in the future? With his strength, he may not need to be afraid of anything, but what about Izumi's family? If he has the support of other people, all kinds of things will be more convenient. And the police force is a good place for that. Shisui thought of the task that Lord Hokage had explained and hurriedly said, "It just so happens that there is a vacancy for the leader of the squad under me, so Yuta can go over there." It was naturally fine for Yuta to agree to Shisui's suggestion. Finally, before leaving, he went to Fugaku to apply for a seal that was unique to the Uchiha clan. Transcription seal. Capitulo 41, Transcription seal. Yuta, it hurts. It'll be fine soon. You should be careful, it's very fragile there. Inside the house, a series of strange conversations sounded. In fact, Yuta was just using the transcription seal to set up a defensive genjutsu in Izumi's eyes. After being attacked once by Danzo through Kirigakure, he had been thinking about a way to ensure the safety of Izumi and her family. Although Izumi has undergone his daily training, and as an elite chunin, Izumi's parents are not even ninjas. Therefore, he thought of using the transcription seal to provide them with a form of protection. All right. He let out a long sigh, and after it was finally finished, Yuta's heart became relieved. What have you done to me? Izumi touched her eyes, feeling that something was not right. It's as if something has entered her body. Yuta deactivated his Sharingan and explained patiently, I used the transcription seal to set up 2 defensive genjutsus in your eyes. You should have heard of the transcription seal. This is a technique that allows a technique to be lodged in the eyes of the target and released when certain conditions are met. Izumi blinked, feeling somewhat confused. Why set genjutsu in her eyes? Could it be that she will encounter danger in the village? Suddenly thinking of what Yuta had told her before about being attacked by one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Izumi thought of something. She said, could it be that when you were attacked by that, Reiga before, it was the work of a person in Konoha? That's right. Yuta didn't hide it from Izumi and said it directly. The person behind that incident is a high-level village official called Shimura Danzo, but you don't need to worry about him that much for the time being. Just be sure to remember that when you encounter someone wearing a mask, no matter what kind of mask, you must be careful, vigilant, and run away quickly. The masked people who could threaten Izumi and her family because of him could be Anbu, Root, or even Abido. Danzo. Izumi took this unheard name seriously. However, at her current age, she still couldn't understand why the village would want to harm her and Yuta. After telling Izumi to not tell what he had just explained, Yuta began to explain the transcription seal. I set a genjutsu in each of your eyes. I set 2 trigger conditions. It can either be passively triggered when you are stunned by external forces or actively triggered by yourself. If the enemy is unprepared, even a Jonin can be defeated. It can overwhelm a Jonin. Izumi was slightly stunned and a little surprised. Yuta, how strong are you now? Before leaving for Kirigakure, Yuta had just passed the Chunin exam. Now he can actually bring down a Jonin with a single genjutsu. Probably a top-tier elite Jonin. Yuta said without reservation. His comprehensive strength was not far from being promoted to the next level. He wondered what new talents he would acquire by then. Okay, now that the genjutsu has been set up, it's time to try and see if the setting is successful. While speaking, Yuta hardened his heart. He raised his sword and aimed it at Izumi's neck. Izumi blinked, but before she could react, she was knocked unconscious. Soon after, Uchiha's handmade pancake shop. Izumi nibbled at the pancake and turned her head away. I was wrong. Isn't this a test to see if the set conditions are successful? Then tell me about it in advance. You just attacked me all of a sudden. Think about it. If you were prepared to be knocked out in advance, wouldn't it feel worse? That seems to make sense. Forget it, I forgive you. Just now, because it was the first time he had used the transcription seal, and the set conditions were complicated, Yuta purposely triggered the conditions to see if it was working. And if he wants to trigger the conditions, he naturally has to knock Izumi out. As for the aftermath, the effect was very good. Before Izumi passed out, the genjutsu was successfully used on him. He also planned to set up a defensive genjutsu for Izumi's parents as well. At least, it would give them some self-protection. Uncle, here's a pancake. A person who was slightly panting ran over. It's Sasuke, aren't you going home for dinner? The owner came out with a smile. He is also a member of the Uchiha clan, but is not a ninja. Instead, he runs a pancake shop in the Uchiha clan. He basically knows everything about the children in the clan. My big brother is going to take time out today to practice Shuriken Jutsu with me. Sasuke took the pancake with an excited look on his face. Itachi had been very busy since he had joined the Anbo. Today he finally found time to practice with Sasuke. Seeing Yuta next to him, Sasuke quickly greeted him politely. He also knew this genius, who was as famous as his big brother. Yuta smiled and nodded to Sasuke, but suddenly felt a sense of prying. He frowned and looked towards the source of the peeping sensation. He saw a camera with a reflective lens hidden near the clan. That's what the Anbu used to monitor the Uchiha clan lands. What a disappointment. Yuta's mood suddenly changed a lot. No wonder the clansmen had such a negative opinion of the village. They are under surveillance like this every day, with no privacy at all. Who can stand it? At first, the village monitored the Uchiha clan, saying that they wanted to find out who was behind the Nine Tails rebellion. But it's been almost 5 years since then. According to Yuta, the purpose of the surveillance may be to prevent Uchiha family from launching a coup, right? Capítulo 42, Kakashi's shock. After setting up some defensive genjutsus on Izumi's family, Yuta went to Kakashi. He had completed some improvements to Chidori. Now, with the help of lightning release prodigilant, he planned to learn lightning release stimulation method and Kirin. Yuta intends to gradually learn the latter by exploring it himself. As for the former, he had tried it himself before and found that there was a big problem. If no one guides you, exploring the lightning release stimulation method on your own can easily hurt your body. Instead of wasting time and getting bruised all over, it's better to ask Kakashi directly. You want to learn lightning release stimulation. Kakashi had taken a rare vacation today. He put away the intimate paradise in his hand and rubbed his hair in anguish. He was thinking about how to refuse. It is not that he was reluctant to teach Yuta. It's just that it would take a lot of time to learn the lightning release stimulation method. His job at Anbu is very busy, and he rarely gets vacations. If he really teaches Yuta, it may take a long time. Yuta saw Kakashi's hesitation and said directly, "Speaking of which, I would like to thank Senior for showing me Chidori before. I have made some small improvements to Chidori. I have named this new technique Raikiri, because I used this lightning release ninjutsu to cut Reiga." As he spoke, lightning flashed in his hand. There was no sharp noise like that of thousands of birds chirping in unison, but a fine electric sound. This is... Kakashi's face changed color suddenly, and he used the Sharingan directly. He checked Raikiri out carefully. The sound was much lower than his Chidori. Moreover, the piercing ability was stronger, but he didn't know by how much. This is an enhanced version of Chidori. Raikiri, I was thinking about improving Chidori before, but unfortunately I haven't had time. Kakashi said with some emotion. Unexpectedly, the advanced Chidori he envisioned was created by Guy's student before him. At this moment, without hesitation, he directly recorded the chakra flow in Yuta's body with the Sharingan. However, at this time, Kakashi realized that something was wrong. With a slightly hesitant expression, he said, "What are the hand seals for your Raikiri?" Although you Uchiha Yuta don't need a hand seal for ninjutsu, but he, Hadake Kakashi, does. Only recording the flow of chakra is not enough to use the ninjutsu. The corresponding hand seals are also required to assist in the control of chakra. This... Yuta pondered for a moment and said, "Maybe it's time for Senior to explore and try it out on their own." Kakashi felt a little complicated inside. This was the first time that he felt envious of other people's talents. Wouldn't it be nice if he also didn't need to use hand seals to perform ninjutsu? How much effort can be saved? Never mind. It's just some hand seals. The flow of chakra has already been recorded, and then according to Chidori's hand seals, he should be able to easily solve the problem of hand seals. Kakashi pinched his forehead. Since Yuta had directly showed the improved Chidori, he couldn't refuse his request now. When he was about to make up his mind and sacrifice some reading time of intimate paradise to teach Yuta the lightning release stimulation, he heard Yuta speak again. By the way, regarding Chidori, I have also made some morphological changes. While talking, Yuta showed off various Chidori-derived ninjutsus. This is Chidori Sharp Spear, a Chidori derivative technique capable of long-range attacks. The lightning spear, like a laser, shot directly at a distance of 5 meters. This is Chidori Senbon. It can form a large number of small needles like Chidori. It tests the user's chakra control. This is Chidori Nagashi. It spreads Chidori all over the body and can attack all surrounding enemies in all directions. This is the Chidori Blade. Kakashi was stunned in place. watching Yuta show off numerous variations of Chidori one by one. He mechanically copied the ninjutsus with his Sharingan. He even wondered if Chidori was really his ninjutsu in the first place. Why was Yuta more skilled than him? It's as if he, the founder of Chidori, had become a shameless thief. At last, after seeing that Yuta finally finished showing all his Chidori variations, Kakashi came back to his senses. He said with some confusion, "These were all created by you." It had only been a few months since Yuta had copied Chidori from him. He had already created this many ninjutsus based on Chidori. How difficult is it to create a ninjutsu? Can he, the person who created Chidori himself, not know? Even his teacher Namikaze Minato, a well-known genius, took 3 years to complete the creation of Raikiri. "I just made some minor improvements," Yuta said modestly. Moreover, the reason he could create these Chidori variations so fast was because he had a predetermined direction in his mind. These were all ninjutsus created by future Sasuke in the original story. It's just that he had developed it in advance. Coupled with the lightning release prodigy talent acquired through the system, it took very little time to create these. Yuta looked up at Kakashi. He had already shown Kakashi so much ninjutsu, now H should be embarrassed to say no, right? After Kakashi's shock subsided, he recalled Yuta's intention at the beginning. After copying so many ninjutsu from the other party wants to ask the lightning-style stimulation method, so he can't help but teach him, right? It's just that there was still some regret in his heart. There may be less time to read the Intimate Paradise for a while. After coughing twice, Kakashi said, "To use lightning release stimulation method, you have to stimulate the whole body through lightning chakra to improve speed, strength, explosiveness, and reaction ability in all aspects. Even with my guidance, there is a possibility of accidental injury. Also, it will take a lot of time, so be prepared." Capítulo 43, Quasi-Cage Level Strength. There are 2 main steps for the lightning release stimulation, Kakashi explained seriously. The first step is to use lightning chakra to stimulate the muscles of the whole body and improve muscle capacity. In this step, the body's speed, strength, and explosiveness will be explosively improved. Just look at the original Chunin exam to find out. Sasuke couldn't match Rock Lee at all in speed, but after learning the lightning release stimulation method with Kakashi's special training, his speed could be equal to that of Rock Lee's. As for the second step, lightning chakra is used to stimulate all nerves, especially the optic nerve. Kakashi said with a serious face. This step is the most troublesome and most dangerous. Nerves are far more fragile than muscles. Also, nerve problems are more serious than muscle problems. But if this step is successful, the benefits are huge. After all, after your speed has improved, if the corresponding reaction ability and insight ability have not improved, the speed will be pretty much useless. Yuta nodded slowly, somewhat understanding. He thought of the battle between Sasuke and the 4th Raikage in the original book. The 4th Raikage was able to dodge the Amaterasu that Sasuke could unleash by sight. It could be seen that the 4th Raikage was far beyond ordinary people, whether it is the insight of his eyes, the responsive speed of his brain, or the speed of his body. And Kakashi's lightning release stimulation method can be said to be a weakened version of 4th Raikage's lightning release chakra mode. If only he could learn 4th Raikage's lightning release chakra mode directly. Yuta couldn't help thinking like this in his heart, but he also knew that it was impossible. He could only hope that, when he becomes strong enough, he would be able to observe the 4th Raikage's lightning release chakra mode in actual combat. Soon, under the guidance of Kakashi, Yuta started the first stage of training. From the limbs to the chest, abdomen, and waist, he used lightning chakra to activate the muscles in the corresponding parts. "You're progressing very fast. It looks like your lightning release talent is pretty good." Kakashi sighed slightly. But as soon as he finished speaking, he shook his head, realizing that he had said something nonsensical. Yuta could create so many advanced ninjutsu from his Chidori. Can his lightning release talent be bad? After about 2 hours, Yuta successfully completed the first step. Around his body, fine arcs appeared from time to time. Yuta jumped and flashed nearby at high speed a few times, and found that his speed was much higher than before. However, because of the increase in his speed, he had to activate his Sharingan to keep up. The improvement is really great, Yuta said with satisfaction. The reason he wanted to learn lightning release stimulation was to increase his speed. He was very clear about his situation. Compared with the real cage-level powerhouses, what he lacks is not ninjutsu, but the most basic strength and speed. After all, his age limits his physical development. Before his physical development reaches the peak, HR can only rely on various means to improve his speed and strength. Okay, let's proceed to the second stage of training, Kakashi said, looking a little more serious. Although Yuta easily completed the first stage, the second stage would definitely take more time. Without him, Yuta may easily hurt himself during the second stage of training. If he accidentally hurts his nerves, he will have to rest for a long time to recover. The reason why Kakashi planned to refuse before was because he felt that this step was too time-consuming. Yuta's expression also became serious. He tried the second stage with utmost care. However, he soon found out. This step doesn't seem to be difficult. While following Kakashi's guidance to stimulate the nerves, he summed up the key points of this step in his heart. First, there needs to be a very fine manipulation of chakra. Chakra, which is used to stimulate nerves, can hurt oneself if it is not controlled well. With Indra's innate chakra control ability, he could easily control and mobilize the chakra in his body. Second, it is necessary to stimulate the corresponding nerve with the most appropriate amount of chakra. If there is less chakra, the stimulation to the nerves will not be enough. If there is too much chakra, it will hurt the nerves. Therefore, it is necessary to control the most suitable amount of chakra to stimulate the nerves. And regarding this amount, even Kakashi can't say it specifically. He can only let Yuta gradually know what it is through trial and error. Yuta had the god-level lightning release talent he had acquired through the system. With this talent, he could easily understand the amount of chakra that needed to be used. For a while, Yuta couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the ninja world, talent and bloodline are the most important things. Time passed little by little. Kakashi became more and more shocked inside. At first, when he watched Yuta stimulate his nerves, he noticed that he was controlling his chakra carefully, for fear of making a mistake. Later, Yuta gradually became more and more relaxed, and he could now basically control his chakra at will. Many times when he thought that Yuta might be injured, it turned out that the amount of chakra was just right. Soon, Yuta completed the second stage of training. It took a little more time to get the muscles and nerves stimulated at the same time. Now, there was no need for Sharingan to keep up with his improved speed. I wonder how much different my current reflexes are from the fourth Raikage, who dodged Amaterasu at close range. Yuta couldn't help thinking like this in his heart. You actually finished it in one day, you're really a genius, Kakashi said with emotion. He never imagined that there would be a day when he would praise the talent of others. It should have been a good thing for Yuta to learn the technique in one day. That way, it won't take up the rest of his vacation time. His appreciation of literary works will also not be delayed. But now, after seeing Yuta learning the lightning release stimulation method in one day, he felt a little frustrated. Being able to become a learnet in one day meant that Yuta's lightning release talent was likely higher than his. It's all thanks to Senior's explanation, Yuta said modestly. At this time, the voice of the system suddenly appeared in his mind. Congratulations, host's comprehensive strength has been improved to quasi-cage, weak. The overall strength of the host has been improved by a stage, and the system is analyzing new talents. Analyzing Uchiha Shisui's talent, analysis completed, increasing. Capítulo 44, New Talent. After treating Kakashi to a meal to thank him, Yuta hurried back home. As soon as he got home, he eagerly opened the system panel. Comprehensive strength, quasi-cage weak. Sharingan pupil power, LV3, 2000-5000. Chakra, LV4, 2000-5000. Chakra attributes, fire, lightning, wind. Talents, Indra bloodline, monster physique, lightning release prodigy, Genjutsu Grandmaster, body flicker Grandmaster. Genjutsu Grandmaster. Your Genjutsu skills are superb, and you can trap the enemy in the predicament of Genjutsu. Body flicker Grandmaster. You can easily master all kinds of techniques with instant movement effect. Quasi-cage level strength. Yuta's expression was a little complicated. He thought that after Jonin, the next stage would be cage level. He didn't expect there to be such a stage in the middle. However, looking at it this way, Sharingan's pupil power and chakra are on the same level. His previous confusion about the difference in points required to upgrade chakra, and Sharingan pupil power was solved. 5,000 points of Sharingan's pupil power is the level of Manjikayo. 5,000 points of chakra is cage level. Sure enough, there is still a gap between me and a cage level powerhouse. After being slightly lost for a while, Yuta quickly accepted the reality. He started calculating his current strength. He is good at taijutsu, and he has just learned the lightning release stimulation method, and his physical attributes have improved again. In terms of ninjutsu, he knows all kinds of Uchiha fire release ninjutsus, and various lightning release ninjutsus, such as Chidori derivative ninjutsus. In terms of genjutsu, although he didn't put much energy into it, with Sharingan, it wasn't a shortcoming of his. And he also had the 8 inner gates. With the base strength of quasi-cage level, relying on 8 inner gates, he may be able to fight against real cage-level powerhouse. My strength probably corresponds to that of Sasuke in the early days of Shippuden. Yuta guessed his current strength. The early days of Shippuden, or when Sasuke was with Orochimaru. Sasuke's taijutsu had been trained by Orochimaru for more than 2 years, and he was also good at fire release and lightning release ninjutsu. Sasuke had curse seal level 2, and he has 8 inner gates. Their strength is about the same. Relying on attribute restraint, Sok could even fight against cage-level powerhouses like Deidara. But when he met Itachi, he was easily suppressed. Yuta looked at his Sharingan pupil power data, and somewhat understood how much Itachi held back in that battle. My current Sharingan pupil power is 2,000 points, which should be the limit of ordinary 3 Tamo Sharingan. If an Uchiha generally wants to continue to improve their pupil power after this, they can only try to mutate their Sharingan into the Manjikayo. The intensity of this mutation is pretty terrifying. It allows the pupil power to jump from 2,000 points to 5,000 points directly, more than doubling. Yuta felt a little emotional in his heart. In the original story, after the death of Shisui, Yashiro, Tekka, and Inabai once ran to question Itachi, but they were easily destroyed in seconds by the latter. These 3 people were Uchiha's elite Jonin, and they had all awakened the 3 Tamo Sharingan. But in front of Itachi, whose pupil power had improved qualitatively, they had no power to fight back. In this way, Manjikayo cannot be said to be full of only problems. Compared with his pupil power, which can only be improved little by little, the awakening of Manjikayo can indeed improve the strength by leaps and bounds. After shaking his head and dispelling the thoughts in his mind, Yuta started to check the newly acquired talent. I actually got 2 talents at once, Genjutsu and Body Flicker Grandmaster, both of which Shisui is good at. Yuta checked the Genjutsu Grandmaster talent. He can now rely on this talent to improve the level of his Genjutsu. In this case, he can really become a Grandmaster in all 3 of Taijutsu, Ninjutsu, and Genjutsu. And this Body Flicker Grandmaster talent. Various techniques with flicker effects. Yuta read this sentence carefully. Body Flicker technique is just a high-speed body movement technique with the use of chakra. And all kinds of instant movement effects. It means this includes all kinds of body flicker techniques, and even time and space ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God. Regarding the Flying Thunder God technique, this famous time-space ninjutsu, it is impossible to say that he does not care about it. But this kind of ninjutsu recorded in the Scroll of Seals is not easy to learn. What's more, he is a member of the Uchiha clan, and it is even more difficult to learn ninjutsus from the Scroll of Seals. Since he happened to be assigned to Shisui in the police force, he could ask Shisui for daily advice on genjutsu and body flicker technique. On Konoha Street, Relying on the body flicker technique, Shisui easily stopped a fight between ninjas. When the two subdued ninjas saw that they were from the police force, they became rude. "A coward of the Uchiha clan, you guys do nothing on the night of 9 tails, and only bully ordinary people like us. Wouldn't it be nice to keep being a shrunken turtle like in the 9 tails night?" Shisui explained with a very embarrassed expression, saying that the Uchiha clan was ordered to protect the civilians during the night of 9 tails. However, the two ninjas did not listen at all. Yuta looked at this scene with a blank expression and thought it was no surprise. According to the Konoha management regulations, as a ninja who made trouble in the street, I will be detained for 48 hours. Shisui tried to explain again, but to no avail. They could only be restrained and let another police force comrade take them to custody. Alas, how can we reverse the village's impression of us? Shisui rubbed his hair in distress. He had been doing 2 things during this time. One was to reverse the villagers' impression of the Uchiha, and the other was to try to change the Uchiha's hostile and distrustful attitude towards the village. But both failed. What can these ordinary villagers know? Yuta reluctantly comforted him. He was placed as a squad leader under Shisui in the police force. During this time, he worked with Shisui and had a good relationship with him. Moreover, every time he asked about genjutsu and body flicker technique, Shisui didn't hide anything from him. In his opinion, Shisui was good in every way, but his personality was too naive. Did he really think he could change the village or Uchiha by himself? The current attitude of the villagers towards the Uchiha must be because of someone leading the way. With man-made sabotage, whether Shisui wants to change the villagers or the Uchiha, he is doomed to fail. Capítulo 45, Naruto by Hiruzen's hypocrisy. By noon, the two planned to go to Ikaraku Ramen. Walking to the door of Ikaraku Ramen, an Anbu suddenly jumped out next to him and said coldly, "Ninjas of the Uchiha clan, get out of here." Yuta frowned. He looked inside the store and saw a little yellow-haired figure. A fire welled up in his heart. "Which rule says that we Uchiha have to avoid him? Will we try to kidnap a child?" Yuta said unceremoniously. However, the Anbu in front of him had no intention of retreating at all. In his mind, the Uchihas were suspected of being behind the 9 Tails rebellion, and they couldn't be allowed to get close to the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. What's more, these 2 people in front of him were from the Uchiha police force. Shisui also saw the figure of Uzumaki Naruto inside. Knowing that the 9 Tails Jinchuriki was there, he stopped Yuta, who was angry, and comforted him. "Okay, Yuta, let's change the place." But before the 2 of them left, Naruto, who was inside, finished eating and came out. At this moment, the passers-by who were looking at this side on the street all looked away. Some people even pointed at Naruto and told their children to avoid him. Seeing this, Yuta wanted to laugh even more. The son of the dignified 4th Hokage receives this kind of treatment in the village. Everyone calls Naruto Demon Fox. Who would believe that no one was behind the scenes? By the Naka River, Yuta was doing his daily training here. Recently, in addition to his daily physical exercises, he occasionally asked Shisui for help on genjutsu techniques. There were also 2 additional training contents. One is to try to combine the lightning release stimulation method with the body flicker technique learned from Shisui. Shisui's body flicker technique is very complicated. It combines shadow clone and body flicker technique and has speed boost of wind release. Shisui also uses genjutsu to disrupt the senses of the target. With the body flicker grandmaster talent and wind release attribute, he was now able to learn Shisui's body flicker technique. But if he wanted to combine it with the lightning release stimulation method, there was another difficulty: the incompatibility between lightning release and wind release. With his current lightning release talent and body flicker technique talent, it is impossible to combine the 2 in a short time. As for another training content, it is the lightning release Kirin. This large-scale, high-intensity S-rank lightning release ninjutsu involves the mobilization of the forces of nature, and it is difficult to master. On the sky by the river, lightning flashed from time to time in the dark clouds. In addition, Yuta used a fire release against the Naka River from time to time, and a large amount of water vapor made the dark clouds grow stronger. It's really difficult to control. Yuta used the 3 Tomo Sharingan to carefully observe the dark clouds in the sky, and controlled the thunder and lightning in the dark clouds from afar. The thunder and lightning inside were both formed through chakra and also naturally formed. The amount of lightning that was formed through the latter method was much more than the former. It was precisely because of this huge natural force that lightning release Kirin was so difficult to control. Suddenly, an Anbu jumped out next to him and warned, "Ninja of Uchiha, leave here and practice elsewhere." Looking at the thundercloud brewing with great power in the sky, the Anbu ninja was shocked. The Hokage and Ninetails, Jinchuriki, were nearby. Such a dangerous ninjutsu. He had to drive Yuta away. However, he didn't hear Yuta reply, but a fist gradually became bigger in his eyes. The Anbu ninja's pupils shrank, and he wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Boom! A dull punch hit his face, and his whole body flew out. Did I give you too much respect and make you think I'm easy to bully? Yuta had a dark expression. Shisui had stopped him before, so he couldn't do too much. But now only he was here. These Anbus don't let him eat a meal, and they also want to drive him away when he is training. There is no end to these people's outrageousness. Swish swish. Next to the Anbu ninja, 2 more Anbus jumped out and looked at Yuta with alert expressions. Just now, before they could react, the captain was kicked out. And their captain was an official Jonin. He was kicked out without even the slightest ability to respond. Although their captain was unprepared, but even so, Yuta instantly knocked him out in second, which showed his strength. When Yuta confronted several Anbu, an old laughter from the side sounded. Hee, it's just a misunderstanding. Saruto by Hiruzen walked towards this side. The Anbu are just doing their business. Behind him, a small yellow-haired boy, holding a grilled fish in his hand, was following. Uzumaki Naruto. Seeing this, Yuta immediately understood the situation. Saruto by Hiruzen was routinely getting in touch with Naruto. Almost everyone in the village rejects Naruto. On the other hand, there is a kind grandfather who treats you well and even has a fish picnic with you. In this case, Naruto, a child who doesn't understand anything, can he not be moved? With this means, Saruto by Hiruzen can easily control the Ninetails Jinchuriki. Lord Hokage is so busy with official business, and he can still find time to accompany a child, Yuta said without any fluctuations in his tone. Saruto by Hiruzen said with a serious face, "Every child is the future of the village and needs to be taken care of." What the hell? Yuta just felt incredible. How could Saruto by Hiruzen say such a thing with no psychological burden? When Naruto was bullied and ostracized by the villagers, why didn't you or Anbu come out? At this moment, Yuta had no intention of staying here. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid he would vomit soon. Since Lord Hokage is here, I'll go to another place to practice. I just request Lord Hokage to discipline the Anbu. The villagers have always felt that our police department is unreasonable. Today, it seems that the Anbu are even more unreasonable than our police department. After saying that, Yuta left without looking back. Saruto by Hiruzen couldn't help frowning secretly as he watched the dark clouds in the sky. This Uchiha Yuta is getting stronger and stronger. Behind him, Naruto asked curiously, "Grandpa, that big brother just said you are the Hokage. What is the Hokage?" Saruto by Hiruzen turned his head and said in a pleasant manner, "The Hokage is the one who protects all the villagers." Capitulo 46, Itachi's choice of words. Konoha 54 years. Naka Shrine, Uchiha Clan Association. Most of the elite ninjas of the entire Uchiha clan were gathered here. Many clansmen looked resentful, venting their dissatisfaction with the village. How long are those goddamn Anbus going to keep an eye on us? On the night of the Nine Tails, we Uchiha wanted to fight, but Danzo asked us to protect the villagers. In turn, the villagers are saying that we are turtles. The village did not even come forward and explain. We were obviously performing official duties in accordance with the management regulations, but the villagers complain about us. The Anbu usually has various conflicts with our police force. The Uchiha clan was dissatisfied with being excluded from the core power of the village. In the years following the Nine Tails Rebellion, this dissatisfaction had grown even greater due to the village's forced capture of their clan land and the Anbu's 24-hour surveillance. Some clansmen even occasionally talked about a coup d'etat. In fact, the Uchihas have had a long-standing grievance with the village higher-ups. Right in front of Naka Shrine, all the top members of the police force, including Uchiha Fugaku, were here. The police department is similar to the Anbu. The leader is Uchiha Fugaku, the deputy leader is Uchiha Yashiro, and he also serves as the 1st Division commander. In addition, there are 3 officials: Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Taka, and Uchiha Inabe. And Yuta is a squad leader under Shisui's 2nd detachment. Uchiha Yashiro looked around, saw that Yuta had not spoken, and asked, "Yuta, do you have any comments?" "I just hope that the village can cancel their surveillance of us right now. Do those Anbu think the cameras are hidden?" Yuta said with little interest. The voice fell, and many Uchihas responded. Especially the Uchihas who had awakened the 3 Tamo Sharingan. For the Uchihas who had awakened the 3 Tamo Sharingan, it was difficult to not see the large number of cameras near the clan. When walking on the street every day or training on the clan's training ground, they would feel the almost pervasive sense of peeps around them. It was so annoying. Yashiro nodded and said with some regret, "Unfortunately, the clan leader mentioned this to the village again recently, but it was still rejected." In fact, this was not the first time it had been mentioned. Initially, the surveillance of the Uchiha clan was to find out who was behind the Nine Tails Rebellion. So, at first, the Uchiha clan held back in order to clear the suspicion. However, it had been 6 years since the Nine Tails Rebellion. After 6 years of surveillance, the Anbu still hadn't found anything unusual. But every time the Uchiha requested to lift the surveillance, they were always denied. "Itachi, you're with the Anbu. You have any news?" Yashiro asked Itachi at the back of the crowd. Itachi stood up, lowered his head slightly, and eyelids, and said, "I think part of the reason the village is monitoring the clan is because there have been too many gatherings in the clan recently. The village is afraid of what the Uchiha might do, so they are continuing to monitor the clan's land. So, I think the clan should reduce the number of rallies and show our goodwill to the higher-ups, in this case." As he spoke, Itachi suddenly found that the surroundings had become completely silent. Looking up, he saw that almost all the clan members were glaring at him, and Shisui in front of him was winking wildly at him. "Itachi." Yashiro roared aggressively. "Which side are you on? I doubt your position now." "Here we go again, it's the same thing again." Itachi frowned with dissatisfaction in his heart. "I am both Uchiha Itachi of the village and Uchiha Itachi of the Uchiha clan." On the side, Tekka and Inabe also made some bad expressions. "If that's the case, then show your attitude as an Uchiha. According to what you mean, is it our fault that the Uchiha clan is being watched?" "Of course." Itachi wanted to say so. The clansmen are arrogant, aggressive, ignore the overall situation, and only care about themselves and not the village. In his opinion, the clansmen have completely lost their minds now, and they only know how to complain like grumpy women, venting their anger for nothing. And they have frequent gatherings, and even sometimes talk about a coup d'etat. They completely ignore the peace of the village. But looking up and seeing Shisui's worried eyes, Itachi gave in. "I will reflect it to Lord Hawkage and convey the thoughts of the clan." After the clan meeting, Shisui found Itachi and said helplessly, "Itachi, your situation just now was too dangerous." Just now, Itachi was fighting against almost all the Uchihas. Itachi even said that the Anbu were monitoring them because there were too many clan gatherings. Such words, let alone Itachi, even if he or Fugaku said it, they would be strongly opposed by the clan. "I stand by my opinion," Itachi said firmly. "I understand your distaste for the clan, but you should also consider the mood of the clan. It is normal for the clan to have some resentment after being monitored for so long," Shisui said with a sigh. He had always wanted to restore the trust between his clan and the village. However, now the clansmen were starting to have more and more opinions about the village. Itachi didn't say anything, looking unmoved. Seeing this, Shisui said with a somewhat complicated expression, "Let me tell you something, Itachi. The clansmen have let me monitor you on weekdays. They have gradually lost trust in you, thinking that you have completely surrendered to the village." Helping the clan monitor his own friends was something he didn't want to talk about. Itachi looked startled. Immediately, a strong sense of disgust came over him. The feeling of repulsion towards the clansmen in his heart could hardly be suppressed. Bowing his head slightly, Itachi covered his expression. "Sorry, Shisui, I'm leaving first." After saying that, he headed straight for the Hawkage building. As an Anbu, he had to report the contents of the meeting to Lord Hawkage. Shisui looked very complicated. Initially, Itachi joined Anbu because of his recommendation. At that time, he had never imagined that the conflict between the clan and the village would become as big as it is today. So much so that Itachi had now become a double agent caught between the village and the clan. He reached out and stroked his eyes. Is the only possible solution to use the Kato Matsukami now? Capítulo 47, Danzo's attack on Shisui. Hawkage building. Today, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mitakato Himura, and Udatain Koharu, the 4 senior Konoha leaders, were all present here. In front of them was Shisui. "Shisui, I heard Itachi report that the Uchiha's next clan meeting may be to discuss the coup d'etat." Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a sad face. Yes." Shisui lowered his head helplessly. With Shisui's confirmation, the 2 elders, Mitakato Himura and Udatain Koharu, suddenly changed their expressions. On the other hand, Danzo said very simply, "In this case, it's better to strike first and send Anbu en route directly to destroy the rebellion in advance." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and scolded, "Danzo, don't talk nonsense." Then he turned his head again and said gently to Shisui, "Shisui, tell me about your plan." "Yes." Shisui lowered his head deeper. "I intend to control clan leader Fugaku at the rally, and convince the clansmen to abandon the coup through him." "You want to control Fugaku? Even if you're good at genjutsu, you can't do it," Danzo said dismissively. As the clan leader of the Uchiha, how could Fugaku be easily controlled by a genjutsu? "I'll use my Mangekyo's pupil technique, Kato Matsukami," Shisui said in a difficult tone. He raised his head, showed his Mangekyo Sharingan, and talked about the ability of Kato Matsukami. The moment Shisui showed his Mangekyo, Danzo looked away subconsciously. Danzo became even more shocked when he heard about the power of Kato Matsukami. The ability to silently modify the will of others. This dangerous ability must be eliminated. No. This kind of power must be in his hands. With the power of Kato Matsukami, he can even become the Hawkage. Danzo's heart was set on a fire that could not be extinguished. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was on the side, didn't know what his old friend was thinking. He helplessly said, "It can only be like this. Thank you for your hard work, Shisui, and act according to your plan." In his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen was complacent. When Shisui takes control of Fugaku, the entire Uchiha clan will be at his disposal. Shisui took the lead and left. Danzo and the 2 elders also left the Hawkage building. Returning to the root base with a blank face, Danzo immediately ordered, "Mobilize the roots, prepare for action, target Shisui." Next to the waterfall, by the Naka River. Yuta was waiting here. As a transmigrator who knew the plot, he had a general understanding of the plot of Shisui's death. When he was notified by the clan council and realized that the clan council might discuss the coup d'etat, he realized that Shisui would probably be attacked by Danzo this time. Yuta's perception of Shisui is very good. Not only because Shisui helped him in genjutsu and body flicker technique without any reservation, but also because Shisui was different from Itachi. In the beginning, when he first came into contact with Shisui, he also thought that Shisui and Itachi were the same. After all, the reason why Itachi was like he was now was largely because of Shisui. But gradually, he discovered the difference between Shisui and Itachi. Simply put, Shisui has both Konoha and Uchiha in his heart. Itachi only has Konoha in his heart, not Uchiha. In the face of a coup, Shisui decided to die to stop the coup. In the face of the coup, Itachi decided to kill almost every Uchiha to stop the coup. Don't Yashiro and the others know that Shisui always had the village in his heart. They know, but they also know that Shisui is also the Shisui of Uchiha. So even for things like monitoring Itachi, they entrusted it to Shisui. After Shisui's death in the original story, Yashiro, Tekka, and Inabai even went directly to Fugaku's house to question Itachi. Even the majesty of the clan leader was completely ignored. It could be seen that Shisui was very popular. On the other hand, Itachi. Yuta felt that Itachi seemed to have a prejudice against the Uchiha clan. The voices of the clansmen were completely ignored by him. He was only seeing the arrogance of the clansmen, but he was unable to understand the grievances of the clansmen. All in all, Shisui might have a chance to be saved, but Itachi was completely crooked, and there was no turning back for him. Before, Yuta had reminded Shisui to be careful of Danzo, but he didn't know if Shisui would listen to him. So just in case, he specially prepared to wait here today. At least, he didn't want to let Kato Matsukami fall into Danzo's hands. Otherwise, what if Danzo uses Kato Matsukami on him, or uses it on Izumi and lets Izumi kill? This must not be allowed to happen. But Yuta didn't know where Shisui was attacked. He only remembered that in the end, Shisui threw himself into a waterfall and died, so he waited here at this waterfall. In front of the rumbling waterfall, 2 Uchiha ninjas in police uniforms rushed over. "Captain, the clan meeting is about to begin." These are the 2 members of his squad, Uchiha Lihuo and Uchiha Karma. They were older than him. However, under Yuta's persuasion with reason and force, they became obedient. The talents of the 2 were not bad. Under his training in the past 2 years, they had reached the level of a jonin. Yuta shook his head and said, "Go ahead, I have something else to do." Taking a deep breath, he checked the system panel. Host Uchiha Yuta. Age 12 years old. Comprehensive strength, quasi-cage strong. Sharingan pupil power, LV3, 4,000-5,000. Chakra, LV4, 4,000-5,000. In the past 2 years, with the development of his body, his strength had increased rapidly. Yuta waited until dusk. Suddenly, a loud noise sounded from the upper reaches of the Naka River. Between the trees, a giant green giant phantom appeared. Susanoo. Seeing this, Yuta didn't hesitate and rushed over with all his speed. Capitulo 48, want to kill Yuta with Shisui. What is it? In the woods. A group of roots looked at the green giant standing on the ground not far away, feeling horrified in their hearts. A terrifying power stared at them, making everyone feel chills, as if they were being stared at by some mythical beast. Susanoo. Danzo's only intact left eye at the moment was staring at the emerald green giant in front of him. Of course he knew about this divine power that Madara had once mastered. Shisui had already learned Susanoo. Even when one of his eyes was gouged out by him, he was still able to use the Susanoo. Sure enough, the Uchiha are born evil. Danzo recalled what the second Hokage had said, and at this moment, he agreed with these words even more in his heart. The Uchiha, who possess such dangerous power, are a threat to the village and must be eradicated. Immediately, he restrained the fearful look on his face and ordered, "Go on, kill him, he shouldn't be able to last long in his current state." Although they were terrified, the roots were basically tools that had been brainwashed by Danzo for a long time. At this moment, they all rushed towards Susanoo without fear of death. As Danzo said, Shisui, who had lost one eye, would not be able to continue to use the Susanoo for long. Facing the large number of elite roots, Shisui could only escape with the help of body flicker technique. Suddenly, swish! Everyone looked towards the sound, only to see a figure with undulating electricity all over his body, coming straight towards this side. Uchiha Yuta. Danzo was relieved when he saw the face of the person who had come. Just one Uchiha Yuta, nothing at all. Even. Danzo's heart sank. Shisui and Yuta can just stay here today. These 2 people, one is considered to be the current strongest Uchiha, and the other is the strongest genius of the Uchiha's new generation. If the two of them can stay here today, the Uchiha clan will suffer greatly. Then it will be easier to deal with the Uchiha clan in the future. Go ahead and kill Yuta too. Danzo ordered without mercy. A root rushing to the front chased Shisui. With no emotion in his eyes, he slashed at Shisui's neck with the short sword in his hand. Swish! Suddenly his heart was pierced, and blood flowed down. The root looked a little surprised, and looked down at the ninjutsu that had pierced his heart with difficulty. A lightning spear. It crossed a distance of several meters and killed him remotely. Chidori spear. After easily killing a root, Yuta grabbed Shisui. Then he retreated by using several body flicker techniques in a row, and bought some time. Shisui, how are you? Looking at Shisui's bloody right eye, Yuta sighed in his heart. He had clearly reminded Shisui to be careful with Danzo before, but his eye still got gouged. Leave now. Shisui gasped violently and said, I'm running out of chakra right now, and with Danzo taking my right eye away, I'm in poor shape. He didn't think that with Yuta's strength, he could deal with the enemy in front of him. However, if Yuta just left without him, it should be fine. In his heart, Shisui felt a burst of sadness. He was clearly determined to use Kato Metsukami on Fugaku to stop the coup. But Danzo still didn't trust him, and even wanted to take his eyes. How can that be? Yuta pulled out the short sword on his back. He stared at the roots on the opposite side, and Danzo in the distance with cold eyes. If I just leave like this, my anger can't go away. He had a grudge with Danzo too. Danzo had leaked his information to Kirigakure to try to get him killed. This account had not been settled yet. After instructing Shisui to protect himself, Yuta's whole body flashed with lightning, and his entire figure disappeared instantly. You didn't seize the opportunity to escape, but instead rushed towards me, Danzo sneered. He had also been paying attention to Yuta. At the age of 12, he was already an official jonin, serving as the captain of the police force. He had single-handedly killed one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Reiga, in the past. But even if Yuta had the combat power of an elite jonin, he wouldn't be able to deal with the large number of elites of his route. Danzo was even happy that Yuta was rushing towards him. He immediately ordered the route to organize and kill Yuta. 5 or 6 routes rushed towards Yuta from all directions, blocking all escape routes. Yuta's eyes flashed, and he quickly mobilized lightning chakra. Chidori Senbin. The dense and dazzling lightning chakra was released from all parts of his body, and all the routes that rushed towards him were covered by lightning. What is this? My body is paralyzed, damn. I can't stop him. The roots who were hit by Chidori Senbin head-on had their muscles paralyzed, and their minds froze. They could only watch Yuta continue to charge forward. Danzo, hand over Shisui's eye. Directly bypassing the roots, Yuta charged straight towards Danzo. Killing a root or two wouldn't do much. The important thing was that Shisui's Manjikayo, Kato Metsukami, must not fall into Danzo's hands. Capitulo 49, Extraordinary Speed. All the roots, who had completely abandoned Shisui at this moment, surrounded Yuta one after another. A Chidori spear shot out again, sweeping away at a root that rushed over. The root did not have time to retreat, and was penetrated in the abdomen by the sharp lightning spear. An extremely bloody smell filled the woods. Another root that was close to Yuta was hit by the sudden burst of Chidori, and his body fell into a state of paralysis. No, there's no way to get close to him, a root hurriedly said. Once hit by that whole body discharge ninjutsu, their body would be paralyzed, and their combat effectiveness would be temporarily lost. And seeing the lightning spear in Yuta's hands, all the roots retreated 10 meters away. Attack him from a distance with ninjutsu. One of the roots started to make hand seals first, and his chest bulged. Fire release, big flame bullet. Since they couldn't get close, they could just attack Yuta with ninjutsu from a distance. Anyway, there are a lot of them here. If Yuta wants to use ninjutsu to defend, he will still be unable to completely block the 360-degree attack. Immediately, all the roots followed suit and no longer approached Yuta. Instead, they relied on ninjutsu to attack from a distance. It's really annoying. Yuta curled his lips slightly and quickly gathered lightning chakra in his hand. He used his Sharingan to quickly see the attacks in all directions, and he dodged quickly with full speed. The lightning release stimulation technique from Kakashi and the wind release body flicker technique from Shisui were used together. The results of his long training finally showed its effect at this moment. Yuta's figure almost disappeared, and he easily avoided all the ninjutsus. The light of Raikiri in his hand reflected on his face. Yuta pierced the chest of a root, blocking the front without hesitation. So fast. Damn, the speed with which he uses ninjutsu is too fast. We can't keep up with him at all. His speed just now was faster than Shisui. Damn, he is rushing towards Lord Danzo. After bypassing the roots, Yuta went straight to Danzo, who was behind. In an instant, he rushed in front of Danzo, and Yuta swung his leg high and smashed it downwards. Danzo, who originally thought that he could definitely win this time, could only dodge with a gloomy expression at this moment. Boom! The earth under his leg cracked. The rocks burst and the dust flew. What a great power! Danzo was startled for a while, and his left eye noticed that Yuta was continuing to hit him, so he could only turn around helplessly. Previously, in order to sneak up on Shisui, he used a 3-Tamo Sharingan in his right eye to use Izanagi. Now that his right eye was blind, he could only use the left eye. He could only use the left arm now as well. Not to mention, he is in his 60s and has not fought for many years. Even if he fights Yuta head-on at this moment, it is still unknown how much strength he can burst out. The speed and strength shown by Yuta at the moment shocked him. Yuta was just 12 years old, but he was able to suppress him and beat him. Even if he is this age and is in poor condition, it still shows Yuta's extraordinary strength. Compared with the level Yuta was at when he defeated Reiga, he had greatly improved. Thinking of this, Danzo's heart was filled with killing intent. Evil Uchiha. Such a powerful Uchiha is definitely a hidden danger of the village. He must be removed. But at least at this moment, he can't deal with Yuta. While turning around and running away, Danzo ordered his subordinates, "Stop him." He felt a burst of regret. He only got one eye of Shisui today. If he could get both eyes, then his chances of becoming the Hokage would undoubtedly increase by a lot. He blamed his failure all on Yuta. Thinking of this, Danzo's heart became full of fire again. He, Shimura Danzo, the leader of a dignified organization, was chased by a 12-year-old kid and had to run away. What a shame. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound came from behind. Then the exclamations of his subordinates sounded. "Lord Danzo, get out of the way." With the alarm bells ringing in his heart, Danzo did not hesitate to turn to the side, and he saw a lightning spear hit him. He hurriedly moved again, dodging the lightning spear. Only then did Danzo realize that his subordinates had been left behind. They simply couldn't keep up with Yuta's speed at all, let alone block him. Seeing Yuta continue rushing towards him, Danzo became ruthless. He was ready to abandon all scruples and directly attack Yuta with all his strength. Suddenly, a figure rushed over at high speed and stopped Yuta. It was Itachi. Itachi in Ambu costume, without a mask on his face, said with a grim expression, "Yuta, stop." "Go away." Yuta shouted angrily and unceremoniously. He smashed Itachi's face with a ferocious punch, knocking him out. Itachi felt a sudden pain in his face. He didn't expect Yuta to attack him, and he didn't react until he was knocked flying. He actually was knocked out all of a sudden. Although he was not prepared, Yuta's speed just now was too fast, right? On Yuta's side, he knocked Itachi away with anger in his heart, and then continued to charge towards Danzo. Danzo, hand over Shisui's Sharingan. With the words full of killing intent, Yuta's figure suddenly rose, and he slashed at Danzo with his short sword in hand. If possible, it would be better to kill Danzo directly. If Danzo could be dealt with ahead of time, then solving the problem of the genocide knight will be much easier. But although Danzo is not physically fit and not in shape, his strength is not weak. Dangerously avoiding the sword, Danzo took out the Sharingan that he had pulled out of Shisui's eyes before. Then with ruthlessness in his eyes, he directly squeezed the bloody eyes in his hands. The power of Kadometsukami must not be in the hands of the Uchiha. Just as Yuta was about to continue rushing to kill Danzo, a figure jumped out from behind and stopped him. It was Shisui. Yuta, stop, don't make things any bigger than they need to be. Capitulo 50, Exposing Saruto by Hiruzen. Shisui, are you actually trying to stop me? Yuta looked at Shisui, who was standing in front of him in disbelief. Sorry, Yuta, I asked Itachi to stop you just now. Blood continued to drip from Shisui's right eye. Let's stop here, don't make the situation worse. Just when Shisui came forward to stop him, Danzo completely abandoned his previous plans and left without hesitation. The roots also left one after another. After some time, only Shisui, Yuta, and Itachi were left in the woods. I originally planned to use my Manjikayo Sharingan pupil technique to control clan leader Fugaku and let him dispel the clansmen's intention to launch a coup. However, Danzo summoned me privately, expressed his distrust of me, and took the opportunity to steal my right eye. In a few words, Shisui explained what happened before. Yuta looked at Itachi on the side and did not see any change in the latter's face. His expression became a little playful, and he said, "It seems that you were aware of this plan, Itachi. So, you actually agreed with Shisui to use the pupil technique to control your father." Itachi's eyes flickered slightly, but he said firmly, "If that's the price of preventing a coup and a possible war later, I think it's worth it." Yesterday, Shisui had told him about the plan. And he acknowledged it. It would have been worth it if this matet could have ended just by taking control of his father. Yuta couldn't help laughing directly. Uchiha Fugaku, what a sad person. He actually gave birth to such a good son. It's just Shisui. Yuta turned and said, "Do you really think that by controlling clan leader Fugaku, the clansmen will give up on launching the coup?" Shisui's face froze. Danzo had questioned him in the same way before. If the clansmen's desire to launch a coup d'etat can be dispelled, and the village's attitude towards the Uchiha can be changed, the problem should be solved. Shisui said with some lack of confidence, "Who gave you the guarantee that the village will make changes? Is it Hiruzen? If he was willing to make a change, what has he been doing for years?" Yuta's expression changed, and he asked sharply. Both Shisui and Itachi's expressions changed. Not only because Yuta called Third Hokage by his first name, but also because of the distrust behind those words. Itachi retorted with great resentment, "Lord Hokage has always been worried about the Uchiha clan. The situation has reached this point today entirely because the clansmen are too selfish and arrogant." Yuta used his Sharingan instantly and stared at Itachi with killing intent in his heart. If Shisui is stupid, then Itachi is confidently stupid. The Uchiha are arrogant. What about the Hyuga clan? Don't they always want to compete with us for the title of Konoha's strongest clan? Aren't they also arrogant? The difference between the Hyuga and Uchiha is just that the Hyuga clan has already had their spines broken after the Hyuga Hizashi incident, but the Uchiha still have some backbone. What Hiruzen wants is an obedient Uchiha, a Uchiha that can be driven by him like a dog. With the anger in his heart, Yuta said the words that he had held in his heart for the first time. Now, Shisui and Itachi's expressions changed completely, and they looked at Yuta as if they had seen a ghost. This was the first time they had heard such rebellious and outrageous words. Even the clansmen who were most eager about a coup d'etat in the clan never said such crazy words. How could Lord Hokage be such a person? Shisui said reluctantly. Why is it impossible? Yuta retorted impressively. Why was the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato and not Orochimaru? It's because Namikaze Minato was young and didn't have a big team, but Orochimaru had experienced 2 great ninja wars and had his own team. For Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato was obviously a better choice, a young man who can be easily controlled. In his mind, the most important thing is to keep his power. Who are the Hokage guards under Namikaze Minato? Reido, Genma, and Awashi. When the 3 of them served as Hokage's guards, they weren't even 15 years old. The dignified Hokage's guard lineup is so shabby. And also, Why are there so many Sarutobi clansmen in the Jonin assessment every year? It's because Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength is gradually decreasing, and so is his prestige. So, he can only improve his control over the village by promoting his own clansmen. The 3,000 ninja army of the Sarutobi clan had all been accumulated in this way. Capitulo 51, Shisui's death. The expression on Shisui's face changed rapidly. He recalled the scenes of Sarutobi Hiruzen's contact with him in his mind. His parents both died when he was young. Sarutobi Hiruzen took great care of him when he was young because he was a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, a disciple of the second Hokage, along with Sarutobi, Danzo, and others. He was taught the will of fire previously at the ninja school. Impossible, Lord Hokage can't be that kind of person. Shisui still denied it. And what about Danzo? Yuta instead asked, "Today, Danzo attacked you on the grounds that he doesn't trust you. It's not the first time Danzo has done something like this against a ninja of the same village without a legitimate reason, right? So, does Sarutobi Hiruzen not know anything about this? If he knows, then it goes without saying. If he doesn't, then Sarutobi Hiruzen is a fool who has been deceived. There are some people who think that Konoha's darkness is all because of Danzo and have nothing to do with Sarutobi Hiruzen. In Yuta's opinion, this kind of thinking is simply ridiculous. If Sarutobi Hiruzen knew about it, he was an accomplice who covered for Danzo. If Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know, he would have been checkmated by Danzo long ago. How would it possible for him to be a Hokage for decades? You can look down on Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength, but you can't look down on Sarutobi Hiruzen's level of power play. Shisui froze as if struck by lightning. Lord Hokage, did he know what Danzo did? If he knew... Shisui suddenly didn't dare to think anymore. If he continued to think deeply, his beliefs that had been built for so many years would be shattered. Aside, Itachi comforted, Anbu and the Root are not subordinate to each other, and even Lord Hokage cannot command the people of the Root. Lord Hokage probably didn't know what Danzo did. As Shisui's best friend, he was also very angry about Danzo's surprise attack on Shisui today. But he didn't think that meant that Sarutobi Hiruzen was behind this. In his opinion, the reason Yuta said those words before was all because of his prejudice against the village. Just like those arrogant clansmen. I've said it all, Shisui, decide for yourself. Yuta said without any fluctuations in his tone. After a long silence, Shisui seemed to have lost his life. Don't tell the clansmen what happened today, Yuta. Shisui said in a harsh tone, "This is my last request." Almost instantly, Yuta understood Shisui's plan. Although he was mentally prepared, at this moment, there was still a burst of uncontrollable anger in his heart. Why? There's no point in what you're doing. It's impossible for the anger of the clansmen to subside. Why did Shisui not want to tell the clan what happened today? Because if the clansmen knew about it, they would never let it go, and they would immediately quarrel with the village and demand that Danzo be punished. With Shisui's good-natured personality, he was basically friends with everyone in the clan. If Shisui was attacked by Danzo, how could the clansmen accept it? At that time, the coup would likely be commenced immediately. But even if the clansmen don't know what happened today, the anger of the Uchiha clan will be completely explode sooner or later. So for Shisui, this was his last request. Sorry, I really don't want to see that future. Shisui closed his eyes, and there was sadness in his voice. Whether it was the extermination of Uchiha by the village or the coup d'etat by Uchiha, it was not what he wanted to see. Hearing this, Itachi also realized Shisui's plan. He turned his head and looked at Shisui blankly. Shisui, suicide. Yuta took a deep breath, turned to leave, and said to himself, Itachi, Sarutobi Hiruzen must explain about Danzo, otherwise I will tell the clan about Shisui. And Shisui, I still think that your death is meaningless. After saying that, he left without stopping. Only Shisui and Itachi were left. They silently came to the waterfall, where they often tarried together. Shisui cut out his left eye without hesitation and held it in his hand. I was thinking of entrusting my left eye to you, but let's forget it. The Kato Matsukami simply can't solve this problem, and this kind of power really shouldn't exist. As he said that, he directly shattered his left eye. Having lost his eyes, he fell into complete darkness. Shisui seemed to be in a better mood at this moment. Perhaps I shouldn't have recommended you to join the Anbu in the first place. In the future, I only hope that you can try to understand the thoughts of the clansmen, and they are not exactly like you said. Itachi's Sharingan activated automatically, and his pupil power became unprecedentedly active, and tears couldn't stop falling from his eyes. Sorry, Itachi, forgive me. I'm sorry for throwing things to you irresponsibly. The voice faded away, and Shisui's figure fell from the cliff. A picture emerged in his mind. Sorry, Yuta, I was ordered to contact and test you before. I hope we had become friends in the end. If only I could be smarter. I really couldn't see anything clearly even with the Manjakayo. The water splashed, and Shisui's consciousness stopped. On the cliff, the three tomos in the eyes of Itachi joined together to form a pattern. Sorry, Shisui, I still can't understand those ridiculous clan. Sadness and anger was reflected in his eyes. Shisui's death was clearly because of those clansmen who were delusional about a coup. Capitulo 52, Danzo must die. The next day, Shisui's body was found in the Naka River. The Uchiha clan immediately caused an uproar. Not only because the dead Shisui was known as the current strongest Uchiha, but also because both eyes were missing from Shisui's body. Yuta's house. Yuta, who had just learned the news, felt a sense of loss in his heart. Even though yesterday he knew that Shisui would commit suicide, he still felt sad now. Under the emotional ups and downs, the three tomos Sharingan automatically activated. In the past 2 years, Shisui and him had long become friends. He considered Shisui to be a good person, even though he was dismissive of the will of fire that Shisui often talked about. Shisui had a kind personality, and he always had a smile on his face. He could make a good impression on all who come into contact with him. As a teammate, he was strong and gave a sense of security. Although his heart leaned towards the village, he could understand the grievances of the Uchihas. Day after day, he made countless efforts to reconcile the two in vain. Such a person eventually died. Why bother? Your death really doesn't have any meaning. The anger of the Uchiha clan will not cease. Saruto by Hiruzen will not make changes either. What should come will eventually come back. At this time, the door of Yuta's was being knocked loudly. The people outside seemed to be very impatient. They shouted in a chaotic voice, "Yuta, come and open the door. Why on earth did Shisui die?" Yuta exhaled, adjusted his expression, got up and walked out. Outside, Yashiro, Tekka, Inabai, and a bunch of Uchihas were all there. Everyone here had a good relationship with Shisui. At this moment, these people were either puzzled or angry. Yashiro was the first to speak. Yuta, you, Shisui, and Itachi didn't come to the clan meeting last night. What happened? How did Shisui die? Although Yuta asked his subordinates to pass the word that he would go over later. But in the end, because Shisui chose to commit suicide, he was no longer in the mood to participate in the clan meeting. Shisui committed suicide, you should be able to see it, Yuta said blankly. We know that. Tekka was extremely impatient, and his anger was almost uncontrollable. From Shisui's death, it could be seen that Shisui died of active drowning. But what on earth did Shisui go through? Why did he commit suicide by throwing himself into the water? Where did Shisui's eyes go? Tekka asked one after another. If it weren't for his long-term contact with Yuta, he might have suspected that Shisui was killed by Yuta. Sorry, Shisui doesn't want me to tell what happened yesterday. This was his last request before his death, Yuta said. Regarding the truth of Shisui's death, he did not intend to speak out for the time being. If he spoke out now, the clansmen might launch a coup d'etat immediately. His overall strength is now at the quasi-cage, strong stage. If he uses the 8 inner gates, he will be able to fight cage-level powerhouses. But if a coup is launched, the enemy will not only be Saruto by Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, but also their Anbu and Root, as well as a large number of Saruto by clansmen. At that time, even if he can burst out with real cage-level strength, the outcome will be unknown. Moreover, there will be huge casualties among the clansmen. Inari, Tekka, Yashiro, and the others froze. This might really be Shisui's request. But what was it that made Shisui not want to tell them? Yuta, at least say something. We can't just accept Shisui's death so inexplicably, Tekka said helplessly. A long silence later. Yuta's lips moved slightly, and he said with some mockery on his face, Shisui died because of the will of fire. After he finished speaking, he ignored Tekka and the others who were looking at each other and returned home. Why did Shisui commit suicide? On the one hand, it was because Shisui didn't want to see the Uchiha launch a coup or the village wipe out the Uchihas. On the other hand, it was also because Shisui wanted to at least temporarily delay the coup d'etat of the clansmen through his own death. After all, since the top powerhouse of the clan had died, who would even think of a coup? In order to maintain the short-term peace between the village and the Uchiha, Shisui decided to die. It's ridiculous. Shisui was willing to die for the peace of the village. But Tobi Hiruzen and the others would never give up their power because of Shisui's death. The Uchiha, who might threaten their power, would still be suppressed. Yuta stroked his eyes lightly, feeling the increase in his pupil power. Under the emotional ups and downs just now, his pupil power had increased by another 500 points, and now it had reached 4,500 points. Unfortunately, it's still a long way from Mangekyo. That guy Itachi should have already awakened the Mangekyo, right? Well, it's a bit unpleasant. Yuta pouted and said. Although Mangekyo's mutant enhancement overdraws future potential, it has to be said that the upgrade of 3 Tamo Sharingan to Mangekyo will indeed cause the strength to skyrocket. Itachi was still at the elite Jonin stage before. Now that he has awakened the Mangekyo, his strength may have suddenly changed to the quasi-cage stage. This was because he is still too young, only 12 years old. If he awakened the Mangekyo at the age of 16 or 17, like Sasuke and Shippuden, his strength would have risen to cage level directly. I am a little weaker than him in terms of pupil power now, but I have far surpassed him in all other aspects. Having confirmed that his strength should be higher than Itachi, Yuta nodded slightly. In any case, he didn't want to lose to someone like Itachi. Danza. Uttering the name in his mouth, killing intent appeared in Yuta's eyes. He had to figure out a way to eradicate Danzo and the root first. Capitulo 53, Stupid Itachi. Hokage Building. Tobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Himura, and Koharu were all here. Before them was Itachi. That's how it happened. After the attack by Elder Danzo, Shisui didn't want to see the future of the Uchiha launching a coup and committed suicide. Itachi lowered his head and said. Danzo was expressionless. Himura and Koharu looked at each other. Boom! Tobi Hiruzen angrily slammed the table and said furiously, Danzo, what have you done? His anger at this moment was completely real. Shisui was an Uchiha who was completely loyal to him. And if Shisui succeeded in executing the Kato Matsukami plan yesterday, Fugaku could now also be used indirectly by him. The entire Uchiha clan would be under his control. The biggest hidden danger that could threaten his position as the Hokage would be solved. However, because of Danzo's attack on Shisui, everything was in vain now. On Danzo's side, he said as usual, I can't trust Shisui. It's too dangerous if the power of Kato Matsukami is used on us. Bullshit, Tobi Hiruzen exclaimed. Who would believe this nonsense? He didn't believe Danzo couldn't see what kind of person Shisui was. After arguing for a few more words, Tobi Hiruzen temporarily suppressed his anger and thought of something again with a headache. Itachi, do the Uchiha clan now know what happened yesterday? If the Uchiha clan found out, the situation would be really troublesome. He could almost imagine the picture of the Uchiha clan becoming turbulent and setting off a coup d'etat. Before Yashiro and the others approached me, but I didn't say anything. On Yuta's side, because Shisui asked him not to speak out before he died, and he didn't tell Yashiro and the others as well. Tobi Hiruzen was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard Itachi say. However, Yuta asked that Elder Danzo must be dealt with, otherwise he would still tell the story of Shisui's attack. Humph. Danzo snorted directly with a disdainful expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and let Itachi out first, looking at Danzo with a hesitant expression on his face. A bad premonition rose in Danzo's heart. Hiruzen, are you really going to deal with me as that brat Yuta asked? Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent. Koharu said, if you don't make a statement, what if Yuta directly speaks out about Shisui and the Uchiha clan initiate a coup? Hamura nodded, thinking the same way. Ridiculous, what do you two know? Danzo scoffed and said his thoughts directly. Now that Shisui is dead, we should take this opportunity to eradicate the Uchiha clan directly, or should we wait for them to stage a coup? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were unimpressed. Seeing this, Danzo hurriedly said, Hiruzen, Yuta actually chased me before and even wanted to kill me directly. Do you think that if the Uchiha clan launches a coup, Yuta won't dare to kill you? This kind of daring person is the biggest threat to us now. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, feeling a little shaken in his heart. Yuta actually chased down and even wanted to kill Danzo before, which showed that he had no reverence for the higher-ups of the village. Such people were indeed a danger. But exterminating the Uchiha clan now was impossible. As the Hokage, if a ninja clan that had been existing for thousands of years is exterminated in his reign, that would definitely be a huge stain. It would deal a major blow to his image. At that time, the other ninjas in the village would probably feel in danger. Even if they don't say anything, they would probably look forward to his death in their heart. After making up his mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen called back Itachi, who was waiting outside. Then he said with a straight face, Itachi, I have decided to remove Danzo's position as the head of the root. You go and inform Yuta of this. Well, Danzo overturned the chair directly and stood up, his face extremely ugly. Hiruzen, do you know what you're doing? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely unmoved and said with a serious face, Danzo, this is my decision as the Hokage. You have gone too far with Shisui. Danzo pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, but didn't know what to say. After a long time, his expression slowly calmed down. His face was gloomy and scary, and he said as he walked out, Hiruzen, you will regret your decision today. The two elders also left quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked some more details. After confirming that both of Shisui's eyes were destroyed, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt regretful and had no doubts about his previous decision to deal with Danzo. If it weren't for Danzo, he wouldn't have lost a useful tool man with the Manjikayo Sharingan. Itachi, with some hesitation on his face, said, Lord Hokage, when Shisui died, I also awakened the Manjikayo Sharingan. As he spoke, he showed the Manjikayo he had recently awakened. After seeing the result of Sarutobi Hiruzen's treatment of Danzo, he scoffed at Yuta's words yesterday. In his opinion, it was nothing but a slander of the third Hokage because of Yuta's prejudice. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly changed, and then his heart became ecstatic. He had just lost a Manjikayo, but now another had appeared. Sure enough, the decision to dispose of Danzo was the right one. Didn't Itachi tell him about the Manjikayo directly now? Before, he also regretted that the other person of the Uchiha twin stars could not be used by him. Now it seemed that Itachi, who had awakened the Manjikayo Sharingan, obviously had stronger potential than Yuta. He then asked about Itachi's pupil technique and found that it was not a magical technique like Kato Matsukami. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little disappointed in his heart, but he still had a look of encouragement on his face. Itachi, in the future, the affairs of the Uchiha clan will depend on you. Capitulo 54, Itachi, who never learns a lesson. Yuta, Lord Hokage has dismissed Danzo. In Yuta's house, Itachi said with a gloomy expression. Is it just dismissal? Yuta said. This treatment was just like a light slap in the back. The root would still only follow Danzo's orders, and the Hokage's words didn't matter to the root. And since the root was still in Danzo's hands, Sarutobi Hiruzen's punishment didn't have any real impact on Danzo. It turns out that what you said yesterday was a complete slander against Lord Hokage, Itachi said with a grim expression. Shisui's death was probably because he was shaken by hearing what Yuta said. And in his opinion, Yuta was no different from the other clansmen who were clamoring for a coup. It was these crazy clansmen who drove Shisui to his death. I don't want to hear you. Are you finished? Then leave my house quickly. Yuta had undisguised disgust on his face. Just a few minutes after Itachi entered his house, it felt like the house had become dirty. Itachi frowned and immediately stopped hiding his hostility. Yuta, fight with me. He had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Back in the actual combat assessment at the ninja school, Yuta had awakened his Sharingan in advance. When he awakened his Sharingan, Yuta already had a 2-Tamo Sharingan. In the Chunin exam, he had a 2-Tamo Sharingan, but Yuta's Sharingan had already been promoted to 3-Tamo. Now, he has finally awakened the Mangekyo. But it was because of Shisui's death, so he felt a strong sense of guilt. But at this moment, the feeling of wanting to defeat Yuta could no longer be suppressed. Oh. Yuta's interest was piqued a little, and he looked at Itachi in a leisurely manner. Why, you seem confident that you can defeat me. What gave you the confidence? Just because Shisui's death made you awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi's face became startled, a bad premonition rose in his heart, and he looked into Yuta's eyes tightly. Don't get me wrong, my Sharingan is still 3-Tamo. I have not awakened the Mangekyo. Yuta understood Itachi's thoughts and said. Itachi became relieved, but he couldn't hold back his anger. Yuta's pupil power was obviously stronger than him, and his talent was also very great, but Shisui's death did not allow him to awaken the Mangekyo. Did he not take Shisui's death to heart? Thinking of Shisui's death and the clansmen who didn't plan to give up the coup right now, Itachi's anger was hard to suppress, and he punched Yuta. However, standing still, Itachi looked at his grasped arm with a stunned expression on his face. How is this possible? After awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, his chakra volume, insight, strength, and speed had all been boosted. If the him in the past faced this punch, he would absolutely find it impossible to escape. But it was caught so easily by Yuta. It seems that awakening the Mangekyo really gave you some blind confidence. Yuta grabbed Itachi's arm with one hand and punched the latter directly in the face with the other hand. Boom! With a dull sound, Itachi flew upside down. Mangekyo Sharingan is powerful, but not invincible. After Sasuke awakened the Mangekyo, he rushed to catch 8 Tails, only to be beaten by Killer Bee with his swordsmanship, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and tailed beast. If it weren't for his teammates' repeated rescues, Sasuke would have died countless times. And now Itachi was a similar case. After awakening the Mangekyo, his strength saw a huge increase. But between Yuta and Itachi, there was a huge gap in strength, speed, taijutsu, and ninjutsu. Even if he made up for it with Mangekyo, he was still no match for Yuta. Not to mention, Yuta's pupil power had also approached the level of Mangekyo. Itachi stood up with difficulty. His face was in severe pain, and he was in a trance. Swish! A figure suddenly appeared in front of him, with very fast speed. A fist hit his face again. He could clearly see the movements of Yuta's fists with the Mangekyo, but his body couldn't react in time. Itachi watched as he was hit again and flew out the door. I probably didn't tell you before, I also hate people like you. Yuta's unfeeling voice came, and then the door slammed shut. On the road outside, some Uchihas watched the situation here and whispered. How did the 2 young geniuses in the family get into a fight? In Itachi's view, the whispering was undoubtedly a mockery of him. Immediately, he became embarrassed, and he quickly got up and left. He felt some bitterness in his heart. Even with the Mangekyo Sharingan, he couldn't defeat Yuta. Obviously, Yuta only had a 3-Tamo Sharingan. Capitulo 55, Yuta is not as good as Itachi. By the Naka River. Yuta was doing his daily training here. Suddenly, an undisguised pair of eyes pried at him. Yuta turned his head to look at the source of the peeping sensation and said, "Come out since you're here." Haha. With a light laughter, Abaito slowly walked out of the woods, wearing a mask. Long time no see, Yuta. Yuta was not surprised and said, "You are quite brave. You even dare to sneak into Konoha so openly." Abaito chuckled twice and said with disdain, "In this little Konoha, who can stop me?" Pretty capable. Yuta thought playfully in his heart. That is to say, with your pupil technique Kamui, you can come and go freely, and your life-saving ability is extremely strong. If it was replaced with something like Amaterasu or Kagetsuchi, Minato would probably have been killed in his hands. Speaking of which, don't you want to know my identity? Abido asked with some curiosity. On the Kirigakure battlefield before, Yuta didn't ask who he was at all. He was a mysterious powerhouse who can enter and leave Konoha at will. But Yuta was not curious about his identity. He was also looking forward to Yuta's guess, and then wanted to reveal that he was Uchiha Madara. I'm not interested in people who can only hide their face under a mask. Yuta said unceremoniously, "Why are you wearing a mask? Is it because your face is too ugly or because you want to pretend to be someone?" Abido's expression froze instantly under the mask. An unnamed fire rose in his heart. What was this kid speaking? Immediately, he also unceremoniously said, "I'm very dissatisfied with your growth progress. Even though I told you about the means to get Uchiha's ultimate power, you didn't do anything. Is it because you can't bear to let go of that little girl named Izumi?" However, Yuta was completely unmoved. Seeing this, Abido frowned and continued, "You should know about the situation of the Uchiha clan. I just heard that Shisui died. I'm afraid the reason behind it is not just suicide, right? If you can't get power, everything you care about will be strangled by Konoha in the future." Abido intended to try to awaken Yuta's Mangekyo by having him kill Izumi, and then tell him about the project Infinite Tsukuyomi, telling Yuta that Izumi could be reproduced in the world of Infinite Tsukuyomi. In this way, Yuta would be pulled into the team of Project Infinite Tsukuyomi. "Are you done? Go away if you're done. I'm not interested in what scared people say." Yuta lost his will to train and got up and headed back to the Uchiha clan. Stubborn bastard. Abido cursed inwardly. Forget it, let's get in touch with the other one first. Naka Shrine. Underground, where the Uchiha clansmen meet for clan gatherings. In the center of the front of the shrine, there was an ancient stone tablet. It recorded some text that was carved by some unknown means. Itachi was curious about the stele opposite him before, but with his 3 Tamo Sharingan at the time, he could not fully interpret the contents of the stele. Now, after awakening the Mangekyo, he should be able to read more content right. He activated the Mangekyo and tried to decipher the contents of the stone tablet. Sure enough, this time he saw more content than before. It recorded some of the history of the Uchiha clan, and some information about the Mangekyo Sharingan. Before long, Itachi frowned. Can't read it. Even with the Mangekyo Sharingan, he can't fully interpret the above content. Want to know what's written on it? Itachi was startled by the sudden voice coming from behind. He quickly turned around with a kunai to guard, but saw a familiar figure. It's you. During his Genin period, when he was on a mission, this guy wearing a spiral mask suddenly attacked and killed one of his teammates. At that time, he had awakened the Sharingan. Who are you? What's your purpose of sneaking into Konoha? Itachi looked alert and looked at the other party, thinking about whether to use his pupil technique to deal with the other party. Abido looked at the Mangekyo pattern in Itachi's eyes, applauding. Nice eyes, you have awakened the Mangekyo because of Shisui's death. In this way, it seems you are more worthy of my attention than that idiot Yuta. As for who I am, this kind of thing, with your brain, you should be able to guess. Itachi was silent, thinking fast in his mind. Possessing Sharingan, easily sneaking into Konoha, and knowing very well about this ancestral stone tablet of Uchiha. There is only one answer. Uchiha Madara, Itachi said solemnly. Clap, clap. Abido applauded with a smile in his voice. Yes, you didn't disappoint me. The frustration on Yuta's side before was all vented. His heart was full of joy of playing with a genius. After speaking, facing the stone tablet again, he unhurriedly interprets the contents above. Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha, inherited the power of yin. Asura, the ancestor of Senju, inherited the power of yang. Itachi's heart became more and more solemn. These contents were only deciphered after he awakened the Mangekyo. In other words, is the other party's Sharingan also Mangekyo? Sure enough, it's Madara. Itachi became more and more convinced. The unhurried reading voice soon arrived at the part he had not yet decoded. However, the other party's voice continued. Mutually repulsive two forces, if you combine them, you can get all kinds of things. Having said that, Abido's voice stopped abruptly. The latter was the content of infinite Tsukuyomi, and it was not convenient to say it now. But the first is what he interprets, and the latter is what he heard from Madara. But anyway, the other party didn't know that he was pretending. Itachi was now convinced of his guess. The other party was really Madara. Such a legendary character is still alive. Temporarily dismissing the idea of using the pupil technique to deal with him, Itachi said with a stern expression, "What is your purpose?" Seeing this, Abido burst into a smile. "It's much smoother here than with Yuta." Immediately, Abido said in a low voice, "Vengeance on the Uchiha clan who betrayed me." Capitulo 56, Plan for the Night of Uchiha Genocide. Enemy powerhouses: Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Abido, Uchiha Itachi. Enemy forces: Anbu, Root, Sarutobi clan, other Konoha ninjas who may support. Our powerhouses: Uchiha Fugaku. Our forces: the Uchiha clan. Neutral forces: the major ninja clans. Yuta's house. Yuta briefly sorted out the situation on the night of the genocide. The corners of Yuta's mouth uncontrollably twitched. This is so hard. Several people were determined to eradicate the Uchiha clan. The attitude of Fugaku at that time is uncertain. On the night of the genocide in the original story, after Fugaku learned of Itachi's decision, he went straight home and waited for his death without struggle. As a result, Itachi committed a major genocide and defected. Sasuke became an orphan. Fugaku's two sons were both saved. The other Uchihas, whether they were ninjas or not, were all killed. What did this clan leader do? His indecisiveness was also a major reason for the end result of the Uchiha. Sure enough, I still have to rely on myself. Yuta squeezed his forehead and said worriedly. There were too many enemies and too few allies. Taking a deep breath, Yuta began to think little by little. First of all, my own strength needs to be raised to cage level. If he has cage-level power in his base state, then coupled with Susanoo and 8 inner gates, even in the face of a siege by 2 cage-level powerhouses, he will have a chance to defeat them. And after his strength is upgraded to cage level, the system will also analyze a new talent. He had a hunch that when his strength reaches the stage of cage level, the talent obtained must be very strong. Secondly, it is the competition between the two forces. This is also very important. The key to solving the Night of Extermination is that he must get rid of Sarutobi Hiruzen as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Sarutobi Hiruzen mobilizes a large number of Konoha ninjas to come to suppress the Uchiha, even if he uses Susanoo at that time, he will still die of exhaustion. And for this, he needs his own people to hold off Sarutobi Hiruzen and the people he can directly mobilize. That is Anbu, Root, and a large number of ninjas from the Sarutobi clan. And maybe even the addition of temporary support staff. With all these people added up, even if the Uchiha clansmen fight with all their strength, the clansmen will suffer heavy casualties. Yuta thought that the Uchiha clan had never treated him badly. Since both of his parents died when they were young, the pensions in the clan were always paid out on a regular basis. The reason he could grow to this level now was partly due to the ninjutsu resources that the clan provided and the protection of the Uchiha clan. Working in the police force and getting along with the Uchiha clansmen was also pleasant. If possible, he hoped that the Uchiha clan would be able to survive the night of annihilation with as little damage as possible. He contemplated for a long time. Yuta somewhat finalized the arrangement for the clan. This is the way to deal with the enemies. Fugaku has to fight. Yuta's eyes flickered. If Fugaku could use his strength, it could help him relieve a lot of pressure. He would then be able to fight Sarutobi Hiruzen with much less worry. As for Itachi and Danzo, Yuta had a headache. Even if he let Fugaku hold off Abido, he will still have to deal with 3 people. And maybe even some more. There was some hesitation in his heart, and for the time being, he made some arrangements for Itachi. Now Shimura Danzo was left. Danzo, huh? Yuta chuckled lightly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He is thinking of a way to kill Danzo, and Danzo is also probably thinking about killing him, right? If that's the case, it's fine. If Danzo can be eliminated in advance, the night of the genocide will be much easier to solve. If Danzo keeps shrinking in the root base, it will be difficult for him to kill Danzo. But Danzo wouldn't be so upright, would he? Yuta's brows moved slightly, and some thoughts came to his mind. Capítulo 57, Izumi's mentor Jonin is from the Sarutobi clan. Ninja school. The graduation assessment was over yesterday. Today was the day the ninja forehead protectors would be granted to newly graduated genins, and to form a team. In the classroom, Yuta sat a little out of place in the seat he used to be. Izumi finally graduated. Under his training for so many years, Izumi at this time had already awakened the 3 Tamo Sharingan and had the strength of a Jonin. The classmates who were in the same class, next to him, looked at him with envy in their eyes. They were obviously the same age. But the other party had become a Jonin, and they had just graduated from ninja school. This gap, there's no reason to be jealous at all. I can finally graduate. Izumi was full of emotion. Although she was not very clear about her own strength, she could feel that if there was a fight, she would be able to knock out the Chunin sensei in seconds. With such strength, it was really boring at ninja school. However, Yuta did not allow her to graduate early. Thinking of this, even though she was graduating soon, Izumi felt a little depressed in her heart. Seeing this, Yuta chuckled lightly and tapped Izumi's forehead. After graduation, come directly to the police force to be my deputy. After Shisui's death, he took over as the second commander of the police force. Izumi was a little surprised. Won't the village arrange a mentor Jonin and some genin teammates for me? Just reject it outright, Yuta said without hesitation. What can an ordinary Jonin, assigned by the village, teach Izumi? An average Jonin probably can't even beat Izumi, right? And now the conflict between the Uchiha and the top level of the village was becoming bigger and bigger. And Abido was also still wandering in the ninja world outside. He was really worried about Izumi going out of the village to carry out a mission. Oh. Izumi nodded obediently. Although Yuta didn't say why, she believed that Yuta had his own considerations. Soon, after Izumi got her forehead protector, Yuta planned to take her away directly. Wait a minute, Yuta, it's not over yet. Tamura hurriedly stopped the two of them. A genin team will be arranged later. Looking at Yuta, Tamura couldn't help but feel a little envious. 12-year-old Jonin, and a division commander of the police force. And he will probably just be a Chunin until his death. Tamura-sensei, please help me reject it. Izumi will go directly to the police force, Yuta said politely. Just when Tamura was at a loss. Outside the classroom, a person walked in and said coldly, Uchiha Yuta, all graduate genins have to team up under a mentor Jonin. What are you doing? Yuta looked at the other person's face and recalled it for a while, and then he remembered. Sarutobi Kage. Once on the Kage battlefield, when he briefly formed a team, he served as the captain of the team at that time. It's none of your business, right? Yuta said unceremoniously. How come it's none of my business? I'm Izumi's mentor Jonin, Sarutobi Kage said with a smile on his face. How about it? Your little girlfriend was assigned to my squad. If something happens in the missions in the future, what will you do when the time comes? Even if you Yuta are very talented, isn't it time to please him? Yuta frowned, turned around and grabbed the team list in Tamura's hand. Sure enough, he saw that Izumi's team's mentor Jonin was Sarutobi Kage. Yuta sneered directly. What is Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan? Want to arrange Sarutobi clan, mentor Jonin for Izumi. Immediately, he said to Sarutobi Kage, what kind of thing are you? With your strength, you are also worthy of being Izumi's mentor Jonin. On the battlefield of Kirigakure, Sarutobi Kage was only a special Jonin, and his strength was also pretty weak. After the Kirigakure War ended, This guy who didn't even fight a few times turned into a jonin. You. Sarutobi Kei's face flushed, and he didn't expect Yuta to embarrass him so much. Not only did he not please him, a mentor jonin, he even made a mockery of him. In the classroom, a group of newly graduated children were all looking at this side. At this moment, Sarutobi Kei's only felt that everyone was laughing at him. And also, Yuta continued to speak, and used a body flicker technique to appear directly in front of Sarutobi Kei's. He grabbed his neck with one hand and picked him up. Your expression just now made me very uncomfortable. Boom. Wow. A dull punch hit the stomach and almost made Sarutobi Kei's vomit. Yuta didn't care about the jumping clown and threw him out like trash. Outside, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just arrived, looked at his clansmen who had flown out backwards with surprise. He wanted to take advantage of the time when the young ninjas had just graduated to gain the favor of the new genins. But he saw this scene, and Sarutobi Kei's, seeing the head of his own clan, seemed to have found some backbone. Clan leader, that guy Uchiha Yuta is crazy. Uchiha Yuta. Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised, and when he looked up, he saw Yuta and Izumi coming out of the classroom. Oh, it happens that Lord Third Hokage is also here. Yuta said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Izumi will go directly to the police force to join the police force, and there is no need for the village to arrange any mentor jonin for her. Saying that, he took Izumi and was about to leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted and said with a serious face, the graduates of the ninja school form a team, and the Hokage arranges a mentor jonin for them. This is the rule set by the second Hokage. Even the Uchiha clan are no exceptions to this rule. There were two reasons why he wanted to arrange a Sarutobi clansman to lead Izumi. On the one hand, he wanted to influence Izumi and make her lean more towards the village. On the other hand, he also wanted to make Yuta jealous. In the previous Shisui attack, Yuta brazenly attacked Danzo, which made him feel vigilant. Such a reckless young man. He probably doesn't put him the Hokage in his eyes. Then today is the first exception. Yuta said without hesitation. Before, he was worried that Izumi might encounter problems when teaming up for missions. Now it seems that this old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen really wanted to make a fuss about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt annoyed in his heart and barely suppressed his emotions. He said to Izumi with a kind face, Little girl, what are your thoughts? Would you like to team up with your companions to do missions? Izumi looked at Yuta and said without hesitation, I will listen to Yuta. Yuta laughed twice, then ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen completely and left with Izumi. Capítulo 58, Danzo's comeback. Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was full of anger. The door to his office opened, and Danzo walked in directly. Hiruzen, I heard that Yuta rejected a little Uchiha girl from joining a genin team. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, somewhat displeased that Danzo walked in directly, but nodded anyway. For Yuta's previous behavior, he felt anger in his heart. He actually completely ignored him the Hokage, and ignored the rules set during the second Hokage periodum. And that Uchiha Izumi. She was also completely bewitched by Yuta. She didn't care about him the Hokage. As expected, there was no surprise on Danzo's face. When Shisui died, he told Sarutobi Hiruzen that Yuta was a daring man. He dared to try to kill him, the second person of Konoha, the leader of the root without any scruples. This time bomb should be removed as soon as possible. Now you understand what I said. If the Uchiha clan rebels, Yuta will definitely be their backbone, Danzo said with a sneer. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. After Shisui's death, the Uchiha clan has completely gone out of control. When Shisui was still around, he could still use his popularity in the Uchiha clan to barely suppress the grievances of the clan. Now, although he still had Itachi in his hand, Shisui and Itachi were totally different. Not to mention expecting Itachi to be close to the Uchiha like Shisui, it would be nice for him to not be suspicious in the eyes of the Uchiha clan. In this case, we should act decisively to deal with the Uchiha's rebellion and minimize losses, Danzo asserted. What nonsense are you talking about? Sarutobi Hiruzen sternly said. If the Uchiha clan is wiped out, no matter what the reason is, his image as the Hokage will be completely ruined. Then what will you do? Can you solve the Uchiha's problems by procrastinating day by day? If you wait until the Uchiha clan launches a rebellion and then destroy them, how much power will we lose? Danzo was also determined and pressed again. He had long been dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's indecisiveness. At first, because of fear of Konoha's White Fang's prestige, he caused White Fang to fall into a storm of public opinion. Didn't he make a very decisive decision at that time? He had become like this now. If you hadn't killed Shisui, how could it be like this? Sarutobi Hiruzen said angrily. Originally, he might have controlled the Uchiha clan in his hands. But because of Danzo's private actions, it was all ruined. This kind of thing is in the past, and what did he do? There was no shame on Danzo's face. If he had another chance, he would still attack Shisui again. Moreover, enough people will be allocated to guard against a possible helping hand like Yuta. Barely quelling the resentment in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, "What are your plans? Don't say anything like exterminating the Uchiha clan directly." Danzo felt a little regretful in his heart, but knew that he could only push to this extent for the time being. Only when the situation gets worse, Hiruzen's bottom line will get lower and lower, and finally he will choose to attack the Uchiha clan. Yuta must be resolved immediately. Danzo spoke out about his plans. Not only because he was hunted down by Yuta at the beginning, and because he lost Shisui's Manjikayo. It is also because of the fear of Yuta's talent. Yuta's strength, according to the previous performance, had exceeded the level of an elite Jonin. If Yuta is given another year or two, it would be really hard to say what level his strength would reach. Killing Yuta can not only weaken the strength of the Uchiha clan, but also dispel their arrogance to launch a coup d'etat to some extent. Danzo said slowly. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and pondered for a long time, then sighed helplessly. Specifically, what are your plans? If the sacrifice of Yuta alone can make the Uchiha clan abandon the coup, it will be worthwhile. Danzo laughed and said, "Don't worry, it's impossible for us to be involved. You give Yuta a mission to the Land of Water as Hokage. Yuta has killed a lot of Kirigakure ninjas, so Thew should hate him to the core, right? We will disclose the news of Yuta's departure to the Land of Water to Kirigakure, and then cooperate with them to get rid of him easily." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slowly, agreeing to the plan. In this way, even if it fails, it will not involve him at all. Refused. Danzo looked surprised. Yes, Yuta said that the police force is busy with official duties, and he has no time to go to the Land of Water to perform tasks. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was gloomy and terrifying became. This Yuta is getting less and less concerned about him the Hokage. The mission given by the Hokage was actually rejected by this excuse. Sure enough, this person didn't have the village in his heart at all. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen had some hesitation about getting rid of Yuta. Now, that hesitation had been completely abandoned. Yuta was indeed a hidden danger in the village and must be removed. Is that so? Danzo mused with some headaches. The route was mostly clear about Yuta's daily movements. In addition to the official duties of the police force, he often practiced by the Naka River. He basically never left the village. Originally, the safest way was undoubtedly to deal with him outside the village, by using the power of other villages. But Yuta actually refused the mission directly. If that's the case, we can only get rid of him in the village. Danzo pondered for a long time, and when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, he asked again and said directly, "Don't worry, the root will do it. Just arrange the enchantment in advance and prevent the spread of news. After we get rid of Yuta, claim that he is missing, or that he was killed by a spy from some other villages. Or just give any other reason at that time." Capitulo 59, Yuta surrounds everyone. By the Naka River. On the edge of Konoha. This was the place where Yuta trained daily. Yuta first look at the system panel. Comprehensive strength, quasi-cage strong. Sharingan pupil power, LV3, 40,805,000. Chakra LV4, 4505,000. Recently, his pupil power had grown a bit. Yuta could feel that his pupil power was only one step away truly reaching the level of a Mangekyo. And his normal strength was now close to the cage level. When his Sharingan pupil power reaches the Mangekyo level, and coupled with the system's analysis of new talents, his strength will usher in a leap. His own strength is his real confidence to deal with the genocide crisis. Suddenly, there was a small movement around. Yuta's heart moved, and he used the Sharingan calmly. When the visitors noticed that they had been exposed, they no longer hid at this moment. 4 masked roots jumped out directly and formed hand seals together. 4 violet flames formation. A huge purple cuboid barrier completely surrounded Yuta. There were translucent purple barriers in all directions, and even the sky was blocked by the barrier. The huge barrier enveloped the surrounding area of hundreds of meters. And at this time, the roots who were lying in ambush nearby also stopped hiding. Swish! One after another, masked roots emerged from the woods and the grass. 10, 20, 30. Yuta swept his eyes around and noticed that there were roughly about 40 or 50 roots, completely surrounding him. Uchiha Yuta, with such a big lineup, even if you die today, you can die without regrets. Danzo stood behind the large group of ninjas and sneered. Learning from the failure of his attack against Shisui last time, he almost let all the roots come out this time. All the elites of the roots were now in the 4 violet flame formation. Not only to ensure that Yuta is killed, but also to guard against his 8 inner gates. Danzo was also apprehensive about this forbidden technique that had the potential to explode at a critical moment. He didn't know up to which gate Yuta could now open. But all these roots, even if Yuta could open the 8th gate, it would not help. It's finally here. How many days have I been waiting for this moment? The corners of Yuta's mouth twitched, and he said something that completely confused Danzo. You have already been surrounded by us, what are you still bluffing for? Danzo said with a sneer. With the shield of the barrier, Yuta not only cannot escape, but it will also be difficult to transmit the battle movement. Even if someone outside wants to come in to support him, they cannot pass through the barrier. However, the smile on Yuta's face became more and more obvious, as if he had finally gotten some long-awaited gift. On the contrary, in fact, you are surrounded by me. In the woods beside, Uchiha Lihuo and Uchiha Karma were lurking here. The 2 of them were the henchmen Yuta had trained in the police force. So many people, can the captain handle it? Karma was a little worried. The roots could be said to have come out in full force. Yuta actually went to face it by himself. This was a little too much, right? I believe in the strength of Captain. Lihuo took a deep breath, calmed down, and said, the captain must have his own considerations when doing this. We just have to act according to the plan. Karma nodded with ruthlessness in his eyes. Okay, you stay here and watch the situation. I'll call everyone in the second team. Today, make sure that this old Danzo and his roots all stay here. In the Hawkage building, Tobi Hiruzen watched the banks of the Naka River worriedly through the crystal ball. While Danzo said the action was infallible and felt that the plan was perfect this time around. But there was still a bad feeling in his heart. He shook his head, dispelling the inexplicable emotions. On the crystal ball, a picture was seen through the telescope technique. The barrier of the 4 violet flame formation had risen. Seeing this, Tobi Hiruzen became relieved. Yuta had been trapped in the barrier, and there was no way for him to escape. Next, as long as Danzo gets rid of him as quickly as possible, then clean up the traces and leave, today's plan will be complete. The new genius of the Uchiha clan, an officer of the police force, will be dealt with. After this, the arrogance of the Uchiha clan to launch a coup d'etat will also be dispelled. However, Tobi Hiruzen was a little surprised to see that on the crystal ball, Danzo and the roots had not acted. Because of the barrier, he could only see the vague outline of the people inside. What is Danzo doing? If he doesn't hurry up, what if help arrives? Tobi Hiruzen felt anxious. By the Naka River. You said you have surrounded us. Danzo wanted to laugh when he heard this. Is it because Yuta was about to face death? So he said such nonsense. You, Uchiha Yuta, are only one person. No matter how talented you are still only around 13 years old and your strength is limited. And he himself had almost the entire route by his side. On Yuta's side, the corners of his mouth twitched, and the joy in his heart was completely unconcealed. You think I don't know what you guys want to do? Tobi Hiruzen said that you will be dismissed. Only an idiot would believe it. Also, Tobi Hiruzen suddenly gave me a mission to go to the land of water. I'm afraid you also want to lead me out of the village, and then use the power of Kirigakure to kill me. Why did Tobi Hiruzen post a mission for him? After the Shisui incident, is it possible that Tobi Hiruzen still feels that he still has some respect for him as a Hokage? What a joke. Danzo's face grew darker. A burst of surprise appeared in his heart. Does he know our plan? Danzo couldn't stop thinking about it. No, impossible. If Yuta knew that he had murderous intentions against him, why would he still be surrounded by him now? Danzo asserted, a bluff. You should be using today's events to guess the intention of Hiruzen giving you the mission before. However, this is the end. You have no way to escape today. Haha tilde. Yuta chuckled lightly, took a deep breath, and directly opened the first 2 gates of 8 inner gates. At this moment, an invisible wave of air burst from him. He felt that all the aspects of his body had improved, and the amount of chakra at his disposal had increased. Then let's start. Capitulo 60, Does Chakra Attribute Matter? Yuta's chest bulged. A huge amount of chakra gathered frantically toward his throat, and he spit out in one breath. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. A wall of fire with a range of dozens of meters covered the sky. Ferocious flames destroyed everything along the way. What a strong fire release. Danzo's fear became deeper in his heart, and his killing intent became stronger. Such a powerful Uchiha genius should be eliminated as soon as possible. Without his command, several ninjas stood in front and formed hand seals one after another. Water release, water barrier. With the help of the water vapor on the banks of the Naka River, the water barrier was easily cast, and the tall water wall blocked the front of the roots. The flames collided with the wall of water. A huge amount of water vapor permeated the barrier of the 4 violet flame formation. No, the water barrier's defense is not enough, a root said anxiously. Yuta's fire release actually broke through the water barrier that several of them have teamed up to cast. Several other ninjas looked at each other, joined hands to form hand seals, and jointly used earth release, earth wall, which was able to stop the flames. The ninjas who had used water release breathed a sigh of relief. In the mist formed by the huge amount of water vapor in front of them, light blue lightning flashed by. This is. The ninjas' pupils shrank, and they immediately dodged. However, it was too late. Accompanied by a sharp screeching sound, the blade that was flashing with lightning directly pierced a root's neck. Other water release roots next to them also became alert. He has rushed over, go back quickly. But just the second he spoke, the sharp blade also cut his neck. The invisible god of slaughter raged in the fog. In just a few breaths, several roots died. Danzo was puzzled for a while, and quickly used wind release to blow away the thick fog. How did Yuta discover the traces of the roots? Even though Sharingan has excellent insight, what he can see in such a thick fog is limited, right? This is the Sharingan, not Byakugan. Danzo didn't know about one thing. Yuta and Guy had trained together for more than 2 years. For identifying the enemy's direction and distance, Yuta had long given up completely relying on the Sharingan. Relying on the voice of the enemy, the sound of the wind, and the slight trembling of the ground, he can detect the location of the enemy. Even in the deep, dense fog, Yuta was like a Hyuga with Byakugan, almost unhindered. The strong wind blew the thick fog, and Yuta's figure appeared. He used another fire release to attack Danzo at close range. After opening the 8 inner gates, it was a pity that there were not many large-scale ninjutsus that could make great use of the huge amount of chakra. Damn! Danzo's face was ugly. The earth release roots next to him quickly made hand seals. Earth release, multiple earth walls. Layers of tall walls rose from the ground and shattered under the impact of the flames. In the end, under the continuous input of chakra of multiple roots, this fire release was blocked again. No, go back. Yamanaka-fu, a perception ninja, suddenly shouted. Just as he shouted, a sharp lightning spear, like cutting tofu, cut the last earth wall and swept the roots. Some people could not dodge in time and were cut in half on the spot. The smell of blood filled the river. Many roots felt a chill in their hearts. As soon as the battle started, they lost several people. Even if they were long-term brainwashed tools. Even if they already knew it would be a tragic battle. But at this moment, they couldn't help but feel fear. Swish. Swish. Two shuriken infused with wind chakra spun at high speed with a sharp buzzing sound. Clang! The shuriken blessed by wind chakra collided with the Chidori sharp spear. The latter shattered directly. It was Danzo himself who did it. As expected of Lord Danzo. Lord Danzo's wind release is still so good. Just now I was caught off guard. As long as we do our best, the opponent will definitely lose in the end. The roots regained their calmness. The slight fear that had arisen before was directly abandoned. Clap, clap. Yuta clapped his palms with some praise. Nice wind release. It looks like you're not that old since you're able to move, Danzo. So, will you try this trick? Mobilizing the lightning chakra in his body, two thorn-like lightning bolts, like long spears, attacked Danzo. Lightning release, false darkness. Using lightning release against me, Danzo sneered in his heart. The attribute he was best at was wind release. And wind release restrains lightning release. At the moment, he quickly made some hand seals. Wind release, vacuum blade. The huge wind blade, 5 or 6 meters long, was formed out of thin air. With awe-inspiring power, the wind blade collided directly towards the lightning release ninjutsu. The roots were even more at ease. Yuta's wide-ranging fire release ninjutsu was impossible to use easily. In addition, the lightning release that he was using is a bad matchup against Danzo's wind release. In this wave, Danzo had the upper hand in the chakra attribute. Click! An unreal cracking sound was heard. The wind blade collided with the lightning and shattered directly. What? Danzo paled in shock, astonished. Vacuum blade was his unique technique, and it was a powerful wind release ninjutsu. Was it smashed directly? And Yuta's lightning release ninjutsu, after smashing the wind blade, continued to charge towards him without losing its momentum. The root next to him was also shocked, and he subconsciously formed a hand seal to defend. Earth release, earth wall. Water release, water barrier. A large number of defensive ninjutsus were used together. However, Yuta's lightning release easily penetrated the earth wall and the water wall. The sharp lightning bolt directly penetrated the roots that were blocking the path. Even with the help of the water barrier, the paralyzing effect of the lightning was transmitted to the nearby roots. Yuta's figure rushed over at high speed. The short award in his hand flashed with lightning, and he harvested the lives of the roots without hesitation. Who told you that attribute restraint is absolute? The corners of Yuta's mouth had a mocking smile. Madara's fire release required a group of ninjas using water release to barely block it. And lightning release. False darkness, this lightning release ninjutsu that Kakuzu was good at was extremely good at penetration, and required Kakashi to use Raikiri with both hands to block it. Although attribute restraint matters in a ninjutsu confrontation, the more important thing is the strength of the ninjutsu itself. Although he is good at fire release and lightning release, is restrained by wind release. So what? Today, he will fight against the attribute he is weak against. Capitulo 61, Opening 8 Inner Gates. The roots rushed forward one after another. However, Yuta was at ease. Lightning release stimulation method with Shisui's body flicker technique, plus the increased speed after using the 8 inner gates. Coupled with Sharingan's insight, the increased reaction speed after using the lightning release stimulation method. Even if he is besieged by dozens of roots, he will still have the upper hand. At the same time, the fearful look in Danzo's eyes grew stronger. There was a sense of horror in his heart. Yuta's speed at this moment had completely surpassed Shisui. In the previous attack on Shisui, he was also chased and attacked by Yuta. However, the speed shown by Yuta at the moment was still higher than that time. When it comes to talent, he is above Shisui. Thinking like this, Danzo couldn't help but feel a sense of covetedness in his heart. It would be great if such talent and such power could be used by him. Although the Uchiha are born evil, they are indeed full of geniuses. But he has inherited the will of the second Hokage, and is destined to be the enemy of the Uchiha clan. It's a pity that such a genius cannot be used by me. Danzo shook his head and said to a person beside him, "Torun, go and get rid of him." The man was wearing a black cloak, black sunglasses, and a purple mark was tattooed on the right side of his face. He nodded respectfully and said, "Yes, Lord Danzo." Aburame Torun, the second in command of the route. A true veteran who has been by Danzo's side almost since Danzo established the route. Aburame Torun's eyes were hidden under the sunglasses, and there was no expression on his face. He said without wavering, "Fu, help me find opportunities." "Yes." Yamanaka Fu on the side responded immediately. He stared intently at Yuta, who was fighting in the crowd. Suddenly, he got an opportunity. Fu immediately seized the opportunity and performed a mind-body switch technique on Yuta. A stream of chakra rushed into Yuta's body. Yuta's body froze slightly, and he felt that a will was competing with him for control of his body. Mind-body switch technique. Quickly realizing this secret technique, Sharingan suddenly lit up in Yuta's eyes. Puffed. Fu immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. His consciousness that had invaded Yuta's body was bounced back. How? This was the first time that his mind-body switch technique had failed so quickly and so thoroughly. Even the chakra, which had invaded Yuta's body, attacked back, causing heavy damage to him. Even an Uchiha with a 3-Tamo Sharingan logically cannot do that. He didn't know that Yuta's Sharingan was already very close to Manjika's level. The secret technique of the Yamanaka clan was essentially a yin release. When it comes to yin release, who can compare to the Uchiha clan who have inherited the yin release of the Sage of 6 Paths? But although the secret art of Yamanaka Fu failed, Aburame Town seized the opportunity when Yuta was resisting the spiritual invasion. He raised his hand, and a large number of bugs appeared in the air with a hum sound. What? A huge amount of bugs wrapped Yuta and all the roots around Yuta. The roots touched by the bugs quickly turned black, as if they had been poisoned. It's really indistinguishable between partners and the enemy. Yuta sighed a little about the style of the roots in his heart. Then his whole body flashed with lightning, and the fine lightning spread all over his body. Chidori current. Yuta spread lightning all over his body to attack enemies in all directions. Although the power was limited, and it was not powerful enough to seriously harm ninjas, if the target was a bug, that was another story. In the air, crisp sounds were continuously heard. All the poisonous insects were killed by Chidori current. Yuta even seized this opportunity to go forward and kill several poison roots one by one. The expression on Aburame Torun's face remained unchanged, and he was not disappointed in the slightest, because he had failed to even injure Yuta in this confrontation. For the roots who were poisoned and killed because of him, he didn't care. He quickly thought about other tactics. The lightning release that Yuta just used all over his body can restrain most of his bugs. Therefore, it was necessary to use insects that had the ability to resist lightning. It just so happened that he had such insects. Moreover, the insects could also suck the target's chakra. But this insect can only live inside organisms. Once they got out of the body, they would die quickly. Therefore, in the battle, it was necessary to inject this kind of insect into the enemy's body through close contact. With the tactics in mind, Aburame Torun mercilessly ordered to others, "Cover me." Immediately, he took the lead and rushing towards Yuta. Yuta's eyes flashed, and the short sword in his hand, covered with lightning, slashed directly at Aburame Torun. Clang! Aburaim Torun quickly blocked the attack. However, he soon discovered to his astonishment that his kunai was directly cut in half. What kind of sword is this? Looking at the lightning flowing on Yuta's short sword, Aburaim Ryoma suddenly realized what was going on in his heart. Yuta should have used lightning release to bless the short sword. The short sword shone with lightning and slashed directly at Aburaim Ryoma's body. Yuta frowned slightly as he felt a strange touch. The body of Aburaim Torun, which was cut off, instantly turned into a large group of black insects, which rushed towards him. Is it the insects? Yuta performed Chidori again to kill all the bugs. Another large group of ninjas attacked him. With his great speed and insight, Yuta walked around the crowd directly. Like a Shinigami, from time to time, Yuta harvested a root's life. Suddenly, a ferocious punch hit Yuta from the crowd. Yuta's right hand, holding the short sword, didn't have time to slash back. So he used his left hand to gently guide the punch away. At this time, Yuta realized that it was Aburaim Torun who had attacked him. The other party had lurked into the crowd. No. Yuta frowned. Aburaim Torun's attack couldn't be as simple as that. Yuta quickly observed with the Sharingan and carefully felt the strangeness of his body. Yuta quickly discovered that the consumption of his chakra was a bit fishy. He quickly backed away. Under careful observation, he found that insects had sneaked into his body. Can these insects devour chakra? Yuta tried to destroy them with Chidori, but found that he couldn't kill all the insects. Not only can it feed on chakra to reproduce, but it can also withstand lightning. Yuta couldn't help but admire Aburaim Torun's ability. The secret technique of the Aburaim clan is really useful for sneak attacks. It's just, these insects only had an ordinary level of lightning resistance. Yuta mobilized lightning chakra quickly and concentrated it towards his left arm. With the high-intensity lightning chakra, all the insects died. That's it for the warm-up. Yuta directly threw away his short sword. The corner of his mouth twitched. His finger pointed at the occupant in the upper middle of his chest. Danzo, who was not far away, frowned upon seeing this, finally using 8 inner gates. Before, the other party only opened the first 2 doors. However, the true power of the 8 inner gates can only be exerted after the 3rd gate. He just didn't know how many gates Yuta had opened. Gate of opening, open. Gate of rest, open. Gate of life, open. In a few breaths, Yuta opened the 3rd gate. A huge amount of chakra poured out of his various acupuncture points. After opening the 5th gate, Yuta's whole body was already congested and turned red. A wave of air directly lifted the surrounding objects. A punch would come at him, trying to break his roots, and the ninja slapped his chest dented. Yuta opened the 6th gate while running. The 6th gate, gate of view, open. Green chakra wrapped Yuta's whole body. The 6th gate, he has already reached this level at the age of 12. Danzo thought of this, and his heart became even more murderous. Regarding the power of 8 inner gates, Konoha's executives had known since the Might Dai incident. Just a genin, with the help of the 8 gates, could beat Kirigakure's 7 ninja swordsman people. But Might Dai was in his 30s at the time. He had practiced 8 inner gates for decades. And Yuta, now only 12 years old, only took 5 years to practice the 8 inner gates to this level. If Yuta is given a few more years, when he can fully open the 8 gates, no one will be stopped the entire Konoha. Moreover, the other party is not only practicing 8 inner gates. Sharingan, fire release, lightning release, all are excellent. Thinking of this, Danzo felt that he had made the right decision. As for Yuta, he really had to kill him as soon as possible. Aburaim Torun had already led the Roots ninja, and he stood in front of Yuta. Boom! Being kicked in the abdomen, Aburaim Torun vomited out a mouthful of blood, and he flew out and smashed into the ground. He became dizzy, and his whole body was in pain. If it wasn't for his strength, he would have died just now. Capitulo 62, Danzo's summon, Baku. Boom! Yuta threw another punch, directly knocking a root. Yuta's strength was already at the peak of the quasi-cage level, infinitely close to cage level. After opening the 6th gate, his strength had soared to the cage level. With one punch, even a ninja like a Burame Torun, who was an excellent elite jonin, was beaten to death. At this moment, Danzo, who was not far away, felt that his eyes had almost popped out. He knew the power of the 8 inner gates. But Yuta had only opened the 6th gate. How could he be so strong? Danzo had no doubt that even if he himself went head-to-head with Yuta now, he would be at an absolute disadvantage. With chills in his heart, Danzo's hands quickly formed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Whoosh, whoosh. Several air bullets spit out from his mouth and hit Yuta's back. However, although Yuta had his back turned to Danzo, he seemed to have eyes behind him, clearly discerning the attack behind him. With a slight movement of his body, he avoided the attack. Instead, a root on the other side of Yuta was hit by the air bullets that Yuta dodged. His whole body was pierced with small holes as thick as fingers, and vast amounts of blood flowed out of his body like a stream. Yuta then punched him without hesitation to end his pain. Damn it! Danzo snorted. Yuta's insight was too strong, and his speed was also very fast. It was hard to hit him with ninjutsu. Instead, because there were too many people surrounding Yuta in all directions, his ninjutsu might harm his own people. What to do now? When it comes to taijutsu, since Yuta has used the 8 inner gates, even if he goes into battle in person, he will not be able to defeat him. In the case of ninjutsu, Yuta could easily dodge small-scale ninjutsus. Thinking quickly in his mind, Danzo quickly made up his mind. He bit his finger and made hand seals. Summoning technique. Bang! Huge amounts of smoke exploded. Then the sound of an elephant was heard. A huge red beast appeared in the barrier of the 4 violet flame formation. Danzo summoning beast Baku. Everyone stepped back. Danzo yelled at his subordinates. Immediately after, Baku sucked wildly, and with a terrifying suction force, it sucked everything on the ground into its huge mouth. Such great suction force. Yuta relied on his increased power after opening the 6th gate to barely stand against the wind. But even the ground was almost pulled by the suction force of Baku. If this continues, he might be sucked away. Seeing this, Danzo breathed a sigh of relief. He was aware of Baku's suction power. Even if there was a building in front of it, it could suck it into its abdomen. If this Uchiha kid is swallowed into Baku's belly, he will ultimately not be able to escape the fate of being digested, and then today's battle will be over. Tusk, I didn't want to open the 7th gate, Yuta said with some regret. Regarding the first 6 gates of 8 inner gates, he was already fully proficient with them and could easily open. And it wouldn't do much damage to him either. And the 7th gate, after opening it, HW would still face a bit of trouble. Moreover, after opening the 7th gate, he will have to end this battle soon. So, today I'll give it my all. Since that encounter with Orochimaru, this will be the first time he will fight without reservation. Blood surged up in his chest. Yuta pressed a finger on his lower abdomen. The corners of his mouth twitched, and his fighting spirit was at an all-time high. The 7th gate, Gate of Shock, open. Blue chakra waved in the air, and the barrier of the 4 violet flame formation shook. Yuta's strength, speed, and chakra all skyrocketed again. Originally, a lot of his chakra had been consumed in the previous battle, but it was quickly replenished, and he even had a lot more. At this time, Yuta also no longer resisted Baku's suction. He let his body fly high under Baku's suction. Yuta then threw a punch. The surrounding air looked like it was going to shatter. Taking a deep breath, Yuta shouted loudly, "Daytime Tiger." Roar! With a roar of a tiger, his chakra compressed to the ultimate, forming a tiger. Everyone trembled under this power. Baku's terrifying suction and the gust of wind it caused were also dwarfed by this power. Boom! The roaring tiger suddenly hit Baku. The gigantic Baku, which was several meters high, was knocked out. Boom! Its huge body slammed into the barrier. The barrier maintained by the 4 elites of the root shattered at this moment. Baku's body ignited into flames because it touched the barrier. Baku, who was hit by Yuta's attack, couldn't even lift the summoning technique and leave. It was directly killed here. Danzo and the remaining root were all stunned at the scene in front of him. How could the 8 inner gates have such terrifying power? Yuta can even open the 7th gate. Some roots gulped with fear. After daily brainwashing and training, they had long since become tools without emotion. But at this time, they felt a sense of fear coming from within. Is such an enemy really something they can deal with? Did Kirigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen also feel so powerless? In the face of unrivaled power, they could only barely fight for a chance to escape. Danzo's Adam's apple surged, and he also felt fear in his heart. But he had nowhere to go. Today's attack must succeed. And he had already suffered so many losses. No matter what, he has to get rid of Yuta now. Everyone go and stop him, don't let him escape. He will definitely not last long. When he is exhausted, we will win. While yelling, Danzo asked the root to organize and quickly restored the barrier. Danzo was worried that Yuta would run away now. With the barrier broken, if Yuta takes the opportunity to escape, today's efforts will be in vain. However, what made him relieved was that Yuta did not take advantage of the barrier being broken just now to escape. Who said I was going to run away? Yuta sneered. I said before that I had surrounded you all. I'm going to destroy you all here. Before the night of genocide, if Danzo and the root can be destroyed, the pressure on him and his clansmen will be greatly reduced. This was also the reason why he was purposely surrounded by Danzo. While he was still in his peak state, Yuta jumped high and threw his fists wildly at the roots below. In a short period of time, hundreds of thousands of punches were thrown, and the high-speed fists caused flames. The dense flame fists were as gorgeous as the tiger just now. The overwhelming flame fist completely covered all the roots. Although the power of each punch alone was not too great, this move was much better against a large group of people than the previous move. The dense flame fists slammed down, and after a while all the roots were injured. Their clothes were even smoked by the flame fist. Yuta didn't hesitate and rushed into the crowd. He punched and kicked and arbitrarily harvested countless lives. Suddenly, a Burame Torun appeared in front of him. After a brief treatment by a medical ninja, a Burame Torun had barely regained the strength to fight again. Before, Yuta had just opened the 6th gate, and he was able to knock him out with a single punch. Now, with the power of 7th gate, a Burame Torun had even less of a chance of even touching Yuta. Yuta was still a little bit afraid of Torun's insects in his heart. So he flew up and slammed his leg into Torun's side waist. Click! Spine fracture. A Burame Torun didn't have time to dodge, and he even failed to leave any last words. He was directly smashed and he flew out. Danzo felt an unbearable grief in his heart. Being beaten like this, a Burame Torun obviously couldn't survive. Thinking of this confidant who had helped him for decades die like this, even if Danzo didn't have much affection for him, he still felt sad at the moment. Capitulo 63, Lightning Release, Kira. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been watching the battle by the Naka River through the crystal ball. First, he saw Yuta's powerful fire release and lightning release. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not much surprised by this. He had seen Yuta use these moves on the battlefield. The only thing that he considered a bit unexpected was the strength of Yuta's ninjutsu. It was actually possible to forcibly ignore attribute restraint. Fire release 1 against water release, lightning release 1 against wind release. But it's just a stronger ninjutsu, but that's all. Facing dozens of elites of root, Yuta's limited chakra will ultimately spell his downfall. Whether it's Sarutobi Hiruzen or Danzo, the only thing they feared about Yuta was his 8 inner gates. Sarutobi Hiruzen had even once asked Might Guy about Yuta's level in the 8 inner gates. But it was unfortunate that Might Guy didn't know it. On the crystal ball, seeing that Yuta was covered in green chakra, Sarutobi Hiruzen was relieved. If it's only the 6th gate, Danzo can handle it. Danzo has summoned Baku, the battle seems to be over. Sarutobi Hiruzen became even more at ease when he saw Baku's huge body from the crystal ball. However, next, he saw Yuta being surrounded by blue chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. This is 7th gate. Yuta has already mastered the 8 inner gates to such a degree. He is only 12 years old. It only took him 5 years to reach this level in 8 inner gates. Watching Yuta kill Baku, and then pressuring the root, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up straight and planned to go to support Danzo himself. But after standing up, he hesitated again. Can Danzo deal with Yuta? If not, his support will be meaningful. But if Yuta becomes exhausted and loses, then him rushing over to support now wouldn't make any sense, right? And if he goes now, the root will be able to preserve more of their strength. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated even more. Danzo's root had grown stronger over the years, and its power was not much worse than his Anbu now. And even he, the Hokage, couldn't command the root. Even he, the Hokage, does not have such a strong control over Anbu, who are directly under him. If he can take this opportunity to weaken Danzo's roots, his position will become more stable. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, the idea of waiting to see the situation finally prevailed. Looking at it again, there are still many roots who have the power to fight. They should be able to survive until Yuta is exhausted. Sarutobi Hiruzen reassured himself. Immediately, the plan to go to support was abandoned. Instead, he continued to watch the battle scene on the crystal ball. In the barrier, on the banks of the Naka River, Yuta felt the time limit approaching. He sighed in his heart. He was still too young after all. Even with all kinds of talents, he is only 12 years old now. There was no way to fully utilize his various talents. The level of chakra in his body is rapidly diminishing. A sensory ninja said, with undisguised surprise in his voice. At this time, all the remnants of the root were shocked. They felt like tears were about to fall from their eyes. Before, in order to block Yuta, who had opened the 7th gate, all of them had taken turns to keep him occupied. The roots who had participated in this operation were more than 50. But now, there were less than 10 left. And these remaining people were injured, and they didn't have much chakra left. Here it is. It's finally their turn to take revenge. Who tilde? Danzo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Today's battle was finally over. Although he didn't expect Yuta to open the 7th gate, and he took a lot of damage. But if he can kill Yuta now, it will not be considered a loss. Otherwise, if Yuta has another year or 2 to grow up, even 100 roots may not be enough to kill him. Don't waste time, just kill him, and then quickly clean up the traces of the battlefield. Danzo ordered his subordinates. After this battlefield has to be disguised as an enemy village attack. At that time, the Uchiha clan won't know that Yuta had been killed by him. You guys seem to think you've got me, Yuta abruptly said. There was a mocking smile at the corner of Yuta's mouth. He raised his head to face the barrier in the sky and used a lightning release ninjutsu. Lightning release, false darkness. A strong penetrative power tore a hole in the barrier. And above the barrier, a dark cloud formed by a large amount of water vapor appeared. Lightning loomed in the clouds, and rumbling sound thundered in the surroundings. Everyone's scalps tingled. This is the power of nature. The remaining roots stood frozen in place at the moment, barely daring to move. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Is this an enemy they can handle? Everyone, go and kill this Uchiha brat immediately. At the critical moment, Danzo shivered and reacted first. No matter what kind of ninjutsu it is, there is always a user. If Yuta is killed, the ninjutsu above his head will be no threat. Danzo did not dare to delay any further, and while ordering his subordinates, he charged towards Yuta. Unfortunately, it's too late. The lightning flashes in the sky shone a bright light on Yuta's face. A deafening roar resounded through the sky. A fierce lightning beast swooped down from the clouds. The broken barrier was like a piece of paper at this moment, not even causing any hindrance to the beast. Boom! The huge lightning beast fell to the ground and devoured Danzo. The earth cracked and the river splashed. It was as if the land of this battlefield was being plowed. After a long time, the beast dispersed. Only some lightning still flickered slightly on the ground. Yuta waved to the distance and ordered loudly, "Immediately take action and get rid of these remaining people." One or two roots who were far away just now, luckily did not enter the core range of the attack. And the 4 roots who were maintaining the barrier before were still alive. In the woods, more than a dozen Uchiha ninjas in uniforms of the police force rushed out and killed the remaining roots without hesitation. This was all according to Yuta's previous arrangement. After he was surrounded, Karma and Lihuo had gone to inform the people of the second detachment. Then, the ninjas of the entire team assembled, and they eliminated the fish that had slipped through the net. After witnessing the battle just now, in the minds of these Uchiha ninjas, Yuta had become a godlike figure. With his own power, he almost wiped out Danzo and the entire route. The feud between the Uchiha clan and Danzo had a long history. After the Night of 9 Tails, it was Danzo who had requested the Uchiha to relocate. So, the ninjas of Uchiha clan were not lenient in the slightest. Yuta quietly stared at the messy battlefield, waiting for something. At the moment when the lightning beast had landed just now, he had seen Danzo make some hand seals. After that, Danzo disappeared. Obviously, he had activated Izanagi. He actually still has a Sharingan, Yuta pouted. In the previous attack on Shisui, Danzo should have used a Sharingan. He didn't know where this Sharingan had come from. But it didn't matter. He had killed Danzo once, and he could kill him a second time. Today, Danzo must die, and the route must be wiped out. If Saruto by Hiruzen come, his plan will fail. Suddenly thinking of something, Yuta said to Lihuo, who was destroying the roots, "Leave the roots. Wait in that direction, and if Saruto by Hiruzen comes, try to stop him for a while." He pointed in the direction of the Hawkage building. If Saruto by Hiruzen was coming, it would be best if he could be held back for even a short while. In the Hawkage building, after Saruto by Hiruzen saw the dark clouds in the sky in the crystal ball, he went straight to Naka River. In his heart, he regretted wanting to use Yuta to weaken the route. Capítulo 64, completely killing Danzo. Time passed little by little. Yuta waited for Izanaga's time to end while recovering his chakra. Danzo doesn't have the Uchiha bloodline, so his Izanaga's time limit should only be a minute. He must kill Danzo as soon as possible after his resurrection. Saruto by Hiruzen is likely already on the way. Today, the route aside, Danzo must be killed. Yuta silently counted the time. 580, 5,960. In an open space ahead, an illusory figure solidified. And at the same time, someone began approaching at high speed. Danzo, who had just been resurrected with the help of Izanagi, heard a voice and guessed that it was Saruto by Hiruzen who had come to rescue him. At this moment, his desire to survive was skyrocketing. He knew that he would be saved as long as he could last for a short while. Danzo turned and fled without hesitation. But he was too late. It's a pity that Saruto by Hiruzen came a little late. With an unstoppable happy smile on his face, Yuta quickly used a ninjutsu. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet technique. 4 huge dragon head-shaped flames rushed towards Danzo from all angles. No! Danzo's heart fluttered, his eyes bulged, and he shouted hoarsely. However, he couldn't do anything. The flames completely engulfed him. Saruto by Hiruzen, who had already arrived here, was delayed by Lihuo for a while. When Saruto by Hiruzen finally burst out of the woods and rushed to the battlefield, he saw Danzo being swallowed by flames. But Yuta was still rushing towards Danzo, who was engulfed in flames with a sword. It seemed that he didn't want to leave any way for Danzo to survive. Danzo! Yuta, stop! Saruto by Hiruzen's eyes widened, and he held a black stick in his hand. The black stick quickly stretched and rushed towards Yuta. If a medical ninja were to work on Danzo as soon as possible now, Danzo might still be saved. But Yuta, this damn bastard, planned to leave no way for Danzo to survive. Yuta, I order you to stop. Saruto by Hiruzen shouted hoarsely. However, Yuta deftly avoided the stick, and without any hesitation in his eyes, he swung his sword. In front of him, Danzo, who had been charred by the flames, appeared. Swish! Danzo's head flew up. As if thinking Danzo wasn't dead enough, Yuta quickly used an unmarked great fireball technique again to cremate Danzo's head, which had been separated from his body. After the flames dissipated, only a scorched black object could be seen. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen went in a trance. Danzo, dead. His old friend, who had been with him for decades, died just like that. And he even died so miserably, in front of him. He rushed over as fast as he could, but he couldn't save Danzo. Instead, he saw the scene where Danzo was killed. In front of him, the Hokage, Yuta actually killed the second highest-ranking executive of Konoha. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled Danzo's evaluation of Yuta. Unscrupulous. Such people are hidden dangers of Konoha and must be eliminated. If only he could see Yuta's true face sooner. If only he could make up his mind to take down Yuta sooner. If only he had come to support Danzo earlier. For a while, feelings of anger and remorse filled Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. But Yuta didn't care about Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger. Instead, he rudely asked, "Lord Third Hokage, wasn't Danzo dismissed as the leader of the route? What's going on today? I was training by the river. Why did Danzo bring so many people to try to kill me?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was gloomy and terrifying, and he ignored Yuta's words. Instead he said, "Uchiha Yuta, you have killed the village's executive without authorization, ignoring the Hokage's orders. Anbu, take him down for me." On the side, the three Anbu who had come along with Sarutobi Hiruzen were about to attack. Whoosh, whoosh. More than a dozen Uchihas, after destroying all the remaining routes, guarded Yuta. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Why are there so many Uchiha here? When did they arrive here? He recalled the Uchiha ninja who had stopped him for a while. A possibility formed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Could it be that these people had already been lying in ambush here during the previous battle? Could it be that what happened today was a trap prepared for Danzo by the Uchiha clan? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was filled with killing intent. Damn Uchiha. Tobirama-sensei was right. The Uchiha clan are inherently evil. They dares to set up an ambush plan to kill a higher-up of the village. Come to think of it, the Uchiha clan can probably even attack the Hokage without hesitation. You guys, if you step back now, I can forget what happened today. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the dozen or so Uchiha ninjas in front of him. Today, I only want to deal with Uchiha Yuta. However, the wind blew softly across the messy battlefield. Everyone had absolutely no intention of moving. All the Uchiha here were completely unmoved even by his orders. They were originally Yuta's subordinates. After seeing the battle just now, they had become even more confident in Yuta. Why would they obey Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders? Not to mention, Danzo planned to besiege Yuta first. They were just repaying the favor. Haha, good, good, good. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed in exasperation. It was not just Yuta, but the entire Uchiha clan who didn't respect him, the Hokage. Immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered in a stern voice, "Anbu, take them all down." After speaking, he actually wanted to take action himself to deal with these Uchihas. What's going on? A voice came from far away. A large group of people approached at high speed. Uchiha Fugaku, led by a large number of Uchiha clansmen, came here. Earlier, when Lihuo had gone to notify Uchiha of the second unit, he had also notified Fugaku. The Naka River was not far from the Uchiha clan. Previously, because of the barrier, the Uchiha clan failed to discover the battle here. But after the lightning release, Kirin was used, the movement was completely exposed. Looking towards the direction of the sound, Fugaku led a large number of clansmen and rushed here directly. And a lot of Anbu also came at high speed. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen had left in a hurry, he had only brought the 3 guards beside him. However, after Sarutobi Hiruzen left the Hokage building, the head of Anbu, Sarutobi Shinosuke, had ordered a group of people to follow Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, they also arrived here. By the Naka River, a large number of Uchihas and a large number of Anbu, divided into 2 camps, opposed each other. Capitulo 65, announcing the truth about Shisui. The people who had just arrived saw the corpses all over the battlefield. Baku's corpse, which was the size of a hill, was lying on the ground, on which a purple-black flame was burning. Many people were in a trance. This is inside the village, isn't it? Why did so many people die suddenly in the village? They noticed that the corpses on the ground were wearing masks. Both the Uchiha and the Anbu recognized it. That was the mask of the root. Then they began counting the corpses on the ground. Everyone gasped in breath. How many people is this? This is the whole root, right? They all died here. What exactly happened here before? Clan leader Fugaku. Sarutobi Hiruzen still looked gloomy. Even though a large number of the elites of the Uchiha clan were here, Sarutobi Hiruzen still said firmly, Yuta brazenly killed Danzo, so he must be dealt with today. Not just the Uchiha, but even the Anbu who had arrived later were shocked. Killed Danzo. The leader of the root, Danzo, known as the Darkness of Konoha, was killed. He was killed by Yuta. How can that be? Yuta is only 12 years old, right? And even though Danzo is old, his strength is still extraordinary. How could he be easily killed? Fugaku frowned and turned his head to face Yuta, who was guarded by the Uchihas of the second unit, and asked, Yuta, what exactly happened? Yuta smiled disdainfully. Lord Third Hokage is very capable of interchanging black and white. It is very clear that Danzo had brought a large number of roots to kill me. Even a barrier was set up to prevent the battle from being noticed. He wanted to kill me in the village. All the clansmen of the second division can testify that what I said is true. Karma nodded in agreement and said, I and Lihuo wanted to find Captain Yuta, so we came to the place where he trains every day, but we found that he was surrounded by Danzo and the roots. Since the two of us couldn't break into the barrier, we could only go back and request the help of other clansmen. This is what Yuta had explained to him in advance. It doesn't matter whether Sarutobi Hiruzen believes it or not. Anyway, today's purpose had been completed. Danzo is dead. Root doesn't exist anymore. The night of extermination in the future will be a lot easier to deal with. These words caused an uproar among the Uchiha. What? Danzo tried to kill Yuta. To actually lead so many people to besiege and kill in the village, Danzo is so arrogant. Hess, it turned out that the tables have turned. In the end, that old Danzo only left a bunch of old bones here. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan were angry at first. Yuta was a genius of their clan, and he had always been popular in the clan. But he was besieged by Danzo for no reason. And so many people even surrounded and tried to kill Yuta. How could the Uchiha not be angry? But they looked around at the results. Danzo aggressively set up a barrier to surround Yuta, but Danzo and the root were killed instead. It's really heartwarming. In the whole Konoha, not many people like Danzo. As for the Uchiha, they had been waiting for Danzo to die for a long time. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shaking with rage. Danzo was not only a higher-up of the village, but also his friend who had accompanied him for decades. Now that Danzo had died so tragically, the Uchiha were mocking him. At this moment, the killing intent in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart spread from Yuta alone to the entire Uchiha clan. Lord Third Hokage, there's something you didn't answer before. Yuta's mouth twitched, and he said maliciously, Why did Danzo attack and try to kill me with so many people? Because Danzo was dismissed as the head of Root due to Shisui's incident. Immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt troubled. The Uchiha immediately became suspicious and asked about Shisui. At this time, Yuta finally told the truth about Shisui's death. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan couldn't hold back their anger now. Shisui committed suicide because Danzo attacked him and wanted to take his eyes, Tekka furiously said. And after listening to you, Yuta, it seems that Lord Third Hokage also knew about this, but he just gave Danzo a bullshit punishment like dismissal. Inabai activated his Sharingan on the spot, staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen with no respect. Dismissed. As a senior of the village, Danzo attacked a ninja of the same village for no reason, and he just got such a painless punishment. What a shit punishment. Not to mention, even the dismissal was not carried out at all. Today, how did Danzo attack Yuta with a large number of roots if he was dismissed as the leader of the root? Lord Third Hawkage, the village needs to give us Uchiha an explanation about what happened to Shisui and Yuta today. Seeing the excited crowd, even if Fugaku didn't want a conflict with the village, he had to stand up now. If it went on like this, he was afraid that the clansmen would fight Sarutobi Hiruzen on the spot. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He did not know what to do. There is another person who knew what had happened to Shisui. Yuta suddenly pointed at an anbu behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Itachi, you were there that day. Why don't you tell me if what I just said about Shisui is true or false? Itachi looked startled, as he hadn't expected himself to be suddenly involved. After struggling for a long time, he finally said helplessly, "About Shisui, it's exactly as you said." Hearing this, the anger of the Uchiha swelled to the top. Even though Danzo was now dead, the anger in their hearts couldn't be extinguished at all. Before, many people were puzzled and found it odd that Shisui had committed suicide just like that. Now they finally knew why Shisui had committed suicide. It was all because of that dog, Danzo. Lord Third Hawkage, even though Danzo has died, we aren't satisfied. Shisui committed suicide because of Danzo. An explanation must be given. Inabai and the others demanded. Some people looked at Itachi, standing among the anbu with a displeased look. Itachi, which side are you on now? Have you forgotten your surname? So narrow. Itachi cursed inwardly. Are these people really going to start a war with the village today? Their mouth is full of Uchiha this, Uchiha that, with no regard for the village. They completely disregard peace. Many Uchiha clansmen in front of him stared at him at this moment. Suddenly thinking of something, Itachi made a silent decision in his heart. He took off his mask, gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a wink, and silently walked to the Uchiha's side. Seeing this, some of the Uchiha's anger subsided a little. But they still insisted that the village must dispose of Danzo. Danzo is dead now, what else do you want? Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his anger. These goddamn guys. Danzo is a top-ranking executive of the village. He didn't deserve to die. Tekka sharply said, Danzo attacked and killed Shisui and Yuta successively. For this crime, Danzo must die. Even though Danzo was already dead, he still had to die again for these charges. After Tekka finished speaking, many Uchihas agreed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest rose and fell rapidly. Anger and killing intent swelled in his heart. But at this moment, he had to control his anger. In the end, he could only gloomily agree to the request of the Uchihas. Then the two sides gradually dispersed. The conflict between the village and the Uchiha was temporarily over. Capítulo 66, Asura Bloodline. After the matter ended, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan quickly spread the news about Danzo through the channels of the police force. Even if Danzo was already dead, they still planned to completely ruin Danzo's reputation. The news spread quickly, and the entire Konoha was shaken. Nara clan. The home of the clan leader, Nara Shikaku. Danzo just died like this. Yamanaka Inwichi poured a drink and toasted Nara Shikaku in front of him. Danzo's death was definitely a good thing for their Yamanaka clan. Because of their clan's secret technique, Danzo often came to their clan to ask some of their clansmen to join the route. Years ago, a genius named Yamanaka Fu was asked to go to the route by Danzo. And Sarutobi Hiruzen totally ignored this. According to the police force, Danzo attacked and tried to kill Uchiha Yuta near the Naka River with more than 50 elites of the route, but they were instead counter-killed. Danzo was killed, and several routes were also exterminated by other Uchihas. Nara Shikaku took a sip of wine and said, "Is this statement reliable? Uchiha Yuta should be only 12 years old this year, right?" Akimichi Choza asked while eating. A 12-year-old child, while surrounded, killed Danzo and wiped out dozens of elites of the route. This kind of strength is enough to match the 5 cages. Who knows, maybe it's the 8 inner gates or maybe the Uchihas boasted, Nara Shikaku said lazily. A few years ago, Yuta had used the 8 inner gates to deal with the injured Orochimaru. Now, he should have gained a deeper understanding of the 8 inner gates. But Yuta's record was still amazing. Danzo plus dozens of elites from the route may succeed in besieging one of the 5 cages. But their planned attack on Yuta failed. Yamanaka Inoichi nodded and said, even though the Uchiha clan may have exaggerated a bit, Uchiha Yuta should have still really killed Danzo. Since he can have this kind of strength at the age of 12, his talent should be greater than Hade Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui. Narashikaku listened silently and sighed softly. Compared to this, I am more worried about something else. After this, what if the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village really breaks out? What should we do? No matter how strong Yuta is, he is still only one person after all. Even with the Uchiha clan behind him, how could he possibly deal with the entire Konoha? Danzo is dead, so will the Uchiha clan still have a large-scale conflict with the village? Yamanaka Inoichi asked hesitantly. In his opinion, the one with the worst relationship with the Uchiha clan was undoubtedly Danzo. But now Danzo was dead. Narashikaku chuckled and said, Uchiha Yuta is so strong at a young age. Wouldn't the third Hokage be afraid? What's more, this time, Uchiha Yuta killed Danzo. It is impossible for the third Hokage to let him go. In his opinion, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village was inevitable. In the final analysis, the third Hokage, who was getting older and weaker, could no longer suppress the Uchiha clan. And the Uchiha clan wouldn't succumb like the Hyuga clan. But none of this had anything to do with them, Ino Shika Cho. They just need to choose a side when the conflict comes. Narashikaku sighed. Although he was quite critical of the third Hokage in his heart, he didn't want to see the Uchiha clan's coup succeeding. In the Hokage building, Itachi pleaded guilty. Sorry, Lord Hokage, I had to make a choice. He was talking about the fact that the Uchiha clan had forced him to choose a side. To this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was kind, and his anger and desire to kill before couldn't be seen. It's okay, Itachi, I have absolute trust in you. At that time, thanks to your actions, the Uchiha were appeased. In the end, there was no conflict on the spot, and you have credit for that. Lord Hokage. Itachi raised his head suddenly, deeply moved. He turned his back on the third Hokage in full view. He didn't expect Lord Hokage to be so forgiving. And he thought of exactly what he was thinking at the time. That's right. At that time, the reason why Itachi chose to stand on the side of the Uchiha clan was to try to calm the anger of the clan. Given the circumstances at the time, if a conflict really broke out between the clan and the Hokage, even if the village could suppress the Uchiha's rebellion, it would definitely suffer heavy losses. At that time, other villages would inevitably take advantage of this opportunity. If a war breaks out, there will be a lot of deaths. And that's something he definitely doesn't want to see. In Itachi's heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yuta were completely different. In that situation, Yuta even directly spoke out about Shisui, further aggravating the anger of the clansmen. He was simply adding fuel to the fire. Fortunately, in the end, Lord Hokage took a step back and the conflict did not escalate. Itachi, I'm worried about the situation of the Uchiha clan right now. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a sad face. This time, Yuta killed Danzo and also wiped out the elites of Root. Afterwards, there is no guarantee that he and the other Uchihas will not have ambitions to further launch a coup and seize power in the village. Itachi sternly said, Lord Hokage, I'll pretend to be completely on Uchiha's side later, in order to spy on their plans of a coup d'etat. I hope Lord Hokage can believe that I am always on the side of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was overjoyed. This was the result that he wanted. Before, Itachi had been distrusted and even hated by the other Uchihas. So, Itachi had a hard time finding out about the coup. If Itachi could really infiltrate the Uchiha coup gang and find out the direction of the coup, he would have room to react. Of course I have tremendous trust in you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, Itachi, act according to your ideas. Yes, Lord Hokage, Itachi said gratefully. That kid Danzo is actually dead, and even the root was wiped out. Abaito said while imitating Madara's tone. I hope you can deal with Yuta, Itachi said with a blank face. Oh, let me do it. Abaito curiously said, with your main Jikayo, is there no way to get rid of him? Itachi's face changed, and he recalled the scene when he was beaten up before. His physical strength is very strong, and I cannot keep up with his speed at all. This was without considering the 8 inner gates. Then use your Manjikayo's pupil technique. No matter how strong Yuta is, he only has a 3-tamo Sharingan after all, and he can't be your match in a duel of Sharingan. Furthermore, asking me to take action will cost a lot, Obito said in a leisurely manner. Itachi frowned. If he can defeat Yuta, it's fine, but if he can't, it will be troublesome. At that time, Yuta will definitely kill him, even if he is the son of the clan leader. Thinking of this, Itachi couldn't help but hesitate. Seeing this, Obito shook his head and said, "Do you think that resolving Yuta will eliminate the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha? Even if Yuta dies, there will still be a conflict in the end. When the time comes, I will also attack the Uchiha. Your family, parents, younger brother, everything you care about will disappear." Hearing Obito mention his younger brother he cared about the most, Itachi directly activated the Manjikayo Sharingan and stared at Obito with burning eyes. Obito laughed twice and said, "Make a decision as soon as possible. According to my plan, you will be able to at least keep your brother." After speaking, Obito activated Kamui. His body entered the Kamui space and disappeared. After being pulled by the clansmen for a good meal to celebrate, Yuta finally got back home. He touched his eyes. After a full-scale battle, his pupil power had finally reached the level of Manjikayo. He'd check out the system panel. Congratulations! Host's comprehensive strength has been upgraded to cage level. The overall strength of the host has improved by a stage, and the system is analyzing new talents. Analyzing Uzumaki Naruto's talent, the analysis is completed and the amplification is in progress. The amplification is completed. Congratulations to the host for getting Asura bloodline. Capítulo 67, Perfect Sage Body, Soaring Strength. Finally, now he will have no shortage of chakra. After seeing the Asura bloodline, this idea immediately popped in Yuta's mind. Before, although he had a lot of talent, his strength was still limited by his age. With the Indra bloodline, his pupil power could improve over time, without the flaws of Manjikayo. But he is only 12 years old now. His Sharingan can only be tempered little by little. The same goes for chakra. Indra is a genius, and his chakra reserve is not meager. But even with Indra's bloodline, at the age of 12, Yuta's chakra was only close to cage level. The same goes for other talents. Even though he had the talent of monster physique, he was still limited by his age, and now he could only open the 7th gate at most. In addition, there was strength and speed, both of which were also subject to age. Now, with Asura's bloodline, at least he will not be lacking in chakra. With excitement, he opened the system panel. Host Uchiha Yuta. Age 12 years old. Comprehensive strength, cage level strong. Sharingan pupil power, LV4 1000-2000. Chakra LV6 2000. Chakra attributes, fire, lightning, wind. Talents, Indra bloodline, monster physique, lightning release prodigy, Genjutsu grandmaster, body flicker grandmaster, Asura bloodline. Asura bloodline, you have abundant chakra and exuberant vitality. My comprehensive strength has actually reached the stage of cage level, strong. Yuta was stunned. Before, not counting the 8 inner gates, his overall strength was only at the quasi-cage, strong stage. Now the stage of cage level weak and cage level medium were skipped directly. As expected of the perfect sage body. The most obvious improvement this time was chakra. It was now more than 4 times what it used to be. Feeling the vast amount of chakra rushing through his body, Yuta understood the power of Asura's sage body. No wonder Naruto was able to make thousands of shadow clones at a young age. In his own yard, Yuta controlled his chakra to gather on his fist, then he punched the ground. Boom! The earth cracked and rocks splashed out. The power of this punch was stronger than before, but he didn't know by how much. In the Naruto world, Taijutsu also requires chakra to have enough destructive power. Why is the 8 inner gates so powerful? It is because after opening the inner gates, the user's chakra will skyrocket, and this chakra will greatly increase the speed and strength of the ninja. Yuta recalled the scene of Tsunade's strange strength in his memory. He felt that his strength just now was a lot worse than Tsunade's. Yuta frowned and thought, my chakra control should be fine, so what I need is the chakra explosion skill of the strange strength. It would be great if he could learn Tsunade's technique. At that time, his power would skyrocket. But it was a pity that it was probably recorded in the Scroll of Seals. However, since he had just killed Danzo, if he applied to learn ninjutsu from the Scroll of Seals, it would be strange if Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed. After killing Sarutobi Hiruzen in the future, he can learn all the valuable ninjutsu in the Scroll of Seals. Flying Thunder God Technique, Strange Strength Technique, Mutually Multiplying Explosive Tags, Edo Tensei, are all valuable ninjutsu. In addition to the increase in the amount of chakra, Asura Bloodline also gave him a series of derivative abilities. Rapid Healing, your recovery ability is extremely strong. Using a kunai to commit suicide is just a joke. Extraordinary Life Force, you can recover your own or others' chakra or injury by biting your skin. Adamantine Sealing Chains, the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Kagura Mind Eye, sensory ninjutsu of the Uzumaki clan. Rapid Healing, that is, Senju Hashirama level recovery ability. Yuta recalled a clip of Naruto he had once watched. Senju Hashirama wanted to persuade the Uchiha and Senju to have a truce after beating Uchiha Madara, who had used the complete body Susanoo. But Madara's younger brother was killed by Senju Tabarama not long ago, and even though Madara was beaten to the ground, he did not agree to a truce. Then, Senju Hashirama faked committing suicide with a kunai, trying to atone for Madara's younger brother who had been killed by his own brother. Later, Madara agreed to the truce. Yuta wondered if Madara had really believed in Hashirama's sincerity at that time, or if he had taken this opportunity to save his dignity. Yuta took out his kunai and stroked his own finger against it lightly. In the blink of an eye, the wound drawn by the kunai was gone. This recovery ability. Yuta felt that he had found the reason why Indra had never been able to beat Asura. Indra's reincarnations are definitely strong and talented. But Asura's reincarnations can directly get some abilities just from their bloodline. Except for Rapid Healing, the other abilities were also very practical. Adamantine Sealing Chains had a strong ability to suppress tailed beasts. Uzumaki Kushina, who was seriously injured and dying, could use the adamantine sealing chains to suppress the 9 tails. And that was the complete 9 tails. Extraordinary Life Force was also a bug-like ability. In the 4th Great Ninja War, Karin was injured and she bit herself to recover from the injury. It's like a perpetual motion machine. And although Kagura Mind Eye wasn't at the level of the other abilities, it could also make up for his lack of long-range detection methods. Apart from chakra, this time, his Sharingan's pupil power had also been greatly improved. Sharingan's pupil power has reached 10,000 points. It has more than doubled. Yuta recalled the times his Sharingan had advanced before. Back then, his pupil power had only reached the lowest point of the next stage. According to previous experience, this time his pupil power should only be 5,000 points. After thinking about it, Yuta thought the reason was the sage body he had gotten from Asura's bloodline. Indra's yin combined with Asura's yang. Although he had not awakened the Rinnegan as of now, the unity of yin and yang still caused some huge changes. In the original story, Abaido's body was supplemented with white zetsu containing Hashirama cells, and combined with his Manjikayo Sharingan, his strength skyrocketed. In the 46th year of Konoha, Abaido had just become a chunin at the time of the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. 2 years later, during the Nine Tails Rebellion, Abaido was able to fight Namikaze Minato with his pupil technique. With this level of strength, no wonder Minato didn't know that the masked man on the opposite side was his dead disciple. So, the sage body not only restores pupil power for Manjikayo Sharingan, but also strengthens Manjikayo Sharingan's strength. As written on the Steel of Sage of 6 Paths, the unity of yin and yang can create all kinds of phenomena. Sage body's yang release not only gave him a lot of chakra, but also doubled his pupil power. My pupil power has finally reached the level of a Mangekyo. Yuta looked a little excited. Although he didn't get any pupil techniques, it should be possible to use Susanoo. Offensive and defensive. God's power, a symbol of destruction. Susanoo. He had been thinking about Susanoo for a long time. According to his understanding of Susanoo, Yuta controlled his pupil power. While releasing chakra, he used his pupil power to condense his chakra into a solid body. A golden skeleton made of chakra appeared out of thin air. Ribs wrapped Yuta's whole body. Susanoo first form. Capítulo 68, Talk with Fugaku. Fugaku's home. Yuta and Fugaku sat opposite each other in the living room. Fugaku's wife, Mikoto, poured tea for the two and walked out. Sasuke has been in school for a while, right? Yuta suddenly thought of something and said, Yes, Sasuke's grades at ninja school are excellent. Speaking of his youngest son, Fugaku's stiff face relaxed a little. Of his two sons, the eldest, Itachi was more talented and made him proud, but he was increasingly being rejected by the clan. Itachi had a cold face all day long, making people wonder what he was thinking. On the other hand, his young son Sasuke, although not as good as Itachi, had a much better personality. Although he's not as good as you and Itachi, Sasuke also gets first place in his class, Fugaku said with some emotion. Speaking of Yuta and Itachi, after the two of them graduated, Izumi also became the first place in the ninja school and defended her spot until graduation. It is equivalent to saying that in that year, the top 3 in the ninja school were all from their Uchiha clan. How were the other ninjas? And Sasuke could also firmly occupy the first place in the ninja school in this year. Sasuke is a nice kid. Yuta squinted his eyes and nodded. Then suddenly changed his words. It's just a pity that he has a big brother like Itachi. Fugaku looked surprised. To defend his eldest son, Fugaku said, although Itachi may prefer the village between the clan and the village, the relationship between Itachi and Sasuke is absolutely excellent. Yuta sneered. The relationship between Itachi and Sasuke. On the bright side, on the night of the extermination, Itachi only ensured his younger brother Sasuke's life on the condition of exterminating the entire clan. After that, Itachi arranged a route for Sasuke to grow stronger, so that Sasuke could get the eternal Mangekyo and have the power to protect himself. But originally, Sasuke was a good kid, but what did he become because of Itachi? After the night of the genocide, even though Sasuke had revenge on his mind, he wasn't quite insane yet. Even after entering Kakashi's team, he tried his best to protect his teammates many times. In the Land of Waves, he desperately helped Naruto block Haku's attack. In the Konoha collapse plan, he also planned to let Naruto escape with Sakura while holding Gaara at bay by himself. However, once Itachi came back, it was all over. To educate his dear and good brother, he used his Tsukuyomi to make Sasuke recall the night of the genocide. In addition, Sasuke felt that he could not grow stronger in Konoha, so he became a rebel. How dangerous was it when Sasuke went to Orochimaru? Naruto's fight with Sasuke, which lasted for a while, made Orochimaru unable to wait any longer. So, he used the living corpse reincarnation technique early. Otherwise, it is estimated that Sasuke's body would have been occupied by Orochimaru at that time. Had Itachi considered all these things? There's more to it than that. Fearing that his younger brother would hate Konoha after knowing the truth about the genocide, Itachi even wanted to use Kato Matsukami to make Sasuke have the will to protect Konoha. You stupid brother, you have to follow the path I planned, and even your will cannot truly be yours. What a peerless good brother. Yuta felt that if he had a brother who had been fooled into exterminating the entire clan, murdering his father and mother, and even wanted to control his own mind, he would burn him to ashes. Frankly, Itachi is the most complicated person I've ever met. I can't understand what is the most important in his mind at all. Yuta shook his head and said, he could destroy the whole clan for Konoha. And for the sake of his younger brother, he even threatened Danzo with the secrets of the village. He could also use Kato Matsukami to modify his younger brother's will. Yuta found this very puzzling. In Itachi's mind, which is more important, Konoha, or Sasuke? Take the current situation as an example. Clan leader, what choice do you think Itachi will make in the future? Yuta looked at Fugaku playfully. What will happen in the future? Isn't Danzo dead? Fugaku was somewhat unclear. In his opinion, the biggest enemy of the Uchiha clan was Danzo. In the Night of Nine Tails, Danzo prevented the Uchiha clan from going to suppress the Nine Tails. After that, the Uchiha clan was asked to migrate to the edge of Konoha. Most of the clansmen's dissatisfaction with the village was basically directed at Danzo. Really? Then why haven't the Anbu outside the clan been revoked? There was some disappointment in Yuta's eyes. Fugaku, this clan leader, is really bad. Unable to unite the clan, unable to see the real enemy of Uchiha, and unable to make the right decision at the critical moment. Fugaku was taken aback. Are you saying that Lord Third Hokage is worried about us Uchiha? It's more than worrying. Yuta scoffed directly. For Saruto by Hiruzen, the most important thing is his power and position, and we have now shown that we have enough might to threaten his position of power. How can he be relieved? Unless the entire Uchiha clan is wiped out or completely subdued, Saruto by Hiruzen will not trust us. Fugaku opened his mouth, but had nothing to say. Will the Uchiha clan back down? Impossible. They are not Hyuga. So, in the end, will the Third Hokage choose to destroy the Uchiha clan? Thinking of this, Fugaku felt like he was in an abyss, and cold sweat fell from his back. Looks like you have finally figured it out. At that time, which side do you think your good son will support? Yuta said mockingly. Fugaku's heart was in a mess at this moment. Itachi usually tends to lean towards the village, and he is dissatisfied with the clansmen. If a conflict between the village and the clan eventually breaks out, Itachi's choice. Fugaku didn't dare to think about it anymore. By the way, I'll tell the clan leader one thing. The corners of Yuta's mouth twitched slightly. Before, after celebrating Danzo's death, Tekka and the others approached me privately and said they were going to launch a coup, hoping that I could deal with Saruto by Hiruzen. Have they told you about it? Fugaku was dumbfounded. They were preparing for a coup d'etat, but Tekka and the others didn't even tell him, the clan leader. Could it be that he, the clan leader, had lost the trust of the clan? Yuta saw what Fugaku was thinking and said, "It's not that they don't trust you, it's that they don't trust Itachi. They're just disappointed in you." Are these words of comfort? Fugaku had a question mark on his forehead. Is he the clan leader so incompetent? What are you planning to do? A coup? After a long silence, Fugaku asked. Yuta nodded and shook his head again. That's right, but if a coup d'etat is launched directly, the clan will suffer heavy casualties. When the time comes, I will deal with Saruto by Hiruzen. You just need to keep the clan safe. With his current strength, there was absolutely no need to be afraid of Saruto by Hiruzen. But when he goes to deal with Saruto by Hiruzen, Abido might attack the clan. So, a countermeasure must be set up in advance. When the time comes, an enemy with a spiral mask whose right eye is the Manjikayo Sharingan may appear. He has a time-space pupil technique. After activating it, he can make any part of his body transfer to another dimension, and only a phantom will be left in place. The duration of this pupil technique is 5 minutes. Of course, when the time is up, as long as the pupil power is sufficient, he can continue to use this pupil technique. In a few words, Yuta explained Abido's pupil technique. The pupil technique of Abido's right eye is really difficult to deal with. Basically, as long as Abido is careful enough, it is impossible to injure him. How do you know so much about this? Fugaku was stunned. Yuta knew that the other party had a Manjikayo, knew the details of the other party's pupil technique, and even knew the duration. And who is this guy? He has a Manjikayo Sharingan. Could he be the mastermind behind the Nine Tails rebellion? You don't need to worry about that. Anyway, when the time comes, it's your responsibility to fight him off, or at least delay him, with your eyes. Yuta didn't want to explain at all. After all, there was no way to explain. He can't tell that he had seen the anime, right? Suddenly, Fugaku became startled and reached out to touch his eyes. Could it be that Yuta also knows about his own Manjikayo? Capitulo 69, Night of Extermination comes. In the Hokage building. The 4 higher-ups of Konoha, now without Danzo, it should be 3. Saruto by Hiruzen, Himura, and Koharu all sat in the Hokage office. Uchiha Yashiro and the others are preparing a lot of explosive tags and various ninja tools, and I am afraid that a coup will soon be launched. Itachi said with a heavy voice. Saruto by Hiruzen sighed, his face full of sorrow. He said, the situation has come to this point, alas. This lament was somewhat sincere. In Saruto by Hiruzen's original plan, he just wanted to suppress the Uchiha clan. It would be best if the Uchiha clan could bow down to him like the Hyuga clan. As long as he could ensure that his power and position would be stable, and his own son could succeed as the Hokage in the future, he wouldn't have to destroy the Uchiha clan. But now, the Uchiha clan was determined to launch a rebellion. Especially that guy Uchiha Yuta. He has no respect for him, the Hokage, in his heart. He is a cancer of the village that must be eliminated. It's not your fault, Lord Hokage. You've done enough, but the people of Uchiha are not satisfied, Itachi said seriously. Himura, who was on the side inwardly at Saruto by Hiruzen's brainwashing ability. Then he said sternly, Itachi, now that the Uchiha clan is going to launch a rebellion, what are you going to do? Koharu also said, if you sit back and watch, the village will suffer huge losses, and if other villages seize this chance, the village may not be able to withstand it. After Danzo's death, only the 2 of them could assume the role of bad cops. Itachi bitterly said, I will participate in the suppression of the rebellion. His father was the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. If the rebellion had to be suppressed, no matter what, his father would not be able to escape. Not just suppressing the rebellion. Koharu's voice was sharp and stern. All Uchihas must be wiped out. If some people are spared, they may awaken the Manjikayo Sharingan because of hatred. In the future, it will endanger the stability of the village. Himura also said seriously, that's right. Not only ninjas, but other civilians, men, women, and children must be dealt with at once. Itachi's chest rapidly rose and fell. He had also thought about Koharu AMD Himura's statement. Even the Uchihas, who are not ninjas, have Uchiha blood. If someone is left behind, and later awakens the Sharingan or even the Manjikayo Sharingan, and then takes revenge on the village, it seems that it might be better to get rid of all of them at once. But doing so means he needs to kill his father, mother, and even Sasuke. When Saruto by Hiruzen saw this, he dissuaded with false affection. And Himura and Koharu fully played the role of bad cops, insisting to exterminate all Uchihas. Lord Hokage, there is no need to say any more. I agree with the 2 elders. Itachi pleaded, I just hope that Sasuke can be spared. He doesn't know anything yet. Himura was about to say no when they heard Itachi continue. As for the genocide, I will take care of it, and then I will become a rebel who killed his entire clan. I just want Sasuke to live. Hearing this, Saruto by Hiruzen and the others felt a burst of joy in his hearts. To them, the most difficult thing was not to exterminate the Uchiha clan, but to find an explanation for the village. If Itachi was willing to take the charge of genocide, all the better. After Saruto by Hiruzen declined with a few words, he could only accept it reluctantly. Immediately, several people began to discuss the arrangement of the Uchiha extermination. When the time comes, I will send Anbu's 1st and 2nd teams, as well as some elite ninjas from the Sarutobi clan to come and go to the Uchiha clan to assist you, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Now that the roots were gone, there were only 2 teams of Anbu that he could mobilize. These 2 teams were very reliable. The other Anbu teams included ninjas of various ninja clans in Konoha. The truth of the night of the genocide can't be known by this part of Anbu. But in this way, these forces would still be a little less. Saruto by Hiruzen could only mobilize his own clan. Thinking of this, Saruto by Hiruzen was heartbroken. He had worked hard to nurture the strength of his clan for so many years, so that in the future, if his son could become the Hokage, he would have enough forces. However, this time, he didn't know how many people would be lost in the night of the genocide. All because of those damn Uchiha. Can't they just obey him, the Hokage? Koharu and Himura still felt a little uneasy. Against the entire Uchiha clan, they did not know if these people were enough. There is a mysterious person who also intends to take action against the Uchiha clan, and he will deal with the elite of the police force. As for Yuta, I will use my Manjikayo pupil technique to deal with him. Afterwards, I will join the organization that the mysterious person belongs to and act as a spy for Konoha, Itachi said. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others looked at each other and frowned. Mysterious man. That guy is confident that he can take down the elite of the Uchiha police force. This is not good news. But Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his thoughts for a while. This mysterious man is not from Konoha. The most important thing now is to solve the hidden dangers in Konoha. Just follow the plan just now, thanks for your hard work, Itachi, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Around the Uchiha clan. Anbu's surveillance post. Change shifts. Kakashi was a little puzzled. The third team had always been in charge of monitoring the Uchiha clan. Now Anbu's first team suddenly came over to change shifts. However, when the other party took out the third Hokage warrant, Kakashi agreed and left with his subordinates. After Kakashi left, Sarutobi Shinosuke said, "It's time to act, Itachi. Remember, get rid of Yuta as quickly as possible, and don't let him have a chance to use the 8 inner gates." Seeing Itachi take orders to leave, Sarutobi Shinosuke couldn't help but smile. After the destruction of the Uchiha clan, the greatest hidden danger that might threaten his father's Hokage position will be gone. And after that, he can successfully inherit his father's position and become the Hokage of Konoha. In the further future, the seat of Hokage could be passed on to his son, Konohamaru. The power of Konoha will always be in the hands of the Sarutobi clan. After Senju and Uchiha, their Sarutobi clan will become the first ninja clan in the ninja world. Capitulo 70, 1/6 Yuta. Itachi, go destroy the Sarutobi clan. To thank you guys, the readers, for giving a considerable number of power stones to this book during this week. I have decided to release 6 chapters instead of the usual 2 within the span of the next 24 hours. Itachi found Yuta alone. Yuta was here with Tekka and Anabai. Suddenly, he heard a voice full of anger. He turned his head, and sure enough it was Itachi. A big drama is finally about to begin. Yuta sighed in his heart and looked at Itachi with the corners of his mouth raised. He asked, "What, do you have anything you need me for?" Itachi looked coldly at the 3 in front of him. Yuta, disregarding Shisui's dying request, spoke out about Shisui's attack, further intensifying the conflict between the Uchiha and the village. Tekka and Anabai have been longing for a coup to seize power. It's all these people. It was this group of people who pushed the Uchiha clan to where it is now. Now he had no choice but to take action against his parents and clansmen. Under Hiya anger, he activated his Manjikayo, and his right eye flashed. Tears of blood flew down his eyes. A black flame appeared out of thin air at Yuta's place. Amaterasu. The flame that will never be extinguished until the target is burnt out. When he had previously challenged Yuta, his Manjikayo Sharingan had just been awakened. As a result, because the speed of his body could not keep up with Manjikayo's insight, he was instantly defeated by Yuta's body flicker technique. This time, he had become much more proficient in using the power of the Manjikayo Sharingan. His strength had greatly improved compared to when he had first awakened his Manjikayo. However, Yuta, who was in his Manjikayo's line of sight, was suddenly covered with lightning, and he actually avoided the flames of Amaterasu. The flames fell on the ground behind and began to burn the ground below. What? Itachi's face changed suddenly. Yuta actually escaped the Amaterasu he released through his sight. How is that possible? Can Amaterasu be dodged? Itachi, you bastard, you have truly betrayed the Uchiha. Seeing this, Tekka and Anabai immediately understood. Between the Uchiha clan and the village, Itachi finally chose the latter. He was even planning to help the village suppress the Uchiha. It's all because of you narrow-minded, selfish, arrogant lunatics. You are the cause of the destruction of the Uchiha. Itachi roared while covering his sore right eye. Well, what else is there to say to this brainwashed idiot? I will just make good use of his last value. Yuta sealed Amaterasu away and comforted Tekka and Inabai. Ha ha. Itachi even laughed out loud. He is brainwashed. He was clearly thinking of the overall situation, but in the eyes of Yuta, he was actually brainwashed. The anger in his heart grew stronger, and Itachi brazenly activated the pupil technique of his left eye. At this moment, the whole world changed. A dark red world appeared. There were only two people in here, Itachi and Yuta. This is my other pupil technique, Tsukuyomi. In the Tsukuyomi world, everything including time, place, quality, etc. is under my control. Seeing Tsukuyomi successfully being used, and Yuta being pulled into the Tsukuyomi space, Itachi finally felt relieved. The biggest hidden danger was solved by him. However, after this, he will have to kill all the clansmen, whether they are ninjas or not. Thinking of this, Itachi's face turned cold. Yuta, do you know that it is because of your arrogance and greed that the Uchiha clan finally became what it is today? Oh. Yuta's interest was raised a little. In your opinion, Shisui tried to eliminate the differences and distrust between the Uchiha and the village before, and finally failed. Is it all because of the Uchiha clansmen's fault? Naturally, Itachi said without hesitation. Tusk. Yuta shook his head. Shisui should have told you that he hoped you could understand the grievances of the clansmen and the reasons for this grievance. Now it seems that you really didn't listen to him at all. Unfortunately, you are different from Shisui after all. Shisui has both the village and Uchiha in his heart, but you have prejudice against the Uchiha clan in your heart. However, Itachi dismissed Yuta's remarks. Seeing this, Yuta sneered. As expected, you've been brainwashed into a fool. There's no need to tell you anything. Having said that, Yuta moved in the dark red space, and with a random move, a huge iron nail appeared out of thin air in his hand. Itachi was startled, and his face changed drastically. Isn't this his Tsukuyomi space? How did Yuta do that? Immediately, he wanted to try to control everything in Tsukuyomi's space. As a result, Itachi was stunned to find that he couldn't even move. Ow. Do you think this is your Tsukuyomi space? Yuta smiled and directly inserted the iron nail in his hand into Itachi's body, saying, "This is just an ordinary flail technique." Itachi felt a sharp pain, and blue veins burst out on his forehead, and beads of sweat slid down. Obviously, this was just a mental injury, but the feeling was the same as a physical injury. One nail after another stabbed his body. What? In the end, even with Itachi's psychological strength, he couldn't help but cry out in pain. So you know pain too. Yuta was a little disappointed, and he waved his hand to let these iron nails disappear. Itachi gasped violently, eyes full of disbelief. Why did my Tsukuyomi fail? It's not a failure, it's just that it didn't work in the first place. I used a genjutsu to drag you into the spiritual space. You thought you had used Tsukuyomi, but that was only part of my genjutsu. Yuta chuckled and explained in 2 sentences. After obtaining the genjutsu grandmaster talent, he had learned a lot of genjutsu techniques from Shisui. In terms of genjutsu, he was even above Itachi. Not to mention, his pupil power was now higher than Itachi's. Even if Itachi had Manjikayo Sharingan, at this moment, he couldn't break free from his ordinary genjutsu. Impossible. Itachi couldn't believe it at all. If Yuta only had a 3-tamo Sharingan, it was impossible for him, who had Manjikayo, to fall into his genjutsu. Unless Yuta also had Manjikayo Sharingan. Nothing is impossible. The vision and energy you have always been proud of are too narrow. As he spoke, Yuta immediately started to use genjutsu to control Itachi. Want to know why I didn't let you use Tsukuyomi? Because today your power needs to be used sparingly and cannot be wasted on me. Just as you hate me, I've hated you for a long time. Also, I've been thinking about how to deal with people like you better. Kill you directly, it's too generous of a treatment for you. Eventually, I came up with an interesting idea. Didn't you receive orders from Naruto by Hiruzen to slaughter the Uchiha clan, even all the old and young people? It just so happens that I am a person who likes to treat others in the same way they treat me. The corners of Yuta's mouth quivered. Just like Abido controlled the fourth Mizukage, he used genjutsu to control Itachi's will. Come on, go and destroy the Sarutobi clan, use your power. Capitulo 71, 2/6 Miserable Shinosuke. In the genjutsu world. No, you can't do this, the Sarutobi clan is innocent. Itachi stuttered with difficulty. How innocent, Yuta sneered. This word innocent had nothing to do with the Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been the Hokage for decades, and his clan has been growing stronger day by day. He let others do dangerous missions, and gave the greatest credit to his own clansmen. So the promotion of Sarutobi clansmen was faster than anyone else. Can this clan be said to be innocent? Furthermore, if the Sarutobi clan is innocent, what about the Uchiha clan? Why must the Uchiha clan be slaughtered, regardless of age or gender? Those who were not even ninjas, and had nothing to do with the coup d'etat, were also killed in the original story. The people of the Sarutobi clan are considered human, but the people of the Uchiha clan are not human. Yuta's voice sharpened, and he instantly increased the output of pupil power. Gradually, Itachi felt that his body was getting out of his control. His will became trapped in the genjutsu space, and he could only watch himself bow down to Yuta. No. Itachi and the genjutsu world went crazy. Uchiha Yuta, this damn evil crazy bastard. Asking me to slaughter Lord Hokage's clan. This is the best punishment, both for you and for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yuta only felt that he was in a very happy mood at this moment. Didn't Sarutobi Hiruzen want to destroy the Uchiha clan? Will he be pleasantly surprised when he finds out that it is his own Sarutobi clan that was exterminated? Didn't Itachi think he was right by killing his own people? Now, he would let him use his own power to destroy the people of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, the entire genjutsu space shattered like a mirror. Outside, Tekka and Inabai waited anxiously. Yuta had only used an ordinary genjutsu, at most with the blessing of pupil power. The flow of time in the genjutsu space and outside was still the same as the real world. Seeing that Itachi's expression became sluggish, Inabai and Tekka became relieved. This damn traitor, just kill him. Inabai's anger surged up again, and he immediately drew his sword to kill Itachi. Yuta laughed and stopped the Inabai and said, "This guy has been controlled by me with a genjutsu, and he will obey my orders for now." That old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered him to cooperate with the Anbu and Sarutobi clansmen outside to destroy the Uchiha clan, leaving only Sasuke. What bastards! Tekka and Inabai immediately became furious. Even though Yuta had told them before that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not let the Uchiha clan go, and that Itachi would eventually lean towards the village. But when they really saw this scene, they were still extremely shocked. The target was obviously Itachi's own clan, but he still didn't hesitate to bare his fangs at his own family. I have to make use of his last remaining value. He will go to exterminate the Sarutobi clan and surprise Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yuta tried his best to calm down his happy mood, but found that he couldn't control it at all. The corners of his mouth twitched incessantly. He wanted to laugh happily. Never mind. He will go crazy tonight. The operation begins. According to the original plan, the first, third, and fourth teams will stay in the clan. Now immediately go and raise the barrier to surround the clan, and don't let the enemy enter. Notify all the clansmen, tell them to not panic and go to the shelter in the clan. Tell the police force to get rid of the enemies outside as soon as possible. Go and inform the clan leader that the operation has begun, and prepare to guard against the attack of the mysterious enemy. A series of orders came from Yuta's mouth. These plans had already been formulated. The duo of Tekka and Inabai got into action quickly. Outside the clan, a huge purple barrier rose up. 4 violet flames formation. Sarutobi Shinosuke was relieved to see the 4 violet flames formation rising. Now, they didn't have to worry about some Uchihas slipping through the net. When the order is given, everyone will rush into the Uchiha clan and start the genocide operation. Suddenly, ahead, in the ground of the Uchiha clan, surrounded by the 4 violet flames formation, a huge fiery red barrier also rose up. The red barrier enveloped the entire Uchiha clan. The purple barrier wrapped the red barrier. What is this? Tobi Shinosuke was at a loss. Their 4 violet flames formation was used because they did not want the Uchiha to escape. But what's with the red barrier inside? Frowning, he asked the Anbu beside him, any special arrangements by the other squads? The Anbu shook his head. Seeing this, Tobi Shinosuke became more and more confused. He was the supreme commander in this genocide operation, and all the plans were not concealed from him. If the red barrier wasn't raised by them, could it be that the Uchiha did it? But that shouldn't be the case. Those involved in the genocide, including the 2 Anbu teams, were mostly members of the Tobi clan. It was impossible for the news to be leaked. Could it be that Itachi betrayed them and eventually supported the Uchiha clan? The barrier inside is probably because the Uchiha don't want you guys to enter. After all, the majority of the clan are not ninjas. A voice came from far away. Tobi Shinosuke was startled and quickly identified the voice and the owner of the voice in his mind. When he turned around, sure enough, it was Uchiha Yuta. Before he could give any orders, he saw a sea of flames approaching. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Ferocious and large-scale flames covered all the Anbu here. After obtaining the perfect sage body, Yuta could arbitrarily use this large-scale ninjutsu that consumed a lot of chakra. He waved his hand and asked the clansmen around him to step forward to deal with all the enemies here. The embarrassed Tobi Shinosuke hurriedly escaped from the flames. If he wasn't an elite Jonin, he might have turned into a scorched corpse. What is going on? How could the Uchiha clan react so quickly? Before he had time to think about anything, Tobi Shinosuke immediately turned around and ran away. There was a major flaw in tonight's action. He must go back and inform his father as soon as possible, and let his father gather the whole village's ninjas to encircle and suppress the Uchiha. Suddenly, a figure in front blocked the way. Uchiha Yuta. Yuta actually came directly in front of him. Boom! Yuta used the body flicker technique and appeared in front of Tobi Shinosuke in the next second and punched the latter in the abdomen. Watching Tobi Shinosuke's body bending into a shrimp shape in pain, Yuta said coldly, "A few years ago, because of your order, I inexplicably had to block Orochimaru. I still remember this. That was the first time he was caught in a life and death crisis. And it was just because this guy wanted to take the feat of capturing Orochimaru. He recklessly recruited Konoha ninjas, even if it put others in danger. In the end, he had to open the 3rd gate, and luckily he managed to stall Orochimaru long enough until support came back. You can't kill me. My father is the Hokage." Tobi Shinosuke stepped back with difficulty. The punch that hit his abdomen just now was extremely powerful, making him feel that his internal organs were displaced and he was in severe pain. "Don't worry, I won't kill you for the time being. You can live a little longer," Yuta said with a smile on his face, and stepped on Tobi Shinosuke's limbs without mercy. "What?" Painful screams, along with the sound of bone fractures, sounded. Tobi Shinosuke burst into tears. "It's really dirty, don't you care about hygiene?" Yuta frowned and had a disgusted expression on his face. He grabbed Tobi Shinosuke's hair and pressed his face to the ground and wiped it roughly. Shinosuke's face was cut and blood flowed out. Tobi Shinosuke felt pain, fear, humiliation, and anger in his heart. Mixed feelings. As the son of the 3rd Hokage, this was the first time he was being so humiliated and teased. Soon, the Anbu here were dealt with by the clansmen of the 2nd Division. Seeing this, Yuta raised Tobi Shinosuke with one hand and ordered his subordinates, "You go to the Tobi clan. Don't let the people of the Tobi clan escape. Today we will punish them. As for the genocide, that traitor Itachi will do it." The people of the 2nd detachment, led by Lihuo and Karma, were ordered to leave. Yuta held Tobi Shinosuke in his hand and a devilish smile appeared on his face. Now I will go to Saruto by Hiruzen. Rest assured, all of you will be reunited soon. Capitulo 72, 3/6, Shinosuke's death. In the Hokage building, Saruto by Hiruzen was waiting anxiously. For some reason, he always had an ominous premonition, as if something bad was about to happen. It should be just me thinking too much. I hope the things on Shinosuke's side progress smoothly. Saruto by Hiruzen reassured himself. Itachi, who had awakened the Manjikayo Sharingan, could deal with the most troublesome Yuta in advance by using Hia Manjikayo pupil technique. There were also 2 teams of Anbu, as well as a large number of elite ninjas of the Sarutobi clan. And the mysterious man in Itachi's mouth. With so many people attacking the Uchiha clan together, no matter how he looked at it, the Uchiha clan was helpless. Suddenly, there was a commotion, and a lot of noise came from outside. Saruto by Hiruzen was confused, and the ominous foreboding that had been suppressed just now rose again. Bang! An Anbu outside pushed open the door of the Hokage's office and said in a panic, "Lord Hokage, the situation is not good. Uchiha Yuta is outside, and he is even holding in his hand, holding Lord Anbu." Boom! Saruto by Hiruzen stood up suddenly and overturned the chair behind him. Looking out the window of the Hokage building, he saw Yuta holding someone in his hand. The man who was caught in his hands looked extremely miserable. His limbs were dangled like there was no bones inside them. His face was covered in blood, and his entire face was unrecognizable. But even so, Saruto by Hiruzen recognized him immediately. He was his eldest son, Saruto by Shinosuke. Almost instantly, Saruto by Hiruzen's eyes turned red, and his anger shot up to the sky. That brat Yuta, how dare he? Shinosuke was his eldest son, and the person he planned to pass on the Hokage seat to. Bang! In a fit of rage, Saruto by Hiruzen smashed the window glass and jumped. Yuta let go of Shinosuke. Facing Yuta at a distance of more than 10 meters, Saruto by Hiruzen suppressed his anger. Oh! With a playful smile on his face, Yuta touched Saruto by Shinosuke's neck with his kunai. What is Lord Hokage going to do if I don't let him go? Don't scare me. What if I get frightened and my hands tremble? Seeing this, Saruto by Hiruzen felt that his blood was rushing to the top of his head, and it was almost impossible for him to hold back. He had been in the position of Hokage for decades. When had he ever been threatened like this? In his own village, in front of the Hokage building, being threatened like this by a young ninja from the same village. However, Yuta had his son as a hostage in his hands, and he was helpless. Taking continuous deep breaths and forcibly suppressing his anger, Saruto by Hiruzen said with a gloomy expression, "As long as you don't do anything to Shinosuke, then everything is negotiable." In his view, the reason why Yuta captured Shinosuke and confronted him here was simply to negotiate terms. He wanted to threaten him with Shinosuke's life and make him stop the genocide. But after seeing Yuta's actions, Saruto by Hiruzen's heart became even more determined to exterminate the Uchiha. After this, he wanted to gather the power of the entire Konoha and make the Uchiha clans seem evil in the history. Of course, before that, he still had to talk to Yuta and first save Shinosuke. Looks like you value your precious son, huh? Yuta's eyes moved, and the kunai in his hand stabbed directly into Shinosuke's thigh. What? Shinosuke, who had been unconscious at first, became completely awake at this time. Seeing his father across from him, hope suddenly sprung up in his eyes. He struggled for a while and cried out miserably, "Father, save me, save me." Yuta! Saruto by Hiruzen roared. What do you want to do? Do you still have any humanity left? If you still want to negotiate any conditions, don't do this kind of thing again. Heavy. Yuta sneered, and the kunai in his hand stabbed Shinosuke's thigh again, causing the latter to scream again. Humanity, are you also worthy of mentioning humanity? You gave the order to exterminate the entire Uchiha clan. You aren't even worthy of being called a human at all. What? The Uchiha clansmen can die, but nothing should happen to your son. Saruto by Hiruzen's chest heaved rapidly, and he tried to calm his rage. I didn't mean that. There should be some misunderstanding in today's situation. As long as you don't do anything reckless, you can put matters on the table and we can talk about it later. The most important thing now is that everyone must stop as soon as possible, so as not to increase the number of casualties. We should go to the Uchiha clan now and ask everyone to stop. You don't want your own clan to suffer from numerous casualties, right? Yuta shook his head, his face full of disdain. Do you think I want to negotiate with you? I have already made arrangements for the Uchiha clan. How else do you think I captured your son? As Yuta talked, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Yup. Just now, he thought that Yuta had captured Shinosuke in the chaos, and come here to use Shinosuke as a hostage to negotiate with him to let him give up on the genocide. But after Yuta came here, he was in no hurry. It seemed like this was a well-prepared move. Then what do you want to do now? Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth. I just want to get revenge on you, and let you experience everything you did to the Uchiha for yourself. Yuta poked Shinosuke a few times with a kane again. However, the latter was almost running out of strength to scream at this time, and was completely on the verge of dying. His vitality is really weak. As Yuta spoke, he began to stick explosive tags on Shinosuke one after another. If the Uchiha clan was really exterminated, numerous people would see the death of their relatives first and then kill themselves. Shouldn't you, the person who ordered the genocide, experience this kind of thing in person? Saying that, Yuta activated all the explosive tags without hesitation. Stop. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally couldn't bear it anymore and charged at Yuta. Does this bastard want Shinosuke to die in front of him? Damn evil Uchiha kid. He reached out and grabbed Shinosuke, trying to save him. If he tears off the explosive tags now, Shinosuke could still be saved. However, how could Yuta give him this chance? Yuta jumped away with a happy smile on his face. When the explosive tags were about to explode, Yuta threw Shinosuke directly towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'll give him back to you, but you have to catch him. Looking at the explosive tags that were about to explode, Sarutobi Hiruzen subconsciously pulled back, avoiding his son who was thrown over. It's over. While avoiding, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt anxious. Boom! Shinosuke exploded in midair. Flesh and bones flew, Shinosuke's whole body was torn apart, and the fragments flew everywhere. Sarutobi Shinosuke died. A splatter of blood fell on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a trance at this time. His son, his eldest son whom he had high hopes for, just died. He died in front of him, and his death was even extremely miserable. Not even his corpse was left. Clap, clap, clap. A burst of applause sounded. Yuta said with a smile on his face, Lord Hawkage's reaction time is really fast, and he easily avoided his son. It's just a pity that Mr. Anbu passed away at a young age before he could even become the Hawkage. It's really unfortunate. Sarutobi Hiruzen spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body shook. He pointed at Yuta, and he almost fainted from anger. Capitulo 73, 4/6 so-called strongest Hawkage. Uchiha Yuta. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice at this moment was hoarse like a demon. Remorse spread in his heart to an uncontrollable extent. If I had known this, I would have killed this damn bastard years ago. In that case, neither Danzo nor Shinosuke would die in front of him like this. However, it's all too late now. His old friend is gone, his eldest son is dead, and now the murderer is even standing in front of him and taunting him. I want you to die. With a loud shout, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body suddenly rose. He disappeared in an instant, and the next moment he appeared in front of Yuta and punched him in the head. Yuta didn't retreat at all. Instead, he also suddenly punched. Boom! The two fists collided, and a violent storm erupted. How is this possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened. His menacing punch was effortlessly blocked by Yuta. Even Yuta's power was faintly above him. How is this possible? Although he is in his 60s now, and his strength is not as good as before, he can't be weaker than a teenage Uchiha kid, right? Just when he was shocked, another punch from Yuta hit him in the face. Bang! Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was in severe pain, and his whole face was severely deformed. He then quickly flew upside down. Lord Hokage. The Anbu on the side surrounded him one after another. Before, because Shinosuke was in Yuta's hands, they did not dare to act rashly. Now that the hostage was dead, they finally dared to act. Cough, I'm fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up with an extremely ugly face. However, when he looked at Yuta, his face was still in shock. Why did Yuta have so much power? Judging from his current state, he should not have used the 8 inner gates. After carefully feeling Yuta's state, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that Yuta's chakra reserve was even higher than his. He even had more chakra than him in his youthful prime. Is Yuta really from the Uchiha clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen would have suspected Yuta of being a descendant of the Senju or Uzumaki clan if he didn't know his identity. Tusk, Lord Hokage is a little embarrassed. Yuta shook his head, a little disappointed. Didn't the ninja school textbook say that Lord Third Hokage was the strongest Hokage in Konoha's history? Why is his current strength only at this level? The strongest Hokage is just at this level. The strongest Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen really dared to bluff. The first Hokage and second Hokage had died, and the younger people in the village did not understand the power of the first Hokage. So his lie was not exposed. Sarutobi Hiruzen dares to boast that he is the strongest Hokage. There is no comparison between Sarutobi Hiruzen and the first Hokage. If Sarutobi Hiruzen was really the strongest Hokage, the competition should only be about internal warfare. He is indeed the strongest in internal warfare among all the Hokages. Shut up, you ignorant brat. A dog-faced Anbu scolded. How can the power of Lord Third Hokage be understood by someone like you? Don't think that just because you sneak-attacked Lord Third Hokage, you are stronger than him. Hearing this, Yuta couldn't help but laugh. I understand, Lord Third Hokage's title of the strongest Hokage should mean that he is the strongest Hokage in brainwashing capability. He can brainwash all his subordinates into fools. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was gloomy, and he reluctantly spat out a sentence. You have a sharp mouth and are only spouting nonsense. As he said that, he gave up his plan to rush to Yuta to fight again. For some unknown reason, Yuta's chakra reserve was more than his. Moreover, Yuta had not even used the 8 inner gates yet. With Yuta's current chakra amount, if he opens the 7th gate, then he will definitely not be able to defeat Yuta. With his mind made up, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed hand signs and chose to use ninjutsu to attack from a distance. Fire release, Fire Dragon Fire Bullet. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Compound ninja art, Earth Dragon Flame Stream. A huge earth dragon rose up from the ground and intertwined with the fire dragon spewing out of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth. Their combined momentum was terrifying. The Anbu on the side were full of admiration at this time. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. Fire release, Flame Bullet. Wind release, Great Breakthrough. A lot of ninjutsu attacked Yuta together. Only to this extent. Yuta scoffed, and a huge amount of chakra was instantly mobilized. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. The overwhelming flames swept back all the ninjutsu released by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Immediately after that, lightning release. False darkness was used and several thorn-like lightning struck the opposite side. How is this possible? The Anbus were all horrified. Yuta's fire release directly engulfed Sarutobi Hiruzen's fire. The water release ninjutsu was directly evaporated, and the wind release actually enhanced the power of his fire release. The ninjutsu released by so many of them was actually blocked by Yuta so easily, and even pushed back. Earth release, multiple earth walls. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and slapped his hands on the ground quickly. Rumbling. Several earth walls rose from the ground, blocking the crazy flames. However, under the impact of the raging fire and lightning, these earth walls did not last long before they all burst. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly jumped back and dodged, stunned in his heart. And some fast Anbus who were behind the earth wall barely escaped, while the slow ones were buried in the sea of fire without even having time to let out a single scream. Third Hokage, don't dodge all the time. Aren't you called a ninjutsu professor? Why can't you even stop my little fire release? The flames lit up Yuta's face, and Yuta was seen smiling wildly and mockingly. After having the perfect sage body brought by the Asura bloodline, he felt so refreshed. After his chakra skyrocketed, it brought him an all-round improvement. Relying on the huge amount of chakra, his strength and speed had been greatly improved. His power was even above that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even though Great Fire Annihilation consumed a great amount of chakra, he could still use it unscrupulously. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood was extremely fearful at this moment. The anger of witnessing the tragic death of his eldest son was being forcibly suppressed. Right now, Sarutobi Hiruzen focused on dealing with Yuta in front of him. Yuta was evenly matched with him, and maybe even stronger than him. Yuta hadn't even used the 8 inner gates, and he was already being suppressed like this. If he can't defeat Yuta now, he may soon go to accompany Shinisoke. As soon as his heart moved, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to the Anbu beside him, "You guys, surround Yuta and use ninjutsu along with me." The Anbus regained their morale. Yuta was only one person after all. Even if he did not require a hand seal and could quickly use ninjutsu, it would be impossible for him to defend against attacks from all angles. Immediately, all the Anbus scattered and surrounded Yuta from all directions. Yuta, who was in the middle, didn't move at all for some reason. He just watched their actions leisurely. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was confused, he continued to wait for the Anbu to surround Yuta. After the Anbu had completely surrounded Yuta, he quickly formed hand signs, and all kinds of ninjutsu were used one after another. 5 Release Great Combo Technique. Fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind were all displayed together. The Anbu in all directions also used a variety of ninjutsu at the same time, attacking Yuta in the center. Boom! The earth dragon collided, the fire burned, the lightning raged, the wind whistled, and the water flowed. A large number of ninjutsu smashed together and made a deafening explosion. In the smoke, a golden skeleton phantom slowly emerged. It's been so many years, and the power of the Uchiha clan has almost been forgotten. So much so that clowns like you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, dare to order the genocide of the Uchiha. Yuta's figure was unharmed inside the golden skeleton phantom. Susanoo in its original form. Tonight, it's time for Konoha to recall the power of the gods belonging to the Uchiha clan. As the voice fell, the pupil power in Yuta's eyes skyrocketed, and a massive amount of chakra was released. Arms and a head grew on the Susanoo. The giant Susanoo rose from the ground, and on the basis of the skeleton Susanoo, flesh and blood grew, and the Susanoo progressed to the second form. The giant Susanoo's eyes lit up, and it lowered its head slightly as if it was looking down at the ants below. Capitulo 74, 5/6 Enma also dies. This is... Sarutobi Hiruzen froze, and his Adam's apple moved up and down. Long-lost memories flashed in his mind once again. When Konoha had just been established, he had once seen the Susanoo of Uchiha Madara. A chakra-materialized giant, terrifying power, symbol of destruction. The power of the gods unique to the Uchiha clan. Susanoo. Yuta can actually use the Susanoo. How is this possible? Isn't the Mangekyo, Sharingan needed to be able to use the Susanoo? Yuta has awakened the Mangekyo. How is that possible? The second Hokage Senju Tabarama had done a detailed study on the condition of awakening the Mangekyo. It takes the ultimate emotional stimulation to awaken the Mangekyo. Oftentimes, the most important person to the target needs to die in front of them for them to get enough emotional stimulation to awaken the Mangekyo. Itachi awakened the Mangekyo after seeing Shisui die. How did Yuta awaken the Mangekyo? Someone important to him hadn't died right. And, even if the Mangekyo is awakened, a person will not be able to use Susanoo immediately. According to the second Hokage's research, it is necessary to train Mangekyo's pupil power to a certain level before Susanoo can be used. Although Itachi had awakened the Mangekyo, he could only use his Mangekyo's 2 pupil techniques, and he still was not able to use the Susanoo. For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind was cloudy. Swish! The golden Susanoo giant slowly pulled its long sword from its waist and raised it high. Retreat! Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly returned to his senses. His expression changed greatly, and he shouted. Boom! The Susanoo slashed and the ground cracked, and the rocks burst. It was like the area near the Hawkage building was going through an earthquake. The houses shook, and the glass shattered under the huge earthquake. What degree of destructive power is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes almost popped out. If that attack had landed on him just now, he would have absolutely no chance of surviving. Seeing the giant Susanoo turn its head towards him again, Sarutobi Hiruzen bit his finger and quickly made hand signs. Summoning technique. Bang! A white-haired ape wearing a tiger fur coat suddenly appeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen's summoning beast, Enma. Hiruzen, is there another battle? What is this? When Enma first came out, his expression was relatively relaxed, but when he saw the huge golden giant, he immediately became stunned. What kind of monster is this? It is taller than the adjacent Hawkage building. It's the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. Enma, hurry up and transform into the adamantine staff, Sarutobi Hiruzen said anxiously. Enma realized the urgency of the situation and quickly turned into a slender black rod with golden ends. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the staff in his hand. He aimed one end of the staff at the golden Susanoo, took a deep breath, and shouted, Stretch out! Immediately, the staff began to stretch rapidly, and it slammed into the Susanoo with a huge force. Boom! In front of this huge force, the huge Susanoo trembled slightly and stepped back a little. The power is not weak. However, you made a mistake by letting your staff approach me. Inside the Susanoo, Yuta's demeanor was still relaxed. Yuta controlled the Susanoo's arm to grab the stretched staff. Then the Susanoo lifted it together, with Sarutobi Hiruzen at the other end. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't have time to react. He, along with the stuff, was flung high. The staff was raised high by the Susanoo, and then swung down towards the ground suddenly. Swish! Boom! A powerful blow smashed the ground open. Smoke blew everywhere. Bang! Enma couldn't maintain his transformation into a staff, and changed back to his original form. He began coughing up blood. That one blow just now had seriously injured him. Sarutobi Hiruzen had used the previous trick many times before. With one stroke of the staff, he could even push the Nine Tails out of Konoha. However, this time, that move was actually countered in this way. The other party directly grabbed the staff and instead injured them. Enma, run away! Sarutobi Hiruzen's shout sounded. Only then did Enma notice that a huge golden palm had already arrived in front of him. I heard you are the strongest summoning beast. Yuta grabbed Enma with the Susanoo with a contemptuous smile on the corner of his mouth. What strongest summoning beast? This ridiculousness is comparable to Sarutobi Hiruzen being called the strongest Hawkage. If Enma is the strongest summoning beast, then what about Katsuyu and Jito's statue? Besides, how dare you wear such clothes? Wearing a tiger fur and using a staff, does he think that he is the Monkey King, Sun Wukong? Yuta let go of Enma. Sarutobi Hiruzen became anxious and quickly used ninjutsu to attack the Susanoo. However, ordinary ninjutsus would at most shake the Susanoo a little, and it was impossible to break the Susanoo's defense. Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to attack the Susanoo's defenseless underside with Earth Release again, but Yuta was prepared and dodged it. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a little despair in his heart. How to fight this? Enma has been caught by Yuta, and his ninjutsu can't even scratch the Susanoo at all. The only choice he has is to wait for Yuta's pupil power, or chakra O, run out. What, the strongest Hawkage is helpless? Yuta smiled mockingly. This weak bastard is called the strongest Hawkage. The first Hawkage could even suppress a complete body Susanoo with a wood golem. And Yuta was only using the second form of Susanoo, but Sarutobi Hiruzen, the so-called strongest Hawkage, couldn't do anything. With such a big strength gap, Where did Sarutobi Hiruzen get the audacity to claim to be the strongest Hokage of all time? Without mercy, Yuta controlled the Susanoo to squeeze Enma. Blood splattered. Enma was already seriously injured, and at this moment, his life ended without any resistance. Yuta. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were so red that blood almost came out from them. Because of this bastard, he lost his old friend, his eldest son, and now even his summoning beast was killed. Didn't you want Enma back? Here, I'll give him back to you. As he spoke, Yuta slammed Enma's corpse in Susanoo's hand towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. This tragic Enma's corpse fell on the ground, and its original appearance couldn't be seen. His tiger fur and white hair were covered with blood. Sarutobi Hiruzen jumped straight up, dodging Enma's corpse. The miserable corpse of Enma suddenly smashed to the ground, and it became even more messed up. Seeing that the Susanoo was about to slash again, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. Then, he turned around and fled without hesitation. With his own power, he couldn't deal with the Susanoo. He had to find other helpers. He is the Hokage of Konoha. If Yuta chases him in the village, a lot of ninjas will come to rescue him. At that time, even if Yuta has the Susanoo, he will still be slowly exhausted until he dies. With his mind made up, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked the Anbu next to him to stop Yuta for a little while. Then, he ran towards the central area of the village. Do you want to find help? Yuta sneered. The Susanoo took out its sword and slashed the Anbu, who were blocking him. Then, he controlled the Susanoo to chase after Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan of relying on numerous people to slowly exhaust him to death was just his wishful thinking. The Asura bloodline not only gave Yuta abundant chakra, it also reduced the consumption of pupil power to control the Susanoo. This was the power of the unity of yin and yang. Killing Sarutobi Hiruzen directly would be too merciful for him. He had to let him see what true despair was. Capitulo 75, 6/6 Abido vs the Uchiha. In a corner of the Uchiha clan, Abido emerged from the Kamui space. The situation doesn't seem right. The Uchiha clan are actually guarded. He took a look around the Uchiha clan just now. The entire clan was enveloped by the fiery red Uchiha flame formation. Most of the Uchiha clansmen were going to the shelters in the clan in an orderly manner under the guidance of the police force. They were completely untouched. Even many of the Uchiha in the sanctuary right now didn't know what was going on. And outside the Uchiha lands, the 4 violet flames formation should be the work of Sarutobi Hiruzen in order to prevent some Uchiha clansmen from slipping through the net. But with the Uchiha's flame formation inside, those who were participating in the genocide operation would not be able to enter at all. The 4 violet flames formation had just become a decoration. Not only that, because of the 4 violet flames formation, those Anbu and Sarutobi clansmen who were participating in the genocide operation were quickly strangled by the Uchiha police force. With the obstruction of the 4 violet flames formation, they couldn't even escape. The barrier that was supposed to prevent the Uchiha clan from escaping ended up preventing the people participating in the genocide from escaping. It's kind of funny. The Uchiha clan must have made detailed arrangements in advance. However, 2 people are missing. Neither Uchiha Yuta nor Uchiha Itachi are here. Black Zetsu said in a hoarse voice. The barrier outside the Uchiha clan was like nothing for Abido and Black Zetsu. They could easily pass through. Looks like there have been some changes beyond my control. Abido said nonchalantly, however, the matter of the Uchiha and Konoha has nothing to do with us. We can just get some Sharingan this time and then let Itachi be used by us. Then, our goal will have been achieved. Saying that, Abido activated Kamui, and his body disappeared in a swirling space warp. He planned to go to Itachi later. Right now, he planned to get some Sharingans from the Uchiha police force. The edge of the clan. Inabai and the others are cleaning up the battlefield outside. The battle outside the clan was over. The 2 Anbu teams, plus the Sarutobi clansmen, were all killed. But at this moment, all the Uchihas here still did not relax their vigilance. Suddenly, Abaido's figure appeared without any warning. "The enemy has come," Tekka immediately shouted, and took advantage of the opportunity to release the signal flare in his hand. The other Uchihas here also directly used smoke bombs. By the time the smoke cleared, every Uchiha had used the shadow clone technique to create at least one shadow clone. Abaido's face was full of question marks. He had just appeared, and he didn't even have time to do or say anything. He didn't even have the time to utter a pretentious villain dialogue. Why did these people react so quickly? It's like they had rehearsed. Just when Abaido was surprised. On the side, someone else approached here quickly. Fugaku and other Uchihas from the police force came here one after another. And everyone had used the shadow clone. The spiral mask and the Sharingan in the right eye, the enemy has indeed appeared. Fugaku became vigilant. Before, Yuta had already told him that this enemy might attack. And he had also said that the enemy had one Manjikayo, and the effect of his Manjikayo's pupil technique. All the members of the police force here were already aware of these. In order to guard against the opponent's pupil technique, they had formulated this shadow clone tactic in advance. "You seem to have known that I was coming. Did that Yuta tell you?" Abaido quickly guessed it. He had contacted Yuta twice before, but had failed to attract him to his side. Now, his existence was exposed. But it didn't matter. With Kamui, he was not afraid of anyone. He went to the side of a Uchiha clansman and directly reached out his hand to touch his shoulder, sucking this Uchiha with a 3-Tamo Sharingan into the Kamui space. After doing this, Abaido felt that something was wrong. Why was the reaction speed of the Uchihas so slow? He had already killed one person, and they still weren't doing anything. Suddenly, the sound of explosions resounded in the Kamui space. The Uchiha clansman, who was caught by him into the Kamui space, had explosive tags on his body. Abaido's face changed instantly, and he immediately went out from the Kamui dimension into the real world. At this time, he found that several Uchihas were slashing towards him. He hastily parried with his right arm and quickly retreated. A blade slashed into his arm, and blood flowed out. His arm was in severe pain, but Abaido could only endure it at the moment, feeling extremely aggrieved. While guessing that the explosions in the Kamui dimension had ended, Abaido went into the Kamui dimension again. He still had a lingering fear. That series of attacks just now was too dangerous. He looked around the Kamui dimension again, but found nothing. The Uchiha clansman, who should have been killed by the explosions, was gone. Abaido thought about it for a while and figured out the Uchiha's tactics, and he felt horrified. The Uchiha clansman he had previously sucked into the Kamui dimension was just a shadow clone. When he appeared by the shadow clone, the explosive tags were set off. When the shadow clone of that Uchiha was sucked into the Kamui dimension by him, the Uchiha clansmen outside got ready to attack him. Because the explosive tags would explode in the Kamui dimension, he would have no other choice than to retreat outside. As a result, his right hand was almost cut off. Too dangerous. It's like the battle with Minato back then. But the most terrifying thing was how had they developed such a tactic? "You know my abilities." Abaido looked gloomy and uncertain. Without a very detailed understanding of his pupil technique, it would be impossible to formulate such a tactic. Flanking from inside and outside, forcing him to take on an attack. Now, he didn't dare to easily suck a target into the Kamui dimension. Who knows if the next target will also have explosive tags on their body. If another internal and external attack combo happens, he may not just lose his arm. In the crowd, Fugaku stood up, and the Sharingan pattern of 3-Tamo in his eyes changed. "Your opponent is me. Manjikao Sharingan." Abaido's expression changed again. Inside Konoha, a huge golden Susanoo unhurriedly chased Saruto by Hiruzen. It was like a show of force. Occasionally, some Konoha ninjas on the road who saw the third Hokage being chased tried to stop Yuta, but they were all cut down by the Susanoo effortlessly. But most of the people did not dare to make any extra moves when they saw the golden giant that was several meters tall. They carefully reduced their sense of presence for fear of being noticed. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen, under the name of Hokage, asked the nearby ninjas to come to support him, not many people dared to move. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only be chased and run away. After seeing someone loyal to the third Hokage step forward to support and being cut down ruthlessly, even fewer people dared to act. Third Hokage, keep running away. Run faster, otherwise I may catch up to you. Yuta taunted Sarutobi Hiruzen mercilessly while controlling the Susanoo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was ashen, and he was scolding Yuta in his heart. No. He has to find a way to save himself. If ordinary ninjas are unreliable, then he will go to the big ninja clans. Immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and ran towards the settlements of the major ninja clans. Hyuga clan. A Hyuga elder hurriedly found Hyuga Hayashi. Hayashi, the third Hokage, is being attacked outside. Should we send someone to rescue him? At this moment, Hayashi was standing in front of the window and looking up at the bright moon in the sky. He glanced back after hearing the words and said, "How do you plan to rescue him? Who should we send to deal with the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan?" When Hayashi saw the huge golden phantom in the distance, he thought of the power of the gods of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo. The power that Uchiha Madara once held. In the face of this kind of power, what can the Hyuga clan do to rescue Sarutobi Hiruzen? Use gentle fist. Even if Yuta just stands there, can the Susanoo's defense be broken with the gentle fist? Stop making jokes. Then we do nothing. What if the third Hokage blames us later? The elder frowned. Then he must survive first. Hayashi said leisurely, and his expression suddenly became a little gloomy. Besides, I've been looking forward to his death for a long time. Hisashi dying for him was a thorn that would sting his heart forever. Capitulo 76, Sarutobi Hiruzen's despair. Akimichi clan. Akimichi Torafu looked at the tall golden giant from a distance. He said with some emotion in his voice, "It's indeed the Susanoo." Unexpectedly, there are still people in this generation of Uchiha who can use the Susanoo. Along with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and the others, he was also a student of the second Hokage Senju Tabarama. But unlike the 4 high-level officials of Konoha, he was now just an ordinary reclusive old man. Nara Shikaku respectfully asked, "Senior Torafu, what do you think we should do now?" Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi also held their breaths. What choices should the Inoshika, Cho trio make? Going out to rescue the third Hokage. They didn't know much about the Susanoo, so they came to ask Torafu, an old senior, for advice. Torafu pondered for a moment, then said, "The Susanoo of the Uchiha clan, known as the power of the gods, is naturally very strong. Both its offense and defense are very strong. If you go out to support Sarutobi Hiruzen, you may suffer a lot. That's all. As for making the decision, it's up to you, Shikaku, from the Nara clan." Among the Inoshika-cho, the smartest Nara clan had always made decisions, and the 3 clans executed them together. Nara Shikaku nodded and said, "If we go to support the third Hokage now and he ends up winning, we will earn some benefits. But if Uchiha Yuta wins in the end, we will have to fight against the Uchiha clan. The situation is not yet clear, and my advice is that it is better not to poke the Uchiha clan." Hearing this, Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi were both relieved. If they were asked to lead their clan to face that Susanoo outside, they had no confidence. "Is that so?" Torafu nodded. In his opinion, it was okay to be conservative at this time. Hiruzen and Danzo had their own reasons for being in such a situation. Similar to the Inoshika-cho, in Yuzuka, Aburame and other clans also made the same decision. Just wait and see. They'd rather not get greedy for any benefits. And because of these decisions, Sarutobi Hiruzen ran and escaped near the land of the various clans, but no one came to rescue him at all. Behind him, Yuta Susanoo was still in hot pursuit. Occasionally, the Susanoo would shoot a few arrows at him. It was like a hunter chasing a fleeing prey in the forest. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of this metaphor in his mind and became infuriated. He is the Hokage, and now he had become a prey that was being hunted down. Like a lost dog, he was being chased and fleeing on the streets of Konoha. What a shame. And these damn ninjas didn't even come out to support him. They were as hateful as this damn Uchiha Yuta. It seems that suppressing them was not enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered the clans he had passed by: Hyuga, Inoshika, Cho, and Yuzuka Aburame. But the most important thing now was to get rid of Yuta behind him. Sarutobi Hiruzen made up his mind and ran directly towards his own clan. He planned to mobilize all the clansmen and slowly consume Yuta's stamina. The clan rank of the Sarutobi clan was already close at hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up with hope. He looked back at Yuta, inside the golden Susanoo, behind him wickedly. Damn Yuta. Just wait for a while. When you can no longer use the Susanoo, it'll be time for your death. Soon. Sarutobi Hiruzen came to the front of his clan's residence. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked to find that his clan land was shrouded in a fiery red barrier. This is Uchiha's flame formation. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly recognized the barrier surrounding his clan land. He became stunned, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. What happened? Why was the Uchiha flame formation surrounding his clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen, didn't you ask Itachi to massacre the Uchiha clan? Behind, Yuta, who was chasing Sarutobi Hiruzen like a dog, stopped with an unstoppable smile on his face. This is the second gift I have prepared for you today. Please accept it. Within the Sarutobi clan, Itachi quickly came and went from house to house. The blade in his hand and the clothes on his body had all been dyed red with blood. He had killed an unknown number of people. And this moment, in the genjutsu space of Itachi, Itachi's will was about to collapse at this moment. He was controlled by Yuta with a genjutsu, and his will was being detained in the genjutsu world. He could only watch himself frantically slaughtering the Sarutobi clan. No. They are innocent. Yuta, you devil. Let me die, please. Someone kill me. Although the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan were generally relatively high-ranked, their actual combat abilities were not very good. After all, most of them had reached their current level by only doing some non-dangerous tasks. And the elites of the Sarutobi clan were basically all mobilized to go to the Uchiha clan to participate in the extermination operation. With Itachi's strength, he faced absolutely no obstacle in the Sarutobi clan. Outside, Sarutobi Hiruzen peered through the fiery red barrier, dumbfounded. Is that Itachi? Wasn't Itachi sent to exterminate the Uchiha? Why did he come to the Sarutobi clan to exterminate them? Itachi, stop. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared furiously. He quickly used ninjutsu and began to attack the Uchiha flame formation. No matter what had happened, he had to stop Itachi. Boom! Fire dragons and earth dragons collided with the Uchiha flame formation. The fiery red barrier shook twice, but it did not break. This was a Uchiha flame formation jointly formed by the entire police force, and naturally it wasn't easy to break. If Sarutobi Hiruzen was given some time, he would naturally be able to break the barrier and rush in to stop Itachi. But how could Yuta give him that chance? Yuta controlled the Susanoo to slash Sarutobi Hiruzen. Boom! Sarutobi Hiruzen dodged the sword dangerously and narrowly. He quickly pulled back. How about it? Are you satisfied with my second gift? Yuta said with joy on his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood what was going on in an instant. He pointed at Yuta, and his body trembled. You lunatic, you actually controlled Itachi to destroy my Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered Itachi to destroy the Uchiha clan. In return, Yuta controlled Itachi to destroy the Sarutobi clan. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Itachi walk into a familiar residence in the fiery red barrier. That's his own home. His recently deceased eldest son, Sarutobi Shinosuke's youngest son, Konohamaru, was now at home. Stop, Konohamaru is innocent. The veins in Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead bulged, and he rushed up frantically, trying to rush in to stop Itachi. However, at this time, the Susanoo slashed without hesitation. You isn't your target, me. Why do you want to affect innocent people? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were blood red, and he growled angrily. Did you not consider this kind of thing when you ordered the massacre of the Uchiha clan? Yuta had no sympathy at all. Isn't this an order from your Hokage to let Uchiha Itachi exterminate his clan, including his parents? You say the Sarutobi clan is innocent. Have you ever considered whether the Uchiha clan is innocent? I told you before that I would let you experience what you did to the Uchiha clan. Don't you want to destroy the Uchiha clan? Then, I'll let you see your own clan being destroyed today. Sarutobi Hiruzen usually behaves like a kind old grandpa, and even goes to accompany Naruto to grill fish by the river. But when he ordered the genocide of the Uchiha, his heart was harder than anyone else. But even so, that idiot Itachi still believed that Sarutobi Hiruzen was doing all this for Konoha. It's really the union of a bad guy and an idiot. Capítulo 77, Sarutobi Hiruzen's End. Sarutobi Hiruzen attacked frantically, trying to repel the Susanoo. He also tried to break the barrier and go inside to stop Itachi. However, his efforts made no difference. Even after such a long time, Yuta's chakra and pupil power seemed to be endless. His Susanoo was still well maintained. Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Itachi come out of his home with some new blood on him. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen growled desperately. No more, nothing more. He lost his old friend Danzo before. Not long ago, he lost his eldest son, Shinosuke, whom he had high hopes for. Now, even Shinosuke's child was gone. And it was still not over yet. In the Sarutobi clan inside the barrier, Itachi continued to slaughter the Sarutobi clansmen. Some people fled in a hurry, trying to escape from the clan. Some people saw Sarutobi Hiruzen outside and cried out to him for help. However, they were all blocked by the Uchiha flame formation. They completely couldn't escape, and their death was inevitable. Yuta, you lunatic, you devil. You ruined everything for me. Sarutobi Hiruzen vomited out a mouthful of blood, and his vitality became weaker. Why are you still talking about this now? You let Itachi exterminate the Uchiha clan. Didn't you want to destroy everything I held dear? The corners of Yuta's mouth twitched in disdain. When dealing with others, Sarutobi Hiruzen could do anything ruthlessly. But when such a thing happened to him, he made such a face. However, hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed no regrets. If there was something he regretted, he only regretted that he didn't listen to Danzo's words and exterminate the Uchiha clan earlier. Because he didn't kill Yuta back then, all this had happened. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. He reached out and wiped away the blood from the corners of his mouth. The last rays of light suddenly burst out from his eyes. Since he has destroyed everything I have, I can't let him live in peace. He quickly formed hand signs and finally snapped his two hands together. Reaper Death Seal. Accompanied by a roar from Sarutobi Hiruzen, a phantom laughter came from the void. A gust of wind blew. A huge Shinigami phantom appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen with a dagger in its mouth. It stared at Yuta with eyes full of greed. Reaper Death Seal, a sealing technique that originated from the Uzumaki clan. You can sacrifice your soul to the Shinigami and use the power of the Shinigami to seal the enemy's soul. On the night of 9 Tails, Minato, who had run out of means, relied on this technique to seal the complete 9 tails. Moreover, he even chopped the 9 tails into 2 parts. It could be seen how powerful this technique was. The Shinigami used its arm to penetrate Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Sarutobi Hiruzen spat out another mouthful of blood, feeling that a contract was being established. After this technique is successfully performed, his soul will be sacrificed to the Shinigami. But Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Yuta inside the Susanoo with red eyes that contained boundless hatred in them. If he could take Yuta's life along with him, it would be worth it. Yuta just glanced at the phantom of the Shinigami behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and controlled the Susanoo, trying to back away. At this time, outside the Sarutobi clan, many ninjas had gathered here, but they were unable to decide whether they should step forward to support the third Hokage. Feeling the terrifying power of the Golden Susanoo, no one dared to step forward. As the Hokage, I order everyone here to stop Yuta and not let him escape." Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped violently and shouted. That's right. After successfully activating the Reaper Death Seal, he was worried that Yuta would escape. After all, he didn't know if the Shinigami would be able to catch Yuta if he escaped from a certain range. If Yuta ran away, then his death would be in vain. Therefore, he needed to try his best to stop Yuta. Hearing that they just had to block Yuta, the Konoha ninjas finally dared to come forward. But, in the face of the Suzanu's mighty power, ordinary ninjas were completely useless. The Susanoo did not actively attack at all. It just rudely bumped into the Konoha ninjas and knocked all of them over. "Kakashi, shall we go up and help Lord Hawkage?" Guy hesitantly asked. Gut and Kakashi had also come here. However, the two people fighting ahead were the Hawkage and his former student. Guy didn't know which side to help. "I suggest you to not act for now," Kakashi said after 2 seconds of silence. Thinking back to the time when the Anbu had suddenly asked to change his shift when he was monitoring the Uchiha clan, he noticed that something unknown must have happened tonight. The situation was not clear, so it was best not to act rashly. "Guy, I order you as the Hawkage to use your 8 inner gates to stop Yuta." Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed Guy in the corner and ordered quickly. Ordinary ninjas can't stop the Susanoo. The only thing that might actually work is Guy's 8 inner gates. Hey. Guy sighed in his heart and rushed up to stop Yuta. "Yuta, stop. Although I don't know what happened, I believe Lord Hawkage will deal with it justly." Having said that, he was about to open the 8 inner gates. "Guy-sensei." Yuta expressionlessly raised his left hand and pointed his finger at Guy, who was a little further away. Guy, who was about to open the 8 inner gates, suddenly felt seriously sleepy. Is it a genjutsu, but why? Guy understood that he had fallen into a genjutsu, but he didn't know how. He didn't even look at Yuta's Sharingan. How did he get hit by a genjutsu? However, he didn't know that. With Yuta's current level of genjutsu, just seeing Yuta's fingers was enough to be put into a genjutsu. Guy fell unconscious and was supported by Kakashi beside him. If you don't understand or know anything, don't burn your youth indiscriminately, lest you become a tool for others. Yuta said with an expressionless face, "I advise you to leave this area immediately." As he said that, he quickly left with full speed. Kakashi let out a long sigh. He ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders and left with Guy. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Yuta gradually move away, and his eyes revealed his despair. Suddenly, Yuta stopped when he was about 100 meters away from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen became overjoyed. Although he didn't know why Yuta had stopped, he didn't care about it. He was ready to catch Yuta and die with him. Sarutobi Hiruzen. 100 meters away. Yuta said loudly, "Want to know why I backed away so far?" "Because I don't want to be hit by my own ninjutsu." Saying that, in the hands of the Golden Susanoo, 3 huge Yasaka Magatamas appeared. Yasaka Magatama. A long-range attack ninjutsu that a Susanoo can perform after reaching the 2nd form. Its power increases with the number of Magatamas. The Yasaka Magatama, with 3 Magatamas used by Yuta, had the power comparable to a small-tailed beast bomb. Yuta was also very afraid of the forbidden technique Reaper Death Seal that could exchange a life for a life. But what if the person who used the technique is killed ahead of time? Yuta controlled the Susanoo and threw the 3 Magatamas in his hand far away. 3 golden Magatamas drew an arc in the air and spun at high speed with awe-inspiring power. They quickly flew towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. Some kind of Susanoo ability. Seeing the 3 Magatamas flying towards him, Sarutobi Hiruzen guessed the danger in his heart and quickly jumped away. The 3 Magatamas smashed into his previous position, causing a huge earthquake on the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. But then he saw the golden Magatamas begin to shine, and an extremely dazzling light blinded him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's desperate screams were interrupted immediately. Boom! The Yasaka Magatama exploded. The ferocious explosion engulfed Sarutobi Hiruzen's entire body. Everything within a radius of tens of meters was completely destroyed. Capítulo 78, Scared Abaido. A huge explosion sounded throughout Konoha. A small mushroom cloud rose around the Sarutobi clan. Even those who were asleep were awakened by the shock. Uchiha clan. What happened there? Abaido, who was dealing with Fugaku in the Kamui state, was shocked. Although Fugaku had awakened the Manjikayo Sharingan, as long as he couldn't crack his pupil technique, Abaido was fearless. Abaido didn't care much about his battle here. Instead, he was confused about tonight's situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Itachi and him were supposed to exterminate the Uchiha clan together. But how did it turn out like this? He didn't know the whereabouts of Itachi and Yuta. The people sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to exterminate the Uchiha clan were killed by the prepared Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan also knew that he would attack. They even knew about his pupil technique and had made a battle plan to counter his pupil technique. This is kind of scary. Although he didn't want to admit it, Abaido knew that his Manjikayo's pupil technique Kamui accounted for most of his strength. If the enemy could bypass his Kamui or knew about it, his threat level would be greatly reduced. That's why Abaido was still in a deadlock position here. Not only did he want to find out why the content of his pupil technique had been leaked, but he also wanted to kill all those who knew about his pupil technique. If everyone here dies, then his pupil technique can be kept a secret again. But that's on the premise that only the people here knew about his pupil technique. If somebody else also already knew about his pupil technique, he wouldn't be able to do anything. What's more, although Fugaku couldn't bypass his pupil technique, he still had a Manjikayo Sharingan after all, which was very difficult to deal with. Your pupil power is about to be finished, right? The current generation's Uchiha are really unbearable. Abaido looked at Fugaku, who was already panting, and said with a leisurely expression. With Hashirama cells, although he had been using the pupil technique for a long time, the consumption of his pupil power was much lower. So, even though Fugaku was almost unable to hold on, he still had some energy left. However, Abaido failed to see the worried look on Fugaku's face. Not only Fugaku, the other Uchiha clansmen also looked in the direction of the remote Sarutobi clan, and their faces were full of anticipation. Just when Abaido was puzzled, a figure came here quickly. Yuta. The plan has been completed. Looking at the clansmen whose faces were full of anticipation, Yuta nodded and said, Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead. Not even his body is left as it was bombed to pieces. Itachi is still continuing to exterminate the Sarutobi clan. I gave him an order to massacre the Sarutobi clan and then commit suicide. At this moment, the Uchiha clansmen present almost burst into cheers. The completion of the plan basically meant a complete victory. Thanks to Yuta, Sarutobi Hiruzen was gone. Yuta even controlled Itachi, that damn traitor, to destroy the Sarutobi clan instead. After learning that Itachi was ordered by Sarutobi Hiruzen to destroy the Uchiha clan, all the clansmen were furious. But it's all good now. The Sarutobi clan was now wiped out, and it was that traitor Itachi who did it. Only Fugaku's face didn't look very good, and he sighed slightly. Itachi. In the end, he stood on the side of the village and chose to massacre the clan. Even if he was the clan leader, it was impossible for him to do anything to save Itachi at this time. Even if Yuta didn't order Itachi to commit suicide, the clansmen wouldn't spare Itachi, the betrayer of the Uchiha clan. I see. Abaido suddenly realized. From the few words just now, he pieced together the details of tonight's action. Yuta, I underestimated you. Abaido said with a little emotion. You controlled Itachi to massacre the Sarutobi clan, and then killed Sarutobi Hiruzen alone. I'm curious about one thing. With your strength, how did you get rid of Sarutobi Hiruzen in Konoha? The face under Abaido's mask was full of curiosity. 8 inner gates. Probably not. Yuta was not showing the exhaustion that would come after using the 8 inner gates. And even the 8 inner gates wouldn't be enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen was Konoha's Hokage, and could easily mobilize Konoha ninjasm. Trying to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen in Konoha meant possibly facing the whole village. With the short burst of 8 inner gates, it couldn't have been done. You better take care of yourself first. Yuta didn't answer, but pulled out his short sword, facing Uchiha Obaido. Want to attack me? Obaido dismissed Yuta. Even Fugaku, who had awakened the main Jikayo, couldn't defeat him. Let alone Yuta, who just had a 3-tamo Sharingan. Everyone here knows the content of your pupil technique. You are probably wondering how they knew, right? The corners of Yuta's mouth twitched, and his smile was full of joy. I told them about your pupil technique, and even its duration. Guess where I learned this from? Obaido frowned, lost in thought. The only people who knew his pupil technique were Madara and Black Zetsu. Besides them, the person who might know about his pupil technique was Kakashi, who had his other eye. However, that was impossible. If Kakashi wanted to know about his pupil technique, he first needed to have the main Jikayo Sharingan, and then possess the main Jikayo's pupil technique. And the content of the pupil technique of the 2 main Jikayos should be different. Even if Kakashi also learned his main Jikayo's pupil technique, it would still be impossible to guess the content of his pupil technique. If it wasn't Kakashi who leaked his pupil technique. Did you betray me? Obaido was taken aback. Madara was dead, and it was impossible for him to do this. Then, the person that might reveal his pupil technique was just one. But that shouldn't be the case, right? How could it be possible for him to do such a thing? Neither Black Zetsu nor White Zetsu would do such a thing. For a moment, Obaido's brain was in a mess. With a hard look, Obaido stared at Yuta and said, "As long as I catch you, I'll know." Once he catches Yuta, and then tortures him, Yuta will definitely tell him where he got that information from. Yuta chuckled and used the shadow clone technique, making more than 10 shadow clones, who all surrounded Obaido. With your pupil technique, if you aren't attacked in the Kamui dimension and the real world at the same time, then there is only one other way to defeat you. That's speed. Relying on the speed of the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato was able to beat Obaido. In an instant, Minato had used the Flying Thunder God technique to move behind Obaido, and before Obaido had time to send his body to the Kamui dimension, he hit him. To do this, one has to be fast, faster than Obaido's reaction speed. With his pupil technique active, Obaido can easily move between the real world and the Kamui dimension with just one thought for the duration of 5 minutes. If you can take advantage of the moment when Obaido's body is in the real world and swiftly beat him with a single blow before he can react, Obaido will be easily dealt with. Obaido's face was extremely gloomy. He experienced a feeling that he rarely experienced after Rin died: fear. Yuta actually knew him so well. How about it? Do you want to try it? Let's see whose reaction speed is faster. You can try to catch one of them. It may be the main body, or it may be a shadow clone. But if you plan to make a move, you have to think about whether your reaction speed is fast enough. More than a dozen Yutas said to Obaido with a smile on their faces. Obaido felt suffocated. This was the first time Obaido was feeling so suffocated ever since he had awakened his main Jikayo's pupil technique Kamui. He didn't feel so scared even in the fight with Minato. Yuta actually clamored him to try it. He may need many trial and error to find Yuta's real body. But every time he moves, there is a chance that he may be killed by Yuta. Yuta, I'll remember you. Obaido's eyes were full of chills, and he used Kamui to slowly sink to the ground. Yuta felt his surroundings with the Kagura mind he had obtained before, and he became relieved after confirming that Obaido had indeed left. The crisis of the night of the genocide was finally over. But, although Sarutobi Hiruzen was dead now, his death was not the end. Even if he died, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to die with infamy like his good friend Danzo. Capítulo 79, Itachi escapes. Since the time he had arrived in this world, Yuta had been worried about the night of extermination. Now the crisis was finally resolved. After forcing Obaido to back away, Yuta left the rest of the work to the others and went straight home to rest. After a relaxing sleep, he woke up to hear some bad news. Itachi is not dead. Yuta stared at his subordinates with a dark expression. Yes. Lihuo was a little embarrassed and explained, originally, that guy Itachi had already wiped out the Sarutobi clan, and when he was about to commit suicide, a guy wearing a mask suddenly appeared. It was needless to say what had happened afterwards. Abaito took Itachi away. On the night of the genocide, Abaito mainly wanted to get some Sharingans and take Itachi under his wing to make the Eye of the Moon plan a little easier. But in the end, Abaito got nothing and felt aggrieved. His abilities had also been leaked. Thinking that he could not go away empty-handed, he went to the Sarutobi clan and took away Itachi, who had just finished exterminating the Sarutobi clan. So it's like this. Yuta's expression softened a little. If it was Abaito who made the move, it was understandable that Lihuo and Karma couldn't stop him. But he still felt uneasy. Itachi was actually allowed to escape, and he was even saved by Abaito. These two can be said to be the people Yuta hates the most in this entire world. Itachi, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brainwashed tool. He volunteered to handle the genocide himself. Even when he was about to kill his parents, he felt that he was doing the right thing. Abaito, a big simp for Nohara Rin. After falling into despair, he killed his teacher and his wife, who had always been good to him. Both of these two people were disgusting. Forget it, it's not your fault. A cold light flashed in Yuta's eyes and he said, I know where that guy Itachi is. I will find time to kill him later. Itachi has been taken away by Abaito, and he will most likely join the Akatsuki now. Yuta intended to go directly to the Akatsuki and kill that bastard Itachi after he had enough power to handle 6 paths pain. If he didn't kill Itachi, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Afterwards, Yashiro, Tekka AMD and Abai approached Yuta. Yashiro got straight to the point and said with a burning gaze, Yuta, what are your plans now? Do you want to become the Hokage? Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen had been killed, of course, the seat of the Hokage would belong to the Uchiha clan. Why would I want to become the Hokage? I'm not sick. Yuta said with a puzzled look on his face. Only an idiot would want to become the Hokage. The three looked at each other. They hadn't expected Yuta to say such a thing at all. After a long time, Tekka opened his mouth and said with a puzzled face, the Hokage holds the highest power in the whole village. They can even mobilize the funds of the village. Even the ninjutsu on the scroll of seals will be at their disposal. O's, being the Hokage isn't bad, right? Yuta sneered and said, can being the Hokage help me improve my strength? Besides, how much power does the Hokage have? The Hokage can mobilize the village's funds, but they still have to go to the daimyo and ask for money in a low voice. As for the ninjutsu on the scroll of seals, I do want to learn them. But do I have to be the Hokage for that? Does anyone dare to stop me from going near the scroll of Cecil? The 3 Uchihas were all dumbfounded. Who would stop Yuta? Who would dare to stop him? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Sarutobi Shinosuke had all died in Yuta's hands. As for the others, after learning about Yuta's performance last night, would they still have the courage to stop him? If that's the case, it doesn't seem like there's any benefit to being the Hokage. For a while, the 3 felt that something was wrong. It shouldn't be like this. Doesn't everyone want to become the Hokage? It was their long-cherished wish to have an Uchiha clansman become the Hokage. And if I become the Hokage, won't I have to protect those people in the village in the future? Do they deserve my protection? Yuta scoffed. The villagers in Konoha weren't the best. In fact, they were very black-hearted. They caused the death of Konoha's White Fang with overwhelming rumors. They also committed all kinds of verbal violence and even behavioral violence against Naruto. If he becomes the Hokage, doesn't that mean he will have to go all out to protect these trash villagers? Yashiro and the others were dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that Yuta would become the Hokage after killing Sarutobi Hiruzen. But they didn't expect Yuta to think like this. Then what are you going to do? Who will become the Hokage? Clan leader Fugaku. Yashiro asked while blushing. He really wanted to be the Hokage, but with his strength, it seemed like he couldn't bear the weight of being the Hokage. In the current Uchiha clan, besides Yuta, only Fugaku was strong enough to serve as the Hokage. Fugaku, Yuta disdainfully said, he can't even be the clan leader anymore. How can he be the Hokage? Fugaku's son, Itachi, intended to slaughter the Uchiha clan according to the orders of the village's higher-ups. This story had spread throughout the Uchiha clan. Not only the Uchiha of the police force, but even ordinary Uchihas, who once had a good impression of Itachi, now wanted to curse him. Itachi tried to help the village exterminate the Uchiha. He didn't even care about whether a person was a ninja or not, and planned to slaughter indiscriminately regardless of gender and age. Now, among the Uchiha clan, Itachi's reputation had completely fallen to the streets. Even Fugaku was questioned by the clansmen about how he had such a beastly son. That's Yuta said that Fugaku could no longer be the clan leader. What's the point of just being a little Hokage? Besides, if I become the Hokage, won't I have to deal with that useless daimyo? Yuta said disdainfully. He hadn't thought about becoming the Hokage at all. Not only was it useless, but he would also be burdened by a bunch of idiots. He didn't believe in the will of fire at all. Does he want to become the Hokage, and then try his best to protect this group of trash villagers? What a joke. Besides, what's the point of just becoming a small Konoha's cage? The system of one country, one village established by Senju Hashirama is inherently wrong. This mistake needs to be ended sooner or later. As for now, Yuta just wanted to reveal the true face of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen had died, he wanted him to be remembered for 10,000 years as a massive evil mastermind. This was the reason he still hadn't killed the two elders. The Sarutobi clan has been wiped out. Yamanaka Inoichi looked a little stunned. A big ninja clan with so many people disappeared overnight. The third Hokage was chased by Yuta, and Itachi massacred the Sarutobi clan. Nara Shikaku said with emotion. They had a rough idea of what had happened last night. Yuta had controlled the Susanoo to recklessly pursue Sarutobi Hiruzen in the village. All the ninjas who stepped forward to block him were easily dealt with. In the end, a ninjutsu comparable to a tailed beast bomb was used to blow Sarutobi Hiruzen into smithereens. As for Itachi, he slaughtered the entire huge Sarutobi clan alone. These two young ninjas had completely surpassed them in terms of strength. They killed all of them. The Uchiha clan have gone too far. Akamichi Choza said with a slightly ugly expression. Nara Shikaku shook his head and said, there are still a lot of things that we are not clear about. Outside the Uchiha clan, a battle also appears to have broken out. In other words, it may have been the third Hokage who had made the first move. As for Itachi, it's also a little strange. I heard that the Uchiha clansmen are now calling him a traitor. Judging from the massacre of the Sarutobi clan by Itachi, he should have been on the side of the Uchiha, but he was being called a traitor by the Uchiha clan. Nara Shikaku felt that there must be something behind this that they didn't know about. Yamanaka Inoichi nodded slowly and asked, Shikaku, what do you think the Uchiha clan will do in the future? Now that the third Hokage was dead and the Uchiha clan had succeeded in the coup d'etat, what were their future plans? The Uchiha will probably become the Hokage. Many people saw the situation at that time. Based on Yuta's strength, many ninjas will probably submit and accept the Uchiha as the Hokage. Nara Shikaku said lazily. As soon as Yuta used the Susanoo, the third Hokage had no other choice than running away in embarrassment. Who would dare to disobey Yuta in the current Konoha? What's more, from Yuta's age, it could be seen that he was still far from his peak. But taking the seat of Hokage in this way was a huge hidden danger in Shikaku's view. Relying on personal strength to launch a coup d'etat and then becoming the Hokage was destined to make many people unconvinced. Of course, this had nothing to do with them Inoshikacho. They just need to follow the choice of the majority and stand aside. At this time, Maidakato Himura and Udatane Koharu, who had been trembling all night, got together to discuss something. Capitulo 80, Himura and Koharu's plan. Are you crazy? Are you planning to go against Yuta? Himura looked at Koharu with a shocked face. Wasn't the fright last night enough? Does she want to die? Yesterday, Tobi Hiruzen sat in the Hawkage building after the genocide was scheduled, while he and Koharu had gone back to their respective homes. In the end, some unexpected changes occurred in the originally foolproof genocide plan. The Uchiha clan was well prepared and easily dealt with the ninjas carrying out the genocide operation. The Sarutobi clan was also wiped out. He could see Yuta's Susanoo from his home. That golden majestic giant reminded him of Madara back in the day. In the face of such power, he didn't even have the courage to support Sarutobi Hiruzen. He even wanted to pretend not to exist, for fear that Yuta would notice that he had also participated in the genocide plan of the Uchiha. Listen to me. Koharu frowned and said, if someone from the Uchiha clan becomes the Hawkage in the future, whether it is Yuta or not, the power in both of our hands will be gone, right? Himura nodded. Although he was reluctant to lose the power in his hands, he considered his life to be more important. Yuta dared to chase down Hawkage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, unscrupulously in the village. If he dared to do anything, Yuta would not hesitate to chop him up. I'm not crazy either. I also don't want to provoke Yuta at this time, Koharu said with lingering fears. The Susanoo that galloped on the streets last night had frightened her as well. But it didn't mean that they couldn't do anything about Yuta. Tabarama-sensei's research on Manjikayo tells that if the Manjikayo is used too much, the user will gradually become blind. What if we use various methods to force Yuta to use his Manjikayo, consume his pupil power, and make him gradually go blind? Koharu said with confidence. Himura pondered for a moment and nodded. If this was the case, it was indeed feasible. As for the way to make Yuta use Manjikayo, that was easy. Now that the Hawkage had been killed, what if other villages invaded? When the time comes, Yuta will have to go out to fight against a strong enemy, and then he will definitely have to use the Manjikayo. Gradually, Himura also began to somewhat agree with Koharu's plan. Then he said, in this case, we need to be on good terms with Yuta for a while. We need to agree with him and even let him become the Hawkage. Then, as the Hawkage, let him fight and exhaust his pupil power. As Himura talked, light shone in his eyes. If this plan succeeds, the power in their hands will be preserved. Of course, for this plan, they might need to support and help Yuta become the Hawkage. And after that, Yuta's pupil power will be gradually consumed until he becomes blind. The strength of the Uchiha clan will also be weakened by their various means during the war. These are the things they are good at. When Yuta becomes blind, the Uchiha clan will lose their strength. Then, won't the power of Konoha still be theirs? The two quickly reached a consensus. Immediately, they sent out people to inform the village jonin, clan leaders, and the heads of various institutions to prepare for a meeting. On Konoha Street, Kakashi, do I really understand nothing? Guy said with a bitter expression. Before, Kakashi had conveyed to him what Yuta had said after he had brought him down with genjutsu. If you don't understand anything, don't burn your youth indiscriminately, lest you become a tool for others. Did Yuta see him this way in his heart? Kakashi sighed and said, there are many things that even I cannot fully understand. All I can say is that the third Hawkage is not the kindly old man he appears to be on the surface. Then, Kakashi told the story of the sudden change in his shift. Other Anbu teams took over your shift. What does that mean? Guy scratched his head without understanding anything. Did this have anything to do with Yuta, previously chasing the third Hawkage? The third Hawkage probably took some action against the Uchiha clan, and such actions cannot be made known to normal Anbu like me. And Yuta's pursuit of the third Hawkage may be a countermeasure against this action. Kakashi said slowly. Guy tugged at his hair sadly. He could understand every word clearly, but he couldn't understand the combination of all these words together. Seeing this, Kakashi could only sigh. Talking to Guy about this kind of thing was completely useless. On the street, many people rushed towards the Hawkage building. Some people walked together and talked a lot. Is the third Hawkage really dead? He was killed by Uchiha Yuta. Well, not only the third Hawkage, but even the entire Sarutobi clan was slaughtered by Uchiha Itachi. It's no wonder that even though the Golden Giant was so far apart last night, even I, a Jonin, felt my legs go weak and my heart froze when I saw it. It is understandable that the third Hokage couldn't defeat Yuta. I heard that the last big explosion last night was also caused by Yuta's ninjutsu. Yuta is so strong at such a young age. I heard people say that the Golden Giant was some power that belonged to the Uchiha clan. I think it's called the Susanoo. Konoha Jonins, the leaders of various clans, and the leaders of various departments and agencies all rushed to the Hokage building and gathered in the conference room. Even the people of the Uchiha clan had arrived here. However, around the Uchiha clan, a circular space was left empty. No one dared to approach that place. Many people looked carefully at Yuta, who was sitting among the Uchiha clan, and their eyes revealed their fear. Subsequently, Himura and Koharu arrived together. The reason we called everyone here today is to decide some important things after Konoha. The third Hokage is gone now, and a new Hokage needs to be decided as soon as possible. I wonder what the Uchiha clan thinks about this. Himura tried to have a pleasing expression on his face and asked Yuta. This is so frustrating. He, a dignified Konoha advisor, actually has to act so humbly. And on top of that, the target of his subservience was the Uchiha clan. Himura couldn't help sighing. There is no other way, he could only endure it temporarily. After Yuta becomes blind by using the Mangekyou too much, there will be no need to be so polite to the Uchiha clan. No opinion, I am not interested at all in just a small Konoha's cage position. Yuta spoke on behalf of the Uchiha clan. Looking at the eyes of the two elders, he felt a little curious. These two old things actually had this attitude. Have they really resigned, or are they planning something? If they acted submissive, did they think that he would believe that they had not participated in the genocide plan of the Uchiha? But if they were planning something, where did they get the guts to do that? Hearing what Yuta said, both Himura and Koharu were taken aback. Not only the two of them, but the other people here were also dumbfounded. The Uchiha clan's coup d'etat was successful, but they didn't plan to run for the Hokage. Then why did they launch a coup? Even with Nara Shikaku's mind, he was still at a loss, and he had no idea what the Uchiha clan's plans were. No, if you're not interested in being the Hokage, then you. Himura's thought process completely went whack. If the Uchiha didn't want to be the Hokage, then what were they planning to do by coming here today? The corners of Yuta's mouth twitched, and an unstoppable smile spread across his face. Although I don't know what the two of you are thinking about, it's not important, and I'll figure it out in a while. Do you two know why I didn't kill you before? For this moment, if he wanted to expose Sarutobi Hiruzen's dark deeds, of course, it would be the most convincing if the two people who were also a part of Konoha's 4 high-level officials spoke out. Saying that, Yuta used the Sharingan, instantly causing the two elders to fall into a genjutsu. Come on, tell everyone what happened last night, and your plans before and after the Uchiha genocide. Capitulo 81, The Truth Behind Hadake Sakumo Incident. Itachi heard that the Uchiha clan was preparing for a coup and reported it to Hiruzen. The two of us suggested that it was better to strike first, and Hiruzen also actually had this idea in his heart. Afterwards, Hiruzen pretended to decline and later agree. He arranged 2 Anbu teams, the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan, and Itachi to exterminate the Uchiha clan. Both Himura and Koharu, who were controlled by a genjutsu, emotionlessly spoke like puppets. They obediently answered Yuta's question. Specifically, to what extent was the Uchiha clan decided to be wiped out? Yuta asked again. Except for Itachi's younger brother Sasuke, everyone else would be killed, whether they were ninjas or not, whether they were involved in the coup or not, whether they were old people or children, all of them must be killed to prevent future troubles. Himura said with a dull expression. Chatter. A commotion sounded in the whole room. Destroy the entire Uchiha clan, and only leave Itachi's younger brother behind. Was this actually an order from the third Hokage? In the conference room, many people who had a good impression of Sarutobi Hiruzen were dumbfounded. The incident last night was actually because the third Hokage took action first. Kill all the people, young and old. The Uchiha are from the same village, how could he? Was this really an order from Lord Hokage? I really can't believe it. That's what the elder said, can there be any falsehood? There was a lot of discussion. The civilian Jonins were all horrified and found this unbelievable. As for the ninjas of the major clans, their faces were dark. The Uchiha were Konoha's #1 clan. The third Hokage actually wanted to exterminate them. What if their clan fell into the same situation as the Uchiha? Would they be slaughtered too? For a while, many people felt a little fortunate that Tobi Hiruzen had been killed. Narashikaku was taken aback. No wonder the Uchiha clan said that Itachi was a traitor. He was prepared to help the third Hokage and slaughter his own clan and only spare Sasuke. If this person wasn't called a traitor, then almost no one would be considered a traitor. As for Itachi exterminating the Tobi clan, it was understandable. He should have been controlled by Yuta. Yuta probably asked him to destroy the Tobi clan as revenge against the third Hokage. Wait a minute. Suddenly thinking of something, Narashikaku asked, if the Uchiha clan was wiped out, what did the third Hokage plan to say? Others in the conference room were also stunned. Yup. If such a big clan was wiped out and only one child was left alive, that would be disastrous for the third Hokage. After such a big incident, what did the third Hokage plan to say to the village? Itachi had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and after finishing up with the genocide, he would bear the crime of genocide by himself and become a rebel. Koharu replied mechanically. As her voice fell, the conference room exploded. Does the third Hokage think of us as fools? Blaming the genocide of the entire Uchiha clan on just one person, who would believe it? The Anbu monitor the Uchiha clan. How could it be possible that Itachi would be able to exterminate the entire Uchiha clan without any response from the village? Not only did he induce Itachi to completely turn his back on his clan, but he also asked him to take on the charges when he was done. The third Hokage's vision is quite extraordinary. This bastard is the Hokage, he deserved his death. They were not angry out of sympathy for the Uchiha. It was because Tobi Hiruzen planned to blame the genocide on just one person. This was too nonsensical. What did the Anbu, who were outside the Uchiha clan, eat? Did they happen to be absent? Or did Itachi's genocide come to an end before they had time to inform the Hokage? Anyway, is it possible that one person can wipe out the entire Uchiha clan without the village knowing anything about it? With a smile on the corners of his mouth, Yuta looked at the angry Konoha ninjas and felt a burst of joy. If you still don't believe it, there are traces of battle outside the Uchiha clan, you can take a look. You can also check the memories of these two elders later. Isn't the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan good at this? After everyone heard this, they became even more convinced of the truth of the genocide incident. Because the Tobi clan was wiped out, their hostility towards the Uchiha clan reduced a lot. After all, they also wanted revenge. During his time as the Hokage, Tobi Hiruzen was way too much. Now that we're done with the matters related to the Uchiha clan, let's move on to the next item. A thing that is more than a decade old, the thing about Konoha's white fang. Yuta happily started the exposure of the next thing. Today, it was impossible for him to stop without dragging Tobi Hiruzen's image to the ground. In the conference room, Kakashi thought that today's matter would have nothing to do with him, but he suddenly heard Yuta mention his father. At this moment, he felt some doubt in his heart. Why was his father involved? Yuta looked around and saw the curious eyes of everyone. Then he asked the two elders, let's talk about the failure of Konoha's White Fang's mission and what happened after that. Hamura said stiffly, it was Konoha's 42nd year, and Hiruzen was over 50 years old, so he needed to consider who would be the next Hokage. And the most prestigious jonin in the village at that time was Konoha's White Fang Hadake Sakumo. But for Hiruzen and us, Hadake Sakumo was not considered one of us, and if he became the Hokage, our power would be affected. So, Hiruzen and Danzo devised a plan and sent Hadake Sakumo on an important classified mission. After Hatake Sakumo set off, Danzo revealed his whereabouts to an enemy village. Faced with the sudden large number of enemies, Hatake Sakumo gave up on the mission, saved his teammates, and went straight back to the village. Yuta suddenly interrupted, "Be clear, what secret mission?" Himura continued, "The mission was just a cover." Hatake Sakumo's mission was bound to fail no matter what. Then, rumors spread in the village that the village had suffered heavy losses because of Hatake Sakumo's actions. Kakashi was stunned. His father, he actually died because of this plan. He got a mission that was bound to fail. In order to suppress his father's prestige and make his father not become the Hokage. "I will kill you." Suddenly, Kakashi furiously jumped up from the table and was about to rush towards the two controlled elders. Guy sitting next to him quickly stopped him and said, "Kakashi, calm down first." "Guy, let me go." The Sharingan in Kakashi's left eye lit up, and his chakra exuded a cold aura. If he doesn't kill these two guys today, how can he be worthy of facing his father when he dies? Let's not rush to kill the two of them for now. There are still some things that they need to say. Yuta reassured Kakashi, "Later, you can kill the two of them with your own hands." Hearing this, Kakashi barely held back. However, he still looked at the two elders with an unpleasant expression. He was already planning how to use his sword in a while to relieve his hatred. Seeing that Kakashi had given up temporarily, Guy sighed in his heart. "Do I really not understand anything?" The image of the third Hokage was actually just a mask, and behind it, there was such an evil person. Others in the conference room had similar thoughts. They had thought that the third Hokage had become so evil after the Nine Tails rebellion and regaining the position of the Hokage. But they didn't expect the third Hokage to not be a good person from tens of years ago. He took advantage of his authority as the Hokage to issue a mission, and cooperated with Danzo to frame Konoha's White Fang. He did all this just because he was worried about his power being affected. Sarutobi Hiruzen often talks about the will of fire, but isn't what Konoha's White Fang did exactly in line with the will of fire? He gave up his mission to save his comrades, but the villagers listened to rumors and accused him. Konoha still dares to claim to be a village that believes in the will of fire. Wherever the so-called leaves fly, the fire will continue to grow, and the fire will illuminate the village and cause the new leaves to sprout. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, I'm afraid this just means to let others burn and light up his Hokage seat. Yuta sneered mercilessly. Capítulo 82, Hyuga Incident and Naruto's Treatment. Hearing this, Yuta mocked the will of fire. Someone in the conference room couldn't hold on anymore and retorted, "Just because the third Hokage's will of fire is fake doesn't mean that others' will of fire is also fake." "Is that so?" Yuta sneered and brought up one more thing. "At the time of White Fang's incident, all of you now might not have been Jonin, and you probably couldn't have done anything. But what about during the Kumagakure and Hyuga incident? It's only been a few years, right?" Hayashi became startled, as he didn't expect the topic to suddenly involve himself. Back then, everyone present was basically a Jonin. Regarding the Kumagakure incident a few years ago, the village had banned the spread of that information among the civilians, but the Jonins were aware of it. The head of the Kumagakure mission group went to kidnap the daughter of the Hayashi, but was instead killed. Then Kumagakure threatened to restart the war, and in the end the village gave Hisashi, the younger brother of the Hayashi, to Kumagakure. Is letting an innocent Konoha ninja die for the sake of peace considered the will of fire? Ridiculous, Yuta disdainfully said. Someone retorted, "But if there is a war with Kumagakure, more people will die." "Then what if it was you who was going to be handed over?" Yut sarcastically said. The person who spoke before shut up. No one wants to die for no reason. Thankfully, clan leader Hayashi managed to kill that Kumo ninja. But clan leader Hayashi. Yuta faced Hayashi and said with a smile, "What if Kumagakure had really successfully kidnapped your daughter? They would make your daughter a fertility tool and create a second Hyuga clan in Kumagakure. Do you think Sarutobi Hiruzen would go to war with Kumagakure just because of your daughter?" Hayashi was startled. After a little thought, he came to an answer. "Impossible. Based on Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance in the Hyuga incident, he would negotiate with Kumigakure at most. If Kumigakure insisted not to return Hinata back, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't have the guts to fight Kumigakure. Yuta looked at Hayashi's expression, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Looks like you already know the answer. So, what would you do then? Gather some people to try to rescue your daughter, and then send more Hyuga ninjas to Kumigakure. Or just sit back and watch your daughter become Kumigakure's fertility tool and do nothing. Or would you think it's just a daughter, and you could easily have another one? Anyway, didn't you watch your brother go to death and not do anything? It's just pity that Hisashi is probably still lying on Kumigakure's experimental bench. His body is probably full of holes by now. The blue veins around Hayashi's eyes burst out, and under the turbulent emotional stimulation, his Byakugan automatically activated. However, he had nowhere to vent the anger in his heart. Vent on Yuta. Not to mention the issue of strength, Yuta had just told the truth. Vent on Sarutobi Hiruzen. But he is already dead. After thinking about it, he could only blame himself. It was because of his weakness and incompetence that he could only watch his younger brother die for him helplessly. Sorry, I lost my temper. Hayashi silently closed his eyes and said in a low voice. He seemed to have lost his energy and was very sluggish. The others in the conference room looked at each other. In their heart, they realized the level of Yuta's trash-talking skills. In a few words, Hayashi, who had always been prudent and calm, was stimulated to the point of losing his temper. However, everyone recalled what Yuta had said and found that it was completely impossible to refute his words. Yuta really just told the truth. Forget it, let's continue digging Sarutobi Hiruzen's hidden dark past. The next thing has nothing to do with everyone here, so everyone can relax. Come on, tell me about the destruction of the Uzumaki country. Yuta sat on the chair, leaned back, and said in a leisurely manner. Uzumaki country. Everyone was puzzled. The Uzumaki country had been destroyed many years ago. When the Uzumaki country was destroyed, the Second Great Ninja War had not yet started, and it was more than 20 years away from now. Was there any untold truth here? Koharu spoke like a puppet. The Uzumaki country was destroyed by Kumigakure and Kirigakure together for the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. However, at that time, Hiruzen had already received the news that the Uzumaki country was asking for help, but he deliberately delayed for a while before going to the rescue. In the end, only one girl was saved, who would later become the wife of the fourth Hokage, Uzumaki Kushina. Clap, clap. Yuta couldn't help but applaud and said with a smile, "What a coincidence. He happened to save just one person, and that person was even a female. After this girl becomes the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and has a sense of belonging to Konoha, she will marry a Konoha ninja and have a child. In this way, Konoha will always have a loyal candidate for the Jinchuriki, and he will always have the power of Nine Tails. Hiruzen's plan is really good. If you look at the map of this world, you will know that the Uzumaki country is located overseas, and the closest place to it is the Land of Fire, followed by the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water. The Uzumaki country was destroyed by Kumigakure and Kirigakure ninjas, and Konoha only rescued one girl. Simply hilarious. Why do Uzumaki clansmen like Karin and Nagato prefer to live in the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain rather than come to Konoha? Obviously, because they have lost trust in Konoha, the ally of the Uzumaki country. Was Third Hokage already like this back then? Narashikaku couldn't help scratching his head. How old was he when the Uzumaki country was destroyed? 6 or 7 years old at most. Did Sarutobi Hiruzen do such a shameful thing back then? Aside, Ikemichi Torafu just took a long sigh and said nothing. If he hadn't realized that Hiruzen, Danzo, and the others had gradually changed, why would he, the disciple of the second Hokage, just go back home and live in seclusion? The fourth Hokage died trying to seal the Nine Tails, but what about his child? Don't tell me you don't know about Uzumaki Naruto. A child who doesn't understand anything, but is still considered a demon fox. Whenever he walks on the streets, people point at him, scold him. When he goes to buy something, some people don't sell it to him, and some people even sell him expired food. Have you ever dealt with this kind of thing? The villagers always say that our Uchiha clan is arrogant and evil, but at least the Uchiha clan has nothing to do with Naruto's mistreatment, right? As soon as Yuta finished speaking, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan responded. If the Uchihas accidentally approached Uzumaki Naruto, they would be immediately warned by Anbu. How dare those villagers say that there was something wrong with the character of the Uchiha clan? At least they didn't beat or scold a child. And that child was even the child of the fourth Hokage. The third Hokage didn't allow us to approach him. There's nothing we could do about it. Someone couldn't help but scream. The people present basically all knew about Naruto's identity. At least they could restrain their family and not point fingers or even beat up Naruto. However, many ordinary ninjas and civilians didn't do this. Yuta nodded, but did not refute and continued to ask the two elders. What were Sarutobi Hiruzen's plans for Uzumaki Naruto? Himura said blankly. Danzo intended to let Uzumaki Naruto join the route and train him to be a powerful tool. But Hiruzen disagreed. His plan was to spread gossip in the village so that Naruto would be ostracized. Then, he would approach Naruto and get closer to him. In this way, Hiruzen planned to rely on the emotional connection between them to harness the power of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Everyone present was really shocked today. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen do this to a child? He let everyone exclude a child, and then pretended to empathize with him. Wasn't he afraid of Naruto falling in despair, or even committing suicide? Capítulo 83, One Country, One Village System. The Uchiha Genocide Incident, the Konoha's White Fang Suicide Incident, the Hyuga Incident, the Uzumaki Country Extermination, and the plight of Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage. Even after saying so much, Yuta still had no plans to stop. Instead, he continued to ask the two elders. The rumor that Naruto was a demon fox was spread by Sarutobi Hiruzen. So, did Sarutobi Hiruzen spread any rumors about the Uchiha clan? Himura nodded stiffly and said, this was mainly done by Danzo, but Hiruzen also knew about it and acquiesced. The content of the rumors spread was that the mastermind behind the Nine-Tails Rebellion was the Uchiha clan. Also, rumors were spread that the Uchiha police force behaved rudely, leading the villagers to resent the police force. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan suddenly started scolding as soon as Himura finished speaking. During the Night of Nine Tails, we wanted to come forward to support. Wasn't it that bastard Danzo who blocked us? What makes our police force rude? That's just our job. Instead of blaming those who violate the management regulations, they blame us Uchiha. It's unreasonable. I really want to revive those old guys Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen and kill them again. Since the Night of Nine Tails, the situation of the Uchiha clan had been getting worse and worse. They were not allowed to support the others in suppressing the Nine Tails, and they were suspected of being responsible for the Nine Tails Rebellion. There was also the forced removal of their clan land, and the 24-hour surveillance of their new clan land. It could be said that the hatred between the Uchiha clan and Danzo was as deep as the sea. Speaking of which, I have a personal feud with Danzo. Yuta recalled, I was attacked by Reiga on the Kirigakure battlefield because Danzo leaked my information to Kirigakure. That old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen must have found out about this, but in the end, he just perfunctorily said that it was because of a Kirigakure spy. As Yuta said this, there was no objection from the crowd. Danzo was really not very popular. He was infamous as Konoha's darkness. Danzo doing such a thing was completely in everyone's expectations. The next thing is about the Senju clan. Yuta continued to ask, the Senju clan has been passed down for thousands of years, and the Uchiha clan has also been passed down for thousands of years. Why haven't I heard of anyone with Senju blood lately? Koharu replied, Tobirama-sensei disbanded the Senju clan, and the Senju clansmen gave up their surnames and integrated into the village. The crowd nodded. They all knew this. But, even so, the current situation shouldn't be like this. Why are there almost no people who have inherited the blood of the Senju clan? Himura said mechanically, After Hiruzen became the Hokage, he was worried that the Uchiha clan would take his place as the Hokage, and he was also worried about the Senju clan. However, the Senju clan had already been integrated into the village sporadically, and it was much easier to deal with. With his power as the Hokage, Hiruzen arranged various dangerous missions for those who had the blood of the Senju clan. Also, Danzo had done private research on wood release. In order to find experimental subjects to transplant Hashirama cells, Danzo secretly attacked many people who had Senju blood flowing in their body. Hiruzen later learned about this and warned Danzo to stop the experiment, but nothing was pursued and exposed. All the Konoha ninjas in the conference room were dumbfounded. Senju clan. This was the clan of Saruto by Hiruzen and Danzo's teacher. But it was treated like this. No wonder none of the ninjas in the village possesses even the slightest hint of Senju blood. It turned out that they were dealt with bit by bit like this. Fortunately, Saruto by Hiruzen has already died. The Hyuga clansmen present couldn't help but feel a little scared. The Senju clan was pushed to the brink of extinction. The Uzumaki clan was deliberately abandoned, and their country was destroyed. The Uchiha clan was almost wiped out last night. These were all great clans that had been passed down for thousands of years. Konoha was established just a few decades ago. During Saruto by Hiruzen's time as the Hokage, all these big clans almost perished completely. If the Uchiha clan was also wiped out last night, it would be the Hyuga clan's turn next. For a while, all the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, regardless of being from the main house or the branch house, were all elated. Fortunately, Saruto by Hiruzen and Danzo had been killed. Seeing this, Yuta nodded with satisfaction. The effect he wanted had been achieved. Did Saruto by Hiruzen think the matter would be over with his death? Even if he had already died, Yuta was still not satisfied. Yuta wanted Saruto by Hiruzen's reputation to be stained. Next, Yuta asked the elders some other things. Like when Orochimaru defected, Saruto by Hiruzen deliberately let Orochimaru go. Like how Saruto by Hiruzen used various means to promote the Saruto by clansmen, letting them occupy various positions of power. Like how Saruto by Hiruzen rigged the 4th Hokage campaign to let the easier-to-control Minato become the Hokage. Like how Saruto by Hiruzen was too weak after the end of the 3rd Great Ninja War. So, in order to end the war as soon as possible, he gave up asking for compensation from other ninja villages, and even though Konoha clearly won, they gained nothing. Like how Saruto by Hiruzen had tampered with the textbooks in ninja school to preach that he was the strongest Hokage of all time. The list goes on and on. The people in the conference room were shocked and angry at first, but gradually, they started to become numb. Saruto by Hiruzen had too much dirt on himself. His evil deeds were almost impossible to count. Moreover, this was from the mouths of the two elders, so it was absolutely credible. Unexpectedly, even though Saruto by Hiruzen looked like a kind old man, his heart was darker than anyone else. Even Guy's impression of Saruto by Hiruzen changed drastically. With the number of crimes he had committed, Saruto by Hiruzen should have died 10 times. And Danzo. At the lightest, he should have died 100 times. Okay, let's stop here. You two's job should also end now. Yuta snapped his fingers and released the genjutsu for Himura and Koharu. After the genjutsu was lifted, Himura and Koharu regained control of their body. But both Himura and Koharu did not dare to move, and their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Although they were under a genjutsu just now, it did not mean that they were unaware of what was going on in the outside world. Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he approached them with a solemn look on his face. Himura turned and fled, while Koharu defended herself timidly. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Everything about Sakumo was planned by Hiruzen and Danzo. It had nothing to do with us. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Kakashi activated the Sharingan in his left eye and controlled Koharu. Then he pulled out his short sword, with eyes that contained endless resentment in them. He violently slashed Himura's back. Next, the two elders were dragged out without any mercy. Obviously, Kakashi intended to take them to other places, and then vent his anger and hatred. Looking at this scene, no one in the conference room stopped him. Kakashi was just avenging his father. What reason did they have to stop him? Yuta asked the Uchiha clansmen to publish all of Sarutobi Hiruzen's dark deeds. At this time, Nara Shikaku stood up and said hesitantly, "Don't you intend to become the Hokage? If your excellency is still planning to serve as the Hokage, announcing all of this may have some bad influence." Sarutobi Hiruzen was Konoha's third Hokage after all. If so many information was released at once, what would the people in the village think? Even people from other countries might question Konoha, right? What's the point of being the Hokage? If I plan to become the Hokage, don't I still need to meet the daimyo and get his permission before I can officially take office? Yuta said disdainfully. That's natural, Narashikaku replied. To become a Hokage, a person needs to visit the daimyo and get their permission first. This is a rule that had been handed down since the first Hokage had established the one country, one village system. Of course, the daimyos generally do not reject the Hokage candidate selected by the village. I'm not interested in dealing with that useless daimyo. Also, things like one country, one village system have long been overdue for change. While talking, Yuta walked outside. Then he suddenly turned around and said to everyone in the conference room, "I'm going to check the scroll of seals. If anyone wants to stop me, please do so." After he finished speaking, he turned and left. None of the people in the conference room stepped forward to stop Yuta. Nara Shikaki was confused. Yuta doesn't plan to become the Hokage and thinks that the system of one country, one village needs to be changed. What exactly is Yuta trying to do? Capitulo 84. The whole village knows about Sarutobi Hiruzen's dark deeds. This time, the Uchiha police force moved quickly. It seemed like they couldn't wait to ruin Sarutobi Hiruzen's image. The announcement of Sarutobi Hiruzen's crimes quickly spread throughout Konoha. Announcement from the police force: whatever those Uchihas publish should be a lie, right? The notice says, Lord Third Hokage crime. The villagers gathered together and checked the new announcement. Just by looking at the content of the announcement, their complexion changed on the spot. That's Lord Hokage. The word crime was actually used in the notice. What nonsense, it must be a lie. That's right, and the content of the notice is so much. How could Lord Third Hokage commit so many crimes? It should be impossible for anyone to commit so many crimes, let alone Lord Third Hokage. They were not entirely to blame for their disbelief. The content of the announcement was really too long. There were 6 great articles in total, and a whole lot of other crimes of all kinds. It was hard for ordinary people to believe that there were people who could commit so many crimes. What's more, the criminal was even the Kage of their village, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who always showed a kind and gentle image. Don't worry, let's see what nonsense the Uchiha clan has written. The first one, it says that Lord Third Hokage wanted to exterminate the Uchiha clan, and the Uchiha clan was forced to resist. It's a complete reversal of black and white. Does the Uchiha clan think that we are fools? Yaba, didn't you go to the Hokage building for a meeting? Can you tell everyone what the truth is like? In the crowd, there were 2 people wearing Jonin vests. Shiranui Genma and Yamashiro Yaba. Both of them were special Jonins, and had attended the meeting at the Hokage building before. The above is true. Yamashiro Yaba said with an ugly expression. This is what Uchiha Yuta had forcefully taken out of the 2 elders' mouths, and it can't be faked. Also, I went to see it before, and there were indeed signs of battle outside the Uchiha clan. It was indeed the third Hokage. No, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who attacked first, and the Uchiha clan simply fought back. While speaking, he changed his address for the third Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What Hokage? After learning about those series of truths, the impression of Sarutobi Hiruzen in the hearts of all those who had participated in the meeting had changed by 180 degrees. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even deserve to be called a human. Thinking back on the respect he had for Sarutobi Hiruzen in the past, Yamashiro Yaba just felt sick. Shiranui Genma, who was next to him, hated Sarutobi Hiruzen even more than him. The residents of Konoha present were dumbfounded when they saw the attitude of the two Jonins. Especially Yamashiro Yaba. His attitude towards Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely contempt and resentment. At this time, the people watching the announcement here looked at each other in dismay. Is the content of the announcement true? Everyone hurriedly continued to look down. Article 2, the third Hokage destroyed the Senju clan through various means. Senju, I remember it is the first and second Hokage's clan, right? Not only that, third Hokage was also a disciple of the second Hokage. The third Hokage destroyed his teacher's clan. They continued to look down again. The third article was about the destruction of the Uzumaki country. The current residents of Konoha didn't know much about the Uzumaki country. Only a few people knew that the Uzumaki country was once an ally of Konoha, and the pattern of the Konoha ninja's forehead protector was the national emblem of the Uzumaki country. Although Konoha was the Uzumaki country's allies, the third Hokage abandoned them. Article 4, hey, I have an impression of this incident. It was just a few years ago. At that time, the village seemed to have almost had a fight with Kumigakure again. The head of the Kumigakure mission group kidnapped the daughter of the head of the Hyuga clan. After he was killed, Kumigakure threatened to restart the war if the murderer wasn't handed over. The third Hokage actually handed a person over. And the one who was sent to his death was the twin brother of the Hyuga clan leader. Everyone was dumbfounded. He was being ridiculed, and the third Hokage endured it. The first 3 articles stated that he tried to exterminate the Uchiha, Senju, and abandon the Uzumaki. Where did all that energy go? How can he be so cruel to his own people, but be so cowardly against Kumigakure? No wonder they were saying that. I remember that when Kumigakure ninjas had come to Konoha to take the Chunin exam a few years ago, some of them had said that the third Hokage was a coward with no balls. I was very angry at the time, but I didn't expect it to be true. I knew about this from the beginning, but unfortunately the village issued a gag order to prevent this information from spreading. The third Hokage has done such a shameful thing. The attitude that the people here had towards Sarutobi Hiruzen drastically reversed. They totally lost all the respect that they previously had for him. All sorts of contemptuous and mocking words sounded from time to time. However, when they saw the 5th article, many people fell silent. Lord Whitefang, was that mission failure a trap planned by the third Hokage? A high-level official named Danzo spread rumors that the choice of Lord Whitefang had caused great losses to the village. I actually believed this at the time. I also accused Lord Whitefang of disregarding the overall situation at the time. Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen, he even framed Lord Whitefang like this. If Lord Whitefang had become the Hokage, the village wouldn't have been forced to hand over their own people a few years ago by Kumigakure. Many older people still remembered Konoha's Whitefang incident. Rumors spread in the village that Konoha's Whitefang had given up his mission to save his teammates, causing heavy damage to the village. At that time, many people had joined in to criticize him. Some said that Konoha's Whitefang had disregarded the overall situation. Some said that he was irresponsible. Some even said that he was not worthy of being a ninja. Now, the truth is out. The so-called heavy loss to the village was just a lie to frame Konoha's Whitefang. The severity of the rumors in the village were also deliberately increased. Many people couldn't help but feel guilty. Someone even yelled at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. It seemed that if they put all the blame on the 2 dead people, it would appear that they were not at fault. But everyone knew that they were also at fault. Everyone was silent. They looked at the 6th article that listed the 6th major crime, hiding a person's identity. Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the 4th Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen spread rumors about him being the demon fox in the village. He alienated the villagers from Naruto and tried to build a deep emotional connection with him by being the only person that was good to him. That demon fox, that yellow-haired boy, is the child of Lord 4th Hokage. Before Lord 4th Hokage died, he sealed the 9 tails into the body of his newborn child. What have we done all these years? The people present here had warned their children not to approach Naruto, as he was the demon fox. Some people just spoke ill of Naruto. On a more serious note, some people even deliberately sold expired food to Naruto. In the crowd, Shiranui Genma's body swayed, and he almost fell. Thankfully, Yamashiro Yaba quickly supported him. "Yaba, I haven't done anything in these years," Shiranui Genma said blankly. He was originally a guard of 4th Hokage. Minato had even taught them his unique flying thunder god technique. He couldn't learn it, but this showed how much he values his guards. He and the others were all just Chunins at that time. It was a great honor to be the Hokage's guards. However, after the 4th Hokage passed away, his child was left unattended. He, the 4th Hokage's guard, didn't do anything either. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked us not to approach Naruto, and you couldn't disobey his order. Yamashiro Yaba comforted Shiranui Genma. But still, no one took care of the 4th Hokage's son, and I, the former guard of the 4th Hokage, didn't do my duty at all. When Uchiha Yuta had asked us who had taken care of Naruto, I felt ashamed. Genma's face was full of pain. As long as a Jonin was not stupid, they could guess Naruto's identity. Known as the Demon Fox, born in the year of the Nine Tails Rebellion. The same blonde hair and blue eyes like the 4th Hokage. At this point, I can only find a way to make it up to Naruto. Yamashiro Yaba sighed. Let alone the 4th Hokage's guard, Genma Shiranui, the whole Konoha was ashamed of how they had treated Uzumaki Naruto. Capitulo 85, Conflicted Naruto. Near Naruto's house. Many villagers had gathered around here. They basically all wanted to apologize to Naruto. However, they were all stopped by the Anbu. After all, no one knew if some spies from the other villages had mixed in with the crowd. Now, Naruto's identity had been fully exposed. Nine Tails Jinchuriki and the 4th Hokage's son. A person with any one of these two identities would be on other villages' hit list. At this moment, Naruto was at a loss. Putting together what he had heard others say piece by piece, Naruto understood what was going on. His father was the 4th Hokage. He was the great Hokage who sealed the 9 tails in his body before he died. The rumor that he was a demon fox was spread by his most beloved Grandpa 3rd Hokage. How could that be? How could Grandpa Hokage do such a thing? If he was really the 4th Hokage's son, why was his life so miserable? Naruto couldn't handle all this and jumped on the roof of his house, facing the direction of the Hokage rock. Sometimes he looked at the 4th Hokage statue, and sometimes he looked at the 3rd Hokage statue. It was unknown what was going on in his mind. At this moment, Shiranui Genma and Yamashiro Yaba arrived here. Genma, you are here too. Kakashi greeted the two of them and directly asked Anbu to let them over. Next to Kakashi is Yumino Uruka. Both of them were worried about Naruto's situation and couldn't relax. What happened to Naruto? Yamashiro Yaba said curiously. He also had some idea of Naruto's day-to-day behavior. Naruto often did various pranks, trying to attract people's attention. He probably wanted to be noticed by others. Now the villagers wanted to apologize to Naruto, but Naruto couldn't accept it. Well, anyone who encounters such a big change in the people around them will not be able to accept it immediately. Kakashi's whole body exuded a feeling of emptiness. After killing Himura and Koharu, he felt empty. He wanted to take care of his teacher's son, but Naruto didn't want anyone to approach him for now. Although Naruto is young, he has a very sharp heart. He hopes to make others accept him from the bottom of his heart, and he can't accept the apology from the villagers right now. Uruka explained with some emotion on his face. While they were talking, two people, one big and one small, came over, and the Anbu didn't know whether to stop them or not. The people who had arrived were Fugaku and Sasuke. It was worth mentioning that Sasuke was also sluggish and listless at the moment. His brother had become a traitor and betrayed the whole clan. He even intended to slaughter the whole clan. He wanted to ask his brother why he wanted to do so, but he heard that Itachi was taken away by a mysterious person. However, fortunately, Sasuke had a good personality and was popular among the Uchiha clansmen. The clansmen would not take their anger out on a child. Yuta said that if Naruto and Sasuke were together, both of them might feel better. Fugaku conveyed Yuta's words earnestly. Sasuke, but Naruto often quarrels with Sasuke at ninja school, Iruka said with some confusion. Wouldn't it be counterproductive for Sasuke to console Naruto? But they had no other way, and there was no harm in simply trying. Soon, the two little ones got together. Naruto talked about how his dearest grandpa Hokage actually turned out to be a wicked villain. Sasuke talked how his brother that he admired the most turned out to be a traitor who wanted to massacre his whole clan. With the same confused and listless look, the two gradually began to chat. Kakashi, Iruka, and the others looked at each other with shock. It actually worked. The great changes that were happening in Konoha quickly spread throughout the entire world. Iwagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen was killed in the village by a youngster of his own village. Anoki sneered. He was from around the same generation as Sarutobi Hiruzen. But he is not the same as that trash, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Throughout the Third Great Ninja War, he had been active in the front line of the battlefield. On the other hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who commanded the village, had never gone to the battlefield at all. According to the spy we placed in Konoha, Uchiha Yuta, who killed Sarutobi Hiruzen, used a strange ninjutsu. He materialized a golden giant with chakra that was several meters high, and it had great strength and durability. Anoki's son, Kitsuchi, reported seriously. Hearing this, Anoki's eyes froze for a moment. Chakra materialized giant. It can't be. Susanoo. Anoki struggled to squeeze the word out of his mouth. He recalled a humiliating past scene. Years ago, he and the second Tsuchikage had gone to Konoha to sign an alliance agreement with Konoha. But they were humiliated by Uchiha Madara, who used Susanoo to toy with them. There will be no alliance, you just need to submit to Konoha. These were the words of Uchiha Madara at that time. Anoki still remembered it clearly up to now. At that time, he, and his teacher who had not yet become the second Tsuchikage, couldn't even slightly resist in the face of that power. There are so many geniuses in Konoha. Shaking his head and dispelling the memories in his mind, Anoki said with emotion. His strength now had far surpassed that of the past. If he faced Madara's Susanoo now, he would be able to stand his ground with dust release. Unfortunately, Iwagakure was not full of talents like Konoha, and there was no one who could succeed him. Prepare to go to war against the land of fire, and bring that boy Deidara with you. After a moment of contemplation, Anoki ordered. Konoha had just experienced a great change. Of course, he wanted to take advantage of this. Sunagakure. The fourth Kazekage Rasa didn't plan to do anything. Sunagakure was now too poor, and could only rely on him finding gold in the desert to maintain the village's expenses. Even if he wanted to beat Konoha and earn some benefits, he had to consider the village's current situation first. The only thing he sighed at was the cause of death of Konoha's White Fang. Unexpectedly, such a strong person died just because of political matters. He was forced to commit suicide by the deliberate spread of rumors. Land of Water. Kirigakure. The Mizukage was now under Abido's control. Unless Abido ordered it, Kirigakure didn't have any plans to take action against Konoha. Kirigakure. Uchiha Yuta, is that the same kid who defeated Darui? The fourth Reikage quickly recalled the name. In the past, he wanted to let Darui get the first place in the Konoha Chunin exam and humiliate Konoha. But in the end, Darui was eliminated in the first match of the third test. As for the one who eliminated Darui, it was this Uchiha Yuta. At that time, he was so angry that he had smashed the table. That's right. His assistant Dai replied. Sarutobi Hiruzen was killed, and the Sarutobi clan was also wiped out. And before that, Danzo and his root were also completely destroyed by Uchiha Yuta. That kid's strength has increased so quickly. The fourth Reikage couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy. Darui, who he had high hopes for, had just recently become as strong as an elite Jonin. But that brat Yuta was now already strong enough to kill the Hokage. Obviously, just a few years ago, Darui and Yuta had taken the Chunin exam together. After a few more years, who knows how strong Yuta will become. The fourth Reikage pondered, then turned to ask, what is the situation of Konoha now? Who will succeed as the Hokage? That brat Yuta. There is no news about this, but what is certain is that Yuta has not currently become the fifth Hokage. Dai frowned and replied. He couldn't understand Konoha's current situation either. The Uchiha clan's coup was over, and the third Hokage had been killed. Why had they still not taken over as the Hokage? What exactly was Yuta planning? Then what are we waiting for? The fourth Reikage immediately made a decision and said, let the ninjas prepare to invade the land of fire. It would be a pity if he didn't invade the land of fire when such a good opportunity was presented to him. Soon, a large number of Iwa ninjas and Kumo ninjas were mobilized. One marched ahead from the direction of the land of grass. The other went ahead from the direction of the land of waves. But their targets were the same, the land of fire Konoha. Capitulo 86, Son of Destruction. A secret place in the Naruto world where few people had stepped foot. One of the three great sage areas, Mount Mayaboku. Boss Fukasaku, what's the matter? I have to rush back to the village now, Jiraiya said anxiously. During this time, he had traveled around the world while searching for the Son of Prophecy. Of course, he was also busy writing. But after hearing about the huge change in Konoha, he noticed the actions of Kumagakure and Iwagakure. So, Jiraiya planned to rush back towards Konoha immediately. On the way, he was suddenly summoned into Mount Mayaboku. It's the great Toad Sage, who is looking for you. Fukasaku jumped and led the way, saying, the great Toad Sage woke up from his sleep, and he seemed to have seen something terrible. After waking up, he told me to call you. Great Toad Sage. Jiraiya looked solemn. He was in awe of the great Toad Sage, who had the power to see the future. It was the great Toad Sage who had told him about the Son of Prophecy. He had said that he would become the teacher of the Son of Prophecy in the future. The Son of Prophecy would bring changes to the world under his teaching. But he didn't know whether this change would bring peace or destruction to the world. But Jiraiya firmly believed that under his guidance and efforts, the Son of Prophecy would definitely bring peace to the world. Soon, one person and one toad came to a magnificent hall. The old great Toad Sage lied there quietly as if he was dead. Fukasaku jumped in front of the great Toad Sage and reminded in a low voice, Great Sage, little Jiraiya is here. The great Toad Sage slowly opened his eyes and looked at Jiraiya below with narrowed eyes, and he smiled. Little Jiraiya has come. Jiraiya was now in a hurry to get back to the village and immediately asked, Sage, what did you ask me to come here this time for? The great Toad Sage tried to recall, and his face became frightened. He said, I saw some new images. In an unknown future, a pair of terrifying eyes looked down at the world. A boundless war spread to the entire world, and everything in the world was destroyed. Hearing this, both Jiraiya and Fukasaku were surprised. Destroying the world. The entire world falling into war. Who would do this? Great Sage, is the person you're talking about the Son of Prophecy? Jiraiya asked hastily. Before the great Toad Sage had said that the Son of Prophecy might bring destruction or peace to the ninja world. If the Son of Prophecy was the one would destroy the world, he would need to pay more attention. In the future, if he accepted disciples, he would need to teach them more seriously. No. Great Toad Sage replied, in the scene I saw, this person was not your disciple. Hearing this, Jiraiya felt a little relieved. No matter what, he absolutely didn't want his disciple to bring destruction to the world. But, even if that guy was not his disciple, such a person must be found as soon as possible. Great Sage, how should I find that, Son of Destruction? Jiraiya paused, giving the person in the prophecy such a title. The great Toad Sage shook his head and said, this man suddenly appeared in my prophecy. From what I saw, I can only be sure that he is in Konoha. Konoha, then, it's much easier to find him. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. As a Sannin, investigating a person in Konoha is much easier than searching aimlessly throughout the whole world. Just when Jiraiya was about to return to Konoha immediately, the great Toad Sage stopped him again. He unhurriedly said, like he was telling a story from the distant past. A long time ago, a woman who fell from the sky. She possessed boundless power and used that power to bring peace to the world. The world at that time regarded her as the Mothit of chakra and worshipped her. Jiraiya was perplexed. The mother of chakra. Wasn't this just a myth? Was there really such a person? Snap! Fukusku beside him hit him and said in a bad mood, "Listen well, Great Toad Sage doesn't say useless stuff." Jiraiya quickly concentrated and listened carefully. It turns out that the Great Toad Sage is getting more and more outrageous. The mother of chakra descended from the sky, ate the fruit of the god tree, possessed boundless power, and used this power to pacify the troubled world. The mother of chakra had 2 children, the first named Otsutsuki Hagoromo and the second named Otsutsuki Hamura. Among them, the eldest son was regarded as the creator of the ninjas, sage of 6 paths. Jiraiya couldn't help but be pumped. Even the sage of 6 paths was involved. The Great Toad Sage continued. The temperament of Kaguya, the mother of chakra who possessed absolute power, changed greatly. She wanted to turn people all over the world into her weapons. This move was eventually stopped by her 2 children. Sage of 6 paths and his younger brother sealed their mother in the moon that was created by using a ninjutsu. Coughs. Jiraiya was completely dumbfounded. The moon was created by a ninjutsu. This ninjutsu was made to seal their mother. What a mess. Great Toad Sage, what are you trying to say? Jiraiya said helplessly. Not to mention whether these things are credible or not, even if they are true, what does it have to do with him now? Did it have anything to do with the Sons of Prophecy and the Sons of Destruction? The Great Toad Sage stayed silent for a long time and then said, "For some reason, the person in my dream reminded me of Kaguya back then. Perhaps because that person will do the same thing in the future." Jiraiya had a thoughtful look. The same thing. Does that mean that that person will cause the destruction of the ninja world? Then he needs to find the Son of Destruction as soon as possible. When the time comes, he will have to make contact with them and see if he can guide the other party to the right path. Seeing that the Great Toad Sage had nothing else to say, Jiraiya got up and said goodbye. Konoha was about to face the invasion of Iwagakure and Kumagakure, so he must go back as soon as possible. Fukusaka said, "Little Jiraiya, you should train harder in senjutsu. If you fight that Son of Destruction in the future, with your current senjutsu, you won't even be able to look at him at all. That person is someone who can destroy the world. Jiraiya still needs a lot of time to just enter Sage mode. Will the enemy give him that time? Moreover, even if Jiraiya entered the Sage mode, if he wanted to maintain it, he would need Fukusaku and Shima's assistance. So Jiraiya was still not strong enough. Jiraiya nonchalantly said, "Oh, this kind of troublesome thing can be left to the Son of Prophecy. I still have a lot of other things to do." He had already become old, and learning senjutsu didn't have much appeal to him. He might as well spend that time to look for some material. As for fighting the Son of Destruction, if that guy really has the strength to destroy the world, he will definitely not be able to defeat him. It would be better to find the Son of Prophecy as soon as possible, and then teach him. Capítulo 87, Jiraiya's Return. Konoha Gate. Izumo and Kotsu looked at the gate with boredom. They saw a figure with long white hedgehog-like hair approaching. Hey, that person looks familiar. Izumo rubbed his eyes and looked carefully at the person. He was wearing an iron protective gear with the word oil written on his head. Red paint was applied under his eyes. It's Jiraiya-sama. Kotsu was the first to recognize Jiraiya. He stood up directly and said excitedly. He had read Jiraiya's books. Aha, I didn't expect that after so many years, someone would still remember me. Jiraiya scratched his head and laughed. After completing the registration for returning to the village, Jiraiya was about to walk in when he suddenly stopped and asked the 2 of them, "Well, can I ask where Uzumaki Naruto lives?" Speaking of which, he hadn't gone to see the son that Minato had left behind even once. Naruto was named after the protagonist of one of his books. Kotsu walked over directly and said enthusiastically, "Come on, I'll take you there." Then he quietly took out a copy of Intimacy Paradise and asked Jiraiya to sign it. Kotsu said, I heard that Naruto has been feeling down recently because he learned Sarutobi Hiruzen's true face. What? What did he do? His teacher didn't have such a bad reputation, did he? Before, he had heard that his teacher was killed by a young man from the Uchiha clan. However, he was not too clear about some of the follow-up details. Oh, sorry, Jiraiya-sama, I have nothing against you though. Although you are a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, I believe you are different from that bastard Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kotsu then remembered that the person in front of him was a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and hurriedly added, Sarutobi Hiruzen is a bastard. Jiraiya was stunned. After a while, he regained his senses and scolded his teacher. Has the old man's reputation in the village become so bad? It shouldn't be. Could it be that the Uchiha clan put some false allegations against old man after the coup? Jiraiya felt a little suspicious in his heart, but he didn't say it. He asked with a barely maintained smile, speaking of which, I don't know much about the recent events in the village, can you tell me about it? Kotsu nodded happily. First, he talked about the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen was killed in the village, and the Sarutobi clan was completely wiped out. Wait a minute. Jiraiya hurriedly interrupted and said, the Sarutobi clan were all killed. After getting Kotsu's confirmation, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The Uchiha clan are too cruel. The huge Sarutobi clan was actually completely exterminated. However, in fact, that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen planned to exterminate the Uchiha clan first. Uchiha Itachi, the son of the Uchiha clan leader, was asked to carry out the extermination operation, and he later planned to make Uchiha Itachi bear the crime of extermination. Kotsu's expression was disdainful. In his opinion, since Sarutobi Hiruzen dared to do this, then his clan deserved to be destroyed. Jiraiya was completely dumbfounded, and after being sluggish for a long time, he asked back, impossible. Is there any evidence? Although the old man had changed a bit over the years, he should not so ruthless, right? Jiraiya seriously suspected that this was slander by the Uchiha clan. How could it be fake? Kotsu directly retorted, I heard from the Jonins in the village that this was tortured out of the mouths of the two elders. Furthermore, I heard that the Yamanaka clan also used their secret technique to check the memories of the two elders and confirmed it again. It can be said that no one in the village has any doubts about these matters now. Now everyone thinks that Uchiha Yuta killed Sarutobi Hiruzen to save the village. Jiraiya stopped, walked to the side of the road, and leaned against the wall. He had already noticed that since the old man had become the Hokage again, he had gradually deteriorated under the corrosion of power. But he didn't expect him to change so much. He let Uchiha Itachi slaughter the Uchiha clan, and then take the blame alone to ensure that he could still become the great Hokage. Jiraiya-sama, are you okay? Kotsu asked with some sympathy. Jiraiya can't even handle just this stuff. There are even more outrageous things that he hasn't mentioned yet. It's okay, you go on. Jiraiya said while holding his forehead. Kotsu nodded and continued to talk about how Sarutobi Hiruzen targeted the Senju clan, abandoned the Uzumaki country, forced Konoha's White Fang to commit suicide, arranged Naruto's situation. Jiraiya opened his mouth and said with difficulty, these were also forced out from the mouths of the two elders. Kotsu nodded. Jiraiya was completely speechless now. He was still thinking his teacher had Obki become like this after becoming Hokage again. But it turns out he was like this from the beginning. The Senju clan, the Uzumaki country. When did this happen? Even the Konoha's White Fang incident was over a decade ago. He used such a despicable method to plot against Naruto, Minato's son. After standing there for a long time, Jiraiya finally recovered. However, this time he couldn't force a smile, no matter what. With an ugly face, he followed Kotsu to Naruto's house. Jiraiya took out a copy of his handwritten information and handed it to Kotsu and said, I'll have to trouble you again. Please send this. In my name, call all the Jonins for a meeting. Kumigakure and Iwagakure are likely to invade the land of fire next. Kotsu's face changed greatly when he heard this. He didn't say anything more and immediately ran to transmit this information. Walking slowly into Naruto's house, Jiraiya saw several people inside. A little guy with blonde hair and blue eyes who was a little shorter than his peers. He should be Naruto. A black-haired little guy, about the same age as Naruto. Looking at the crest on his clothes, he should be from the Uchiha clan. Next to him was a white-haired guy whom he knew. He was Kakashi, Minato's disciple. There was another person here. Although he was quite tall, there is still some hint of youthfulness on his face, and his clothes also had the Uchiha clan emblem. The key is, Jiraiya sensed that this young man's chakra was even greater than him. An Uchiha with this much chakra at such a young age. Jiraiya guessed the identity of the other party, walked over and said, "You are Uchiha Yuta, right?" Yuta was looking for something on Naruto when he heard Jiraiya. He raised his head and said, "It's Jiraiya-senpai. I've heard of you for a long time. What were you doing to Naruto just now, checking out Nine Tails?" Jiraiya asked as plainly as possible. Although the things his teacher did could be said to be heinous, but he still felt hostile towards Uchiha Yuta, who had ordered the slaughter of the Sarutobi clan. Suddenly, Jiraiya recalled the previous Great Toad Sage's prophecy and couldn't help but stare at Yuta. Terrifying eyes, destroying everything in the ninja world in Konoha. Of these three conditions, Uchiha Yuta now met two of them. If anyone's eyes in Konoha can be regarded as scary, it can only be Uchiha Yuta who might have awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. "Nothing, just trying to find something in Naruto and Sasuke," Yuta said casually. He wanted to see if there was another type of chakra in Naruto and Sasuke, which was Asura and Indra chakra. As a result, maybe it was because he was too weak or something else, but he couldn't find anything. Hearing the other party's perfunctory answer, Jiraiya frowned secretly and turned to ask, "Speaking of which, what are the plans of the Uchiha clan? Are you going to be the Hokage, or is Uchiha Fugaku going to be the Hokage?" Even if the other party was not the son of destruction, predicted by the Great Toad Sage, he did slaughter the Sarutobi clan. So, it could be seen that his temperament was not very good. If such a person tries to become the Hokage, he absolutely must oppose it. Capítulo 88, Yuta's Vision. Why does everyone think that I want to be a little cage of a village? Yuta didn't answer, but asked rhetorically. Jiraiya was stunned. He was still thinking about how he'd stop Yuta if he planned to become the Hokage. He didn't expect Yuta to say such a thing. Little cage of a village. Konoha, the first of the 5 great hidden villages. In Yuta's eyes, the Hokage, who manages tens of thousands of ninjas, is only a little cage of a small village. Well, let's talk about it then. Yuta found a chair at Naruto's house, sat down in a leisurely manner, and said slowly, "Jiraiya-senpai, what do you think the Hokage is?" Jiraiya proudly said, "The Hokage is the one who protects all the villagers." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Naruto directly faced him for a while. Jiraiya didn't know what to do. "Naruto, Jiraiya used to be your father's teacher." Kakashi quickly introduced Jiraiya. After getting along for the past few days, his relationship with Naruto was not bad, and his words held some weight. Naruto stopped and said angrily, "That's what Grandpa Hokage told me before. He said that the Hokage is the one who protects all the villagers, but he asked other people to spread rumors that I was a demon fox." Hearing this, Jiraiya became embarrassed. In his heart, he complained about Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already dead. What the old man did himself was shameful, and even he was being affected by his actions. Now he was being hated by Naruto. Yuta chuckled and continued, "Let's not talk about Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya-senpai, you said that the Hokage is the one who protects all the villagers. So by this standard, only the first Hokage may be regarded as a real Hokage." Hearing this, both Jiraiya and Kakashi couldn't help frowning. Naruto hurriedly retorted, "You are talking nonsense. My father died to protect the villagers and seal Nine Tails. Why is he not considered a real Hokage?" Naruto had recently got to know about his father, whom he had never met before. Although he had some resentment against Minato in his heart, when he heard that Minato sealed the 9 tails in his body, Naruto was still very proud about his father. Yuta didn't care about Naruto's rebuttal, but said, "In the 9 tails night, at the beginning, the 9 tails was controlled by a mysterious person using the Sharingan. However, after the Sharingan's control was lifted, the 9 tails continued to wreak havoc in Konoha. He wanted to take revenge on Konoha that had sealed him and used him as a tool of war. How could 9 tails do so much damage if the first Hokage was the Hokage at that time?" Jiraiya was startled, then followed Yuta's words and thought. It is said that first Hokage would release could restrain the 9 tails. If the first Hokage was around, it would be much easier to deal with the 9 tails. Yuta laughed out loud and said, "If the first Hokage was there, 9 tails would have immediately fled after being released from Sharingan's control." In Naruto's mental space, 9 tails heard the conversation outside. Hearing Yuta say this, he snorted coldly but didn't say anything. That big fox seems very unhappy." Naruto heard 9 tails' voice and said in surprise. Yuta explained with a chuckle, 9 tails has seen the power of the first Hokage. He knows that if he doesn't run away immediately, once the first Hokage takes action, he can only submit to his fate. Hearing this, 9 tails immediately cursed in Naruto's mental space. Although it was true, why was he 9 tails being mocked? "Is Lord First Hokage that strong?" Kakashi said in disbelief. In his eyes, his teacher Minato was already very strong, but he still died because of 9 tails. Even though the first Hokage had wood release that could restrain the tailed beasts, he shouldn't have been strong enough to make 9 tails give up, right? That big fox didn't seem to argue against that, Naruto said. Although 9 tails was cursing, he didn't object that the first Hokage could effortlessly beat him up. That's why I said that only the first Hokage could be considered a real Hokage. The first Hokage had the power to bring peace to the entire world. After the death of the first Hokage, the second Hokage who succeeded him was also very powerful. But he didn't have the kind of power that made the whole world not dare to act rashly. So, the first Great Ninja War broke out. Yuta said slowly, "You are lying." Jiraiya was very dissatisfied. Just because one can't absolutely stop the war, they aren't considered a real Hokage. The second Hokage died to protect its disciples, the fourth Hokage died to seal the 9 tails. How could they not be considered real Hokages? Since the Hokage is the one who protects all the villagers, then of course they should have the power to stop war. Yuta said it as a matter of course, and then mentioned another thing. The matter of Konoha's White Fang was Sarutobi Hiruzen's doing. But it is undeniable that there was a dilemma between protecting teammates and carrying out a mission. In this case, should you put your teammates first or your mission first? Kakashi immediately replied, "A person who abandons their teammates is not even worthy of being garbage." This was what Abaido had said to him, and he believed it. Then, what if your teammates are ready to sacrifice themselves, and this mission is really important to the village? Yuta asked rhetorically. Both Jiraiya and Kakashi hesitated. In this case, how to choose? Seeing the two fall into deep thought, Yuta said, "If the Hokage really wanted to protect all the villagers, then the Hokage wouldn't let this happen." Jiraiya frowned and said, "The Hokage can't control everything. What if sometimes a choice has to be made?" Hearing this, Yuta laughed and said, "That's the problem with Konoha and the Hokage. Konoha is clearly a military group, but it feels like a peaceful village. That's why it leads to this kind of conflict, about whether mission or teammates are more important." Kakashi's brows moved. He felt as if he had understood something, but he still didn't fully understand what Yuta was trying to say. If Konoha is a military group, of course, military tasks should be given priority. If Konoha is a village, then of course, the safety of the companions should be the top priority. So what exactly is Konoha? Is it a military group, or is it a village where there is harmony and friendship? Jiraiya said impatiently, "What do you want to say? Can you tell me your plan directly?" What Yuta said just now disgusted Jiraiya. Not only did he not acknowledge several Hokages, but he also said that Konoha was just a military group. Yuta couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he looked at Jiraiya. Never mind. There is no way to really communicate with such a person who has been completely brainwashed by the will of fire. Immediately, Yuta said his plan in a flat tone. I have no interest in the Hokage position, nor do I want to protect the villagers who disgust me. However, I'm tired of this Hokage and the will of fire stuff. I don't want to have any more Hokage that dances on top of my head. From now on, Konoha will no longer have a Hokage. I will use my power to establish order and bring peace to Konoha and even the entire world. Capítulo 89. Yuta is the son of destruction. You. Jiraiya pointed at Yuta almost speechlessly in surprise. Yuta didn't just not want to become the Hokage. He intended to remove the Hokage position. Was he crazy? Since the time of the first Hokage, the system that had been in use for more than 50 years was about to be abolished. That's impossible. Jiraiya's face flushed red. Whether Yuta wanted to abolish the Hokage, or whether he wanted to establish order through force, he couldn't agree with any of his decisions. Establishing order through force meant a large amount of killing and war were bound to happen. Jiraiya was now more and more convinced that Yuta might very well be the son of destruction, in the prophecy of the great Toad Sage. What do you mean by Konoha not having a Hokage anymore? Naruto asked curiously, a little confused. Idiot, don't you keep yelling about being the Hokage. It means that even if you really do the qualification to become a Hokage in the future, there will be no such thing as a Hokage for you to become. Sasuke explained with disgust. Naruto suddenly realized, and immediately became anxious. He hurriedly shouted, No, I will definitely become the Hokage in the future. Boom! Yuta flexed his fingers and flicked Naruto's forehead, saying, With your brain, how can you become the Hokage? The reincarnations of Asura are very powerful, but that does not mean that they can become a good Kage. The Sage of Six Paths let Asura inherit the ninja sect, but after his death, the ninja sect split. Senju Hashirama had indeed brought peace for over a decade. But if he had unified the world when he was alive, there would not be so many wars in the future. Naruto too. With Naruto's brain, what government affairs can he handle? In the future, the 7th Hokage Naruto was more like a mascot to keep the whole world in check, and Shikamaru was more like the Hokage than Naruto. However, Naruto held his forehead, still staring at Yuta unyieldingly. Seeing this, Yuta raised the corners of his mouth slightly and asked maliciously, Naruto, I ask you, why do you want to become the Hokage? Naruto responded immediately, I want everyone to recognize me. The attitude of the villagers towards him had improved now. However, Naruto wasn't exactly a fool. He knew that the attitude of the villagers had only changed because his father was the 4th Hokage. Such recognition was not what he wanted. He wanted others to acknowledge him for being Uzumaki Naruto. So you want to become the Hokage to be recognized? That's sad. Yuta shook his head and said disdainfully, Do you remember how those villagers treated you before? If you don't take revenge on them, you are already considered magnanimous. What's the point of getting the approval of such people? After Naruto's life experience was exposed, only a few really intended to apologize to Naruto. Some people blamed their actions on Sarutobi Hiruzen to conceal their faults. Some people didn't think they had done anything wrong at all. Why should such villagers have to gain their approval? Hey, you bastard, don't teach Naruto such stuff. Jiraiya was very dissatisfied. Did Yuta want to make Naruto hate the villagers by saying such things to him? How does this work? I've heard an old saying, repay grievance with virtue. But why should grievance be repaid with virtue? Repay grievance with grievance and repay virtue with virtue. Isn't it an act of foolishness to seek the approval of the people who have clearly hurt him? Yuta said disdainfully. But hearing this, both Jiraiya and Naruto were unmoved. Seeing this, Yuta shook his head. Naruto was the reincarnation of Asura, and his character was really very unique. And Jiraiya was really naive, like ridiculous level of naive. You want to use force to establish order. This approach won't be approved by everyone. Jiraiya said firmly. I don't need their approval. The villagers of Konoha who pour out their anger and hatred on a child. Why should I get their approval? And these ninjas from Konoha. They keep talking about the will of fire, but when Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Hisashi to die, did anyone stand up to stop it? Yuta said without stopping. This dissatisfaction was not from a day or two. All these idiots talk about the will of fire, but then let others die in vain. That's why he didn't want to become the Hokage. If he were to become the Hokage, wouldn't he have to gain the approval of the villagers and ninjas, and in turn protect them? What a joke. The Hisashi thing is really old man's wrongdoing, Jiraiya said with some helplessness. In any case, he couldn't say that letting Hisashi die was the right thing to do. However, if the war had indeed started at that time, more people would have died. And you? Yuta pointed a finger at Jiraiya and said, "What have you done all these years? You were not there during the Nine Tails Rebellion, when Orochimaru defected, when Hisashi was forced to die, when Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to slaughter the Uchiha clan. Now that I have eliminated the scourge, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you jump out at this time and want to guide the country. What did you do in the past? Why did Kumigakure dare to threaten Konoha with war back then? Isn't it because there was no one watching over Konoha? If you and Tsunade, the two Sanins, were in the village at that time, would Kumigakure still have the guts to clamor for war? You wander around the whole world and peep everywhere in the name of looking for materials. You didn't come back when the village was in trouble. If I were you, I would not dare to say that I was a Konoha ninja. You were lucky that your teacher was the Hokage. If someone else had done this, they would have been declared a rebel." Yuta's words were like a heavy rain, and they drowned Jiraiya. Jiraiya wanted to refute, but he didn't know what to say. He actually felt that what Yuta said was right. Over the years, there had been many accidents in the village, but he, one of the Sannin, didn't do anything. After the end of the Third Great Ninja War, he left the village and went to travel around the world in search of the Son of Prophecy. He thought that if the Son of Prophecy could be found and properly taught, the world would usher in long-term peace in the future. It was because of this that Jiraiya had not returned to the village in all these years. Not long ago, he hurried back when he learned that both Kumigakure and Iwagakure had signs of large-scale ninja mobilization. "I really have nothing to say about this," Jiraiya said with a hard look. "But I still want to ask, according to your idea, what are you going to do?" Yuta immediately replied, "I will become the only God-establish order in the world. I will bring about long-lasting peace. Regarding the villagers and ninjas, I don't care what they think. As long as the war can be eliminated, the so-called Hokage's guardianship is not necessary at all." In fact, Yuta's plan was not unique in the Naruto world. Thousands of years ago, Otsutsuki Kaguya also wanted to do this. After ending troubled times with absolute power and bringing peace, she was honored as the mother of chakra. Nagato's approach in the original story was roughly the same. With absolute power, he overwhelmed the entire Aimgakure, become the only god. He brought order to the war-torn land of Rain. "It's really you." Jiraiya had no doubts now. He became sure that Yuta was definitely the son of destruction, in the dream of the great Toad Sage. Capitulo 90, Some People Never Chain. What really is me? Yuta was confused. He could sense before that Jiraiya had hostility towards him. However, Yuta didn't think much about it. He had killed Jiraiya's teacher, and even ruined Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation. He even controlled Itachi to destroy the entire Sarutobi clan. It was normal for people like Jiraiya to dislike him. However, the phrase, "it's really you," made Yuta a little confused. Jiraiya, on the opposite side, had no intentions of answering Yuta. Thoughts run fast in my head. With overwhelming strength, to suppress everyone, become the only god, and set the order. Isn't this what Kaguya, the mother of chakra, did? But what about the result? With absolute status and absolute power, Kaguya will eventually destroy the entire ninja world. If Yuta becomes a god like Kaguya, the result will not be much better. No wonder Great Toad Sage felt that Yuta would do the same thing as Kaguya. As the Great Toad Sage prophecy says, terrifying eyes look down on the entire ninja world. The boundless war spreads throughout the ninja world, destroying everything that exists. Wasn't that what Yuta was planning to do now? The first Hokage ended the troubled times, and the system of one country, one village established by him, shouldn't be abolished so easily. He must stop Yuta. If Yuta was really allowed to do that, the world would get a second Kaguya. Yuta, don't overestimate a single person's abilities. Although he was afraid of Yuta in his heart, Jiraiya still tries his best to persuade. There is a limit to what one person can do. You talked about using the power of one person to establish order and bring peace to the entire world. How is that possible? Even if Yuta was young, and he had the power to kill his teacher, Jiraiya still didn't think that Yuta the strength to coerce the entire world. Did he really think that he was someone like Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara? That's my business. If I don't have that kind of strength in the end, what I said before will naturally be regarded a joke. Yuta said nonchalantly. When Jiraiya heard this, he became more and more annoyed. He didn't mean that. He clearly wanted to say that there was a limit to what one person could do, and love and understanding should be used to win more people and build peace together. Why did Yuta understand his words as improving his strength? Putting his thoughts aside, Jiraiya said, it just so happens that Kumagakure and Iwagakure have mobilized a massive number of ninjas, and they may invade the land of fire next. If you feel that you are strong enough to bring peace to the entire world, then go out and deal with at least one of them. This time, he had come back for this. Kumagakure and Iwagakure were acting at the same time, and Konoha needed to send at least 2 armies to thwart them. Leave Kumagakure to me, Yuta said without hesitation. He had long has his eyes on Kumagakure's lightning release chakra mode. This time, if he could fight the 4th Raikage, he would be able to learn it and upgrade his lightning release stimulation method. When Jiraiya heard this, he became even more angry. Never mind. After this, Yuta should be able to understand that bringing peace to the world was not something that could be easily said. Kumagakure ranks 2nd in strength among the 5 major hidden villages. Even Minato, relying on the Flying Thunder God technique, couldn't deal with the odd combination of the 4th Raikage and his brother Killer Bee at the same time. Subsequently, Yuta, Kakashi, and Jiraiya came to the conference room in the Hokage building. The information that Jiraiya had brought back had been passed on to all the Jonins in the whole village by the communication squad. Knowing that Kumagakure and Iwagakure might invade the land of fire at the same time, the people in the conference room were in a panic at this moment. They felt like the 4th Great Ninja War would start soon. After seeing Jiraiya, many people felt relieved. The Konoha Jonins were most familiar with Jiraiya among the Sanins. Everyone should know the situation. Jiraiya directly ignored the acquaintance's reminiscence and said with a serious face, now is the time to mobilize the village's Chunins immediately to stop the forces of Kumagakure and Iwagakure. Immediately, Jiraiya looked directly at Nara Shikaku. Not only him, but most of the people in the room also looked at Shikaku. Nara Shikaku, the head of the Nara clan, known as Konoha's genius strategist. Nara Shikaku had already briefly thought about the current matter before. He said directly, let's analyze the situation of the 2 villages first. Iwagakure is good at earth release. Their number of ninjas is the most among the 5 hidden villages. There may be a lot of Iwa ninjas on this expedition. The number of ninjas in Kumagakure is not as high as that of Iwagakure, but their average strength is higher than that of Iwa ninjas. Also, Kumo ninjas are good at lightning release. We need ninjas who are good at defending against lightning release to fight them. So, my suggestion is that the village should send some elite ninjas to deal with the invasion of Kumagakure as soon as possible. On the Iwagakure side, we have to try to hold on as long as possible, and at the same time mobilize ninjas from the rear to continuously reinforce. Once the problem at Kumagakure's side is over, we will attack with all our strength and take out Iwagakure. The words were easy to understand, and most of the people in the room understood the strategy. Looking at Nara Shikaku, their eyes couldn't help but express admiration. As expected, he was worthy of being called Konoha's genius strategist. Narashikaku took a long breath and continued. In addition, there is another problem, which is high-end combat power. Iwagakure generally does not use the Jinchuriki easily, and the high-end combat power that needs attention is mainly the third Tsuchikage. And Kumagakure has a famous Ob group, and the fourth Raikage's brother Killer B is the perfect Jinchuriki, who can go to battle without worrying about rampaging. Someone needs to stop these two people, and even deal with them as soon as possible and repel them. Yuta said directly, "Leave Kumagakure to me." Jiraiya then spoke up and took over the mission of leading a team to block Iwa Ninja. As for the other stuff, it was the distribution of Jonins. Basically, those who were good at lightning release would go to Iwagakure, and those who were good at wind release would go to Kumagakure. This was considered attribute restraint. Then, a group of people who were good at Taijutsu would go to fight Kumagakure. "We Hyuga clan are going to stop Kumagakure," Hayashi said indifferently. Everyone was stunned. There was a big hatred between the Hyuga clan and Kumagakure. So, it was no wonder that Hayashi was like this. It didn't take long for the expedition team to be allocated. Everyone in the conference room finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, but they couldn't help but feel some resentment in their hearts. If it wasn't for the Uchiha clan who had killed Sarutobi Hiruzen and wiped out the Sarutobi clan, the village would not be in a vulnerable position now. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen was to blame, but he was already dead. But the Uchiha clan was still here. For a time, the Konoha ninjas in the conference room looked at the Uchiha clan with unkind eyes. "Why are you looking at us like that?" Yuta replied unceremoniously. "When foreign enemies invade, you don't blame the invaders, but you feel that we are the ones in the wrong. Besides, if I didn't kill Sarutobi Hiruzen and let the Uchiha clan be exterminated, the next one to be exterminated might be you." Sure enough, removing the Hokage position was a right decision. This group of white-eyed bastards were glad that he had killed Sarutobi Hiruzen just a few days ago, and now they had resentment against him again. If he was the Hokage and had to risk his life to protect these kinds of people. Yuta became mad just thinking about it. The people withdrew their gazes, but they were still unconvinced in their hearts. What was that arrogance for? Hadn't he just killed Sarutobi Hiruzen, an old and frail person? Sarutobi Hiruzen was known as the strongest Hokage, and the students in the ninja school didn't know how wrong this title was, but did they Jonins not know? You Uchiha Yuta should think about how to deal with the Ob combination of Kumagakure. If you are not careful, a genius failing to grow to their peak and dying early is not a rare occurrence. Capitulo 91, One-Man Army. In the border area of the Land of Fire. In a dense forest, about 100 Konoha ninjas were moving fast, whom Yuta was in charge of leading. But the people who had set out to stop Kumagakure this time were not just these 100 people. However, there was an emergency on the front line. According to the information, 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer B had led a team of hundreds of Kumo ninjas to advance towards the Land of Fire alone. When Yuta got the information, he didn't feel too surprised. It could only be said that it was expected of Killer B. In the original story, Sasuke had taken the Eagle Squad to catch Killer B excitedly, only to be beaten miserably. In the end, he burned 8 Tails with Amaterasu and grabbed a tentacle of 8 Tails. The real Killer B had run away. Not even the 4th Raikage knew about this. As a result, the 4th Raikage thought that Sasuke had killed his brother and beat Sasuke at the 5 cage talks. It could be seen how unreliable Killer B was. Therefore, Yuta had asked Hayashi to temporarily command the main force of the front line. He himself set out with a small number of ninjas to block Killer B. Although the opponent was a perfect Jinchuriki, Yuta wasn't really worried. After the battle with Sarutobi Hiruzen, his pupil power had grown significantly. Now that his pupil power was close to the level of an eternal Mangekyo, he could freely use the 3rd form of Susanoo. In the first form, Susanoo only has bones. In the second form, it is covered with flesh and blood. Generally speaking, an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan wielder can only stably use the second form of Susanoo. In this form, Susanoo can use a ranged ninjutsu, Yasaka Magatama. A Yasaka Magatama, with 3 Magatamas, has the power comparable to the small-tailed beast bomb. The power of Yasaka Magatama increases along with the number of Magatamas. As for the third form of Susanoo, ordinary Manjikayo Sharingan users can only use it briefly, and it takes a lot of pupil power to maintain it. But the third form of Susanoo's strength is overwhelming. On the basis of the second form, an armor wraps on the outside, and the strength and defense ability is greatly improved. With the pupil power of the eternal Manjikayo level, the fourth form and the complete body Susanoo can be used. These 2 forms of Susanoo both make up for the shortcomings of an ordinary Susanoo's inability to defend below. Legs grow, and the user rises to the Susanoo's head. And, in the fourth form, Susanoo is able to use majestic attire. With Susanoo as the armor, the tailed beast is completely covered, and the tailed beast chakra is used as the source of Susanoo's power. The user basically only needs to use pupil power to maintain the Susanoo. This greatly reduces the chakra expenditure. Compared with the normal Susanoo, the endurance and destructive power of this form is much greater. This was also the reason why Yuta was taking the initiative to confront Killer Bee. If he could capture Killer Bee alive, he might be able to have a more powerful Susanoo. Suddenly, Yuta, who was running at high speed, frowned and reminded aloud, "Pay attention, the enemy is 10 kilometers ahead." The Konoha ninjas on the side looked at each other in dismay. A ninja from the Hyuga clan activated his Byakugan and looked forward. Then he realized that he couldn't see that far. The Hyuga ninja asked, "Lord Yuta, do you know some kind of sensing ninjutsu?" He didn't think Yuta would talk nonsense at this time. Then it could only mean that Yuta knew some sensing technique. But how could that be possible? Do the Uchiha clan have such a strong sensory ninjutsu? How could it be possible to see farther than the Byakugan of their Hyuga clan? That's right. The corners of Yuta's mouth twitched slightly, and it seemed that he was in a happy mood. Relying on the Kagura's mind-eye, he had seen one person among the hundreds of ninjas in front having an extremely large chakra. This level of chakra obviously belonged to Killer Bee the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. Immediately, Yuta directly abandoned the Konoha ninjas behind him and quickly speeded up. "I'll go first, you can follow as soon as possible." After he finished speaking, lightning flashed all over his body. Accompanied by the faint sound of the wind, Yuta quickly left the Konoha ninja team. So fast. The pupils of Konoha ninjas in the back shrunk. Was Yuta limiting his speed to, with their level before? "Sir, it's too dangerous for us to do this. Let's go back and join up with Lord Raikage," a Kumo ninja persuaded bitterly. He hadn't thought that Killer Bee could be so unreliable. He split from the big army and was going deep into the land of fire with such few people. If they were surrounded by Konoha ninjas, the consequences would be unimaginable. Killer Bee was a perfect Jinchuriki and could protect himself, so there was no problem in escaping. But an ordinary ninja like him would suffer. If surrounded by a large number of Konoha ninjas, it would be impossible for a normal ninja like him to escape. Killer Bee ran humming a strange tone. This was a rare chain he had got to go out of the village. But the fourth Raikage controlled him here and there, and he had long been impatient. He finally got the chance to slip away. The Kumo ninja next to Killer Bee's side. With such an unreliable leader, what can be done? "Someone is approaching," a sensory ninja suddenly shouted, and heaved a sigh of relief. But there's only one person, probably Konoha's messenger ninja. In the woods ahead, a handful of kunai flew out. The kunais split and became 2, and 2 became 4. In an instant, an overwhelming number of kunais attacked the Kumo ninjas. What kind of ninjutsu is this? To just this, he is underestimating us. That guy is just one person. He doesn't run away and dares to attack us on his own initiative. The Kumo ninjas relaxed when they heard what the sensory ninja said. What threat could just one person pose to them? Even the Hokage couldn't pose a major threat to them alone. The hundreds of Kumo ninjas here were all elites, and they could easily knock out the dense kunais. At this time, only the sharp-eyed Kumo ninjas noticed that something was wrong. there seemed to be a strange flame fan pattern on the handle of the kunai. That was the clan emblem of the Uchiha clan. Was it necessary to inscribe that on the kunai? Suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared beside a kunai, with a kunai in his hand. He quickly slashed the neck of a Kumo ninja. Then, the figure of this person disappeared quickly, and in a J-instant, he attacked and killed the next Kumo ninja. Someone is attacking. Damn, how did he get here? I didn't see him at all. He's so fast, I can't hit him at all. Damn, how can he be so fast? Killer Bee pushed the small sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, with some horror in his eyes. This body flicker technique that allowed that guy to appear and disappear instantly. He can't go wrong. It's definitely the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. In the past, he had teamed up with his elder brother, who had not yet become the Raikage, to fight against Minato, who was also not the Hokage at that time. However, even with the OB combination, they couldn't hit Minato at all. It was all because of this elusive Flying Thunder God technique. Every time this ghost-like figure flashed, it took the life of a Kumo ninja. Get out of this area, stay away from the kunais. Killer Bee forgot to rap at this time, and shouted to remind the others. The previous kunais should be marked with the Flying Thunder God technique, and that guy was using them to teleport. The Kumo ninjas followed his orders and left the area quickly. But they were still too slow. After the Kumo ninjas completely retreated from the area covered by kunais, they discovered that dozens of corpses that were left in place. So many of their companions, who were just alive, died in just half a minute. At this time, Yuta appeared in front of Kumo ninjas. This was my first time using the Flying Thunder God technique in combat. Let me see. I've killed about 50 or so, and the effect is all right. Although Saruto by Hiruzen was quite useless, his Shuriken Shadow Clone technique and Flying Thunder God technique are a good match. Holding a handful of blood-covered kunais, Yuta faced hundreds of Kumo ninjas alone. But he didn't lose to them in momentum. His aura prevailed. Capitulo 92, Power of Flying Thunder God Technique. After the night of genocide, Yuta had been learning several forbidden ninjutsus from the Scroll of Seals. He had learned Tsunade's strange strength technique that uses a burst of chakra to gain enormous power. And he had also learned the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. Strange strength was not difficult to learn. The main difficulty in learning it was chakra control. With Indra's bloodline talent, Yuta's chakra control was so excellent that he could use ninjutsu without making hand seals. So, Yuta mastered the strange power with ease. The Flying Thunder God technique was a little more difficult. But with the body flicker grandmaster talent, acquired and amplified from Shisui, it only took a few days for Yuta to successfully learn the Flying Thunder God technique. And he also combined Flying Thunder God technique and Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. When these two ninjutsus were paired together, their effect was excellent. If he could throw a lot of Flying Thunder God kunais at one time, he might be able to kill dozens of people in an instant. And the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique does just that. Combining Shuriken Shadow Clone and Flying Thunder God technique, one person can throw a lot of Flying Thunder God kunais in an instant. Ninjas of Kumagakure, are you ready for the second wave? The corners of Yuta's mouth twitched, and he repeated his old tricks. A shuriken flew out and quickly turned into countless shurikens. However, this time it was unsuccessful. Several huge octopus tentacles suddenly appeared behind Killer Bee, and it shot down the several projectiles in the air one after another. Yo, idiot, the same trick won't work twice, yo. Killer Bee hummed while twisting and dancing strangely. The Kumo ninjas behind him finally felt relieved. Fortunately, Lord Killer Bee is here. His weird body flicker technique is performed through those kunais. As long as we don't get close to those kunais, there's nothing he can do. Clap, clap. Yuta smiled and applauded, saying, not bad. However, what if the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, Flying Thunder God technique, and the Uchiha's Shuriken Jutsu are all combined? Having said that, Yuta once again threw a kunai that was marked with the Flying Thunder God technique. The number of kunais increased rapidly, and they were densely packed all over the sky. But the direction of their attack was crooked, and it did not go towards the direction of the Kumo ninjas at all. The Kumo ninjas breathed a sigh of relief, and were about to say a sarcastic sentence when they saw the kunais flying around and colliding with each other in the air. Their direction changed, and they attacked the Kumo ninjas from all directions. Damn it, how did he do it? The kunais collided with each other in midair to change direction. Let's get rid of those kunais. However, it was too late. Yuta's figure quickly flashed among the Kumo ninjas. With a kunai in hand, he easily pierced the necks of any Kumo ninjas. Blood splattered. One by one, the Kumo ninjas collapsed with stunned faces. Like a god of death, Yuta wandered in the crowd, unscrupulously harvesting one life after another. Killer Bee had no time to relax at this moment. He was trying his very best to shoot down the kunais, but he couldn't predict their trajectories as they bounced against each other. After the kunais landed one after another, a ninja quickly made some hand seals. Intensive lightning appeared on the ground, and the kunais were blown up one after another. Tusk, the kunais made from the shuriken shadow clone technique are not good at all. They exploded so easily. Yuta shook his head, feeling a little pity. The Kumo ninjas had completely changed their attitudes at this moment. When they saw only one person before, they were very disdainful. Unexpectedly, in just a while, hundreds of comrades fell. At this moment, the corpses of the Kumo ninjas were lying on the ground. In such a short amount of time, just one person actually killed so many of them. Who did they encounter? This Konoha ninja looks like a teenager, but he is so fierce. Next, Yuta repeated the same trick a few times. Facing T combination of shuriken shadow clone technique and Uchiha shuriken jutsu, Killer Bee screamed in anger. He couldn't block the kunais in all directions. Soon, the number of Kumo ninjas here decreased to less than 100 people. Everyone was terrified and completely lost their desire to fight. Even some Kumi ninjas couldn't stand the fear and turned around and ran away. But in the end, Yuta caught up to them using the Flying Thunder God technique and took their life. Swish, swish. The Konoha ninjas behind finally arrived. As soon as they arrived, they glanced at the enemies vigilantly and saw a strange scene. The ground was densely packed with corpses. The wounds on each corpse were very consistent. Their necks had been slashed by a sharp blade. It could be seen that the dead people couldn't even resist. It looked as if they were powerless to resist, and they had died instantly. A group of Konoha ninjas looked at Yuta in horror. Lord Yuta, were these all the people killed by you? Someone swallowed their saliva and said with some fear, wasn't this too fast? They had rushed Hirwa with all their might. Yuta killed so many people in such a short period of time. Yura looked at the Konoha ninjas with disgust and said, Tisk, looks like you have finally arrived. I thought I would take care of them all by myself. Forget it, those ordinary ninjas will be left to you. I will deal with the 8 tails Jinchuriki, remember to stay away. While Yuta was speaking, Killer Bee rushed over with red eyes. He had already made up his mind to attack and try to kill Yuta when he uses the Flying Thunder God technique to kill the Kumo ninjas. In short, he wanted to force Yuta to confront him head-on. Looks like you have been waiting. Yuta's eyes narrowed, but he didn't retreat at all and suddenly punched Killer Bee. Boom! The two fists collided and set off a gust of wind. Killer Bee, who was running at high speed, flew back. Everyone present, especially the Kumo ninjas, immediately became dumbfounded. How was this possible? Killer Bee lost in a strength contest. Although Killer Bee was not as physically strong as the 4th Raikage, he was one of the best in Kumigakure. Otherwise, how would he have become the 4th Raikage's brother and form an ob group with the 4th Raikage? However, Killer Bee was beaten upside down by a seemingly young Konoha ninja. Cough cough, I remember you. You are Uchiha Yuta. I have heard about you from my elder brother. Killer Bee stood up slowly, and it was only at this moment that he finally understood who his opponent was. Killer of 3rd Hokage, young Uchiha ninja Uchiha Yuta. His eldest brother constantly yelled that this time he would kill this guy. At this time, Killer Bee paid full attention to Yuta. Although Yuta was young, he already had the strength of the 5 cages. A red chakra covered Killer Bee's body. This chakra was like boiling water, and bubbles surged. Tailed Beast Coat. Killer Bee used the chakra of Juki to form a layer of chakra around his body, not only improving his defense, but also greatly improving his strength and speed. Without the slightest hesitation, Killer Bee swelled up and used his ultimate trick. Lightning Release, Lariat. I also wanted to test the strange strength technique. Yuta twisted his neck and said. A large amount of chakra gathered on the fist of his right hand and suddenly burst. Boom! Cough! Killer Bee spewed out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew upside down uncontrollably. The part of Tailed Beast Coat on the abdomen was broken, and the punch just now had almost pierced him directly. His internal organs seemed to be displaced. He coughed up blood violently, and his vitality weakened. Relying on the chakra of the 8 tails, he quickly healed the brutal wound. However, Yuta didn't give him a chance to completely heal his injuries. In an instant, he appeared near Killer Bee. The force was too much just now. I will pay attention and go easy next time. I can't kill you so early, or else I won't have a toy to play with later. Yuta said maliciously, with a smile on his face. Capitulo 93, returning the tailed beast bomb. Boom, booms, boom. A dull thud sounded from time to time. Killer Bee, who was wrapped in red-tailed beast chakra, was like a punching bag at this moment. He was being beat and flung around in the air. Yuta flashed in all directions at an extremely fast speed, and every time he punched Killer Bee before he could react. Damn it! Killer Bee cursed in his heart. The power of Yuta's punches were now much weaker than before. However, after hearing Yuta's previous words, Killer Bee knew that this was not because Yuta was exhausted, but because he was afraid of using too much force and killing him instantly. The previous punch had almost pierced his abdomen. This damn guy, what does he take me for? Am I dreaming? Even Lord Raikiri would need to take Killer Bee in this state seriously. Lord Killer Bee is no match for that goddamn Konoha ninja. The remaining Kumo ninjas were shocked, and their eyes almost popped out of their eye sockets. Even the base Raikiri was at best slightly stronger than the normal Killer Bee. Now, Killer Bee had put on the tailed beast coat and had enough strength to confront the Raikiri. However, Killer Bee had no power to fight back against Yuta and could only be beaten passively. What was the origin of that young Konoha ninja? How was he so powerful? Think about yourself first. After a moment of shock, the Konoha ninjas regained their confidence. The Jinchuriki was being restrained by Yuta, and only a few dozen Kumo ninjas were left. If they couldn't deal with these people now, they would be too ashamed. Damn stinky brat. A large number of octopus tentacles suddenly appeared behind Killer Bee, blocking Yuta's menacing punch. Taking this opportunity, Killer Bee quickly retreated. At this moment, Killer Bee's condition was miserable. Even with tailed beast coat, he had a bruised face. Yo, stinky brat, I have to be serious now, yo. With that said, Killer Bee's form drastically changed. Boom! A huge explosion resounded in the forest. A red monster with a bull head and octopus body suddenly appeared. 8 Tails Juki. 2 puffs of white smoke spewed from the 8 Tails' massive nostrils. Killer Bee seemed to be very angry as he directly used the tailed beast mode. As a perfect Jinchuriki, Killer Bee could easily become a tailed beast and manipulate the body of the 8 Tails with his own will. Stinky brat, now it's my turn. 8 Tails uttered and looked down at Yuta, who was like an ant below. Lord Killer has already turned into a tailed beast. He should be able to kill that guy soon, right? He actually killed so many of us, it would be too merciful to simply kill him. Ninjas of Konoha, wait for your death. The Kumo ninjas were relieved when they saw the huge 8 Tails Juki. Even if that Konoha ninja had an elusive body flicker technique, and his power was incomparable, it was impossible for him to beat a tailed beast. However, the Konoha ninjas here don't have much to worry about. Instead, they looked at Kumo ninjas with a sneering look in their eyes. If it was before, they might be worried. But, in the night of genocide, almost everyone in Konoha had seen it. That indestructible golden giant. Soon, everyone saw a huge, translucent golden giant rising from the ground near the Eight Tails. The golden half-giant, clad in armor, confronted the Eight Tails Juki majestically. "What is that? It is as big as the Eight Tails. Is this a ninjutsu? It seems to be a giant formed by chakra. What a joke! How can this be something that a human can do?" The Kumo ninjas stared at the scene in front of them with awe. This kind of thing. Is it really something that a ninjutsu can do? Boom! The two behemoths were already at war. The golden Susanoo pulled out the long sword around its waist and slashed at the Eight Tails. Eight Tails immediately used both hands and the tentacle-like tail behind him to hold the sword. Be careful, this is the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara also had this power, and he was comparable to the first Hokage. Eight Tails, Juki reminded Killer Bee. Susanoo, what a terrifying power. Killer Bee's heart was in turmoil. He tried his best to control the Eight Tails' body. After barely holding on to the long sword with both hands, he used the tentacles behind him to push the giant Susanoo back. His strength is good. Yuta nodded slightly and said with a hint of approval, "There is an easier way to deal with you, but I can just use you to test the power of the third form of Susanoo." Before, when he had gotten the Asura bloodline, he had also gotten a lot of derivative abilities. Among them was a sealing technique, exclusive to the Uzumaki clan, adamantine sealing chains. How strong are adamantine sealing chains? On the night of the Nine Tails incident, Uzumaki Kushina, who was dying, was able to bind the Nine Tails with adamantine sealing chains. That was the complete Nine Tails, not the Nine Tails cut in half by Minato. There was no need to mention the gap between Nine Tails and other tailed beasts. Even Nine Tails couldn't resist adamantine sealing chains, let alone other tailed beasts. But if he directly used adamantine sealing chains to suppress the Eight Tails, it would be boring. Yuta was also looking forward to truly experiencing the power of the third form of Susanoo. Before, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't force him to use all of Susanoo's potential on the night of the genocide. Now that there was finally a suitable target, how could this chance be wasted? "Stop bluffing." Killer Bee dismissed Yuta's statement. If this guy really had that power, why wouldn't he have already ended this battle? Although he had lost in the power contest before, Killer Bee wasn't too worried. After all, this guy was just a normal ninja, and it was impossible for him to chakra comparable to a tailed beast. If all else fails, he can just turn this fight into a battle of attrition. What's more, he had a big move like the tailed beast bomb. Yuta didn't care about Killer Bee's words and chuckled. "How much do you know about this world?" Saying that, he controlled Susanoo to put away the longsword. On the two palms of the golden Susanoo, 3 golden Magatamas that were connected end to end appeared. "Let's try this trick, Yasaka Magatama." Saying that, the Susanoo threw the golden Yasaka Magatama. The golden Magatamas spun at high speed in the air, drawing a beautiful golden arc and hitting Eight Tails from 2 directions. "Tesk, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Who do you look down on?" Killer Bee, unaware of any threat, breathed a sigh of relief. However, in his mental space, Eight Tails immediately became anxious and shouted, "Bee, run away, that thing is dangerous." Juki had been beaten by Uchiha Madara with this ninjutsu before. However, it was already too late. The Magatamas trapped Eight Tails in the center from both directions. The Magatamas, which looked magnificent and fragile, slammed into Eight Tails and exploded. Boom! The area within dozens of meters was completely submerged in the violent explosion. The violent wind blew the Konoha and Kumo ninjas, who were not too far away. "It's too scary. Isn't this power comparable to a tailed beast bomb?" No wonder Lord Yuta asked us to stay away before. Shouldn't the Eight Tails be blown up now? The Konoha ninjas barely resisted being blown away by the wind. Looking at Yuta inside the golden Susanoo, they felt that he was like a god. On the other side, in the raised open space, a huge smoke enveloped Eight Tails. After a moment, the miserable Eight Tails appeared. Killer Bee barely controlled the body of Eight Tails and opened his bloody mouth. A huge amount of chakra gathered into a huge purple-black sphere. "Tailed beast bomb." Bastard, I'll let you taste a destructive move too. Killer Bee roared, aimed at the golden Susanoo, and unleashed the tailed beast bomb. The huge purple-black sphere destroyed everything along the way and came straight towards the Susanoo. It just so happens that there's another trick that I haven't tried. The corners of Yuta's mouth twitched slightly. He opened his hands, and a series of black complex patterns appeared out of thin air. Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder. Yuta could deflect incoming attacks with the Flying Thunder God technique. The huge tailed beast bomb slowly sank into the barrier made by the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared. This Killer Bee was dumbfounded. What happened to his tailed beast bomb? Where did such a big tailed beast bomb go? Yuta seemed to understand what he was thinking and smiled. He generously said, "Are you wondering where your tailed beast bomb is? I'll give it back to you." With that said, the huge tailed beast bomb appeared out of nowhere near the 8 tails. Killer Bee's mind froze.